Up next on Inside the SCCA, breakfast at the runoffs. Good morning, everybody, from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Beautiful Road America, the National Park of Speed. I'm Brian Belansky. It is breakfast at the runoffs. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic day of racing here at Road America. We have 9 races today, 9 races tomorrow. The format for the runoffs has changed a bit this year. Used to be a 3-day format as far as the races go. We'd have racing on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, just racing on Saturday or Sunday. 4 races this morning and 5 races this afternoon. If you look on the side of the screen here, you will see our lineup for this morning. We're going to take you all the way up to the national anthem today and get you all started with a bunch of interviews with both pole sitters and some other folks here who are here for the runoffs. It is a great atmosphere at Road America, as is always the case for the runoffs, and we have got a ton of stuff for you today. So let's not waste any time. Let's get right to it. We've got all of our coverage this morning. Breakfast at the runoffs. Racing starts right around 8:15 this morning, but we're going to have some great stuff for you until then. All right, we're here at the runoffs with our B-Spec pole sitter, Josh Schmidt. Now, I have to go look at the paper because it's hard to believe when you look at the paper. Started in 14th today.
Yep, that's
You are
right.
now our pole sitter in a car that doesn't look pretty on one side. How hard of a battle was it to get to where we're sitting right now?
It was extremely hard. The second test day, I mean, that really set us back. We had to work on the car in a way we didn't want to. Had to basically fix the whole left front of the car. Ran a couple hardship laps. Spent, I don't know, hour or 2 over here in the barn working on the setup, making sure everything was good. Made sure it drove straight. So that was a battle. Like I said, that set us behind because that wasn't what we wanted to do. There was other things we wanted to work on, and we worked on it all day yesterday. Didn't want to.
Right.
We just wanted to prep for qualifying, and we had to prep just to be able to make qualifying.
So was yesterday almost a test session just to see that everything was working?
No, actually, we had another mechanical problem, so
okay.
I don't know if it was from the wreck or not. I don't know, but all of a sudden, I'm like, something's not right.
Right.
So I got a lot of people behind me that helped me, and I reached out to one of my friends, Sam, and he's like, hey, look at this. So I did, and ran some more hardship laps, and I think we figured it out now.
So how hard is it to get ready to put the helmet on this morning, knowing all that stuff is happening and knowing you've got, a 15-minute session today, 20 minutes?
Yeah, 21
to get
minutes.
it done.
Yep.
What's last night like thinking about today?
I know what I need the car to feel like. I know what I need it to drive like, and I know what I need to do. So it's just a matter of staying in my own head, staying in my own helmet, and being confident in the car and
right.
the car I build, and
So you go out this morning, and that first lap, it feels like it's supposed to feel, and then you realize it's time to go.
It did, and then lap 2, the brake pedal got a little funky, and I'm like, oh no,
Yeah.
because I went into 5 and
Yeah.
couldn't slow,
Right.
and then I went into 8, couldn't slow, and I'm like, oh boy, Canada couldn't slow. I'm like, oh no, we got a problem.
Yep.
And then on that 3rd lap, I'm like, brake pedal feels okay. So I don't know if it was just the rumble strips or what
Yep.
it was, but I knew what I wanted, and it felt good. So I'm like, all right, we're gonna go for it.
Cool. Josh Schmidt is our pole sitter for B-Spec this morning. Our first race of the day coming up right after our show here. We're here at the runoffs here talking with Kent Carter, drives B-Spec here at the runoffs, been part of the B-Spec family. I think it's a family, right?
It is. We're very family.
Sometimes dysfunctional.
Most of the time.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that makes it fun.
Most of the time.
So B-Spec, an interesting class, 5-7 years ago, kind of on its deathbed.
Yes.
And a lot of people came together and decided that that's a problem, and they did something about it. You were part of that revolution a little bit there.
Small part.
And you say small part. It's one of those things where there's lots of small parts that make a revolution, isn't it?
I agree. So there were a group of people who had primarily been doing Spec Miata who decided to give B-Spec a try.
Right.
So John Phillips, David Daugherty was involved, obviously. Frank Schwartz obviously played a big role in this. Chris Taylor played a role in it when he switched in. So everybody kind of got into this, and B-Spec was recognized as a class that was inexpensive.
Relatively.
Well,
Because there's nothing inexpensive in motorsports.
There's nothing cheap, but I mean, I paid a lot for this car, and that was $12 grand.
Yeah.
And that was a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but there are cars racing here this weekend that are $300,000.
Not in B-Spec. Well,
No.
there's that one guy.
Exactly.
There's that one guy. But
There's always that one
we
guy.
won't talk about him. So, but and the competition is close. I think the CRB and the SCCA have done a good job of getting the BOP pretty darn close.
Right.
You know, you look at the spread of what manufacturers are in the front here this weekend, and it's a driver's class.
Right.
You're not going to build the car to run away from anybody. You got to drive it.
Right.
And I'm not doing that this weekend. I got to get my craft going. So.
Several different manufacturers involved.
Yes. Mazda.
Mini, the Chevy Sonic,
Yep.
the Mazda 2. What am I missing?
Kia Rio
Yes,
is
yes.
up and coming. We made some adjustments to the BOP on that to attract it.
Correct.
Honda Fit, all 3 generations are
Yep.
now competitive. Caleb Petrie came out of nowhere
Yeah.
with his first generation Fit and is running well, and we're thrilled to see that. So that adds another generation. We're leaving somebody out, and somebody's going to get after
Yeah,
me.
someone will be. I'm looking to see who have we missed here. I think
Yeah.
we've got.
So
we've got a bunch of B-Specs around us. That's why I'm looking around.
Yes.
This is kind of like an enclave of B-Spec cars here, and I was trying to see if I've see something I've missed. And then of course the Spec tire, because it's a B-Spec,
Yes.
is from Goodyear Racing Tires.
Yes, and Goodyear's been our tire now for almost a year.
Right.
They fought hard to get that contract.
Yep.
They came to us with a good offer, and I will say, they brought the tire that we asked for.
Yeah.
And there's nothing better than to lay out an RFP and say, give us this tire with these characteristics. And the things we said we wanted to be reasonably fast, we wanted to be reasonably priced, and we wanted them to last forever. And we've had opportunities to run 20 heat cycles on these tires and have them be maybe not front row at the runoffs kind of performance, but for your average regional or majors race, a multi-cycle tire is perfectly, fabulous.
Right.
And the support we've gotten from Goodyear has been superb.
Yeah.
When we were doing the tire contract part, they kept telling us how their support was going to be. And I don't know about you, but a lot of people have always told me how great their support was going to be, and I've been, like, okay, whatever.
Right.
Heard that before. Honestly, they've showed up and done the deed. They're always out there taking temps and pressures and giving us reasonable advice to, help us be faster.
Right.
Actionable advice, which
Yes.
is always valued. They're right over there with a truck full of tires and friendly people who are willing to help us. So they've done what we've asked and more.
What does it say about the health of a class like B-Spec that maybe one of the most iconic tire brands, if not the world, definitely in the United States,
Historic, yes.
has decided to put their support behind B-Spec?
I can't explain it,
Right.
but they seem to have a passion for what we're doing in B-Spec, and it has allowed them to showcase their DOT race tires.
Right.
And they've done a good job of doing that. I can't explain their fascination with slow cars driven hard.
It's okay.
But they love it.
Yeah.
I mean, and everybody at Goodyear seems to love it. I got to take a tour of the facility, and people are like, "Oh yeah." It's like, you guys are hilarious. We are hilarious, by the way.
Yes.
If everybody who's watching this has seen us on track, we're often on 3 wheels, if not 2, and the cars are ungainly, and
Yes.
the tires never give up.
And the hilarity does not stop when the helmets come off, by the way. These guys love to pick on each other, troll each other. There's a little bit of trash talking that goes on, all good-natured, of course.
Mostly, yes.
And mostly. How important is it to the overall club? Let's step aside for a second. Let's talk bigger picture. How important for the club is it to have partners, whether it be Goodyear, whether it be Mazda? How important is that?
You're going to get me on my soapbox, but I don't think you're upset about that.
No. No.
I think that we need to recognize and support our partners. I mean, I think anyone who's been in SCCA racing over the last 30 years knows that Mazda is perennially there. There's a trailer down at the bottom of the paddock right now full of parts for us. I can pick up the phone and have tech support tell me, actionable items to do on my Mazda. It's always been that way. They're here. We have other good partners too.
Yep.
And I think that the partners with SCCA are perhaps more important than the average rank and file driver maybe recognizes.
Yeah.
I've always said, and I don't know who said this first, but I'm going to take credit for it today.
Sure. Absolutely.
For the purpose of this podcast, that profit is not what makes things expensive, it's what makes them available.
Oh, I like that.
So if you're not making a profit doing something, you stop.
Right.
And that's true of our partners as well.
Yeah.
So I'm very big on the idea that we need to take good care of our partners, that we make sure that they get paid, that they make money doing this.
Yep.
Otherwise, they'll go away. And when they go away, things get difficult. And that includes my prep shop too, right?
Right.
So I'm with Chris Taylor Racing Services, and if he doesn't make a living doing this, then he stops doing it.
Right.
And then I have to buy a bigger truck and a trailer and do all this work myself, and
Right.
he's much better at it than I am.
Yes.
So, you know, it's like a little bit like that, you know, tip your waitresses and bartenders thing that you hear late at night at the bar. But this is true within our partners as well.
He's Ken Carter. He drives a Goodyear racing tire clad Mazda in B-Spec. All right, let's take a look at our B-Spec starting lineup. It's going to be Josh Schmidt and Miles Gortz on the front row. Then you've got Caleb Patry and Rich Roman in row number 2. Daniel Conway and Eric Yeagle will be in row number 6. Then you've got Ricky Holmstrom and Stuart Black in row number 4. Blair Deffenbaugh, he will be on the inside of row number 10, followed by Rob Karchik. He'll be next to him, next to Blair Deffenbaugh in row number 5. Kent Carter and Stephanie Anderson, they will make up row number 6. Row number 7 is going to be Derek Ambrose and Gail Corley. Row number 8, Chris Taylor and Thomas Pendergrass will be in row number 8. And then, of course, in row number 9, we will have Joseph Gersh and Lee Davis. And then starting in row number 10 will be J.B. Swan. That's how they're going to start on your B-Spec starting lineup. That is at 8:15 coming up, first race of the day here at the Runoffs, Saturday, day number 1. Now let's take a look at our E-Production starting lineup. Your front row is going to be John Brackey from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, just down the road from here. Next to him on row 1 will be John Hainsworth. Starting in row number 2, Tyler Ladd and Chris Haldeman. That will be row number 2. Row number 3, Peter Norton and Austin Bradshaw. Austin Bradshaw out of Dundee, Oregon. Peter Norton coming from North Carolina. Then you've got Tim Schreier and Cameron Wogren in row number 4. Next to them will be Anthony Parker and Bryce McGuire. That's row number 5. Row number 6 in E-Production, Doug Piner and John Bauckham. Row number 7 will be Joe Carr and Thomas Burt. Row number 8, Whitfield Gregg and Don Tucker. Kurt Fritchie will be in row number 9, along with Yuri Colossos. Row number 10 will be Steve Gatchins and Mark Weber. And then in row number 11 will be Rich Olson. That is how they're going to start in F-Production here. Or I'm sorry, in E-Production. That race set to get underway at 9:15 a.m. this morning. Of course, all those times are Central Time. And joining me now again, our GT1 pole sitter, Tony Ave. Tell us about that car.
Well, that's the best car we have. That's the latest thing that Bill Riley and I built. I think we've sold 7 of those now. And, you know, Bob Riley, that's the last car that he designed. So that's kind of a special one for us. And it's just really the sharpest knife in the drawer these days for Trans Am and for GT1. And it is a lot of fun to drive, I can tell you that.
Yeah. How was your qualifying session?
Really good. I mean, again, clear racetrack, and nobody had any troubles out there with oiling it down or whatever, so I was able to run my laps, and we were fast yesterday. Jeffrey wanted to try some changes for today, and he improved it about a half a second, so we're happy.
GT1, you run that car also in Trans Am. How do we get more of the Trans Am guys to come and play with us here at the Runoffs?
You know, I think next year you'll see some more because their schedule is going to be shorter. They're not going to have all 12 weekends to have to run. And if they knew how much fun this was, they would all come and do this.
Absolutely. Tony Ave, he's your GT1 pole sitter here at the Runoffs. Joining me now is our T1 pole sitter, James Candelaria. How you doing?
Doing great, Brian. Good to see you.
How was the car?
Car's great. I just didn't get a lot of practice here. Didn't do any test days, so I'm still warming up.
Tomorrow or Sunday?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yep.
What are your thoughts tomorrow's race?
Well, tomorrow's going to be definitely a race. The guy right behind me is only a hair behind me right now. Hugh Stewart's a great competitor. We're gonna have some fun. Looks like he's got the edge on me in the carousel. He's got the edge on me in the technical sections. I got the legs, so we're gonna see how it turns out.
What's the big key for tomorrow?
Staying clean, just hitting my marks, staying clean, just not throwing it away in any single corner, and just run a clean race.
He's James Candelaria. This is your T1 pole sitter for this year's Runoffs. All right, let's take a look now at our GT1 and Touring 1 starting lineups here. In GT1, on the pole will be Tony Ave. Next to him, Dave Rullo. Row number 2 will be David Pinterick and Michael McAleenan. Then you've got Michael Lewis and Ray McManus, followed by David Jans and Todd Peterson, Taz Harvey and David Fershan. They will round out the top 10, followed by Rocky Eli, Jason Fiorito, will be 11th and 12th. And then Dominic Martinelich and Daniel Spear will be in row 7. That's how they're going to start for GT1 and for T1. A split start in this race. You have James Candelaria on the pole with Hugh Stewart next to him. Drew Delmonico will start 3rd, followed by Michael Pettiford and Ronald Lombardo. That's how they will start in T1 for our GT1 and T1 race, which will roll off the grid at 10:15 a.m. this morning Central Time. All right, we're here at the Runoffs with Morgan Burkhart. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic this week.
Yep. You're living like a pretty good life these days.
That is a little bit of an understatement.
Yeah.
I've done, this has got to be my 21st week on the road so far this year, and it's pretty cool bouncing back and forth between IMSA. I had a couple trips to Spain this year to go do some coaching at the GT4 Winter Series. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We're leaving Sunday this week to go back to Petit Le Mans to do the final round of the IMSA calendar, and it's a lot of fun.
So for a long time, SCCA was the place to go to train, to go to do other stuff.
Yeah.
For a lot of years, that changed. It feels like maybe not as anywhere near what it used to be, but there is a kind of a trend that's flipping now, where we're seeing a lot of young drivers come out of club racing and start to take some steps.
Yeah.
Have you thought about why that's happening now and it hasn't happened in the past?
I really have, because I'm a part of a driver development program that our goal is to use the Spec Racer Ford platform as a stepping stone to go into professional motorsports. And this weekend we've got Jackson Deal, who just qualified this morning 15th in his first time to the runoffs. He's 16 years old, great kid, great driver. We also had John Antonino earlier this year, who was in his first ever race in a Spec Racer. He's 14 years old at Sebring, of all places. He finished 8th, started 24th. So, I mean, incredible drivers, and it's really proving that if you want to go well in a race car, SCCA is the place to do it. I don't know why that is flipping recently, because I think it's always been that way. And honestly, we've had more car counts in the past. We still have the same amount of car counts, still the same weekends, still the same people.
Right.
So I couldn't really give you an answer as to why that's flipping, but I'm definitely happy about it. It's always better to have more people here, and especially more young kids here.
So you're in your second year on IMSA.
Yep.
First of a 3-year contract.
Yep.
Unheard of, by the way, in any. Nobody gets this. Ask Will Power about 3-year contracts.
Yeah.
You know, it just doesn't happen very often anymore. So people probably come to you and say, I want to do this.
Yep.
What's my path?
Yep.
How do you convince them, or do you try to convince them? What is the discussion like?
Well, what I've found in this sport is there's a lot of people who, as wonderful as the sport is, there's a lot of people who are in it for them.
Right.
Which I get. You know, you got to be out for your own. You got to be out for money. Like, I get it. I totally understand it. But when you're dealing with, you know, a 14-year-old kid, 15-year-old kid who's got a dream and he wants to go into professional motorsport, they're not going to see through the "I want your money" kind of thing.
Right.
So I don't try and steer people in a direction. The first question I always ask is, you know, what do you want to do? Right? And it's, do I want to go IndyCar? Do I want to go to Formula One? Do I want to go NASCAR? Do I want to go IMSA? Like, what do you want to do? And then usually it's, you know, I want to go to IndyCar. I want to go to F1. I want to go, you know, very rarely is it I want to go to IMSA. Because those are, like, that's what you grow up watching on TV.
Right.
That's, you know, you know Will Power, you know Lewis Hamilton.
Right.
You don't know Spencer Pumpelly, right? So I usually, when they say IndyCar, I'm like, okay, how much money do you have?
Right.
And then it's like, okay, let's have a down-to-earth discussion about just how expensive it is to get to IndyCar, to get to F1. And then they're like, oh, yeah, no, sports cars are pretty cool. I like that. Those are, I could do that.
The other thing with IndyCar and Formula One, there's 22 Formula One seats. 22, 24.
22 next year.
22 next year. IndyCar, there's 24 seats.
20, yeah.
That's 50 drivers.
Total.
In the entire world who get to drive those cars.
Yep.
No matter how good you are, you have to have all that other stuff to become one of 50 drivers.
Exactly.
over the course of an IMSA weekend, and let's not even talk about, you know, in Europe, endurance racing in Europe, because that's a whole other group of guys and gals.
Yep.
There's probably 200 drivers at an IMSA race.
On the Rolex weekend, especially.
On a Rolex
60
weekend.
cars, 4 drivers a car.
Exactly. Plus, you had your Michelin Pilot, you had your Mustang Challenge. I mean, there's a couple of others, the VP, you know, LMP2 series or 3s, whatever it is. It's just more opportunities. And if you just do the math, and I don't do math. You do math, because I know, because you're my coach.
There you go.
And I know, you know, but if you just do the math, the opportunities are more there in that going through sports cars. And this is sports cars.
This is.
SCCA is sports cars.
That's Sports Car Club of America.
You know, and so, but it doesn't feel like people are finding it.
It's hard. It's really, really hard, because there's so many people who grow up as a 6-year-old and it's like, I want to go drive race cars, Daddy. I want to go make this happen. But it is so hard to get from, you know, SCCA weekends to get into an IMSA or an SRO. It's, you know, obviously there's money up front, and it's raising sponsor dollars is really difficult. And that's, you know, what's helped me a lot is the SCCA paddock, because there's a lot of people here who have done World Challenge in the past, done IMSA in the past, and business owners here as well. So it's a rich environment for finding people to help you along in your career. And I'm not talking about, hey, I race with you on the track, go give me money so that I can go, you know, kick butt in the MX-5 Cup. I'm talking about, there's a couple companies here that might not know of each other, but they might be able to do business together, right? So if you can connect companies together in an environment like this, where they're going to be very susceptible to listening to you and sitting down to chat with you, you can create some revenue for that, and then you can go racing with that. So getting that first step is difficult, and that's what I really struggled with, coming from, you know, got the pole at the runoffs, did really, really well in 2023, and I didn't sign my contract until December 13th, 2023 to go pro racing 30 days later. So it's difficult.
That's a story we hear all the time. You know, it's crazy.
It's hard. And that, like, I'm not the only one. There's a lot of other people who have that, and it's difficult. But it's all about just, you know, creating your network, and this is the perfect place to do that.
And I think that's one of the things the club could work on a little bit more. And you know, club's got a great relationship with IMSA, with the corner worker program. But I think we need to work on relationships in the other order. Karting organizations, World Karting Association, there's a couple of them. That would be a great synergy to have some sort of relationship between the club and those organizations. Also, sim racing. You know, find a way to take advantage of that enormously passionate group of people. And now that we see people coming out of those ranks, I just did a podcast on Inside Sim Racing with Swell Almeida, who I'm sure you are familiar with. Great guy, you know, and without sim racing, he wouldn't be doing IMSA. He's not the only one. There's other ones. You look at the guy who raced with Max Verstappen in Europe. His whole background is sim racing. And he was pretty on pace. You know,
being that close to Max Verstappen is no small feat.
Exactly. You know, so we need to work on finding ways to generate interest going in that direction. And it's cool to have people like you who are proselytizing for the SCCA when you're at an IMSA race, or, you know, when you're doing your sim racing stuff. So first year at the runoffs was interesting for you.
Was interesting.
You were right up front, right fast. With some of the best race car drivers in the club. Had a bit of a moment. And didn't end where we wanted to. Last year at the runoffs, not as good as you were hoping for.
It's all right.
This year, as I were riding over here, you were like, you had a skip in your step. Car's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, the car's great. And, you know, like you said, 2023, we had a suspension failure. 2024, you know, screwed up qualifying a little bit, ended up 20th, and I was happy to finish 6th. That was a win. And then this year, you know, the car it's in a lot better of a place than it was last year. I only did the 1 day of testing last year, and we came in and we were really close. And with the 1 day of testing, you get 2 sessions plus qualifying. You don't really want to be experimenting in qualifying. So got behind the 8 ball there. We did some more testing this year, and we're really close. The car's in a really, really good spot. And I feel like now we qualified 10th. Didn't quite get the draft right in Q1 this morning, but we're like 0.8 of a second off. And one of the laps that I had going was up half a second until I got impeded going into turn 8. So it's I feel like I can put the car anywhere I want. I feel like I can do whatever I want with it. And 10th is, starting 20th is a lot different than starting 10th. And 10th you can really work with it. And I think there's a lot of really, really good guys in this field, and they're not going to run you wrong. They're going to race you hard, but they're going to race you clean. And that's what I absolutely love about this class.
Can you win from 10th?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I think anybody in the top, call it top 10 to top 12 has a shot at winning this race. The big thing is the pack is going to split at some point, and you got to make sure that you're in it when it splits.
Yeah. Someone said to me, all the good guys aren't here this year. I said, well, let's start with one thing. Bobby Sack's still here.
Bobby Sack is still here.
He's one of the good guys,
Yeah.
one of the old good guys.
Yep.
I think what they were saying is a lot of the old guys aren't here this year.
Yeah.
And I keep reminding them that there is a young group of Spec Racer Ford drivers who are really, really fast.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why the old guys aren't here this year. No, I'm just kidding. They're out playing with cars, doing other fun stuff.
Yep.
But there's a really good chance of a new national champion this year.
I think so.
With the some of the folks who are always up front, maybe not here. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, you look at what Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens have done with the Hallett Race Shop. Really, really great group of guys over there. But they've been working incredibly well all year together. And they're, I think, 6th and 7th in qualifying so far. So they're right in the mix, and they work really, really well together. And I think they could definitely go up with a Bobby, well, Sandy's not here, but Justin is here, Clutcherty is here, so they could definitely go toe-to-toe with any of the best of them. They got really good heads on their shoulders. They run really well. They run really clean. And then you got Caleb Rothell, who's 15, I think. Yeah. And he's a giant. I don't know how he fits in one of these cars, but he was running right up there with Bobby's outside front row for now. So I think there's every chance we get a teenager on the podium. Yeah, exactly. Like we've got half of the top 10 is ages measured in teens. So I think it's very, very, very realistic to think that we're going to get somebody new on the top step of the podium this year.
From here to Petit Le Mans.
Yep.
What's going on next year?
Well, we're going to be back with CSM, Zaybach Simpson Motorsport, for the 2026 season in the Michelin Pilot Challenge for GT4. Other than that, we're looking around for some other programs. It's a little early yet to tell exactly what's going to happen, but I think we're going to try and add another program. We're guaranteed to be doing the GT4 as well next year, but looking to do some other programs as well.
Coaching, how do people find you?
Well, I've got a website. Some people find me through my website, but it's just, this weekend I started coaching somebody, and then it was like, hey, this is my buddy. You should go coach with him as well. So it's a lot of word of mouth, but I do have a website. I've gotten a couple inquiries off the website, but it's mostly word of mouth.
Awesome. He's Morgan Burkhart, Spec Racer Ford, IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, and I don't know any inside information. No one's given me any tips, but I got my money on somewhere in the Daytona Rolex 24 next year.
I hope so.
I've put it out there. I'm manifesting for you.
There you go.
There you go. All right, we're here at the Runoffs at Road America. We were talking about Road Atlanta earlier. Yep. We're here at the Road America Runoffs here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Our coverage from the runoffs on Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Can't thank those folks enough. Goodyear Racing Tires has been our sponsor for the last 4 years here. This is our 4th year at the runoffs. They've been with us the entire way. Of course, Goodyear Racing Tires, they support a bunch of different programs across the SCCA, not only in road racing, but they're also the spec tire for the Club Spec Mustang in our autocross and time trials. Lots of support up and down the line from the good people at Goodyear Racing Tires. And of course, they've supported Inside the SCCA right from the beginning, and I can't thank them enough for that. So also want to take a quick second here to thank all of our other partners. You'll see their logos on the screen as well. It's Ray Esports. We've also got William R. Penterick and Associates, and we have Porterfield Brakes, and of course Babyface Fabrication, and then finally Solo Performance Specialties. So check all those folks out. They're supporters of Inside the SCCA all year round, and we appreciate all that they do. We're here at the runoffs here with your Spec Racer Ford pole sitter, Bobby Sack. Today, not as fast as yesterday. Weather, situation, humidity, what was the deal?
Definitely weather. It's kind of surprising because we expected it to be slower looking at the weather and the way it was going to trend. And then watching the other sessions before us today, they were going as quick, a couple cars a little quicker than yesterday. So we were like, okay, we better get on our game. But once we were out there, the track started greasing up pretty quick. It was getting hot, so it didn't appear there was going to be anything for yesterday's times. And so I actually pulled in a couple laps early just because why put more time on the car?
Yeah.
So I do want to thank my team, Further Motorsport, Ryan Hamitman, Liz Hamitman, Evan Hamitman, and Emma Hamitman, Gary Page, Christian Gonzalez, James French, my coach, my mom and dad, Don and Marty Sack. I got to thank my wife, Liz, and my boys, Ben and Ryan. And then I got to thank all my family at home for watching my dog and everything.
There you go. So I'm gonna take away some of how the sausage is made. This is our second time doing this. I forgot to hit record the first time. You got all the names in the second time, just as good. So
good.
Let's make that happen. So you've been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
I was surprised in our first interview when I heard you say this is your first Runoffs pole.
Yeah. I'm not a one-lap kind of guy. I think I've only been fourth as my best start at the Runoffs before. It's gonna feel like more pressure, but it is super cool to get a pole. We just found a setup that's really working, and then I've got a super fast teammate, Caleb Rothel, and he's 15 years old and he is screaming fast. He's on the front row with us, so we're excited to see what we can do in the race together.
So for many years, this was not a need a teammate kind of class. That it seems to be new in the last maybe 4 years or so. Do you like this new form of Spec Racer Ford racing?
I would prefer that it was an individual driver effort. Like it will, when we go to tracks more like a Mid-Ohio or things like that, that's when it's more of a individual driver effort. We're at Road America, long straightaways. These cars draft extremely well, and most people have really learned in the last few years that, boy, the sooner you can push, the better for the lap time. So it's almost a necessity now to have either a teammate or somebody that you can trust, and then working with them consistently, that's what gets you to be able to go into the brake zone within inches of them, as opposed to backing off because you don't know what they're going to do.
Right.
So unfortunately it's necessary, I think, now to at least to put in a fast lap time, and then it's always good to have friends out there in the race.
Yeah. As you've proven, being on the pole is no guarantee of winning the Runoffs in this class. What's the key to your success in this race?
Well, yeah, definitely not a guarantee at all, especially, well, probably any class, but particularly classes like spec classes. Most likely I won't be in the lead in turn one.
Right.
It's just one of those deals. You try to limit the damage, I guess, early. My goal, and it worked out in 2020 when I won here, is to stay up as close to the front as I possibly can and be in the right position either at the end or when a yellow comes out, which means got to try and stay up there and be in the lead, and then you got to have good spotters around the track as well to say, hey, there's an incident in Canada Corner, it looks kind of bad, you better get up there, things like that. So it's kind of a game that the whole team gets involved in, and you have to really have good communication throughout the race to I think to achieve the goal, which is winning. That's what you got.
This is Bobby Sack. He is your Spec Racer Ford pole sitter here for this year's Runoffs. On your pole, it's Bobby Sack with him, his teammate and partner Caleb Rothel in row 1. Then you've got Simon Gamble and Brian Schofield in row number 2, followed by Caleb Schrader and Tyler Stevens in row number 3. And then, of course, we have Peyton Long and Robeson Clay Russell. They are starting 7th and 8th. 9th and 10th, Todd Vanacore and Morgan Burkhart. Starting in 11th, we've got Zach Della and Jack Black. 13th is Justin Chautry, followed by James Goffrey in starting number 14th. In 15th, we've got Jackson Deal, and in 16th, Cliff White, Ben Jacobs, Liam Kemper, and Stephen Ray Kemper and Tom Burt. They round out your top 20. Now taking a look at 21 through 25, we've got Chris Jennerjohn starting 21st. John McClintock is in 22nd. John Jansen will roll off 23rd. 24th will be Rob Peelsticker. 25th is EJ Abed. 26th through 30th, Grant Heinig. Sam Schechter will start 27th. Scott Monroe will start in 28th, followed by Craig Chase, who will start in 29th. Moving on now to 30 through 35, Mark Greb will get the start in 30th. Next to him will be Andre Pera. Matt Gray will start 32nd. Now you've got in 33rd, Mark Hutchins, followed by Stephen Greenhill in 34th, and Scott Barr will start in 35th. 36th starter is Peter Jankovskis. I should be able to say that one pretty easily. Following next to him is going to be Russell King, and in 38th, Richard Herman. 39th, Dwight Wider, followed by 40th, Rick Heinig. Douglas Cox will start 41st, followed by Thomas Kirchman and Andrea King. That's how they're going to start here in Spec Racer Ford. That race set to begin at 11:15 a.m. Central Time, our last race before our break for lunch. All right, we're here at the SCCA Runoffs, Road America, Mazda Motorsports. Head guy here, Jonathan Applegate. How are you?
Doing well. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm
Good.
doing well. Don't call me sir. That's my dad.
All right.
That's okay.
All right, friend. Friend.
That works out perfectly.
good.
Welcome. This is a pretty big deal for Mazda.
Oh.
First of all, what's your title?
Yeah, I'm senior manager of motorsports.
Got it.
Yep.
Got it. Big deal for Mazda.
Big
a
deal.
lot of effort goes into this. We're here in basically an enclave here in the paddock.
Absolutely.
It's like Mazda heaven here.
Yeah, it really is.
Do you have any idea how many cars you have running this weekend?
Between, not entirely, but I know between Spec MX-5 and Spec Miata, we're pushing almost 60 cars between those two classes.
Right.
And then clearly with all of the other, classes out there, we're running well over 100 cars plus.
Yeah.
And I just did a tour this morning of the track, the beautiful Road America, and just wanted to see the sheer presence that we have at the track. And we've got a couple hundred race cars here just sitting around ready to go get out on the track, but it's also amazing to see the amount of production Mazdas that are out here and the amount of owners that are truly out here experiencing the beautiful week and weekend. So it's good to see.
Mazda's obviously made a decision
Yes.
that this is going to be something you do.
Yes.
They do. What goes into that? It's been for years.
Right.
Has it just been that
Decades.
powerfully successful?
Yeah, I mean, I think defining success for us is a few different aspects. We look at where we were birthed and our existence just truly comes from supporting our racers. And the racers and the customers that have, on their own with the passion behind it, picked a Mazda to go racing, have really kind of motivated Mazda, the organization, to support them with parts and coming alongside them at the racetrack to make sure that everything we do to get them on the racetrack. So it kind of starts there, but when we start looking across the entire business, I think, and in all throughout the decades, we've truly created a culture of Mazda Motorsports, and to get behind that and to support that and to keep that going, that's very, very important for our brand. And we feel like this community is so special. We all talk about the joy of driving and really getting behind that anthem. That's the epitome of joy of driving, is this space with motorsports, with our cars, with our racers. So we want to be here long term.
From the competitor standpoint, you show up with a trailer, stocked with parts.
Yeah.
Tell us a story of someone who's come in their time of need. The part was here, and they were able to get back on the racetrack.
Oh my! I wish I could pull one specifically. I think, we just saw a gentleman yesterday. We have our engine out on display, and he came just scrambling over here desperately to try to find someone that could help.
Yeah.
Talk to Jonathan Black and Josh Smith, and sure enough, our last engine on the trailer we give to him to get out on the track, and that's just dozens and dozens of those same particular stories that allows these racers to stay on track. But no taking ourselves out of the hero role for a second. I think that's really what it is just driver is hero, and we're here to support, and that's
Right.
what it's all about.
And a lot of the people on staff are racers.
100%. Yeah, I mean, our whole crew is some level of racing experience. I'm probably one of the least in that, more karting focused and other things, but we got Josh Smith who runs an RX-8 pretty actively on our team, Jonathan Black, who has an NC Miata. All the others have turned at least autocross and some other things. So, we are definitely a group that have indoctrinated ourselves, and we're like action over advertising.
Right.
We've been there, done that. We know what the heart of the racer is and the need of the racer because we've been that, and we
Right.
know that. So it's really easy for us to come alongside and support.
So I'm old enough to remember a time before the Miata. I know, it's shocking. People are like, there was a time before a Miata
There
in the SCCA,
was.
but there was.
Right.
And
Very heavy rotary
and
focus,
when it
right?
showed up, yeah, absolutely. And,
Right.
ear piercing, we got to have our earplugs, here comes the rotaries.
Exactly.
It was so popular, and it grew so fast.
Yeah.
Now the Spec MX-5 is here.
Yep.
It's just, you found another way to keep another generation going.
Correct. Yeah, that's where I think we've like always self-reflection of who we are as an organization and as a brand and a motorsports community. And it's like, we know where our specialty and where our niche is, and that's truly just creating that community and grassroots, supporting our racers, and building from someone that's coming for the first time into road racing or even HPDE or autocross finding that support to come alongside them and then building programs to get them to wherever they want to go next. So we've kind of just allowed ourselves to thrive in that area, find programs that make sense for continued sustainability of cars, parts, platforms. NC has been a really special one for us that I think we've been working on for a long time. We know the quantity of NCs that are out there, and it was been sort of, Spec Miata has been such a special class for us and still remains a special class, but we knew there was always this, this evolution that was needed. So for us to try to introduce that several years ago and now getting to a point now with the SCCA where we're now running a national class, kudos to the SCCA for the partnership and allowing us to do that. I think we're seeing some of the fruits of our labor right now with just tons of competition on the track and a lot of young racers coming in that want to prove themselves in a very competitive space that then grows and becomes something more than that in the IMSA ecosystem and beyond. So we're just excited to continue to have those platforms and the opportunities to produce those programs for kids and racers to grow.
You talk about evolution.
Yeah.
Is there a next evolution already in the mind? Is it something you could talk about, or are you okay for the next 5 or 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, we're constantly thinking about what could be next. I mean, clearly for us, we would love to see a GT level platform that would be the evolution of what we're already doing with our Miata platforms in grassroots space and an MX-5 Cup, the series. That would be a hope and a dream that we get to that point. Right now, there's been rumors, there's conversations, there's always things kind of spiraling and circling on what products could come next in the product cycle plan for Mazda. But right now, I think as we're still kind of brainstorming and trying to find those synergies from Japan to Mazda North America here in the States is, we'll explore and we'll continue to do that, but we're really content right now with who we are authentically in this space and really kind of leaning into what we're doing, but how can we do it better? How can we find refinement, improvement, and operational excellency, and really just getting behind our racers as much as we possibly can. So, we've been introducing scholarships more than we ever have. We find those robust support mechanisms and leverage the pull, and we'll continue to try to look at every single program to improve everything we're doing in grassroots and beyond. But yes, I mean, that is definitely something that, I kick myself every day when I wake up going, let's try to figure out what's next. And I know it's, Morrison, our global CEO and president, when he was over here as the president of Mazda North America operations a few years back, he's getting asked a lot of the same questions and still remains to be asked to this day. And he's always responding with, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And I think that is absolutely true for us. We're inching closer to what is to be and what's to come. So I'm excited about the future.
I'm one of those people that always believes there's room for everybody to play in the playground.
Yeah.
If one of your competitors is looking at this program and thinking about jumping in, encouraging them, yes?
Oh, absolutely.
You would love the competition, right?
Absolutely. That is the one thing that motorsports in general produces, is just that community, that camaraderie around. Yes, we might be wearing different badges on our polos and hats, and we definitely have loyalty to what we're trying to produce and the strategies that we're trying to execute. But at the end of the day, it's all about just kind of, corralling around a sport and a passion that we all have, and finding those ways to improve as individuals, but collectively. So it's just rising tides float all boats. Awesome. That's really the approach that we have, and we love the inclusivity of the space that we thrive in.
He's Jonathan Applegate. We're here at the 78,000th running of the SCCA Runoffs here at Road America. Getting ready to wrap up this show. We've got Larry Lefty McLeod with us here. He is going to be calling all of the open wheel races this week.
Correct.
Been here for a couple of days through qualifying. What have you seen? What are you excited about?
I'm excited about it. Is beautiful weather, almost too warm. That's actually going to be a lot of the story here, is how do these cars handle a lot of this heat. Nobody expected to come to Road America in October with 85 degrees out. These are record temps. But the competition is just going to be amazing. And all the Formula Car classes, and as well as the other ones that I've got, I'm looking at a lot of deep fields. It's going to be a lot of mixing it up at the front. It seems like every single class.
Runoffs are always about pressure and tension and managing all of that. What is your key for anyone here to go and end up on that top step of the podium?
I think you do have to manage that pressure, and sometimes you have to find it, just sort of that little piece within yourself, whatever it is. And some people need to be super amped up, the adrenaline flowing. Others need to sort of be listening to the spa music and settling down. And everybody's got to find that peace moment. It's really important in the hour 20 minutes, 10 minutes before you're released, you've got to make sure that you're in that place. So now when you actually start driving, you're focused and you're in that moment. You don't want to be thinking about the outcomes later. You don't want to be thinking about the past. You want to be in that moment. And I think if you can find that one peaceful place, you'll get there.
There we go. That's Larry, Lefty McLeod. We are just a few minutes away from the start of this race. 8 o'clock national anthem. Green flag at 8:15. Stay with us, everybody. This is Inside the SCCA. I'm Brian Belansky. Racing coming up in just a few minutes.
This weekend, the Sports Car Club of America returns to America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Across 2 grueling days of competition, 23 champions will be crowned in an event unique in motorsports. For over 400 drivers, a season's toil culminates in this single event, with a chance to earn a coveted gold medal and the title of national champion in the 62nd edition of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. For the 62nd time, the continent's best grassroots racers have convened to crown their national champions. Hello and welcome to the first of 2 Hagerty race days from Road America, with live coverage all weekend long presented by Mazda. My name is Ryan Marine. You'll be hearing from John Phippen, Larry McLeod, and Tom O'Gorman over the next 2 days, with Hayward Wagner reporting from the pits. It's Tomo joining me for the first couple of races here today, and it's always a special event coming to the runoffs, maybe especially so when you come to what might be its spiritual home right here at Road America.
It's been so much fun watching these drivers get their feet wet and get things rolling this week for qualifying. As you mentioned, 18 different races, 23 champions there in the intro. And as you look at the track, it is starting to change color, but an unseasonably warm fall here in Wisconsin so far, which is very different from last year. We saw lots of leaves on the track determine races. We saw cooler weather, and not to mention, this is our 2nd year back in a row. We've been here a couple times over the last decade. So a lot of information about this track at this point for these drivers as we roll into race week. It's not necessarily their first time seeing this, let alone, of course, this weekend, but in the last couple years.
Over 400 drivers entered across 23 categories here this weekend. Of the 400 plus, 66 are runoffs rookies. We've got a 75-year-old rookie. We've got a couple of 15-year-old rookies across the board. It's a wide swath of experience that they bring to this challenge. But what's universal, Tom, is the appeal of this event. It brings the best of the best together because this is where national champions are crowned.
And there's a little bit of everything at Road America. It certainly has the moniker of being a power track, of being a straight line track, but the middle sector here especially is sneaky handling. You can definitely use your downforce, you can use your acceleration, you can use your handling, which we'll certainly see ebb and flow across so many of these different classes as they run. And again, having mentioned, we've seen how these races will ebb and flow in years past. Those drivers can use that information, take it into this season, this championship weekend, and try to see how maybe they can switch things up from lessons learned in years past.
We'll talk a lot about the track over the course of the next couple of days, but suffice it to say, this is a favorite of fans and drivers alike. Everyone loves coming to Road America, and they like it for the challenge that you mentioned, Tom. This event, though, the runoff, such great history. Past winners of this event include Skip Barber and Bobby Rahal, Graham Rahal, Scott Sharp and Randy Pobst, Boris Said, Jimmy Vasser, Paul Newman, the list goes on. And some greats have raced in this event and not won, including Bob Bondurant, Michael Andretti, and Peter Cunningham, although that could change a little bit later on this weekend as Peter goes for his first runoffs title here this year. Such great history, and for many, this is a place and an event that it's the culmination of a career, but for others, it's a jumping-off point.
Exactly, and there's something to be said for as far as you can go. You make it to Le Mans, you make it to Daytona. It doesn't matter what it is. You have these goals that they're still there for a driver like Peter Cunningham, for many of these drivers whose names we'll mention throughout the weekend, who maybe you recognize less, but they've been trying at it just as long. It will not only launch a career potentially in motorsports or a long-term interest in motorsports, but it also is something that everybody wants to come back to. I think it never drops off the aspiration list for a winner-take-all championship race like the runoffs.
It is a unique format in that it is a winner-take-all race, 13 laps or 40 minutes to settle a national title. A season's worth of effort comes into just one event, and Lady Luck has her part to play, of course.
And that's not that common, especially as you raise in, especially into professional racing. We talk season-long championships more than anything in those types of series. And I think that's what maybe sets this event apart, amongst other things, is that it is truly that winner-take-all. You only get that one chance once a year to make this thing happen.
Can't tell you how many folks I talk to about the amount of pressure they feel knowing this is the one shot, and then they have to wait 365 days for the next attempt at a runoffs national championship. And they will say that the planning begins as soon as the checkered flag falls here this year. Well, time for some pre-race ceremonies. Here for the national anthem, it's the Sheboygan North High School Band.
anthem, guys. Super loud. But play this for America.
Thanks to the Sheboygan North High School Band for that rendition of the national anthem. A look at the fall foliage overhead here at Road America, and it is, although the same track as last year, as you talked about, Tom, the conditions are significantly different than we saw for the runoffs 1 year ago. Much warmer. Curiously, not much rain in the forecast for this time of the year as well, and consequently, some of the notebook, I think, maybe gets thrown out the window a little bit coming in 2025, even for those that were here a year ago.
And also a new format for this year in that it's a little bit shortened from years past, which has seen 3 up to 4 days of qualifying in past seasons, and then 3 different race days. This year abbreviated slightly to 2 days of qualifying and 2 race days. It doesn't necessarily change the format of the race. As you mentioned, 13 laps, 40 minutes. It's the same championship. But the warmer weather certainly affected qualifying in a sense that it was much warmer on day 2 than on day 1. So drivers, while they did get practice days available to them the couple days before, they had to come out of the gate swinging on day 1, and we saw maybe not so much for the morning sessions, but in the afternoon, certainly, there were a number of sessions that basically nobody went faster on the second day, and that was because it was 15 degrees warmer, actually the warmest it's ever been in this part of the country, or near as makes no difference, on the second day of qualifying. So that certainly, that little abbreviated format was a new challenge. You got less chances to reset, fix cars, whatever it may be, before you have to get the grid set and take the green flag.
Just 2 race days as well this year. That's a change from the past, and some classes have been consolidated. We have more multi-class races than we've had in years past.
I don't know that I've seen, as long as I've been a fan of the runoffs, a multi-class race at the runoff. So we have 4 or 5 here this weekend. They're very strategically put together based on the pace they're going to make or the car counts here. And I think it's going to work really well, but it is going to be a new challenge maybe for some of the front runners in the slower of the class as they work some lapped traffic or some slower class traffic. But it is a little bit of a new year at the runoffs, and everybody has to feel it out and kind of be a little bit more adaptable, I would say, than in years past.
It makes for a couple of busy days. 9 races today, 9 more tomorrow. The schedule for today's activities begins with B-Spec coming up. Green flag expected in just about 10 minutes' time. E-production will follow. After that, it's the combined GT1 T1 race and the SRF3 race just before the lunch break. Then after lunch, Formula V, Spec Miata, F production, and then T3, and finally the combined Formula Atlantic and Prototype classes running together. That is the final race of Saturday on this busy day 1 of Hagerty race days at the runoffs. So let's talk a little bit about B-Spec. This was a class that maybe looked like it was on the outs at one point or another, but it's actually gone through quite a renaissance in recent years, and a lot of folks have done a lot of work behind the scenes to breathe fresh life into B-Spec.
Exactly. You love to see it in club racing when a class can cheerlead for itself and really breathe new life into it. And the other thing is there are enough of these cars, especially from its pro racing past, while none of them are particularly new anymore, so most of them, coming up on 10 to 15 years old, there are so many of them that not only are people coming back constantly or changing hands with cars, but the same drivers are coming back with different cars year after year after year as they watch the rules change ever so slightly. They watch the last season's races pan out, and they go, hey, I'm going to try a Mazda instead of a Mini. I'm going to try a Sonic instead of a Honda Fit. And that keeps things really interesting year after year as we look at drivers right now on your camera. Car number 1, car number 98. That's your defending champion, Rich Roman, and Dan Conway in the, they call it... the spicy green livery on that one. That car is, those drivers have been running Mini Coopers for the last couple years. They've said, you know what, the Mazda 2 seems really good at Road America, especially in the middle sector. Let's pick a couple of them up. We're going to give it a shot.
Well, we mentioned that Hayward Wagner would be reporting for us from the pits. Busiest guy, I think it's safe to say, on the broadcast team here this year. And for a little glimpse of the ambiance down in the pit lane, let's head for the first time to Hayward.
Good morning, guys. The energy down here, as you would expect, is absolutely phenomenal. Steve McQueen once famously said, racing is life, everything else is just waiting. And the waiting for this event begins on the drive home. These guys have been waiting 365 days and 23 hours to get back to this grid, to be here, to race for a national championship. And everybody it's grins, is excited. Everybody's so happy to be here. And just because you have to end with a quote, Tom Petty said the waiting is the hardest part. So we're about ready to get to the fun stuff.
We sure are. Can't wait to get going. It's great to be back here once again and to see this atmosphere. It continues to build. It continues to grow. Just what this event means to everyone involved. A lot of these are drivers with maybe a family or member or two helping them out, maybe their dog, maybe their parrot helping them out in the garage. This is grassroots racing at its very, very best, and I'm not exaggerating about the parrot. I actually did encounter a driver who had brought his pet parrot to the racetrack. More on that to come. But it's not just the drivers for whom this means so much. It's the families as well that are an intrinsic part of grassroots motorsports.
We'll also give a shout out to all of the workers that make this event happen. We don't shout them out enough, so let's lead with that as early as we can. The flaggers, the specialties, tech, all of the national staff, of course, that plan this event all year long, the stewards, everybody who operates this event. Their day's about to get even busier than ours or the drivers as they keep this event rolling. They've already been flagging and working this event for multiple days at this point. We take care of them in a sense of, we get a lot of parties and we feed them most of the nights here, but they absolutely are the breath of this event and the backbone of this event, I would say.
Oh, no question about it. Can't do it without the great volunteers and the members of the Sports Car Club of America for all that they pour into this great event. And all of that work, it is about to culminate in 2 fantastic days of motorsports action at America's National Park of Speed. Hagerty Race Days, day number 1, about to get started here at Road America. For the 62nd time, it is the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Welcome to Road America. Ryan Marine, Tom O'Gorman, ready to get going. Hayward Wagner down in the pits. The first of our 18 races across this weekend about to get started. It is B-Spec. The cars are on the grid, and so too is our pit reporter. A good morning to Hayward Wagner.
Right here. Hey guys, we're on the B-Spec grid. There is a lot of energy down here. This is going to be a great race. One of the storylines that we have to talk about in this class is the tires, and there's 2 stories here that are important. The first one is that the tire has really balanced out the class. These cars have a lot different handling packages car to car, but they're all a little bit different. This tire is really going to do a job of balancing them out. The rest of the story is the support from the manufacturer. And when Goodyear comes here, they bring everything. They bring hats, they bring belts, they bring shirts, the whole deal to support this class. This young man's going to go to his workstation. He's going to be telling his dad, green, 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 when the flag flies.
believe that is none other than Robbie Pekarsik, actually, son of Rob Pekarsik from Brunswick, Ohio, getting set to start this race. Robbie here for his first ever runoffs. Got a chance to catch up with him a little bit earlier in the weekend. He's excited for his dad, and we're ready to go as we get ready to take on this ultra-challenging 4-mile, 14-turn circuit at Road America. Tom O'Gorman, what makes this place such a challenge and what makes it so revered by drivers and fans alike?
Well, it's a lot of fun, and it's definitely a lot of track, especially with 100 horsepower, give or take. But one of the biggest things that comes into factor here in B-Spec is the draft. So we're going to kick things off down in Sector 1. The green flag flies into Turn 1. One of the faster corners, you see the starting straightaway in the background there is basically uphill until you get the green flag. Then through Turns 1, 2, and 3, the longest straightaway for most cars is from 3 to 5, but not for a B-Spec car. They're downhill all the way, though, to Turn 5, a great passing opportunity. Then the dig up the hill at Sector 5, or Turn 5, getting into Sector 2, excuse me. Through Turns 6 and 7, the longest flat-out run in a B-Spec car comes at Turn 8, all the way through the carousel, flat out, picking up the draft, flat out through the kink as well, down into Canada Corner. Through Sector 2, this is where the handling cars tend to excel. Then we get into the final sector where championships are won, the dig out of Canada Corner, and then through Turn 14. Reminder again, uphill all the way to that checkered flag. The draft comes into play. We've seen 2 wide, 3 wide, maybe 4 wide in B-Spec. This place is fun.
It certainly is. What a great place. And all the B-Spec drivers will say, too, it takes a unique style to go racing at Road America. The draft, super important in this low horsepower class.
And part of that is also picking your teammates. There's choreography, there's teamwork, there is a lot going on here. As we'll get into the starting grid in a moment, the car on the point, though, for the first time in a decade, is a Chevy Sonic. And that driver is one of the ones that doesn't necessarily have a friend behind him. Partially because he's on pole, but partially he's the only Chevy Sonic. He ran by himself in qualifying. This is Josh Schmidt that we're talking about. But behind him, we've got a pair of Honda Fits, Miles Gertz and Caleb Patry, going to be trying to work together. Then Rich Roman and Dan Conway, who we mentioned in the pre-show, have been running Mini Coopers and a Mini Coupe, have switched to a pair of Mazda 2s, which tend to do really well in the middle sector here at Road America. So there's a part of this race strategy that is staying with your teammate. There's a part of the race strategy that's splitting up the other teammates. And then the green flag flies, and what is the saying? You have a plan until you get punched in the face. Well, you have a plan until the green flag flies in B-Spec.
Exactly so. Just some of the storylines we'll be watching over 13 laps or 40 minutes, whatever comes first. The national champion in B-Spec, about to be crowned in 2025. We'll be back with the start of the race in just a moment.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The grid making its way out onto the racetrack for the formation lap, getting ready for the first national championship race of 2025. It is B-Spec, a class that has undergone a renaissance in recent years. Manufacturer involvement, you've got the investment from Goodyear as well, and a lot of folks working behind the scenes within this class to build a competitive environment, and it's really ballooned in recent years as evidenced by this excellent grid.
The other part I love is they all basically pressure each other to have great liveries on these cars. You see a lot of liveries at the runoffs, but B-Spec typically hits it out of the park. So lots of different colors, lots of different shapes of these subcompacts to watch here at B-Spec as we work our way into the warm-up lap. Tire warming goes. I'm seeing some sticker tires bolted on the front of a lot of these cars, and the drivers are going to have to manage those over 13 laps.
Relatively cool morning. So much of the testing has been done in quite warm conditions. How much is that an adjustment for the teams, the drivers, etc.?
Well, luckily, the format of the qualifying puts you about the time of day that you're going to qualify. So B-Spec's actually been out first every single day. This isn't wildly different than what they've seen, but one thing to consider for this time of day, you see how much shadow is on the track. There's a majority of the back part of the track that sits in the shadows for, basically the first part of the morning. So especially in years past, we've seen rain in the curbs, we've seen dew on the grass. That absolutely will affect things, but for the most part, these drivers know what to expect, and the thing is, they have to get their mind around what their game plan is, what their plan A, B, C, D, E, F might be when they get through turns 1 and 3. I would say then you can kind of settle into your race at turn 5, where the drivers are just now entering.
Josh Schmidt, the Tire Rack Pole Award winner. First pole in this class for a Chevy Sonic in a decade. It was a big performance in day 2 of qualifying. He found over 3 seconds from day 1 to day 2, and although he does have the pole, it's not been a straightforward week. He had a testing crash. You'll notice there's still some scars of that on one side of his race car, and they've also been chasing some mechanical gremlins from time to time. Nevertheless, he was able to put it all together when it counted. Talk about a pressure-packed qualifying session when day 1 didn't go well. It all comes down to day 2.
No kidding. The other car to keep an eye out for is starting in 3rd, Caleb Patry. This is the first year that first-generation Honda Fit has been eligible for the runoffs here at B-Spec. That driver had to run 3 Super Tour events with the data being collected on the car to be eligible to race here, and that driver is working with the Honda Fit starting in 2nd, Miles Gertz. They were able to discover, basically the car's a little bit lighter, about 100 pounds lighter than the other Honda Fits, but otherwise it's fit really nicely into this class. They're going to try to work together.
Here is the starting grid, as mentioned. The Tire Rack Pole Award winner, Josh Schmidt, Miles Gertz alongside. Then the hometown hero, Caleb Patry, and Richard Roman, who's the 2-time and defending champion in the class. Daniel Conway and Eric Yeagle make up row 3. Then it's Ricky Holmstrom and Stuart Black. Blair Deffenbaugh and Rob Pekarsik starting back in 9th and 10th. Kent Carter and Stephanie Anderson from nearby Racine starting in 11th and 12th. Then it's Derek Ambrose in his Mazda 2 starting 13th. Gail Corley alongside in 14th. 15th position to Chris Taylor, the Elroy, Texas native, having Thomas Pendergrass for company in the 16th position. Joseph Gersh and Lee Davis make up position 17 and 18, and J.B. Swan from Braintree, Massachusetts starts out back in a 2012 Chevy Sonic. Fastest lap time in qualifying, a 2:52. The slowest, a 2:57. So a 5-second spread across this class. And as you can hear just from those lap times, this is not the most high-powered class that we will see over the course of the next 2 days. But the racing is incredibly tight, incredibly close. And to a man, everyone I talked to in the class, they commended just how good the balance of performance has been, bringing the different platforms close together.
It is a serious chess match, and I also am going to keep an eye out for a couple of cars down the order. Rob Pekarsik, he's a perennial favorite to be on the podium, but has yet to realize that performance at the runoffs. He starts in 10th. Also, Chris Taylor starting in 15th to 34. That's orange and blue. Keep an eye out for those 2 cars to maybe work their way forward.
Pekarsik told me, I didn't come here to finish 5th again. He's had some near misses in the past. Hopes today is the day. Safety car pulls off to the right-hand side of the track. It will make that trip back to the pit lane, and hopefully we won't see it again for the next 13 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. Here comes the grid up the hill looking for the green flag. There's an acceleration zone in which the pole sitter has the right to set the pace, and that's exactly what Josh Schmidt does, stepping on the loud pedal as the green flag waves. The field's starting to come to life, forming lines and drafting, bump drafting at times, a big component of B-Spec racing. It's the maroon Sonic to the inside, the pole sitter, but getting overhauled by the outside pole sitter, Miles Gortz, who's able to sweep ahead into the lead of the race, and the pole sitter Schmidt's been eaten up, dropping back 2 spots.
Yeah, commanding move from Gertz down into turn 1. Schmidt looks a little uncomfortable with the cold tires this morning, and he's got Caleb Patry up his flank. They're side by side with a great start for Eric Yeagle in the red Honda Fit around the outside. The poor start, I would say, Dan Conway in that wasabi green Mazda 2 was trying to work with Rich Roman, who's got up to second. Conway, he's being freight trained down to maybe 8th under the Sargento Bridge.
You said that Gertz and Patry would try to work together. I think we saw a little bit of that. And also Richard Roman maybe flying under the radar a bit more than you'd expect for a 2-time and defending national champion, but a pretty good start. This is the run down to turn 5. Heavy braking zone, downhill, super challenging. Really good run through there from Gertz, though, who's able to pull ahead into the lead, but now coming under attack.
That's that second gear in the Mazda 2, just absolute power move up into turn 6. And the BOP in this class, the balance of performance is fantastic, but they are still different cars. There's also a huge move from Stuart Black in the other Chevy Sonic, blue and white in the background, a big move into turn 5. He's picked up, I think, 6th or 7th. Pekarczyk also up from 10th into 6th.
How about that? Big start for Pekarczyk to get up those positions there in the early stages. Roman, the 2-time and defending champion, but making his first runoff start in this car. He'd raced in a Mini over the last couple of years, but made the switch to the Mazda platform and showcasing why here in the early stages.
Here comes that first-gen Honda Fit up under the inside of Josh Schmidt, who continues to fall just ever so slightly. Now picks up some pace around the outside of the carousel. They're going to go side by side into the kink. The 41 defends. How is this going to go?
Typically, it's not a great idea, but they're going to give it a try anyway. Side by side they enter, side by side they exit, but it looks like Patry was able to pick up that spot, and he takes that Fit up another, or excuse me, yes, it is that Honda Fit up one more position.
A bit of smoke out of the back of Stuart Black's Chevy Sonic. We'll have to keep an eye on that one, but right now, as they run, Gertz, Roman to the front, then Gertz, and then we've got a great race for third still happening. Patry with pressure from Schmidt and Yeagle. Yeagle is on fire this morning.
Yeah, Patry knows this track so well. The family has extensive racing experience here. His grandfather is a multi-time national champion. In fact, won a couple of them right here at Road America. Looking to follow in the family footsteps here on home turf. Lap number 1 about to be complete, and it is the 2-time and defending champion at the front. But for the first time in Mazda power, he takes the lead here on the opening lap and will control the field here on lap number 1.
Yeagle going to shove Josh Schmidt around the outside of Caleb Patry. He's going to fall from 3rd to 5th down the front straightaway, and it's a whole scrum behind Dan Conway. Showed the nose on Stuart Black just into turn 14, got a little bit balked, and that allowed Blair Deffenbaugh to get a huge run. Unfortunately, Deffenbaugh wasn't able to realize any gain from it. In fact, he drops a couple positions in that white, teal, and purple Honda Fit, and they're still battling so hard. That's Chris Taylor in the orange Mazda 2, flying just off track limits at turn 1. No track limits enforced here this weekend. It's all fair play.
Busy weekend for Deffenbaugh, because in addition to running in this race, he's part of the SCCA's marketing team and has quite a few duties in that capacity too, but has a lot of friends and family here helping him out as he makes his racing debut at Road America. He was here in an SCCA capacity a year ago, had not driven here until this event though.
So we talk about teammates and intentions. At this point, I would say you kind of have to work with what you get. Gail Corley way down the inside on Pekarczyk. Does he see him? Yes. Corley with a huge move, though, on Dan Conway, who's having a bit of a nightmare start of this race. He was, again, intending to run towards the front. He was leading much of last year's race until some contact took him out. He's found himself battling in the second pack of B-Spec. He's going to need to calm this down and try to work with somebody, maybe Rob Pekarczyk, to get up towards that top 5.
The Virginian started 5th. He's dropped down to 9th. We'll have to gather it back up with 11.5 laps to go. It's still Roman out in front. Gertz runs 2nd. Patry in 3rd. Schmidt, Yeagle, the top 5 as the field makes their way towards the carousel, which you mentioned is the start of remarkably a full throttle run. Oh, problems for one of the Cork Sport cars with a puff of smoke. That Mazda's off track to the right-hand side.
Very unfortunate for Derek Ambrose here. Looks like a big mechanical failure in the front of that car. He has the most starts in the runoffs of any driver in this field. Unfortunately, not going to finish this one, it looks like, as I think that's the outside, or maybe that's driver's right coming out of the carousel. Tough spot to end up. I'm not sure where that was, in fact.
Might have been on the run into the carousel, but you're right, hard to tell. But yeah, 12th start in the runoffs for Derek Ambrose will not go the way he had hoped, suffice it to say, and we do have to go full course yellow.
Have to wonder if potentially there's some surface change as well because of that issue. We'll try to get a little bit more information as he is driver's right, just coming off of turn 8. So that should be a pretty quick and easy tow. But this is probably going to be the best case scenario for a driver like Dan Conway. Basically everybody from Pekarczyk back, as you see on the left side of your screen, Pekarczyk, Black, Conway, Corley, Holstrom, Deffenbaugh, etc. They're all back in this one, and this is exactly not what the top 5 wanted to see. They were hoping to be able to plan on that 5-car breakaway.
Yeah, in this type of racing, when the draft is so important and working together as a team is important, you kind of want to get a small group, right, that can separate itself from the rest of the pack and then have an unspoken agreement. Hey, we're going to settle this ourselves when we get to the final couple of laps.
Exactly. That's kind of where we were headed with the conversation until that mechanical failure there. But for example, these two drivers, they were not working together at all in qualifying, but you have to be adaptable in B-Spec. You have to be able to take your time and see how the long term is going to pan out. It does take a while to see, to learn how that ebb and flow works. And part of these cars, as we've talked about in years past, is that they don't necessarily recover from losing momentum very well. You have to pick your points, and we saw that happen with a driver like Dan Conway down in turn 14 on lap 1. It was a simple attempted pass that failed, but he lost so much time and distance because of it. Those are the types of things in B-Spec that make or break your race, is picking the exact right moment, or maybe laying out for a moment and not picking the spot at that moment.
Interesting to note, although Conway has dropped those positions at the start, he does have the race's fastest lap. He did that the last time by at a 256.998, the only driver to dip below a 257 here in the opening 2 laps of this contest. So there is still pace in that car, and this neutralization with the full course yellow, that's great news for him. It brings a fast car back into the mix.
Lots of conversation, especially amongst B-Spec fans and family watching this race. Where are the Mini Coopers? Well, over the years, obviously there's some ebb and flow with the rules within this class. Everything is very, very tight margins, and part of it is some of the fastest drivers chose, hey, we're going to switch to a Mazda 2 this year, just circumstantial. But also, Hayward Wagner mentioned at the top of the show about those Goodyear Eagle RS tires. One of the advantages of the Mini Cooper is it was one of the best handling cars on the tires in years past. These tires have brought everybody just a little bit closer together by being slightly less sharp, slightly less finicky than the other tires used to be. And what part of that is the advantage, the handling of the Mini Cooper has gone away just slightly. It's also the heaviest car in the field, believe it or not, at almost 2,700 pounds. In contrast, the 2,350 pound Mazda 2 and first-gen Honda Fit, there is a little bit of that, like maybe this just isn't the year for the Mini Cooper.
Well, we're under safety car conditions right now. Problems for Derek Ambrose, and while the cleanup commences, we'll step aside for just a couple of moments. You're watching the B-Spec National Championship race at the SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco.
Do you want to get started autocrossing, but you're looking around and thinking, man, I got to buy a new car? Maybe not. Say you want to get into track days, but you're looking around and thinking, I got to spend a fortune on Go Fast parts. Maybe not. Maybe you want to get into time trials, but you're looking around and thinking, man, I got to buy a new truck and trailer for this. Maybe not. With SCCA Club Spec, you just might have the car you need already, and it just might look like one of these two. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back live at Road America, America's National Park of Speed. This is the B-Spec National Championship race. Live coverage presented by Mazda. It is the 2-time and defending champion out in front of this race. Richard Roman from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, making the decision to switch to the Mazda platform looked like a wise one here at this early stage at the very least. Drove to the very front on the opening lap of the race and has not looked back since, but problems for Derek Ambrose have brought out the yellow flag. The good news, though, Tom O'Gorman, is it looks like the lights are off on the pace car, and consequently, a restart should be imminent.
Brief intermission for B-Spec gives everybody a chance to breathe and think about what's their strategy for this restart. As we come to the acceleration zone, Rich Roman gets to pick when he goes once he enters that zone, but everybody else has to play the anticipation game to try to get the jump.
Got your eyes on anyone on this restart?
You know, Dan Conway is the driver that has the biggest opportunity. That's the Wasabi Green Mazda 2 down in 7th. He was in the top 5 and wants to work with Rich Roman at the front. Everybody else has the same opportunity that Conway does, though.
Here we go. The field approaching that acceleration zone, and Richard Roman will dictate the pace. Field in good alignment, single file coming up this hill, and it is a massive hill as well, especially in one of these low horsepower cars to try and negotiate. They get to the top of it, and the back of the field is still coming up the hill. Give you an idea of how long this train is, but it looks like Roman has started the acceleration. Schmidt pops out of line. That's the pole-sitting car, sitting third in the train, and he's got some help. Meanwhile, it's 3 wide further back in the pack, and already chaos has erupted here in B-Spec.
Wow, Blair Deffenbaugh shoving Stuart Black around the outside. They're side by side into turn 1. Roman's going to lead the way. Eric Yeagle looks like he likes the shot of chances with Josh Schmidt. Whoa, Deffenbaugh way wide off at turn 1. And Stephanie Anderson got a little bit swamped at that green flag, but she's still in the side by side battle down into turn 3. Bit of hip and check. There's Conway through on the inside with Yeagle. Schmidt, he has the poorest start so far of this reset.
How about that? Again, struggled at the initial start as well from the tire rack pole position. That's a bit of a surprise. That car's really been flexing muscle here over the course of the week so far, but he'll have to gather it back in. Meanwhile, Roman continues to show the pace out in front of this raging pack. Here we go, down into turn 5, and Gertz is on the assault, looking to the inside, but can't quite get to the flank of the leader. He'll have to settle back in line.
Roman knows he's got the advantage coming out of this corner. Contact in the background. Black gets into a little bit of a scuffle with 2 other cars. Maybe they'll be able to resume. Oh, there's definitely left front damage on the front of that Chevy Sonic. What an unfortunate turn of events down in turn 5.
Like that was Holmstrom and Black, the 2 that were unable to drive away from the contact. There was at least 1 other car involved too. We'll try and identify that if we can. It's still green flag for the leaders at the moment. Roman actually has a bit of an advantage, about half a second, which is massive in this class. Gertz is under attack. He's got Schmidt and Yeagle and Patry all breathing down his neck.
Roman was smart to leave the door open at turn 5, just enough to maintain his momentum, and he knows that Mazda 2 is strong in the middle sector. Fantastic job from the drivers of B-Spec to clear the way at turn 5. I think we're going to stay free and green to continue this championship race with 10 laps to go. A little bit of damage on the front of Rob Pekarchik's car, as well as Chris Taylor. This thing has been a little bit shoulders out, elbows out since the green flag flew, but we'll get a chance to breathe here down the back straightaway as Miles Gertz and Caleb Patrick come a bit closer to the back of Rich Roman into Canada corner.
Another look at the incident. Just looked like a spin in the mid-pack.
Yeah, it was Pekarchik got into the back of Stuart Black, and now that Chevy Sonic sitting perpendicular to the track. Unfortunately, everyone else with the momentum just didn't have enough time to react.
Pendergrass was the 3rd car that got a piece of that. The number 156 looked like he nosed into that, but was able to drive away, and as far as we could tell at least is still in the fray. And to your point, great job by those involved to get those cars to a cutout spot. It lets us stay green, and that was something that race director Steve Pence, in his 3rd and final year in that role, he really stressed that, didn't he, in the driver's briefing, to try and preserve as much green flag racing for others if you've hit misfortune.
Well, this is interesting. I misidentified the Caleb Patry car. That's actually Eric Yeagle in the Coke bottle liveried Honda Fit. Those 2 2nd-gen Honda Fits look like they have decided to work together just enough, at least for this lap anyway. Miles Gertz goes to the lead. Rich Roman drops to 3rd.
Eric Yeagle from Brownsburg, Indiana, just outside of Indianapolis, with a really strong run. Started 6th on the outside of the 3rd row, but has driven his way up into the 2nd spot. It's a 4-car breakaway. Conway's trying to keep pace with him. Pretty good recovery after getting shuffled back on the initial start to get back up to 5th.
Blair Deffenbaugh and Stefan Anderson still going at it down in about 10th position, but as that lap panned out, I would say this is starting to look a little bit better, although he's not in the lead anymore, for Rich Roman and Dan Conway, who are now only 1 car apart. Patry looks to the outside in the first-gen Honda Fit. Down in the braking zone, Jägel gives a bump draft through the apex to Gertz, trying to get a push up the hill. Now watch this Mazda 2 through the debris. It shatters everywhere. No attack this time into turn 6 from Roman.
It is quite a debris field that everyone has to negotiate there. Looks like they were able to do so, but you hope nothing punctures one of the Goodyear tires that is used here in the B-Spec class. It's always a concern anytime you have major contact like that, and especially in a production-based class where you've got headlights and things like that that can shatter. It leaves some really sharp debris. Into the carousel. It is Gertz showing the way. Native of Iowa. Really strong run all week long. Qualified second, made a big jump in day 2 of qualifying. There's the 59 with some problems.
Yeah, this is Gail Corley looking like some sort of mechanical issue, going to hop out of the car. I think that's inside driver's left at turn 6. This driver was making some big moves earlier in the race, but another Mazda 2 bites the dust here in B-Spec as we have a bit of a 5-car breakaway towards the front. This is that part of the race, as I mentioned earlier, maybe some time to be a little bit patient, especially maybe as you're Rich Roman, you see your preferred teammate in your mirrors. He could race to the front if he wants to, potentially, but maybe take a little bit of a break, try to keep this thing close, and get a friendlier face a little bit closer. Don't forget about Josh Schmidt. He's the Chevy Sonic, sits in the 6th position. That maroon car has ebbed and flowed in this race, but has kept in contact as he's developed a little bit of a breakaway from Chris Taylor and Rob Carson.
Taylor's been climbing up the ranks here today. Didn't have the best qualifying results. Started outside of the top 10, if memory serves. Yeah, back in 15th, but has driven his way up to 7th. At least that was on the last time around. We'll check his progress this time by as we look at the Sylva, North Carolina native, Blair Deffenbaugh, part of a racing family. Grew up coming to the racetrack and told me effectively, yeah, I had no hope. There was no hope for me. I was going to be involved in racing one way or the other.
I was doomed. And weren't we all in a way? This is a blast to see so many friendly faces, fans, family, and drivers here at the runoffs as the B-Spec race continues to approach about halfway. Fastest car last time through, Dan Conway in the green Mazda 2, the number 98. But interestingly enough, at the top, Jägel and Roman chose to go through on Miles Gertz. A little bit of shuffling here at the top.
Stephanie Anderson involved in this battle here that we're keeping an eye on. Running right behind Deffenbaugh. Back to the front of the pack.
Ooh, a little bit of a snake while they try to bump draft each other down to the braking zone, just clearing 110 or so miles an hour.
Oh, lock up from Roman, who goes wide down at the bottom of the hill in turn 5. That opens the door. At least 2 cars will pounce and come through. Conway's trying to line him up at the top of the hill in 6.
Drops the tires on the outside of turn 6. Maybe he continues to have some issues. It sounded like the anti-lock brakes of that car got a little upset as he touched the outside curb coming into turn 5. Got into a bit of a wiggle. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise as the 2 Mazda 2s find themselves back nose to tail, but it's all Honda Fits at the front this year. 2nd-gen cars lead the way for the top 2, and the 1st-gen Honda Fit of Caleb Patry slides in 3rd.
You talked at the start about drivers wanting to have a plan, someone they could work with over the course of this race. I have to pardon my ignorance here. Is communication between cars allowed? Can you have radio communication with other cars in the race?
Certainly, yeah. The radio comms, as far as I understand, there's no rules with that. There's also hand signals, and you can even communicate with the body language. Experienced drivers can absolutely show you this is what's going to happen right now, whether it be I'm going to let you go through or I'm not. Rich Roman has a decent recovery, tucks up underneath the back end, and pops to the inside, going down into Canada corner.
Good passing opportunity here. Down to Canada corner. We'll wait and see if he can make the move. Here he goes to the inside and will take that 3rd spot back. So you're right. Strong recovery as he picks up that right rear. Rear tires don't do a whole lot in this class. Front wheel drive, so it's the front wheels that do the bulk of the work.
Rich Roman is looking a little bit impatient. Don't say that negatively. He looks like he's not going to be particularly waiting around for anybody to work with or any opportunity. And I think he partially knows that because this race could go yellow at any moment. He actually won the championship last year because he took the opportunity to take this top spot away in the middle of the race, and we never went back to green flag. So you see in that number 1 Mazda 2, he is absolutely on it, making every move, every chance he gets, rather than trying to be a little bit more patient. The car that's being the most patient right now, I would say, is Miles Gertz, pushing Eric Jägel down into turn 1, starting lap number 7.
Totally agree. He had him lined up, but never looked like he had any notion of popping out of line. Instead, he kept the bumper locked to the front of Jägel's number 46, trying to build a gap over the hard-charging Roman. Patry right there as well, as is Conway and Schmidt, the pole sitter. A bit of a distant 6th, but still trying to remain in contention.
Patry pushing Roman back into the same space as the leaders down into turn 1 and turn 3. They're basically equidistant between each other. The top 5 down into the braking zone for turn 5 on lap number 7 here. And this is the sector the Mazdas are good. Maybe this lap is the one where they'll try to take the positions away.
6 cars at the line, covered by 0.7 of a second. That's how close it is in B-Spec as we look to crown the first national champion of 2025 here at the 62nd SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Battle is on for second. Here comes Roman, 2-time defending champ, up the inside of the 41 of Gertz in turn 6. It's not quite done yet, and Gertz gets shoved off wide, or maybe he just opened the wheel up and went wide on his own. In any event, he loses the position, but crucially is able to tuck back in line without any further loss of position.
Exactly, going to maintain momentum. Now Conway looks down the inside of Patry, thinks better of it. They're going to stay single file. Big flick for Roman down into turn number 8, into that longest flat out run. All of that scuffling has brought Josh Schmidt in the Chevy Sonic just a little bit closer yet again. Jägel continues to lead this one in the Honda Fit, but now he's got a Mazda 2 following him. The frantic Rich Roman trying to get back to the front.
You surprised we haven't seen Schmidt flexing any muscle yet?
I'm not sure, you know, that is the biggest motor car, but it seems like it doesn't necessarily have anything special over anybody else. He did find all that time in qualifying day 2, as you mentioned, but he's not coming back on his own pace. He's getting a little bit closer every time they battle, and that usually is a sign of good balance between the cars.
He's the current Super Tour points leader, is Josh Schmidt. He would earn a super sweep, very hard to do if he were to win this race. As we mentioned, that jump from day 1 to day 2, that was enough for him to earn the Hawk Breakthrough Award in the B-Spec class for most time gained from day 1 of qualifying to day 2. But right now he finds himself a somewhat distant 6th, but not entirely out of the conversation. That's the maroon car at the very back of this train.
Roman telling me last night that he runs a little bit more toe out in the back of that Mazda 2, which means the outside tires point to the rear tires point to the outside of the car. You can see how much more nervous and lively that car appears to be on corner entry than any other car. He said it sometimes feels a little bit wild. You're a little bit sideways all the time, but it helps you carry momentum, as now this battle for 7th has heated up as well.
Yeah, it's Chris Taylor leading this train. He's been the hard charger of the race so far, from 15th up to 7th. That group has largely been able to cooperate and stay in line, although the cooperation breaks up a little bit. Looked like that was Stephanie Anderson taking a peek, but ultimately does stay in the train. Anderson running in 10th right now, which would mesh well with her goals. She said a top 10, top 5 would be a great result here on home soil. Grew up coming to this racetrack with a bunch of friends who were involved in racing, and that's where the hook was set. So a special, special place for Stephanie.
It's a great observation with the teamwork. This pack of 4 has started. They've been in a lot of action towards the beginning of this race, but they're bringing themselves ever so slightly closer to the top 6. And, you know, that's not an insurmountable gap as soon as this top 6 starts to scrum. Speaking of scrum, side by side for second down into 5.
Yep, here comes Gertz to the inside there. And Gertz will take second spot from Roman. It's still Jägel in the Coke colors out in front. Patry, Conway, Schmidt now very much dropping off of this train, but still trying to stay and keep pace with the front 5, but having a hard time doing so in the pole-sitting car.
Dan Conway has moved past Caleb Patry, just a little position change there for 4th and 5th. Also, funny enough, in the live stream chat, Derek Ambrose already shared with us the motor let go down in 8, RIP. So he's already out of the car and interacting with watching the rest of this race. Hello to all the fans watching us. Continue to watch Stephanie Anderson running 10th, trying to get this battle for 7th towards the front.
Well, hate to see it for Derek, who's a great competitor, making his 12th runoffs appearance, and busy this year as well, running the Mazda program in SRO's touring car category. Hope to see Derek and that crew at Indianapolis in a couple weeks' time for the season finale of that championship. Some definite bodywork damage on the top 2 in this pack. Interesting that Taylor can stay ahead of this group, although maybe there's even more flapping bodywork in the second car in the class. Pekarsik, sitting there in the 8th spot, has a fender flapping in the breeze.
We've seen some bump drafts through the apex of some of these corners, which most of the drivers will welcome. It helps you get off the corner a little bit quicker, but that's potentially where the front end damage of that Mazda 2 came from. Taking a look back at the front, Eric Jägel had a great run last year, didn't necessarily get the finish he wanted, but this year has continued to lead the way, I would say with quite a bit of help from Gertz, who's been very, Miles Gertz, I've called him Austin a couple times, excuse me, but Miles Gertz has been a pretty good flank, a pretty good rear gunner, I would say, for those 2 Mazda Honda Fits.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Jägel guards the inside there along the pit wall, getting the bump from Gertz, who's having a solid day. These two seem to be willing to cooperate, but they've yet to be able to pull away in any kind of meaningful way, because up to this point, Roman and Conway and the like have been able to keep pace because they too have been willing to work together.
Look at the momentum from Roman through turn 1, using all the pavement available, but very productively as he rolls the speed in that number 1 Mazda 2 through turn 1, and that kind of pace is what keeps bringing him back into the conversation when they come onto this back straightaway, the Moraine sweep into turn 5. They're just there again.
Interesting that Patry is starting to lose that top 4. He really needs them to start squabbling amongst themselves and maybe have Schmidt catch up to try and push ahead and make it a 6-car train at the front of the pack once again. But right now it's become a 4-car scrap for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, with Jägel leading the way.
A pair of Honda Fits leading a pair of Mazda 2s. The 2s are strongest in this middle sector, choosing to do nothing with it this time, or potentially no opportunity for Roman or Conway. All the track at turn 6, those curves, you got to be a little bit careful, and I would say throw that out the window at this point in the championship race, but they are so rough. They can knock the alignment out. They can certainly float the car if you're not on top of the wheel.
You mentioned the way last year's race played out, Tom, and Ridge went to the lead and took it. Then there was the interruption, and ultimately the race never resumed, and he ends up with the national championship, his 2nd in a row. On one hand, you want to be patient in a situation like this. You want to keep the powder dry with still 4.5 laps to go. But on the other hand, you don't know when that crucial flag could come out that would ultimately signal the end of the race.
Exactly. And, you know, the longer the race stays green, the more likely it is to stay green. But these drivers are probably pretty aware of what's going on behind them, as well as they can probably see that things have spread out just a little bit. That eases the tension just slightly in the helmet. But if you get the opportunity, it's really hard to not take it. And we're now seeing down the back straightaway after the middle sector, coming into sector 3, those Honda Fits start to pull out just a little bit from the exit of the carousel down into Canada Corner. Curious to see if anything different happens exiting Canada Corner into the final 2, turns 13 and 14. It appears that the Fits maybe a little bit stronger in that final sector. Caleb Patry has worked his way a bit closer back to the battle in the top 5 at the back bumper of Dan Conway.
Any idea what would account for the Honda Fit's relative strength in that part of the track?
You know, B-Spec, as close as everything is, gearing is more than anything the most important. That's why we see the Mazda 2 so good out of the slow corners. It has the tallest second gear. They have to shift the latest, which gives them the biggest run. The Honda Fit tends to have a pretty good gearbox once they hit about 4th gear, where the Mazda starts to fall on its face, probably right about this part of the track. Although this run for Rich Roman, does he have the opportunity to look to the inside? No. The cooperation continues. Co-opetition, maybe, at this point in the race.
It is such a big part of any kind of spec racing, especially low horsepower spec racing at this track. And the drivers will tell you it's almost a different discipline of racing compared to when, let's say, the runoffs were held at Sonoma Raceway, for example, which doesn't have long straightaways, tight and compact by comparison to Road America, and it almost takes a different mindset, different style of driving.
The other part is how many options you have for passing here at Road America. It gets you, kind of baits you into the opportunity because of the compression that happens down into these braking zones. For example, as we watch them come into turn 5, you're clearing 110 miles an hour, then slowing down to just under 50. That compresses the field down so close, it makes you want to take a pass when maybe the opportunity isn't quite there. So you have to be very aware of that ebb and flow, and that happens about 4 times around Road America, at turn 3, at turn 5, at turn 8, and at Canada Corner. It is very tempting to get racy at Road America.
Jägel out in front, running a really disciplined race to this point. Very impressive, making just his second runoffs appearance. Of course, finished on the podium 1 year ago. Right now has a bit of a gap back to the 41 of Gertz, but that will close up pretty quickly as long as the trailing 4 cars, and it is now a 4-car group, making it a 5-car train at the top of this field. Patri's been able to catch back up to this train. As long as they stay together, 2nd through 5th, they'll be able to run down the leader once again.
Miles Gertz a little bit off pace in the middle sector this time through. You see the gap that's formed between the top 2 cars. It's not the end-all be-all, as you see now that 4th and 5th gear of the Honda Fit starts to pull away from the Mazda 2s. Caleb Patry is absolutely there on Dan Conway. Maybe that first-gen Honda Fit will have an opportunity to look to the inside. Conway starts to cover driver's right just ever so slightly into the braking zone. Inside the 3-board, hard on the brakes, down into 3rd gear for both of these cars. Floating the back end for Eric Jägel. He looks so in control right now as things have fizzled just slightly, as everybody kind of takes the breather and starts to think, where is this going to go on these final 2 laps?
As you mentioned, Tom, Jägel was in the fight a year ago, but let's give a shout to Miles Gertz running this strong 2nd place in 3 previous runoffs appearances. A 14th last year is his best result, so finds himself running at the sharp end and in contention for a title late in the race, not necessarily a position he's been in before.
The stats sheet for this class is fascinating. The only driver to have won a championship in this class, period, is in this race, excuse me, is Roman. Barely anyone has finished on the podium outside of that. Stuart Black has been up there once. Eric Jägel has been up there once. Rich Roman has been in there as well. But basically everybody else has never been on the podium, and that is going to be so tempting to fight tooth and nail once this thing starts to wind down. A little bit of a late turn in there for Roman. Tough to see through these cars as you see the high greenhouse on them. You kind of have to practice looking through the windows. Jägel looking still really, really nice and under control as Miles Gertz continues to run rear gunner for him.
Car I've got my eye on is the car in 5th, and that Patry machine just did its best lap the last 2 laps in a row. In fact, just did a 2:53.7, which is within a 10th of the best lap of the race so far. Part of that, though, was, of course, catching this train, had a big draft to draw upon, and it's helped him close up. But that's a driver with a lot of experience at this track and plenty of pace in the car, it would appear, as Gertz looks inside of Jägel down at the bottom of turn 5. It was a furtive glance at most, but it does open the door here for Roman to take a charge to the inside in turn 6 for fighting for 2nd place.
Side by side, get through the corner. They knock the fenders just ever so slightly, and Gertz again takes a trip through the dirt. It's worked for him last time. It works for him again this time, as I think he's going to keep the position, in fact, through the grass and holds the point. Now he's got the outside of turn 8. Going to go for the momentum. We're side by side, 2 by 2 down into turn 8.
Look how it lets Jägel escape. Roman does take the spot. Conway, who's had a yo-yo kind of day, up and down, it seems like, every single lap. Next to take an attack here on Gertz, fighting for the 2nd spot. Gertz is or 3rd spot. Gertz is able to hang on. And in fact, Conway was just overtaken by Patry now, so he drops to the back of this 5-car train.
That was very interesting. I'd say down into turn 5, I think Gertz was looking to protect the position more than trying to pick up the lead. So he was still thinking more about his and Eric Jägel's race. Unfortunately, that opportunity for for Roman to pick up the side-by-side has now changed the dynamic of this race ever so slightly. Gertz gets the run back.
How about this? To the outside he comes in car 41, tries to sweep across the bow of Roman, but Roman won't give the spot up easily. Up and over the curbs, you see the 41 bouncing up and down, able to continue to maintain traction and pull ahead and take the position, and following him through, here comes the hometown hero, Patry. tucked in line behind the 41. Second and third, nose to tail. Jägel has gotten away with just over 2 laps to go, but is it too soon?
What a race this is shaping up to be. A little bit of a breakaway for Jägel, and all 4 of these drivers are aware enough of this class. They may be smart enough to take a little bit of a breather and make sure they're not racing for second. You don't want to be racing for the wrong position as this thing winds down. 2 to go. Next time by, we're working lap number 11 of 13.
Here's why it matters if you're in one of those fights or not. Jägel ran a 254.7. It was mid-255s for that group that was fighting amongst themselves, but it doesn't take long once they get back in order to run down the race leader. Jägel's got his mirrors full. Here comes Gertz once again with Patry in tow.
One good turn 1 and everybody's back together. This thing is going to be a barn burner for these last couple of corners, but Jägel continues to lead the way. Gertz finds himself back into second. He's been the team player of this pack. Patry, he's been the quiet one. He's been in the back of this pack for so many laps in a row, now finds himself third. And then the mover and shaker, Roman, willing to throw anything at this race at this point as Gertz, I think, looks for the protection once again. No, he goes for the move. Patry's pushing him, takes the point.
How about that? Power move with a bump of assistance from behind, puts the 41 to the lead, but they tangle, they triple over one another, and Jägel is back through to the point.
That's going to give Roman and Conway both a huge run. They go 3 wide up into turn 6. Conway backs out of it. Roman sticks the nose in on Patry. Oh, so tight, shoves him off the track just a little bit more. That dirt doesn't seem to matter much in a B-Spec car. I think Patry's going to keep the position over Conway, side by side through 7.
Jägel leads. What a remarkable recovery for him. Gertz is second. Here's Roman side by side for 4th and 5th with Conway in the green car to the inside of Patry, who's been shuffled back after challenging for the lead earlier in this lap.
And that's that temptation to make moves in those compression zones, those braking zones. You saw Miles Gertz just not able to adjust his braking point successfully enough. Patry followed him in hot. Here is that battle for the lead. So he got a little bit too much momentum in, maybe even a touch at the turn-in point. It's going to shove both of them a little bit wide as they were probably going maybe 2 or 3 miles an hour faster than they're used to down into the braking zone. Eric Jägel sees it coming from a mile away. So smart, great racecraft to tuck up underneath and go 3 wide through back to the lead.
When asked to name some potential contenders for the B-Spec title this year, the 2-time champ Rich Roman said Eric Jägel certainly is one to keep an eye on, and that has played out to this point in the race. Those are 2 of the 3 contenders coming down to the wire with Gertz sandwiched in between the 2 of them. Just a couple of corners left, and then the white flag when they come around the start-finish line one more time.
From a 5-car battle to a 3-car at this point, anything could still happen as we've seen these drivers somehow find their way back to each other. Roman slings it through the final corner. He struggled with that corner last year. This year going for as much speed as possible. I think he knows the Mazda 2 is weak in this first sector, trying to stay as close as possible coming to the white flag.
1 lap, 4 miles to settle a national champion in B-Spec. There's the white flag as Jägel leads the field across the start-finish line. Gertz stays in line, trying to make this just a 2-car fight to settle the championship in 2025. Roman, if he's going to make it 3 in a row, he's got some work to do. He's dropped off the tail of the leading pair.
What a way to start the runoffs. It's a 1-lap shootout at this point. The question is, Eric Jägel has done a masterful job of managing this race, but Miles Gertz has been the perfect teammate. Does he take those gloves off? Does he change his strategy at this point? He's only got about 4 passing opportunities left to make this thing happen.
The pole sitter Schmidt runs alone in 6th. Deffenbaugh now leads that second train ahead of Anderson, Taylor, and Pekarsik. But all eyes are fixed at the front of this field with less than a lap to go. Jägel guarding the inside line jealously as Gertz takes a look around the outside, now tucks back to the inside, but not close enough or perhaps just unwilling to make a move at this stage. Through turn 5 cleanly. Jägel under the Corvette bridge now, bends to the left. Gertz in tow, and Roman is there lurking, again trying to make it 3 in a row in B-Spec. But his first, it would be, since making the switch to the Mazda. Now through the hurry downs for the final time. Jägel and Gertz with Roman in tow. Running out of time to make that move. Can anyone outside of the top 3 get into this mix, Tom?
I think they're running out of time. It's basically a 3-horse race at this point, and the question is whether or not Roman has enough oomph in that Mazda 2 to make something happen down into Canada Corner. I think that's his last opportunity. Uses every inch and then some, coming out of the carousel flat out easily in these cars through the kink. But Miles Gertz, keep an eye out for this this Honda. It goes to the right. Not allowed to block. Eric Jägel has to take the outside line down into Canada Corner.
Pair of Hondas in the Mazda, and it's the Honda side-by-side that lets Roman in the Mazda get ever closer. The 41 sweeps to the inside and grabs the lead down to Canada Corner. Just a couple of corners to go on the final lap. Gertz leads Jägel, leads Roman, coming up the hill.
Jägel with the over-under gets the outside run, which will become the inside for turn 14. This is exactly what Roman wants to see, them battling everything they've got. Shoves Eric Jägel up the inside, gets a little bit of a thumbs up, and there's that huge uphill race to the green, to the checkered flag.
3-car breakaway to win the B-Spec National Championship. Jägel's at the front. Right behind him is Roman, but Gertz pokes out to the outside. It's side-by-side for second and third, but time runs out for those two as Jägel comes to the checkered flag and for the first time is a SCCA Runoffs National Champion. This time in the B-Spec class. The gap, 0.3 of a second. Roman across the line in second. Gertz will take the bronze medal.
Drag race for Deffenbaugh and Taylor. Pekarsik looks to the inside as well. 3 wide across the line for 8th position. Stephanie Anderson comes home 7th. Deffenbaugh picks up 8th. Thumbs up everywhere for these drivers who had a fantastic battle of their own.
Great stuff. Patry did take 4th, narrowly edging Conway by 9 thousandths of a second for 4th and 5th. Schmidt, the pole sitter, takes home 6th. And now we wait for some of the others to come across the line a little bit further back in the pack. But what a race to get the runoff started. Here comes Swan across the line. This is for 12th position and a solid runoffs indeed for car number 3, JB Swan, and his 6th start in the runoffs. Pendergrass, Davis, Corley, Black still waiting to see the checkered flag. But what a scrap that was in the final half-dozen laps of the race. Jägel controlled the race from the front. Not an easy thing to do in a class like B-Spec.
It was masterful, and I'll say the more impressive part was his foresight into how those exchanges were going to happen. Every single time someone made a move, he seemed to be one step ahead. There were drivers that overshot corners. He was prepared to do the over-under. In the final over-under moments of the race at Canada Corner, he picks the position up, knew that he wanted the inside around the outside of third and 13. It was just beautifully done for the driver of that number 46 Honda Fit. Standing ovation from the crowd. We heard him in the background clapping. Not even 9 in the morning here yet, local time at Road America, and we kicked this thing off with a heck of a race.
Eric Jägel from Brownsburg, Indiana, member of the Houston region, though, started 6th. Took him a couple of laps to get toward the front, but led the lion's share of the laps here in this B-Spec National Championship race. And you're right, really read those traffic situations extremely well. I go back with a couple of laps to go. The move down in turn 5, it looked like he'd been shuffled back to 3rd, and the next thing you know, he jumps through a gap as it emerges to take the lead right back.
Just knifed right through, and you know, a tip of the hat to the 2-time formerly defending now champ Roman, keeping that race so exciting, keeping himself in the hunt every possible way. And I talked to him again earlier in the week and just said, you know, this is going to come down to the ebb and flow of the battles. The Mazda maybe not the strongest in the straightest of lines, but through that middle sector, he always found a way to keep himself in the conversation. And also Gertz, I mean, just the perfect rear gunner. Thought it maybe could have been a little bit more selfish at moments here and there. He took his opportunity with about 3 laps to go, had that slight mistake with Patry, excuse me, and that was kind of the deal sealed for maybe having to just accept that 2nd spot.
For Eric Jägel, just his 2nd runoff start. For the 2nd time, he'll take home a medal, but this time it is the gold. On the other hand, for Miles Gertz, 4th runoffs appearance, 1st time on the podium, so a great runner-up result. And although it's not 3 championships in a row for Roman, 3rd place does keep his streak alive. In 4 appearances, he's been on the podium every single time.
And getting better and better and better all the way to the gold medal. He gets one more lap in a few moments' time, but before before anything, we're going to hear how he feels about this thing down on the pit lane. This is going to be fun.
I always love hearing from a first-time winner, especially at an event like this one. How about that run to the checkered flag, and you can see the emotion. Eric Jägel celebrating a national championship in a race that he controlled. Taking his time getting the gloves and helmet off, and sometimes it's easier said than done when the emotions run high. Let's go ahead and hear from him now with Hayward.
Eric's getting the medal on a water. We've got the SCCA hat. Eric, we're just not even going to pretend like you're not crying, buddy. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. Like nothing else.
You're sitting out front of this pack. You've got 4 guys behind you. These are long straightaways with a lot of time to think. What is going through your head? 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go.
Where's the white flag? I just kept hoping they would have it out every time I come up the hill, man. That was a hell of a battle behind me. I know I made some contact with Caleb. Sorry about that, but, man, that was a hell of a race.
You grew up around this stuff. Your wife grew up around this stuff. You're raising a kid around this stuff. How does it feel to be a Runoffs national champion?
Feels pretty damn good, man. Pretty damn good. Feels awesome. Awesome, dude.
Well, you get to take one more lap around this storied racetrack. You get to take Sid with you.
Yeah.
I want you guys to soak this up.
I will.
Congratulations, sir.
Thanks, Hayward.
Yeah, buddy.
That tells you all you need to know about what this event means. A look at the unofficial race results. 1/3 of a second. Actually, in B-Spec terms, that's a pretty big gap for Eric Jägel to Richard Roman. Miles Gertz in 3rd. They will stand on the podium and take their medals in a few moments' time. Caleb Patry looked like he might have been in with a shout. Got shuffled back late, settles for 4th by 9/1000ths of a second over Daniel Conway. Pole sitter Josh Schmidt never really called his name a whole lot after the opening couple of laps. That does take the 6th spot. Stephanie Anderson, Blair Deffenbach, Chris Taylor, and Rob Karsick, your top 10. Let's head back down to Hayward.
Richard, I want to get a shot of this elbow because it was out the entire race. Talked about going uphill from 5 every lap. What was that like?
I had a great run on them. That's where the strength of this car is that turn 5, and that's where I tried to make most of my moves. Wanted to kind of keep the Hondas a little separated. I want to stay in the mix, and it was a great race there at the end. I gave Eric a nice push. Miles was pushing me early on. It worked out pretty well, I thought.
We often find the silver medal is the least happy medal of the 3. Could have gotten the win, didn't quite there, but the happiest medal is often the bronze. I finally made it to a podium. Miles, how's it feel?
It feels good. I'm glad to be here. So 3rd generation of an SCCA racer, and we're thrilled to be here.
Congratulations on the bronze. Congratulations on the silver. Great race, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
As you can see, it's a family affair in motorsports generally, especially true at the SCCA level.
And Eric Jägel has made himself so many fans with that fantastic interview, that fantastic performance. What a race to take his first national championship, and what a way to kick off the national championship runoffs with such a fantastic battle.
It was indeed a fantastic race, so let's relive a few of those moments from the first national championship settled in 2025. Just over 30 minutes ago, everyone getting ready for the start. It was Schmidt on pole position, but he got swallowed up early, never able to recover. Derek Ambrose, the problem in the opening couple of laps. Engine let go. That brought out the only safety car of the race. On the race start, Richard Roman had the field in tow. It was chaos behind him. Unfortunately, 2 really good cars eliminated, but we were able to stay green, and the race continued. Everyone walked away. Really fierce fight inside the top 5. Jägel out in front as he was much of the race, but he had a great show happening behind him. Wonder if he got a look at it in the rearview mirror or not, or if he was too busy focusing out the windshield. In the few moments he was behind, it didn't take him long to get back to the front. Very opportunistic, and ultimately by 1/3 of a second, it's Eric Jägel who takes home his first ever SCCA Runoffs National Championship. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. More to come from Hagerty Race Days at the Runoffs.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Opened in 1965, Road America has been challenging the world's best road racers ever since. And today it is the site of the 62nd annual SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Live coverage presented by Mazda. Ryan Marine, Tom O'Gorman with you, and down in the pit lane is our own Hayward Wagner as we get ready for the National Championship race for E-Production. Hayward, what stories are you watching?
Well, guys, the story for this race is this gentleman right here, George Silverman, the president of ADCAS, which essentially is the FIA arm for the United States. George, you've seen pretty much everything there is to see in motorsports. The Indy 500, you've seen Formula One, Le Mans. The thing that brings this community together is passion. That's what we do here. How do you compare the passion at this race to what you've seen in other areas?
Well, you're going to have to give me a minute to catch my breath after that exciting B-Spec race we just saw. But I think that speaks for itself. We're going to see the same thing here in this upcoming race. It is about passion. It's about equipment, it's about your team, it's about the officials, but it's really about passion. Every driver in this race, like every other race this weekend, wants to win. When you ask to put it in comparison, this is one of the crown jewels in racing. You know, you think about people gathered from across this country in this one location. It's an amazing sight.
Thank you for being here, George. Thank you for being our Grand Marshal. A crown jewel indeed, and we're about to crown a champion here in E-Production.
Thanks so much, Hayward, and great to hear from George Silverman. Great to have him, first of all, as the Grand Marshal. Not his first time to the runoffs, but very important person in North American motorsports that maybe doesn't get the acclaim that he's due. But President of ADCAS has a huge responsibility for North American racing on a global scale. Let's talk about Road America, though, Tom. 14 turns, just over 4 miles around. In short, this place is a classic.
And what a cool track for E-Production, one of our staples. Starting off with long run, uphill, then downhill into turn 1, downhill into turn 3, and continuing down even further into turn 5. This is the top speed sector, kicking things off at Road America. Then the handling sector, turns 5 through 10. We have an uphill acceleration zone, a little sweep through turn 6, one of the trickiest corners on the track in the background there. Flat out through turn 7 in the hurry downs to turn 8 into the carousel. Drops even further, comes on camber through turn 10 itself, and then the kink. Do you dare go flat? No auxiliary aerodynamic devices in these production cars, just relying on mechanical grip and whatever they can smooth out with the bodywork. Then into the final sector, into Canada corner, heavy braking zone, down a couple gears through the fast Bill Mitchell bend in the background there, into turn 14. The uphill run to the checkered flag will determine this thing in 13 laps time.
It is an awesome class when you look at the diversity of cars, but I think one thing also that makes this a captivating race is the diversity and experience levels in this grid. On one hand, you've got Thomas Burt, you've got Steve Getchins, and Bryce McGuire. They're all runoffs rookies. They're going through this for the first time. But on the other hand, you have Mark Webber making his 70th runoff start. The veteran of all veterans in the SCCA runoffs. He's been through these emotions a time or two, but I suspect the butterflies still are there popping up.
Came through the booth to give us some custom wristbands this morning showing the date and the name, of course, with the 70 runoffs, but also it says 700 races here with the Sports Car Club of America. Fantastic to have Mark in this field as we get towards the green flag and e-production.
Exactly so. One of several stories we'll be keeping tabs on throughout the course of the race. We'll step aside momentarily, but when we come back, the start of the e-production National Championship race.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Cars out on track, moments away from the start of the e-production National Championship race here at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks so much for joining us. Great field of cars, great mix of equipment. Tom, talk us through, if you could, what you expect to see in e-production.
I think there's a lot of words that can describe production races in general, but up there has to be unpredictable. These cars are properly strung out race cars. There's a lot of cool modifications under the bodywork, which they can also, of course, sleek out. You can see that. But in general, they're race motors, they're race tires on the production chassis of these cars. We have, I would say, 5 drivers in the hunt for this one, maybe even 6 or 7 when you look at qualifying times. But again, just anything can happen in these prod races, and they tend to.
Here's the starting grid for the 6th time in his runoffs career. It's John Brackey from Milwaukee on pole. It's the Tire Rack Pole Award. John Hainsworth will start alongside. Tyler Ladd, Chris Haldeman in row 2. Then it's Peter Norton and Austin Bradshaw in row 3. Tim Schreier, Cameron Wogren make up row number 4. Anthony Parker and Bryce McGuire are in the 5th row. Then Doug Piner and John Bauckham, who won the Hawk Breakthrough Award, starts in the 12th position. Joe Carr and Thomas Burt from Petaluma, California, and Fort Myers, Florida, respectively, start 13th and 14th, ahead of Whitfield Gregg and Don Tucker from Memphis, Tennessee. Kurt Frici from Mountain View, California, and Yuri Kayatzos from Homestead, Florida. Start 17th and 18th. Steve Getchins and Mark Webber making that 70th start. He'll make start 71 later this weekend. And then Rich Olson was set to start in 21st, but as you can see, there's been a change evidently, and Whitfield Gregg has been put at the back of the pack, so he gives up his 15th qualifying position and will start tailwind Charlie. So he's got some work to do, and not a whole lot of time to do it. 13 laps, they go by quickly when your entire season has come down to one race.
And these are properly fast cars, under the 2:30 mark here at Road America. John Brackey on pole with a 2:27.2, but the top 6 are within the same 2 seconds or so, then a little bit of a gap back to Tim Schreier and the rest. Also our thoughts with Whit Gregg. He's had a little bit of an incident in qualifying, not able to make the start as his car was also damaged heavily in that, but hopefully watching this race and enjoying the weekend still. Also want to point out that beautiful green Anthony Parker machine. That's a 1970 Triumph GT6. He's picked up over 6 seconds from his performance, his best lap times last year's race, running towards the back. He's right in the middle of this one. That's some great improvement. Love to see that in club racing.
One other to keep an eye on, of course, is Tyler Ladd. Starts in 3rd. That's the defending E-Production national champion. But maybe more important is that car. That BMW, white and blue, car number 51, has won the last 5 consecutive SCCA runoffs with 3 different drivers, including Tyler 1 year ago. So that is a stout machine looking to keep its streak alive, and Tyler looking to start a streak of his own. Here's the field, side by side, approaching the acceleration zone. When they reach it, it's up to the pole sitter, John Brackey, to bring the field up to speed. When he starts to accelerate, the green flag will come out and we'll be underway. That's exactly what's gone down here as Brackey accelerates. The top 2 really do get going. Strong start from Hainsworth as well in 2nd place. He'll take the lead, but it seemed like row 2 just didn't get going, Tom.
Yeah, what a strange start. And look at the legs on that RX-7. Hainsworth's going to pick up the lead by 5 car lengths before they get to the apex. Tim Schreier with a big look down the inside of Austin Bradshaw through turn 1, but it's the BMW around the outside. Chris Haldeman also not getting off the line very well. That's the silver and black Mazda. We know that name is a past champion in Spec Miata, but not able to hold the point over Peter Norton as things have already gone unpredictable in E-Production. Side by side, still for 4th.
How about that from Hainsworth? What a great jump at the start of this race. It's a veteran driver in a car that's come close to winning national championships in the past, but hasn't done so. More on that story as we go. Ladd from the 3rd position on the grid has taken 2nd place away. So that BMW, which has flexed its muscle in this event the last 5 years in a row, back in strong contention, jumping up to 2nd place.
That's Cameron Wogren that picked up a couple spots in the newer E36 BMW. Bradshaw and Schreier continuing to duke it out, but at the front, Hainsworth is checking out. And you mentioned Ladd. He won last year's race by over 30 seconds. It was a dominant performance as Haldeman now takes a look up the inside of Brackey and BMW versus Mazda. The top Mazda goes through on 3rd. We know Haldeman's going to be a good racer. He comes from Spec Miata and a whole bunch of other good stuff, including Global MX-5 competition. He is looking racy early.
So much experience under his belt. Busy, of course, also running the X Factor team, which had a couple of cars racing in the B-Spec race that immediately preceded this one. But Chris focusing on his driving right now, and he's raced his way up another spot. Doesn't know this car in this spec terribly well, though, you were telling me.
Yeah, he's actually qualified for the runoffs using an MX-5 Cup car for most of the season. Picked this car up a little bit mid-season, I would say. Back to the racing for a moment. Peter Norton looking really racy on John Brackey, who looks to the inside of Haldeman now side by side through the apex. They're going to touch, scuff wheels. Haldeman gets run a little bit wide. Brackey really late on the brakes, picks up the 3rd spot.
And Haldeman with his hand in the air. He was none too pleased with how that played out. And scuppers what had been a strong opening lap up to that point. He dropped a couple of positions as a consequence of that contact. Let's take a look at this again.
I think Haldeman might have been able to see this coming, but really expected Brackey to be perfect, and Brackey was not perfect enough to stay on the inside curb just there. They touch door handle to door handle as now Cameron Wogren continues his charge forward. That BMW E36 sedan coupe is lit up. He goes to 3rd.
Yeah, remarkable start from 8th on the grid, already up to 3rd for Wogren. He's coming under assault now from the pole sitter Brackey, but he's able to hang on to the spot with Norton in tow, taking a peek now to the inside. Yellow machine looking to the inside of the red BMW, but unable to take the spot into turn 3.
Looking at the timesheets for the grid, there was something in qualifying 1 that caused Cameron Rogren to lose his times in qualifying 2. Was not able to find out what that was exactly, but what that tells me is Rogren was not able to realize his full performance in qualifying and now is fully realizing it here in the race. At the top, Hainsworth continues to lead over Ladd, but now it's Rogren. Then side by side still for Brackey and Norton. That little Caterham 7 is really keeping it in the hunt, and this is the sector where it's going to be strongest. You wouldn't think that car particularly strong at an aerodynamic track like Road America with those long straightaways, but it's so good in this middle sector.
Just listening to the cacophony coming off of these very disparate power plants in the class. It's a great soundtrack to the e-production race. Ainsworth's lead, 1.8 seconds, and he's just turned in the race's best first sector. So off on a pretty good tear here from second on the starting grid.
Brackey gets a moment to breathe in that red BMW and starts to pull away just slightly from Peter Norton. Lost what happened to Chris Haldeman, but he's all the way down in 8th at this point behind Anthony Parker as Tyler Ladd now sets his sights. The blue BMW chasing the RX-7, little tap of the brake pads to set them near the rotor before they get into this threshold braking zone for Canada Corner on lap 2.
And Ladd now getting into his rhythm. He did claw back a little bit of time in sector 2. Just a couple of tenths, but inching closer to the leader, John Hainsworth, who got his start in racing in an unconventional way. He was telling me his introduction to racing was actually racing RC cars and was very active in that field for quite a long time. Then got the bug after getting invited out to the racetrack to watch a friend race. It was Tom Smith, who's actually here spotting for him. Oh, problems, one car off into the pit lane. Might be McGuire. It is car 27. McGuire shown as in the pits, but Ainsworth now leading, looking for his first runoffs title. Side-by-side fight here once again. Wogren and Brackey. These two have been side-by-side a couple of times here in the early stages, Tom.
Very different cars as far as looks go, but they're very similar underneath. In fact, pretty much running, I believe, basically the same driveline and a lot of the same suspension components. Brackey now up underneath the inside of the E36 coupe. And then the coupe's going to go for the move on the exit. Oh, wow, big defensive move from Brackey. Saw it coming. He knew that Wogren was going to get the run and protected it perfectly through the oil dry from a qualifying day earlier this week. And they're going to be side-by-side down into the braking zone, as well as Austin Bradshaw coming up the inside of Norton.
It's so interesting to see the relative strengths and weaknesses of the two platforms. It's allowed them to swap that position 3 or 4 times on this first half of this lap alone.
No anti-lock brakes here in E-Production. This is all right foot or left foot feel, and it looks like Brackey is way more confident on the brakes than anybody else really in this battle. But Wogren getting great exits. That BMW E36 seems strong in a straight line as well. These cars nearly eclipsing 140 miles an hour down the back straightaway into the speed traps at turn 5. Austin Bradshaw has picked up another position. A super fun character in the paddock here. Has had some good videos on the YouTube channel of SCCA as well, talking about racing this car. He's picked up the spot from Peter Norton, who's running the wide line around the outside, trying to get a good exit from the carousel.
1982 Mazda RX-7 carrying something approximate to the traditional Mazda racing colors, the light blue and white. Beautiful looking, but maybe more importantly, beautiful sounding car. Right now, though, under attack. As Norton tries to pull alongside once again. Mazda with too much power, though, in the run down to Canada Corner. Bradshaw's able to edge ahead just a little bit once again. Now starts to go on the attack. Brackey out wide, maybe with a problem.
I agree, a mechanical issue for Brackey. He's got no drive in that BMW after a fantastic start. Put his hand up to let the drivers know coming through behind not to follow him. And unfortunately, I think we're going to see this 89 car dive to the right and head to the pit lane, having only completed 3 laps.
That's heartbreaking for John, who, as you can see, is from nearby Milwaukee, Wisconsin, knows this track extremely well. Others in the class kind of highlighted him as a potential threat as we saw in qualifying, because he has such track knowledge here, earned that pole position. It was his 6th, but interestingly, his first since 2012. But unfortunately for John Brackey, it appears the day is done early with 10 laps still to go.
Gap at the front just ever so slightly closing, 0.7 of a second difference between the two last time through, with the advantage to Tyler Ladd, running a 229.2 to a 229.9 for Hainsworth. And as you mentioned, Hainsworth has just been a perennial front runner. He either podiums or breaks this car. Not to say it breaks that often, but those are his records right now as he continues to hold the point. But man, that gap has evaporated this lap.
Well,
Tyler Ladd is there.
To your point, John's quote to me was, "I want to be the fastest of those that finish."
Yeah.
So he knows that reliability in this class is a key component of the race. This is a car that was raced by Dave Lemon for many, many years and was in contention for national championships, but has never done it. And John desperately would like to deliver a title for this car, for Dave and for all those that have helped him, including Big Al Phillips at Turf Trade, his sponsor that's come on board and really made this program possible.
Hainsworth on the throttle so early at turn 8, trying to get the rotary up and spinning through the carousel. Tyler Ladd with the big block, the 2.5-liter BMW motor in the front of that car. Had a little bit of an accident earlier this year at our Super Tour at Hallett Motor Speedway, or Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, got the car repaired. And again, looks like he didn't fully realize the potential of that car in qualifying, but is certainly in the fight now as he's brought that thing back to the back bumper of the number 95. Hainsworth continuing to lead, but the best sectors of the race going to Ladd across this sector so far, purple in all of them.
It does seem like that BMW has the strength, but although he's caught that car, now he's got to find a way by. That's going to be the new challenge. And again, very different strengths and weaknesses across the two platforms that he's got about 9 laps to try and come to grips with and figure out the best way to get by. Lap times this time, Hainsworth at a 229.5. It was a 228.7 for Ladd, who has a head of steam built up. He'll pull alongside Hainsworth now down to turn 1, super late on the brakes, and he makes the outside line work. So how about it? Ladd, the defending champion, trying to go back-to-back.
Beautifully held around the outside there as well, really deep on the brakes into 1, and now the job for Hainsworth shifts from defense to offense. He's going to try to hold that position just close enough to the middle sector where it looks like the RX-7's a little bit stronger.
Mentioned that car has won 5 straight national titles. Greg Ira, Jesse Prather, the other 2 drivers to pilot that machine over the past 5 runoffs appearances. And then Tyler Ladd last year scored the victory. Dropping back a little bit once again, keeping tabs on Bradshaw, who now runs a relatively lonely 3rd place. Just did his best lap of the race at a 231.5. So that's a couple seconds off of the pace-setting speeds from Ladd and Hainsworth, but enough to pull a gap over Norton, who's now up to 4th. Wogren, after that great start, has dropped a couple of spots, and now misfortune for Piner, who's in the pit lane.
Yeah, had some mechanical issues with this car throughout the week. It looks like they're going to continue as he pulls the green machine from North Carolina down back to the paddock. This is a fantastic run for Austin Bradshaw, starting 6th, running 3rd. As Cameron Wogren in the E36 continues to yo-yo. He's back down to 5th last time through, into the clutches of Tim Schreier. That's a fun story we get to tell almost every year. This was his college car. He delivered pizzas in it, and now it's his race car. Many years later, at least 10 or 15 at least, battling for the top 5 in the runoffs. And then in the background is that cool Triumph that I mentioned at the beginning, the GT6. That thing looks absolutely like a handful. That thing's been loose every time we see it on camera for Anthony Parker, but he's doing a good job controlling it, and it looks like the pace of that car is pretty good over the long run, and listen to how good it sounds.
Yeah, it's getting better and better, isn't it? 231.6 the last time by. Let's listen.
Look at that thing go every time. He is putting on a show, if nothing else. And you can see even on the brakes, just hunting everywhere. The steering wheel in that cockpit is massive with the red gloves, just flicking ever so slightly, asking questions constantly. What am I going to get? Whoa, big slides, but he's wheeling it.
Wow. Thanks for wearing those red gloves. Gives us a great look inside the cockpit. Lets us know just how busy he is. One more look down to the Canada corner. Look how sideways this car is.
Almost a Scandinavian flick, just pitches the weight in there, but he knows he doesn't have enough power to lift. He just keeps his foot in it, keeps the momentum rolling. So entertaining, running in the 7th spot.
Made the tow from New Ipswich, New Hampshire, Anthony Parker. 4th runoffs appearance. Best result 13th. Would have a chance to improve upon that as things run, but he'll have earned it. I think it's safe to say. That car looks recalcitrant.
I'm going to need a definition on that one, Ryan.
Unwilling to cooperate.
Yes, unwilling to cooperate, but he's making it work. Taking a look a little further back in the field as drivers continue to complete lap number 5. The number 12 of Carr chasing down, I think that was the 0, number RX-8. With, I think, is that the car that has the X-Wing fighter livery on it that I caught in paddock a bit earlier? Joe Carr from California in the number 12. Beautiful looking MX-5. These cars running in E-production with the 1.8 liter motor from the NB era, the late 90s.
A couple of top 5s on his runoff CV. Most recently at VIR a couple of years ago. And we mentioned Mark Webber appropriately running the number 70. This is his 70th runoffs start. Just incredible.
With the extra 0 tacked on there for a reminder of 700 races completed for this driver. He typically runs at least two classes per year to get that number as high as he is. No, he's not 160 years old. He is pretty young and spry, in fact, for 70 runoff starts.
72 years young.
Yeah,
Safe
exactly.
to say.
Tyler Ladd continues to lead the way, but it's only 0.8 of a second at the line, completing lap number 5, starting lap number 6. We're coming up on halfway of this 13-lap challenge. And then it's a bit of a chasm, 12 seconds, back to Austin Bradshaw, who still has his mirrors full of Norton, Wogren, and Schreier.
Let's put a cap on the Mark Webber story. He's not done after this race. He's also racing in F production, so hopefully he'll be making start number 71 a little bit later on. But that's what this event is all about, as we said at the top. Some people, this is the culmination of life's work. For some, it's a jumping off point, but for everyone, it's incredibly special to qualify and get to race at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
Here's the battle for the bronze. Peter Norton in the yellow Caterham 7 America. That car is listed from the year 2000, but I think it was developed back in the 1950s, or at least the original concept for it. Trying to keep the pressure on Austin Bradshaw in the 1982 Mazda RX-7. These cars started 5th and 6th respectively, now running 3rd and 4th. With Wogren continuing to keep pressure on in the BMW. Schreier's dropped off just ever so slightly. And now we get into the part of the race that is, you know, there's the mechanical sympathy of everything. There's the hope that nothing goes wrong. There's the ebb and flow of tire wear. These cars running proper race slicks with multiple compounds available. Perhaps someone's chosen harder compounds to go for a longer run. Softer compounds will burn off faster. There's a lot going on in a production car race and a lot in the cockpit as well. No driver aids. All of these cars manual shift. Probably running mostly 5 speeds, maybe 4 speeds as we get a little further back into those older cars. Wogren continuing to circulate in this beautiful BMW. One of the newer cars in the field, also running one of the bigger wheel packages. That's going to be good for long runs.
And just getting stronger as the race progresses. Bradshaw, Norton, and Wogren, all 3 of them have done their best laps. The most recent lap, I think they're encountering car that's in strife here.
Yeah, Steve Gaetjens looks like either getting lapped and being very courteous or suffering some mechanical issues. It's a beautiful wrap on that RX-7 that has fallen well off the pace. Looks like mechanical issues continue as he's pulled very awarely offline. Nice performance there.
Yeah, that was a point of emphasis in the driver's briefing that was distributed coming into the weekend. Recognize what this event means for all of your competitors as well as for yourself. If you have an issue, behave responsibly and let us have as many green flag laps as possible. It's the message that race director Steve Pence conveyed. Thanks to Steve now for 3 years in that role, moving on to a different role in the future. That took on or sort of revitalized that role to some degree this year. Relocated where his headquarters are to be in the heart of the paddock to make himself more open for teams and drivers to come and have a dialogue throughout the course of the week. I think that's been well received.
Now that's commitment for sure. We continue to watch this battle for third. The ebb and flow is really cool. The acceleration rate of the Caterham is going to be much quicker. It's very good off the corner. Going to hit its arrow wall much faster though. The time last time through the traps, 130 for the Caterham, 135 for the RX-7, but you can guarantee the little Caterham is getting there quicker, then hits that arrow wall right about now. You can almost see the gap grow towards the end of the long straightaway, breaking about the 3 marker from 135 miles an hour. Austin Bradshaw wiggles the hips on the brakes ever so slightly, picks the throttle up early. The driver's being pretty careful not to abuse the curbs. They can absolutely break suspension components and things of that ilk. Very, very, very aware of the track limits there, and I think that's smart. These drivers are aware of what they're working with as we approach halfway. Just cleared halfway, in fact.
This is the sector of the track that should suit the Caterham, is it not? Right through the middle?
Absolutely. This is where Road America doesn't get enough credit. This is the handling section, this middle sector, these short chutes, especially for a little light car like that. We've even seen cars similar to this one on pole at Road America. They can become the car to beat. As long as you hold the position down those long straightaways, Bradshaw floating through the exit of the carousel. Look at how cool that looks. I love when you see cars that are handling well with no aerodynamics. You really get to see how they work with all mechanical grip. Norton closed up, as you mentioned. This is the sector it's strong. He continues to look to the right, lap after lap after lap.
It's alongside at the exit of the kink, but now the Mazda starts to stretch its legs. That said, the Caterham still alongside and able to hang on to that spot. So put Norton up into the bronze medal position as they run. Now, though, he's got to build that gap because the track starts to come back around to the Mazda here in just a couple of corners.
No doubt, and I have to wonder also if the light weight of that car is going to be better over the longer run. As fun as it was to watch Bradshaw floating, perhaps some tire wear already starting to kick in on the slicks bolted to that RX-7. Reminder at the front, Ladd continues to lead the way over Hainsworth. The gap only 1.5 seconds, but no big changes.
Yeah, the two of them basically matching one another 10th for 10th as Bradshaw comes back on the counterattack. There's the power in the rotary power plant to the inside of the Caterham and back up to third. Interestingly, though, at the line, it was Norton that had the position. So if they continue this way for the next 5 laps, the Caterham would have enough legs to hang on for that podium spot.
In theory, at least that lap, and we've been reminded it's properly Caterham. Unfortunately, my American accent, that just sounds tacky. I have to say it the way I'm meant to say it from Ohio here. But this battle is way too good to look away from. Continuing to circulate, only halfway through on the times, but working lap number 9.
I'm your neighbor to the west from Indiana. There's no hope for a Hoosier either, so bear with us, folks. And Mazda back to third. Thornton drops to 4th, but closes back in again. They'll be tired of this particular two-step by the time it's all said and done. Some traffic here for the leaders to contend with. I mentioned just how tight it was between the top two, matching each other 10th for 10th over the last few laps. In fact, they were within a 10th of one another, 66 thousandths of a second comparing their lap times. Ladd and actually Hainsworth was just that margin slightly quicker on the previous lap, keeping the BMW honest. But you wonder if Ladd is perhaps running to a pace here, making sure he's looking after that BMW, looking after the reliability.
These could be some of the most stressful races where you're essentially putting in qualifying laps every single lap. Oh, big mechanical failure for the number 181. I don't know if that's engine or transmission, perhaps rear end. Loses it into the kink, hopefully no fluid down. Right as we cut to that car.
Wow, Wogren had a top 5 run going. Pulls to the side of the road. Looks like that car will take no further part. Hopefully, it's deemed to be in a safe enough position.
I'm not optimistic about that, Ryan. Unfortunately, the only place that you can't disappear at Road America is that tunnel between the concrete walls between the kink and Canada corner. We'll lean forward and hope this thing stays green. That's actually going to promote Anthony Parker here in the GT6 Triumph. up into the 6th position, I believe, as Wogren falls out of 5th.
This would be a career best for Parker, and there it is. You were spot on, Tom. Full course yellow is out, coming around to complete another lap. There'll be 3 to go when they come to take that full course yellow, I believe. Or have they already seen it? And maybe they have. Anyway, we'll bunch this field up once again. Not sure we've seen a whole lot out of the rest of the pack to think that there's anyone to challenge these top 2, but you just don't know on a restart. And it certainly reshuffles the deck between Ladd and Hainsworth here. Hainsworth was so good, recall, in that original start of the race.
Does give Ladd a shot at retrying that green flag. If we get back to green flag running, we'll knock on wood and hope the decision from powers that be at SCCA is we will definitely do, if the opportunity presents, we will definitely do a green-white checker, but we will not do a green checker. So if we go back to green flag, we will get 2 laps of racing. There's 4 to go. Luckily, I hope that car, at least in the kink, is a quick flat toe.
Yeah, you would think that would be. The only question is, was there any fluid left trailing behind that car that could necessitate a lengthier cleanup? But the track crew is already on the spot, and will try and attend to Cameron Wogren, who's making just his 2nd runoffs appearance. The last one was right here at Road America in 2020. Finished 6th that year, but won't see the checkered flag today. While we're behind the pace car, let's take a quick timeout. Back with the run to the checkered flag here in E-Production after these messages.
Do you want to get started autocrossing, but you're looking around and thinking, man, I got to buy a new car? Maybe not. Say you want to get into track days, but you're looking around and thinking, I got to spend a fortune on Go Fast parts. Maybe not. Maybe you want to get into time trials, but you're looking around and thinking, man, I got to buy a new truck and trailer for this. Maybe not. With SCCA Club Spec, you just might have the car you need already, and it just might look like one of these 2. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Back at Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Just a handful of laps remaining here in the E-Production National Championship race. Ryan Marine, Tom O'Gorman, and Andrew Wagner with you. Thanks so much for joining us. Just a few laps remaining right now behind the safety car. Issues for Cameron Wogren have necessitated the full course yellow. That car's being attended to at the moment, and we hope that we're due for a restart imminently. At the front of the field, though, it is Ladd, Tyler Ladd from the Wichita region, going for back-to-back national championships. Started 3rd, took his time working his way up around the leader at the time. Hainsworth did so a few laps ago and built a lead of about 1.5 seconds before that was neutralized by the safety car. And the reason for the safety car? A big puff of smoke from Wogren, who was having a really strong run at the time.
Tough to say exactly from the visuals here as the cockpit fills with smoke. It tells me something in the front of that car let go, but all the smoke coming out of the left rear as Cameron Wogren, very lucky to both have full control of the car as that happens, be able to come to a nice controlled stop, and it doesn't appear that anybody had any surface issues. Now the good news as well, we're working lap number 11, which gives us 2 laps to play if we go green next time by. The SCCA is happy with that, and also still 12.5 minutes on the clock, so the opportunity for a resume is high. No guarantees, but the other interesting part is that the car shown in the 3rd position on track is lapped traffic, so a little bit of a buffer between the top 2 of Ladd and Hainsworth, and then your 3rd place runner, Austin Bradshaw in the 41, who's charged from 6th up to 3rd, has been having a heck of a battle with Peter Norton in the yellow Caterham 7. And in fact, Anthony Parker I think the chat's favorite driver for sure, as everyone's watching this car slide and drive. He's getting a lot of new fans all the way up to 5th.
Yeah.
Reminder, this driver's dropped 6 seconds or more on personal best lap times from last year's runoff to this year's runoffs, has moved himself from essentially the back of the pack to in the top 5 of this race. What a good story.
Barker started 9th, as you say, running 5th at the moment. It would be a first career runoffs top 5 if he was able to hang on. Previous best result was 13th. That's a really strong showing, and perhaps more importantly, a very entertaining showing, earning legions of fans here trackside and those watching around the world for the harem-scarum style with which he's been driving that car. It's a little bit more steady at the front, I think it's safe to say. Tyler Ladd doesn't seem to have to work quite so hard. Same for Ainsworth in second place, but I'm really curious on this battle for the final step of the podium, as we figure it's likely to be Norton and Bradshaw swapping that spot back and forth, showing that although the cars in this class can be wildly disparate, the pace can end up being roughly the same, and it can lead to a really captivating race.
Just behind all those cars we've mentioned, we have John Bauckham, in the Fiat. That's a 1979 Fiat 124 Spider, doing a great job running in the 7th position now as things have sorted out. And then the 0 car, that's Thomas Burt. It is a Mazda RX-8. He's listed as entered in a 1986 RX-7, but that's a much newer car, obviously, behind the wheel of the number 0 with an X-Wing fighter livery on it. The back of that car, maybe from camera, doesn't read, but it's basically the back of a jet fighter spaceship wrap on that car.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. One of several really neat liveries. That's one of the fun things about coming to this event. There's so many cars, first of all, just plenty of eye candy, and then what everyone does to personalize their car. Yeah, some of them really hit it out of the park, and that's definitely one that gets your attention.
I think the most common piece of a livery is thank you workers, listed on the back bumper as they drive past flaggers and the rest of the SCCA operations, keeping this thing moving, as well as the Road America team and safety crews. Have to wait, as everyone else does, to see whether or not the kink is clear this time by working lap number 11.
You're exactly right. Can't do it without all of the volunteers around the track and in administrative roles as well, in tech, etc., that make an event like this possible. There's so many ways to get involved in the SCCA. Our X-Wing, I like it. That's good stuff. Does look like, well, maybe I spoke too soon. There still is a safety vehicle there. Tow truck is still there. And it is worth reiterating your point from earlier. It's been made clear that there will not be any one-lap shootouts. They will restart races if they can. There is a provision, if there's time allowed, I believe, to extend a race in order to get a restart, to fulfill that 2-lap requirement. But we'll just have to see how race control elects to play this one.
Anthony Parker continuing to show us the side of that car on full course yellow even, and the fact that there's a rollback over in the kink tells me that something in the driveline of that BMW locked up when it came to a stop, so it wasn't able to roll and flat toe, unfortunately, and that's the delay here being extended. And again, we mentioned when it happened, there's nowhere to go, only at that spot in this track. The good news is the car is now on the rollback and clear.
Okay. Unfortunately, it wasn't in time to get the safety car off on this lap, so we'll have at least one more safety car lap here. 8 minutes to go. I don't know that that provision for extending things would be in play, because we're running laps behind the safety car right around 5 minutes. 2 to go, so I'm afraid, as I understand the regulations, it's looking increasingly unlikely that this race will restart. I hope to be proven wrong. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. What a streak, though. It would be, not just for Tyler Ladd, back-to-back. That would be an accomplishment in and of itself, and he would actually join John Bauckham and Anthony Parker, John Brackey, in this field as multi-time runoffs national champions. But for that car to win 6 in a row That has to be some rarefied air, I have to believe.
I agree.
For any car.
Especially with multiple drivers, and this being just a once-a-year event. It's not like the same car can win the championship by finishing second, third, fourth a bunch of times consistently. You have to deliver on this day. And Tyler Ladd, after delivering a third-place qualifying effort, a little bit out of a second out of the top spot, found what he needed for this race, brought it back to the front. John Hainsworth, to his credit, was holding him super honest for the first, basically up to that yellow flag after the pass happened. So you have to wonder if there was a little bit of management happening. I don't know that you really manage too much in e-production because you know this kind of thing can happen.
It will be John's 5th medal at the runoffs. It will be his 2nd runner-up result if we don't get this race resumed, and assuming nothing untoward happens behind the safety car, but still looking for that first win. I know he was desperate to get that breakthrough, thought it could be a possibility here this weekend, and I'm sure we'll take some solace in having another strong run into medal contention. It would mean 5 of his 10 runoffs appearances he's finished inside the top 3, but boy, when you're still looking for that first win, it's a bitter pill to swallow.
It's a record a lot of people would be envious of, but then when you're in that reality, it feels different. As we take a look at Mark Webber, we mentioned just behind Don Tucker out of Tennessee in that number 9. Another one of the Miatas running in this race. This car's running in 11th and 12th, just outside of the top 10.
Tucker does have top 5 results on the resume, 5 times inside the top 10 in 13 previous, make that 18 previous appearances. Take that back. I was reading the wrong line of his spreadsheet. So 2 previous top 10s, just outside of that right now. A frustrating way for the race to come to an end, though, Tom, unless Tyler Ladd, who I'm sure is enjoying every minute of this.
Well, there's absolutely being in the right place at the right time, and he earned it. It's not like he lucked into this one the way that others perhaps sometimes land. I think the other driver that may be a little bit disappointed, or well, let's say first, the person who's at peace with this opportunity is Austin Bradshaw, who's happened to be in the 3rd position when this came out, having that great battle with Peter Norton, who will be the one that's maybe slightly frustrated with the lack of opportunity to battle for the bronze.
I am too. I think that was going to be a fascinating duel, just because the cars are so different. And just to watch that Caterham close up in the middle sector and actually close enough to take that position away down in Canada Quarter, as we saw a couple laps ago, only then for the Mazda to power by down the straightaway. But there is the checkered flag for Tyler Ladd, who has gone back-to-back in e-production. His car has now won 6 straight in the class. Hainsworth, a fighting 2nd place after leading from the get-go. And Bradshaw takes home the final step of the podium. How about it, though? Tyler Ladd, a back-to-back runoffs national champion.
Back-to-back and batting 100 here in e-production. 2 for 2. Does the BMW driver go? And 2nd spot, as you mentioned, Bradshaw in the 3rd position for, I believe, the 2nd year in a row. We'll be happy with another backup podium. We'll shout out again to the crowd favorite, Anthony Parker. Not only a massive, huge personal growth year to year, but running into the top 5 with that Triumph GT6. Hand out the window, waving to the workers. I'm sure it's the workers' favorite, cheering for himself as he deserves to be. Fist pumping out the window in the Triumph.
Pretty cool. It's the oldest car in the field by a pretty hefty margin. John Bockham in the 1979 Fiat we were talking about earlier. I think those are the only 2 cars with provenance that dates back to the 70s in this field. Caterham, interestingly, is the 2nd newest car, I guess. Whitfield Gregg's MX-5 is the newest. And I take that back. Ridge Olson actually has the oldest car, doesn't he? 1959 Austin Healey 3000. But only in the runoffs can you get a car built in the year 2000 racing in the same class as a car built in 1959. Gotta love it.
No kidding. And that's that yellow car that we see third in line. He is one lap down just to the top two. That Austin Healey from 1959. Bradshaw waving to the workers as well as they work their way back to the Victory Circle celebrations for E-Production. They did put on a heck of a show, I gotta say, before this came out. It may be disappointing to end in any circumstance like this, but so fun to watch E-Production.
Yeah, definitely. Love the mix of cars. Love the soundtrack maybe most of all. And it was a really captivating race up until the full course yellow that brought a premature end to this one. Unofficial results in E-Production. Tyler Ladd, a back-to-back national champion in the class, just ahead of John Hainsworth. Austin Bradshaw completes the podium. Norton and Parker 4th and 5th, ahead of Schreier, Bach, Burt, Card, Fricci in 10th place. Tucker Weber in his 70th start. Piazzos, Olsen, and Getchens complete the top 15.
Kurt Fricci up from 17th to finish 10th. That's a great performance as well. And oh no, production continues to wreak a bit of havoc as heavy smoke out of the back of that RX-7. Driver doesn't seem too concerned. Hands still out the window waving to the workers, but something in the left side of that car has failed and unfortunately leaving a pretty good stream of fluid behind it as well.
It's Yuri Callazos from Florida. This race ended not a lap too soon for him, but boy, yeah, I'm afraid that could lead to a bit of a cleanup here ahead of the next race of the day. It is a busy day with the schedule condensed to just 2 Hagerty race days here in 2025. 9 races on day 1, 9 races on day 2, 23 combined national champions to be crowned, and Tyler Ladd is the second to clinch a title following the B-Spec race earlier this morning. Well, great result from third on the grid. Got to second quickly, then stalked Hainsworth, tracked him down, and made the move. A daring outside pass in turn 1. So he certainly earned this one. And now, for the second straight year, we'll have the privilege of wearing the gold medal, which means also a chance to talk to Hayward Wagner, who we'll go to in just a moment. He's got new gloves, evidently, a little bit tight, hard to get off, but off pops the gloves, off pops the helmet, and now a chance to hear from a 2-time national champion.
Tyler, when you saw the full course yellow come out, did you think that had sealed your second national championship?
No, I was thinking that just brought Hainsworth closer. I thought we were going to go back green. I'm like, oh man, he's going to be on me because he kept me honest again that whole race. I was all over the place, sliding about, trying to keep it ahead.
Now, it looked like, was it your dad that came over and congratulated you? Getting the Hoosier neckwear on. How does it feel to come in a national championship second time and get that kind of a greeting from your dad?
I can't believe it. I was bummed all week because I couldn't get down to the times I had last year. It just floundered and floundered. I didn't think it was there. And then just take a breath and go.
Well, you found something in the race when it counted. You've got the gold. Congratulations. Enjoy your victory lap.
Thank you.
Well said by Hayward. It was there when he needed it to be. Turned it on and made the pass. Just a handful of laps before the full course yellow that neutralized the race came out. Hainsworth out of his car. Another second place. Another hard-fought medal result for him. And we have a chance to hear from him now with Hayward.
John, typically the 2 happy guys on the podiums have the bronze, or the gold and the silver, or the bronze. Happy to win, happy to make the podium. Sometimes silver's the hardest one to take. How's this one feel?
You know what? After the last 2 years, silver feels pretty good. You know, we were running in the same position last 2 years. It didn't quite work out on the last lap. You really can't screw up a caution lap, so it saved me from that. You know, Tyler drove a great race. I got the start I wanted. I was running my pace, and he's just running me down, and I couldn't hold him, you know, behind me going down the front straightaway. And after that, you know, I was trying to put pressure on him. But the longer my car stays close behind him, the more I slow down and I back off a little bit. I get a little faster, catch him, and then
Well, it was a heck of a race. You guys put on a great show. I'm sorry to see it end under caution. We would have loved to see it go the distance. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we got one more, Austin Bradshaw here. Austin, is this your third runoffs?
I think it's 4.
And first podium or
Second podium.
second podium? How does it feel to be back here with the bronze?
It feels amazing. We had a lot better competition this season. Real tough EP field. So great to be out there with so many E-production old school race cars. So to be back on the podium is a huge accomplishment for us, because last year less competition, this year more competition. We got it back on the podium with a bronze. More proud of this one honestly than last year. And yeah, it just feels amazing. Can't thank so many people at home, so many people here at the track, all my family that pours their effort and soul into this with me. It cost me obviously a ton of money, but I'm grateful for their help wrenching on the car. Got so many people to thank, from Go Sunoco Race Fuels to Goodyear Race Tires, of course, for the best tires, Cobalt Racing brake pads, and Techno Toy Tuning. All the people at home, my grandparents, relatives at home, love you guys so much, and big thanks to everybody here at the track to help and support me.
Well, it might be the Amateur National Championships. That, sir, was a professional interview. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It does take an army to make one of these race cars go, and from the support at home to the support of sponsors, it all is required to have a podium run at the runoffs. Well, what a race in E-production. Tyler Ladd had to start in the second row. It was a bit of a strange getaway. Second row didn't start. Hainsworth got a great jump around the pole sitter Brackey to take the lead down into turn 1, but once we got going, it was a fierce fight. Chris Haldeman rubbed up a little bit there by Brackey, took exception to that. Ladd around the outside into turn 1 to the lead of the race, in a lead he would not relinquish. Built a lead up to about a second and a half. It never got much bigger than that, but did appear to be in fairly firm control. Unfortunately, though, Cameron Wogren had something let go that brought out a full course yellow and meant this race ended behind the safety car. But for the second straight year, it was Tyler Ladd who takes the checkered flag first, a national champion for the second time over. Hainsworth and Bradshaw completes the top 3. A thrilling E-production race here at Road America. The second of our national champions have been crowned, but a whole lot more still to come at the 62nd annual SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I'll wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome back to the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. I'm John Phippen, joined by Lefty McLeod, and we've got Haywood Wagner down on the pit lane, but we've got just a little bit of a delay as We have a little cleanup after a problem with the race just concluded, but this will be our first double-up race of the runoffs, as we've got GT1 and Touring 1 running together for the first time in my memory that we've combined classes at the runoffs. But with the new schedule, compressing it down to a 2-race day weekend rather than 3, that's just part of the story. And Lefty, 6-time pro solo champion, 6-time solo champion, 2-time pro solo champion, and the 2022 SCCA Solo Driver of Eminence.
Oh, goodness.
Welcome back, my friend.
It is great to be back, John. It has been a long year, but I think I'm excited about this race because if you like horsepower, you're about to see all of it. Consider we had B-Spec early in the morning. Each one of these cars has more horsepower than the entire B-Spec field.
Welcome to the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Thanks to Mazda for presenting our live stream for these Hagerty race days. This is Hagerty race day number 1 and our first double race of the weekend, as we've got a combined race for GT1 and T1. I'm John Phippen alongside Lefty McLeod, but let's go down to the third member of our broadcast team, and that's Hayward Wagner.
Good morning, gentlemen. GT1 grid. One of the coolest things that happens at the runoffs is about to happen right now, and that is a whole row of 800-plus horsepower cars flipping the switch at once. You feel it. You feel it in the ground. You feel it in your chest. These are the heavyweight fighters here at the runoffs. And on the pole, one of our bare-knuckled fighters, if you will, Tony Ave. This guy just likes to race. That is what he is here to do. This is the first of 4 races that he'll be running here at the runoffs. He's on the pole for this one, but he's got a couple of challengers behind him, and I want to point to the third car on the grid. That is David Penterick, and it's been a few years since we've been able to interview David at the end of one of these races. He is the honey badger of GT1. He is going to get out there and get it done. It's going to go well or not, but he is not going to care. Elbows out this full race. The other storyline here, the T1 field, as you mentioned, is also in this race. And when you look at lap times, your leaders of the national championship race for GT1 and your leaders for the national championship race for T1 are probably going to be meeting each other 6-7 laps into this race. The split format, or the combined groups, is what we do all year long, but never with higher stakes.
Thanks, Hayward. As let's take a look at our Mazda track map as Lefty, take us around this beautiful 4-mile circuit.
It is gorgeous here at the National Park of Speed, but it is the straightaway, the Road America straight leading it down into turn 1. It is fast. It looks like it's tight. It's only because this whole place is fast. They'll plummet down the hill to 3 and then get the launch, and that's the back straight. When we come across the hill before the break-ins on a 5, that's our speed trap. We'll talk about that later. Then you get to the twisty part of the track. You got the uphill left at 5, and you got that sort of blind turn at 6, 7, and then you come all the way down to the kink. As we go through the kink, it is going to be super fast down all the way to Canada, and a lot of passing into Canada. The leaves will be shrouding it. The track will be cold, but it'll be exciting as they come out of Canada, come up and around that Bill Mitchell bend, and finally back onto the Road America straight up that hill after 14.
Indeed, as we get a look at some of the cleanup going on down in the Kettle Bottoms area between the kink, as we had a car put a little oil down on the racetrack, but the crack crew here at Road America doing a fantastic job getting that cleaned up. So just a little delay before we start this one. But GT1, these are the fastest cars here with the exception of the prototypes and the Formula Atlantics. 850 plus horsepower. These are just beasts. I don't know any other way to describe it. And getting to the end is always the issue because when you make that much horsepower, there's a chance things can go wrong.
Yeah, there can be some attrition, and we're kind of hoping for the best here. A lot of these guys know last year's race was some issues at the start, caused a couple of cars to not even make it to the second lap. I think we've learned some lessons. Hopefully we'll get past it this year. But as Hayward said, when these things fire up and that roar the first time they get on the front straightaway and you hear and you feel the building shake, the ground shake, it's an experience that you won't forget. And if you haven't experienced it, you need to get to one of these races. Come here next year for next year's runoffs and experience what these cars, particularly at this track, sound and feel like.
You see these same cars in GT1 run in the Trans Am Series in professional racing. Very similar specification, and not at all uncommon to see these guys run in both. But let's take a quick break and thank some of the partners that make this broadcast possible.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack, and we work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
We've talked about GT1, but we've also got Touring 1 in the field. It's a smallish field. We've got 5 cars on the entry list for T1, and, you know, it's a little different story. I mean, a GT1 car is a tube frame chassis with a silhouette body. A Touring 1 car, much more stock-based.
Yeah, these are kind of the evolution of the old showroom stock cars. These things are essentially street cars with a couple of bolt-ons and obviously then all the safety requirements. So they're very much like what you'd see and drive on the street. But, you know, don't be fooled. These cars are extremely fast. These drivers are experienced. But what we're going to get this year is going to be a new champ in this class. So we'll get to that in a little bit. The field may be small, but it is a mighty field of drivers that are very hungry and looking to try and claim that gold medal.
James Candelario, who will start this race on the pole in his Corvette, his first Tire Rack pole, so looking for his first championship as well out of the Central Florida region. His best finish so far in his runoffs career. He's had 6 starts coming into this weekend, a third, and that was at VIR in the Touring 1 class back in 2023. As we can see, one of our K9 friends here this weekend at the National Park of Speed, Elkhart Lake's Road America. It's always great to be here. It's one of my home away from homes. I get a chance to accommodate up here on some vintage races weekends throughout the course of the season. I also do some Formula Car racing up here at this racetrack, so it's always great to be back. And the fall colors just beginning to come out. I don't think we're going to have the leaves on the track that was a bit of an issue for us last year. We had some cars definitely having some problems gathering up leaves in the radiators.
Yeah, last year those leaves came just about a week earlier than I think they're going to show up this year, and they cause a lot of havoc with cars overheating. This year, the overheating is going to be just straight up Mother Nature. It is a warm, very warm, unusually warm weekend here in Wisconsin. We're going to see temps today up near 90, at least in the mid to high 80s, and that is unusual in a lot of cars, especially things like GT1s. Are going to have to really watch their heat management.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, that's been a factor throughout the weekend, this entire week of testing and qualifying, of course, 2 days of qualifying, and then the race days today. It has been unseasonably warm here in central Wisconsin. So these drivers, you have to be adaptable. They have to keep an eye on their temperature gauges and, all the preparations that they make based on what they think the conditions are going to be can get thrown out the window if the weatherman doesn't cooperate. So at least we've got sunshine. That's the good thing. And the forecast is pretty pleasant for both today and tomorrow. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't have any liquid sunshine to contend with.
Yeah, I think, you can never trust the weatherman entirely, but things are at least looking optimistic. We'll say that for the weekend. It really has just been glorious. It's been getting warmer as the week went on. So the qualifying day Thursday was probably 10 degrees cooler. So a lot of these these cars were able to get out and get their laps in. But they, because they qualified relatively early yesterday, kind of beat the heat. And so some of these drivers in GT1, in fact, did set their faster lap on Friday as opposed to Thursday, where the folks that are going to run in the afternoon qualified in the afternoons. They didn't get that better track condition come Friday. So maybe the GT1 had that advantage. We'll see where they get. I mean, they were still sub 2 minute 2 second around this place for Tony Ave on Friday and both Thursday and Friday. Unbelievable lap times. Think about doing 2 minutes around Road America, this 4-mile track. It just boggles my mind. I don't know if he'll go quite 2:01s today, but I wouldn't be surprised if he clips a 2:02 around here.
Yeah, no kidding. We're told we got about a 10-minute delay here as the track cleanup is going to continue. So 10 minutes to fill. Let's see. What shall we talk about? One of the issues that these teams have, and one of the awards that these drivers are able to put in their bag through qualifying, the Sunoco 260 Thursday Award. It's kind of an unusual award. It's 15 gallons of Sunoco fuel, and it's for the driver whose qualifying time on the first day of qualifying on Thursday, the last 3 digits come closest to 260, and so it's kind of arbitrary, but it's kind of a fun award. And the winner of the Sunoco 260 Award for the GT1 class was David Pintaric, and he'll start this race in 3rd position. So David will get a few gallons of
great
Sunoco
shot of the
fuel.
back of his car too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no kidding. The red, white, and blue livery on David's car. As then we've got the same award in the T1 class goes to Hugh Stewart. And although Hugh had his times on Thursday eliminated for a technical infraction of some sort, so I guess he'll still keep the 15 gallons of gas.
Sure, yeah.
Absolutely right. Counting down to 5 minutes now, we understand, on the grid. We've got some other honors for the drivers. The Hawk Breakthrough Award. That's for the driver who improves the most positions from first day qualifying to second day qualifying. And in the GT1 class, that was David Johns, who's making his first runoff start. He picked up 4 spots between Thursday and Friday, so he wins the Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award, which is a free set of Hawk brake pads. Same story in the T1 class, and that was Drew Delmonico, coincidentally another rookie, making his first runoff start as he gets that free pair of brake pads. We've got a couple drivers who have been with us for many, many years. We talked about Mark Webber, who set the record for number of runoffs appearances with his 70th. We'll see him later on today with his 71st runoff start. But Michael Pettiford in the number 41 car out of Louisville, Colorado, in his Chevy Corvette, making his 50th runoff start in this race.
Yeah, he is. And that guy's a lot of fun. I had a chance to talk to him this week. He's a motorsports guy through and through. So he's a driver's coach now, obviously out here racing his Corvette. We were talking about his days of doing road bikes and being here and doing a buck 80 on a street bike or road racing bike around Road America. He said there's just no thrill ever. You just can't get a thrill anywhere else than on a bike. There's just no comparison to anything else. And it's kind of fun just listening to him share those stories about what it was like. And he's just saying, I'd get back on it today if I could. One of those sort of guys. So I just love that enthusiasm. I love what he brings. And starting 4th in this field, you never know. I mean, 50th start, we'll keep an eye on him. I'm sure James and Hugh and Drew, they've got something to say about that, but I'm sure Michael would be a great story to watch him today.
Yeah, and another driver who is no stranger to anybody who follows runoffs competition, of course, is Michael Lewis. He'll start inside of row 3 in the GT1 field. Michael running multiple classes. This will be his 48th runoff start in this race, but he's an 11-time national champion, as opposed to Michael Pettiford, whose best finish was a 2nd back at Heartland Park in T2 back in 2008. Michael is an 11-time champion, including last year's GT3 championship. But that Jaguar XXR is kind of an unusual body, and one that Michael has run for a number of years. But hey, he's right in the thick of it, like I said, inside of row 3. So be curious to see how Michael can do with that veteran car and a veteran driver.
Yeah, and he's very protective of that car. If the conditions are great, he'd rather just make sure to protect the car. But I've seen that car go extremely fast. I was lucky enough to do the commentary in 2018 at Sonoma when he got one of his championships there, and that car was just amazing to watch. And watching him and a driver with his skill, who's obviously going back to his days in Trans Am, this car going back to the days of Trans Am, it's a neat combo to watch, and it's so unique. You see it there with the flames down the side of the black and orange Jag.
Yep.
obviously going to, well, how do you have a Jaguar in here? Well, because at one point Ford owned Jaguar, and you could run a Ford engine, but it's a Jag.
Yeah.
Jag.
But these GT1 cars, especially, like I say, they're all tube frame.
Yeah.
The body is, I mean, David Pinteric has run a Cadillac body on that chassis, in addition to the Mustang body that he's got on it now.
With the exception of the IMSA GT3 cars that are in this GT1 field. Michael McAleenan, Taz Harvey, one's in a Lamborghini, the other in the Acura NSX.
Right.
So there are a couple of different things that have been thrown into this GT1 field that I don't know where it's going to go today, but we've seen it at the June sprints when there's a rain condition. These cars do quite well, but we'll see if Taz and Michael can give these other GT1 cars a run for their money.
Yeah, they probably give up a little in horsepower, but they're probably a little handier in the twisty bits. As it looks like the cars are finally rolling away from the starting grid after this cleanup delay. As you can see, the 57 of David Pinteric with that red, white, and blue livery. There's Michael Lewis, as we talked about, in that Jaguar, making their way out on track. As they'll take one lap behind the safety car, and then they'll line up 2 by 2. This will be a split start for these two class races. So all the GT1 cars will be at the front of the field, and the Touring 1 cars will get the second green flag after a bit of a delay. And looking at lap times, the T1 cars, 220 thereabouts. And like I said, the fastest of the GT1 cars, 201.273. That is a new lap record here. So Tony Ave came loaded for bear, looking for his 5th national championship, as it looks like everybody's made it out of the grid and onto the racetrack as they make their way around. So we talked about the Hawk Breakthrough Award. We've talked about the Sunoco 260 Thursday Award. We'd also like to acknowledge the Tire Rack Pole Award for the driver who wins the pole position in both classes. Tony Ave taking his 4th Tire Rack pole, but James Candelaria, as we mentioned, in the Corvette, the T1 pole sitter, his 1st Tire Rack pole position. Thanks to Tire Rack. Sunoco, of course, the presenting sponsor of the runoffs, and Hawk Break, of course, their long affiliation with the SCCA, and we appreciate all of the work that these folks do as the Mazda safety car makes its way out on track, and that's the second safety car with the T1 cars behind it. So there'll be 2 safety cars, one out in front with the GT1s, and then this second safety car with the 5-car T1 field. As the lead group making its way under the Sargento Bridge and down the hill toward turn number 5, as we'll introduce the starting grid. Here's your first row. Tony Ave in that number 44 out of the Central Carolinas region. As we mentioned, a 4-time champion. Next to him, Dave Rullo in the number 31 out of the Milwaukee region. He is the defending champion of this class. David Pinteric in the number 57 out of the Mahoning Valley region, a 2-time champion, most recently in 2017. Next to him, the 3 of Michael McAleenan out of the Northwest region in his Lamborghini. That's the first of the GT3 cars. In row 3, the number 12 is Michael Lewis, the 11-time champion out of the Cal Club, and Ryan McManus in the number 07 out of the Ohio in his Corvette. In row 4, a rookie, David Johns, making his first start in the number 13 out of the Indiana Northwest region in his Ford Mustang, and Todd Peterson in the 24 Ford Mustang alongside. In row 5, the 8 of Taz Harvey out of the San Francisco region in another of the GT3 cars, the Acura NSX. And next to him, the oldest driver in the field, the number 05 of David Verstand out of the Texas region in his Corvette. In row 6, the number 11 of Rocky Eli out of the Chicago region. I think it's Eli or Ellie. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that, Rocky. And next to him, Jason Fiorito out of the Northwest region in a Dodge Challenger. Finally, in row 7 of the GT1 field, the 73 of Dominic Martinolich out of the Northwest region in a Corvette. And the youngest driver in the field and making his first runoff start, the number 70 of Daniel Spear out of the Chicago region in his Ford Mustang. Now we take a look at the T1 field. James Candelaria is your pole sitter in the number 134 Chevy Corvette, taking his first Tire Rack Pole Award, alongside Hugh Stewart in the number 23 out of the New England region in a BMW E46 M3, winning the Sunoco 260 Thursday Award. Followed by another rookie, Drew Delmonico in the number 43 out of the San Francisco region in his BMW M4, the Hawk Breakthrough Award winner. And then the veteran, Michael Pettiford in the number 41, the septuagenarian in his Chevrolet Corvette, making his 50th runoff start. And rounding out the field in T1, the 06 of Ronald Lombardo out of the New England region in his Ford Mustang. So 19 cars about ready to do battle here. As we see a little oil dry still there in the run-up to Canada corner where the front wave is now as they make their way through the northernmost point of this racetrack. There's conflicting stories as to why it's named Canada corner. I prefer to use that nomenclature for the fact that it's the northernmost point of the track closest to Canada. So there may be other stories.
Yeah.
Some of them apocryphal, but we'll see.
Well, with all this oil dry, watch the opening lap. Who's tentative on the oil dry? Who's aggressive? We know we've heard drivers like Paterick may be aggressive. Also, those GT3 IMSA cars could be very aggressive. They may be able to get a little bit of an opportunity here with Macalina potentially here on this opening lap. But we'll see who defends and who gets aggressive.
You see Macalina in that Lamborghini Huracan. It looks almost out of place in this field. So low slung, obviously very aerodynamic, but the big high horsepower GT1 cars now climbing the hill as they come under the attention of the starter. Tony Ave on the inside in that orange and black liveried Chevy Camaro. And Dave Rullo, the defending champion, alongside. And there's the green. We are underway. Ave getting the jump, and Rullo staying right with him as Ave's going to take the defensive line down into turn number 1. Now he sweeps over in front, and he'll take the customary racing line. Paterick up into third spot as he slots it in as they make it through turn 1 under the Aaron's Tunnel and over down toward turn number 1 as we stay with the GT1 field. As Ave getting a little bit of a jump. Paterick, just as you said, Lefty, looking aggressive here at the front. He's right on the back of defending champion Dave Rullo.
Yeah, early on he's going to be jumping. Wait till they get, though, hurry downs and beyond where a lot of the oil dry is on the track. And we'll see if they're very tentative. There won't be a lot of places to go side by side. We saw how dusty it was going into Canada. Right here it's clear, but it won't be as they get the next half mile down the track.
And now here's the second wave for the T1 cars as they come to the start. James Candelaria in the Corvette with the black nose, and then the BMW of Hugh Stewart alongside. There's the green. Very different exhaust note for these T1 cars as they don't rumble quite as much as their GT1 counterparts. But Candelaria doing a good job. The Floridian down into turn number 1. It looks like Hugh Stewart's going to hang on. Good side-by-side racing behind between Delmonico and Michael Pettiford. Pettiford in that yellow number 41 Corvette going for third here. As Pettiford looking for his third medal in runoffs competition. He's got a second and a third to his credit as we turn our attention back to the leaders in the GT1 wave as they're heading down into Canada corner. Lamborghini, very different exhaust note to these rumbling V8s, and Ave is getting away at the front. No surprise. Tony Ave knows one pace, and that is flat out. In addition to a very good shoe behind the wheel, he's a pretty good race car builder too.
Yeah. Yes, he is. And prolific. A lot of cars here in the Ave garage. But yeah, you're right. First lap, he's already got a huge margin over Rullo and Paterick.
Now, there's no oil dry on the front straightaway, and I'm seeing a little bit of smoke out of the back of this car. It's early on. Let's say it's maybe a little overflow, maybe a little oil on the headers, but that might be a sight to watch. And already we've got a car off as the 06 of Ronald Lombardo the Ford Mustang got into the bridge right there at the Motul Bridge. That's at the exit of turn 8, but he's able to continue. We can see there's some body damage there on the left rear.
Got to watch if there's any debris down from that, the way that he had backed into the embankment for the bridge and then came back out of there, and obviously have the fascia hanging off. Flaggers will be keeping an eye on that and seeing if it gets dropped somewhere down after the kink. That could be a dangerous piece they'll have to go fetch, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Ryan McManus in the 07 in front, right behind him Michael Lewis, the 11-time champ in that number 12 Jaguar, going side by side. And here's the battle at the front in T1 as Candelaria in the Corvette and Hugh Stewart in the BMW nose to tail as they climb the hill to complete race lap number 1. Stewart peeking out to the inside just to get a little fresh air on the radiator. And now the Corvette's going to have a little more grunt, I'm guessing. So Candelaria able to pull away on the straightaways, but that BMW should be a little handier on the braking zone.
Yeah, you watched Hugh get through 14 very quickly and got right up under the back of the deck lid of Candelaria, but he got to the horsepower of the Corvette and just started pulling away, and I'm seeing a couple of leaves on the inlets. Back to the story of 24. There may still be a couple of leaves that came down this morning. I don't know if it's going to be enough to make a difference, but we'll keep an eye on that as this battle continues here between the Corvette and the Jag.
Yeah, this is a great battle. Ryan McManus, Michael Lewis, and then the Lamborghini right up behind them. Lewis going to the inside of Canada, but not quite close enough. And the Lambo's going to try to go around the outside.
That's Taz Harvey in the Acura.
You're right, absolutely. Sorry, I misidentified it. As Taz Harvey worked his way up into 7th position. The Lambo's running 4th. Michael Macalino up in front. So a pretty good three-way battle here. And this is for 5th, 6th, and 7th in the GT1 field. As they climb the hill. Ryan McManus in that Corvette. 07 out of the Ohio region. His best finish in the runoff so far. A second at 2022 at Virginia International Raceway. Once again, Michael Lewis trying for that inside move, but can't quite get alongside, so he has to fall back in line astern as they head down the hill toward turn 3.
McManus seemed to break a little earlier than Lewis was expecting. And Lewis got down in there, kind of found himself a little bit of that vortex and just backed out. You saw him pick up dirt at the apex. That was him just trying to make sure he gave McManus enough room. But look at this now as they go through the kink.
Three-way battle for the lead in T1. So it's Candelaria, Stewart, and Delmonico. Stewart in the multicolored BMW, and Delmonico, the rookie, down to the inside, and he's going to take second spot. Late on the brakes, but here comes Hugh Stewart trying to fight back as they still kick up that oil dry left over from the cleanup from the earlier race today. So new second place runner on his debut here. That's Drew Delmonico up into second spot.
Yeah, aggressive move going into Canada up the brakes. Hugh saw him coming, gave the room. Now, though, they got to make sure they don't lose the Corvette of Candelaria out in front of them. We'll see if there's a little bit of a draft here. I know you start talking about T1 cars using the draft, but I mean, you know, they're not GT1s, that's for sure.
Delmonico's car just a little more legs here on the top end. Hugh Stewart, I think, has got that car dialed in. And you're right, we're already seeing some leaves on the radiators here. So we'll keep an eye on it. Not as windy as it was here a year ago, but you can see the beautiful fall colors here at America's National Park of Speed. Candelaria hanging on to the lead as they bend it out of turn 3 and work their way under the Sargento Bridge. But here's Tony Ave, the overall leader. But behind him, Dave Rouleau set the fast lap of the race a lap ago. Ave now retakes the fast lap, a 2:04.1. There's the 06 of Lombardo being lapped by the leaders. That's the 31 of Dave Rouleau, the defending champion out of Heartland, Wisconsin. This very much his home track. Running right now just about 4.5 seconds behind the leader, Tony Ave. David Peterick another 5 seconds back in third.
Lombardo still with that fascia on the Mustang, kind of clinging on. Starting to wonder if maybe he'll get a black flag for that if it looks like it's going to come off.
There's the Lamborghini of Michael Macalinen running in fourth right now, but he's about 10 seconds behind Peterick. So it looks like the GT3 cars not quite up to the task of the fastest of the GT1 machines at this stage, but we're still very early on in this one, working race lap number 4. There's Dave Peterick in the number 57. Mustang-bodied GT1 car out of Canfield, Ohio. David, as we mentioned, a 2-time champion, but he has not won this race since 2017 was the last time he took the top honors, and that was at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I remember that race very vividly. David was absolutely over the moon for that win. As we turn our attention back to the T1 battle now, with the 134 of Candelaria in the Corvette, holding off the challenge of the rookie, Drew Delmonico. James out of Boca Raton, Florida, from the Central Florida region. Drew out of San Francisco, of course. And then Hugh Stewart in third out of Milford, Connecticut, the New England region. Is that pair of BMWs. Hughes is a E46 M3, as Delmonico's is an M4. A 2023, much more contemporary car, so he may have a little advantage with some electronic driver aids, perhaps, in the T1.
Yeah, so the hood of Hugh Stewart's car just got a little bit of a movement to it. Should be okay, but time you see that in a car like this, start to wonder if that's going to be too loose.
So they exit turn 3 and head under the Sargento Bridge, one of the landmarks here at Road America.
You watch these T1 cars and you watch how they attack curbs a little bit more. Then you look at the GT1s and all of them are just tiptoeing. They won't want to touch those curbs. Don't want to start shaking things too loose in a car that shakes itself loose. But you watch these guys, no problem. Right across the rumble strips at the exit of 5. They'll cut the curb at the apex of 7 and 8 and the others. Not the GT1s. They'll stay off of those like lava.
James Candelaria, what a great recovery story. He came to the runoffs a year ago after having a heart transplant in the December prior to it, and so that's been now 2 years ago. But James, made it part of his recovery routine to think about that heart transplant. I want to get back into the race car, and by golly, he did. As this battle between the 07 of Ryan McManus and Taz Harvey in the Acura NSX.
Michael Lewis looks like he was able to kind of shed these two and move up a little bit, leaving them to battle amongst themselves as they go around Lombardo, the T1 car there. But this is turning into a pretty good fight here between two very different cars. Between of course the Corvette, full GT1 Trans Am type spec car, and then that GT3 of Taz Harvey and that Acura. There aren't many of them out there, but he managed to get one now as the new generations have come along. The older ones are available, and talking to him yesterday, he loves driving that car.
I'll bet, yeah, absolutely. There's Michael Lewis working his way through the carousel all by himself, currently in 5th spot, about 7 seconds behind Michael McAleenan in the Lamborghini. With the exception of Michael Pettiford, Michael, the
little bit, just
most experienced driver.
You watch the tail of Lewis just going through the kink there in the back slid. He got to the curb, and I get nervous when I see that. When a Spec Miata does it, when I see a GT1 Jaguar going through there.
At probably way into triple digits, yeah.
Yeah. Unbelievable control there for Michael Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely right. Michael, racing multi-classes here again this weekend. I know he's got a GT3 car, I think, and he's got, I want to say...
Is it F-Prod now?
F-Prod, yeah, I think he's in that one
The old
as well.
GTL spec now,
Right,
part of F-Prod. Yeah, same
exactly.
car as the GT3, but with the motor swap, and we'll get to that in those races.
Exactly.
A lot of these guys now, as we're turning laps 4 and 5, are turning their quickest laps. I'm seeing on the timing screen a lot of green sectors, personal best popping up as these tires finally get enough heat. The cars are all warmed up. The cars are happy. Drivers are grooved. The oil drive gets cleared away. So things are settling in. Lewis picking up speed, seems every lap 2 seconds faster than McManus and Harvey doing behind him. And Lewis now matching lap times with McAleenan in the other of the GT3 spec cars. So Lewis may want to maybe close to making a run at that 4th spot.
Yeah, he's, like I say, he's right now about 7 seconds behind, but lapping, very similar lap times, but they're all in the 210s and up. The top 3 lapping in the 206s, 207s. So Ave setting the fast lap of the race at 204 flat on lap number 4. Speaking of which, down into Canada corner. Looking at the speed trap times, the quickest car in the speed trap is the number 57 of David Pitterick, and 179.033. The speed trap is in the run down to turn number 5. So just give you some indication of the terminal velocity of these cars.
These are T1 pack.
Yeah, the top 3 have already are already catching and passing the T1 leaders. As the T1 leader, Candelaria, is running 12th overall. So with Pitterick getting by, the top 3 GT1 cars have already put these cars a lap down. So they'll get to do 12 laps instead of 13, which may be a blessing in disguise. We'll see.
This T1 battle's going to be a real challenge, looks like, for Hugh Stewart because of the horsepower, I think, that he doesn't have compared to the other 2 cars. We'll keep an eye out. Can he maybe force them into errors and make that pass, or is he going to be struggling, fighting uphill with the horsepower against him?
This battle between McManus and Harvey, though, is a dandy.
Yeah.
And again, that's for 6th and 7th in GT1. Ryan McManus in the 07. his 11th runoff start. Taz Harvey. And the 8 car just about making his 13th runoff start in this one. Still looking for both of them still looking for their first wins, although they both have podium finishes, second place each for McManus and Harvey, and a pair of thirds for Taz Harvey as well.
Yeah, we'll see Taz Harvey again, I believe, running an STU later this weekend in another different sort of spec car for that class, but having a good race here with McManus in this group.
Interesting to see, in the horsepower sections of the course, as we expect, McManus with the advantage, kind of running all by himself, but now into the handling section of this racetrack, and that's where Taz is going to close back up. As we check another battle a little deeper in the pack, the 0-5 of David Verstand, the oldest driver in the field, and Dominic Martinolich. Dominic making his first start, if memory serves. Nope, sorry. Dominic started back in 13th position, and he's picked up some spots here to close right up on the back of Verstand in that 0-5.
Oh, we're gonna spin. This is the leaders in T1.
Yeah, both of them, and that's gonna promote Hugh Stewart into the lead in T1. But they've both been able to continue.
And I think they've got McAleenan now ready to lap them, so you're gonna have this Lamborghini trying to poke on by. But it does look like they were able to continue.
We got a replay here coming down into Canada.
Oh, that is a late move.
That's a rookie
Delmonico,
mistake.
and that's the contact between them.
Yep. Delmonico tried to stuff it down in there, left the braking as late as he dared, and not late enough as he uses the leader's car as a backstop to make the apex.
Well, this will be interesting. I was mentioning Hugh Stewart doesn't have the straight line speed. He needed something, and that might have been his something.
Yep.
And now he's going to obviously have to get past here, and this shouldn't be a big deal down there towards 3 for McAleenan to go on by. He's got one more long straight, and then we'll see what pace he really has through that middle sector of the track when he gets to turn 5. And is there any sort of damage because it was the left front here at Delmonico? Does he have an alignment issue? Did the right front of Candelaria get it all skewed? So I'm going to keep the pace in these guys for the next lap or so as Michael Lewis now is trying to put them a lap down.
Down the hill comes the 3 of Michael McAleenan in that Lamborghini, running pretty much by himself, about 22 seconds behind the lead trio. David Pinteric mounting a bit of a charge here. On the last lap, he was about a second quicker than Dave Rouleau in front of him. He's about 6 seconds behind Rouleau in the battle for the silver medal. As Michael Lewis putting Candelaria a lap down. As Lewis bends it out of turn 8 and into the carousel once again.
Candelaria's new heart is being put to the test right now after what's going on in the last 3.5 miles. Not only does he give up the lead, now he's got these faster GT1 cars going by and he can't do anything about it. And their apex speeds aren't a lot faster than a T1 car. It's the straightaways where the GT1's the advantage. So he's got in this twisty part with these bigger cars going through, and he could just see Hugh's BMW getting a little further in the part of the track where Hugh's already got the advantage. So we'll see if James can settle himself down and get back on track. He's got the pace to catch up. He's just going to have to work at it now.
Here's Pinteric, the fastest car in a straight line in this motor race right at the moment. Just shy of 180 miles an hour.
I giggle every time I see and hear and I look at those numbers when how fast these things are. Just rockets.
The audio on our live stream here is fantastic, but it is nothing like the live experience of these cars. And certainly encourage you, as Lefty said earlier on, get to a racetrack and listen to a track full of these GT1 cars. It's an experience you won't soon forget. Candelaria is on the move, though. He is not going to let Hugh Stewart take this one away from him if he can avoid it, as he has closed the gap now, down to about 2.2 seconds at the line. And looking at lap times, Stewart was at a 2:22, Candelaria also at a 2:22, but about half a second quicker. So he's gradually reeling him in, and we're only,
and that was the lap. That was the lap where I would say that Candelaria got caught out with a couple of the faster cars in difficult spots. So to be able to be 3/10, 4/10 quicker and have all that, says he definitely has the pace. Well, he's about to have a couple more GT1s coming his way as that McManus Corvette's about to come through. Very similar to what he ran into, so we'll see if he can, look how close he is now. He's within maybe 3 car lengths already. Delmonico's pace, though, looks off a little bit. It's that last lap for him. Several seconds, but 3 seconds slower, 2 seconds slower, I think, than the other guys, but he'll have to recover. I guess it wasn't that slow. It was a couple tenths slower than Candelaria's.
He's pretty much back on the pace, but Candelaria's on the charge for sure. As he's trying to retake that lead. It was snatched away by no fault of his own, but Hugh Stewart, tip of the hat to him for doing the job. Sports car picked Candelaria to win this one, and I think he's got a good shot at it. As right behind him is the 07 Ryan McManus, the 6th place GT1 car. As they're going to go side by side with the King. I think not.
Again, Candelaria can't be happy. It looked like for a second there, McManus was just going to wait, and he got caught between, do I go now or after the King? And he decided to go, but he couldn't quite get there. I don't think the apex speeds are drastic. Yes, there's more aero on a GT1, but they are big and heavy. And but he goes up there, so that's going to set Candelaria back another probably 5-6 car lengths. So the uphill battle continues with not many laps.
We'll see how it shakes out as McManus will soon be catching the leader, Hugh Stewart, and might be the same kind of situation for him. As Candelaria. And that Phoenix prepared Cadillac, or Corvette, I should say. Checking the lap times. Again, the traffic, a little bit of a factor for James on that one. So he was about a 10th slower than Hugh Stewart. So it's about a 3-second disadvantage that he's going to have to try to make up. Meanwhile, the 21 of Jason Fiorito and David Johns in the 13, putting him a lap down. As the back of the GT1 field working its way through the T1 leaders.
Just watching James's car on all the corner edges, we'll see if we can get a good shot of him coming down into 5. The car might be a little squirrely. He's wondering if either just the heat and tires, or does he actually have an alignment issue from the contact a few laps back. So keep an eye on that Corvette. How much control he's got on entry. Clearly he's got the power, but yeah, you can see a little twitch there kind of on the exit at 5 there, which sometimes happens, but there may be a little bit of toe out, maybe even on his right rear if that's where the contact was a bit ago.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but his lap times, his best lap in the race is a 2:21.6. He's currently lapping at a 2:22.2, so it's not that far off his best lap time from earlier in the race.
Showing good pace. This lap, Hugh Stewart gets held up a little bit in this part by those GT1 cars going by. This is now helping Candelaria. This back and forth of they were a second apart, then 3 seconds apart. Now they're probably back to within a second and a half apart as they head down to the part of the track past the King, where the Corvette should have the horsepower advantage to get them all the way down into Canada. It's exciting. And Delmonico hasn't gone away yet.
Yeah.
So he's about the same gap. You can see all 3 of them in the shot there.
So there's first, second, and third in T1 in the same camera shot. Not the case for Tony Ave with a 16-second lead out in front of Dave Rouleau, the defending champion, who has an 18-second lead over the third-place runner, David Pinteric. So the GT1 medals pretty well settled at this stage, but we've still got 3 laps to go as we are working race lap number 11. So this is where Candelaria can maybe make a little hay here on the front straightaway as they crest the hill.
He should have the most horsepower in this battle. Hugh Stewart has the least horsepower in this battle, so this is definitely the part you can watch. Almost, you can see the gap closing. You can see the speed difference of Candelaria now already going into 1. Hugh super late on the brakes, trying to carry everything he can through that very fast turn 1. They'll do the same thing at 3 as they head up the back straight. And both cars squirrely under braking.
Yeah, especially saw that on Candelaria's car as he got on the binders down into turn 3.
Oh, they're pushing so hard. They never had a chance to take like a break or 2 lap. They're 3-car battles like this, there's no chances to.
Here they come down the hill toward turn 5. One of the best passing opportunities, and Candelaria is there. Yeah, just about a car length. So yeah, the
2 uninterrupted straightaways is what he needed to get there. He got good exits off of 14 and a great exit off of 3, and now Stewart goes defensive in through 6.
James showing him in the nose, let him know that he's there. As they make it through a very tricky turn 7, just a touch on the brakes, you can see, to get the weight on the nose of the car. And then hurry down toward turn number 8.
Didn't have to go defensive at 8 at least. He had enough of a gap from 7. He should be good through carousel and kink, and then we'll see if James has a shot as they get down to Canada.
Another GT1 car to add a little spice to the mix. Another shot of the 05 car, David Verstappen.
To check in with Dave Petarek. His pace has been down quite a bit. His trap speeds are down. I've been watching his lap times. He's 5-6 seconds a lap slower than McElhaney curling in 4th in the Lamborghini, so there could be a change for podium position if Peterek's got an issue.
Once again, one of the GT1 cars playing a factor here as the 13 car of David Johns making his first runoff start. Works his way through this lead battle, but now it's a straight fight as we're coming up to complete race lap number 12.
Candelaria is as close as he's been since the lead change, and this is where the advantage goes to the Corvette. We can see something happening before we get down to turn 1. He's definitely close enough to get side by side under the braking.
White flag next time by for these two, as this battle has been compelling. And here comes Candelaria. He's got the momentum down into turn number 1. Stewart does his best to stay late on the brakes and go
there.
High, wide, and handsome around the outside, but he can't quite close the deal. Candelaria takes the position. And he should be able to stretch it here in this next run, but look how squirrely that car is.
Yeah, big slide on the way in, but I think he's still able to get the power down on the way out.
White flag up for Tony Ave, as he is on the move. But like I say, we'll keep an eye on David Petarek because his lap times are way off what he was running earlier, as that lead between he and McElhaney has shrunk to about 6 seconds.
Oh, another mistake there for Candelaria.
Too late on the brakes. But Stewart,
I think he checked up because he didn't sure which way the Corvette was going to go, so Stewart not able to capitalize.
Top of the hill there at turn 6, and then they head back downhill after the exit of turn 7, down toward turn number 8. Stewart right out to the edge of the track.
Using everything.
Every bit of it.
Let's see if he can be on the tail of the Corvette as they come off of the carousel.
McElhaney has caught Petarek as they just flash by our vantage point here, so we'll watch that battle for third in GT1 as well, but this one is compelling because it's for the gold medal.
And there is the battle for third in GT1. Oh, squeezing. Petarek squeezes McElhaney at the apex.
Can the GT3 car get on the box here? As something has gone away from David Peterek's car, but this battle for the T1 lead continues.
What does Hugh Stewart have in him? Because we know the Corvette's got the advantage on these straightaways. He's going to have to tuck up behind. Going here, he's hopefully slowing the exit speed of Candelaria. Can he do it and get a better run for Hugh?
Yep, that's the plan, I think. See if he can tuck in the draft. This will be a dress rehearsal for the final lap here as they're climbing to the white flag.
And maybe they can start to draft up the other T1 car, Lombardo, who's just ahead of them.
Meanwhile, not far behind them, here comes Tony Ave to the checkers. No challenge for Tony, leading from the drop of the green flag. Tony Ave takes the win and his 5th national championship from the pole. Never headed, setting fast lap of the race on the way. Second place goes to Dave Rouleau, the winner a year ago. So on the box once again for Dave Rouleau in the 31 for the silver medal. And here comes the third place runner, and that is Michael McElhaney. After late race troubles for David Petarek, he'll have to fall back to 4th. McElhaney with the Lamborghini into the final sequence of turns, and up the hill he comes to see the checkered flag to take the bronze medal in GT1. Tough break for Petarek. He had the pace all race long, but something went away about halfway through. But he is still able to hang on to a 4th place finish. And here's the battle for T1.
So Stewart's maybe about a car length or two further back than he was at this point a lap ago, but I think he's got a chance to get down. We saw him pressure going into Canada. We saw him make the move and will try to be side by side at 14. I think that's his best chance here to force Candelaria into a really bad exit. But if it's a drag race, the Corvette's going to have the advantage. Their torque off the corner isn't that different. It's the end of the straightaway, so maybe there's enough for Stewart to try and get a run if he can get inside going into 14.
Yeah, his mid-corner speed through the kink was really good. Down into Canada, late as he dares. Candelaria going a little defensive. Oh, no! And Stewart gets sideways. Oh, hang on to it, Hugh. Hang on to it. And he's going to lose second. Oh. He threw everything at it in the final braking zone on the racetrack. And Delmonico, on debut, is going to take the silver medal, it looks like. But James Candelaria, after a spin caused by contact with another car, not his fault, comes back to take his first gold medal in Touring 1. I bet that transplanted heart is beating a few beats a minute right now as he's going to celebrate that one. You can see him celebrating in the cockpit. Congratulations to Drew Delmonico, in his first runoff start, and a heartbreak for Hugh Stewart. It was so close.
Such a good race, though. And he knew he had to get a really good run off of there to have a chance at 14. And the car, he had just almost driven the tires off of it. These guys driving so hard.
Tony Ave already into the pit lane as he is heading down to have a talk with our pit reporter, Hayward Wagner. Hayward right there to greet our winner in GT1. Tony Ave, car builder, racer par excellence. I think he's even got a Formula Atlantic car here this week.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, so he's not only doing tin tops, but he's got an open wheeler as well.
He'll race anything. Snowmobiles, everything.
Exactly. Let's head down to a trackside with Hayward Wagner and our new GT1 champion. Guess we're not quite ready as Hayward's getting himself in position here. As the grid marshals, CC there getting the winner's hat on our leader. Oh, it looks like we've got a camera issue, so bear with us just a second. Dave Rouleau came home in second spot in GT1. There's Candelaria, the T1 winner, taking his cool down lap with Drew Delmonico right behind him in that contemporary 2023 BMW M4.
T-Race may have been a small field, but it was a mighty field.
Oh, man.
Three-way battle, all three of them from green flag all the way to the checker. A little bit of contact in the middle, but in the end, everybody was able to shake that off. And for Candelaria to get that first goal, it's going to be special.
And Michael Pettiford, unfortunately, did not make it to the end, but he'll finish in 5th position. As Ronald Lombardo, with that early spin, a lap down to those leaders, comes home in the 4th spot. As I think we're finally ready down trackside. Hayward, take it away.
Tony, sometimes an uneventful race is just what you're looking for.
Yeah, in this case, for sure. I was bummed last year we didn't win, and GT1's kind of always been my favorite place, so we came back here really focused with this Avi Riley 3 that Bill Riley and I did, and I have to say, a couple guys that were super helpful to me throughout my career that we don't have anymore, Denny Lamers and Bob Riley. This is for those guys, they made everything I do possible over the years, and this was the last car that Bob designed, and so I was thinking about him the whole time riding around out there.
Well, a very special win for you, your 5th Runoffs championship. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Well done to Tony Ave, and a great tribute to the late great Bob Riley and Denny Lammers, of course, which we lost here not long ago as two fixtures of GT1 racing, and Bill Riley, Bob's son, of course, involved in the development of that chassis. But Dave Rouleau and Michael McAleenan standing by to talk with Hayward as our 2nd and 3rd place finishers in this race as well. McAleenan taking that 3rd place bronze medal and the end of this race after Pinteric's problems. Let's head back down to Hayward with second and third.
Dave, a silver medal for you here at the runoffs. How does it feel to be on the podium?
Oh, it's great to be on the podium. I was fun running with these guys. Gave her all I had early on, trying to keep up with Tony. He pulled away, but kind of had a race out there by myself. But either way, proud of the team putting us up in second. So, want to give a great thanks to all my family and my crew for getting us here.
Well, congratulations to you on the silver. We're going to get Mike, our bronze finisher. Hey, Mike, come on up. Sometimes you just got to be in the right place, and it looks like you were.
Sure. Always knew that we didn't have the legs for these guys, but our whole game plan all year is we're consistent, we're there, and be there at the finish. And I got a little bit lucky. Something happened to poor Dave, and picked him off on the last lap. But otherwise, it was a pretty lonely race.
Well, congratulations on the podium. Beautiful car.
Thank you much. Thank you much.
And we've got three more podium finishers to talk to as James Candelaria, Drew Delmonico, and Hugh Stewart will have a chance to chat. But let's take a quick look at the top 10 in GT1 as Tony Ave taking his 5th national champion. The defending champion, Dave Rullo, coming home in second. But look at that margin of victory, 21 seconds over Michael McAleenan, taking that. And then David Patera, Michael Lewis, Ryan McManus, Jason Fiorito, Taz Harvey, David Johns, and David Verstappen, the veteran, coming home in 10th position. And let's head down to our T1 winner, James Candelaria with Hayward Wagner.
James, I saw a couple of ladies over here when you came across the finish line, jumping up and down and yelling. I'm watching your watch blow up with text messages. How does it feel to be a runoffs national champion?
It's unbelievable. I've been after this for so long, ever since I started racing with SCCA. It's the pinnacle of amateur sports car racing. I got to thank all the workers, my family, my crew, my team, Phoenix Performance. It's just been, I've been after this forever. I don't even know how to feel. You can see I got tears in my eyes. It's something special.
What was in your heart? What were you feeling when the contact was made in Canada, the car came around? Did you think it was over? Did you think you had a chance? What did that do to your mindset in the race?
It made me feel exactly like I felt last year when I spun it on my own accord, like, all right, there goes my shot. But, I just put my head down. I was like, is it drivable? Put it in first gear, drove it out, and the car thankfully developed a push, but nothing serious. I was able to keep driving, and that just motivated me to just get back around Stewart. Stewart is a fantastic competitor, and I always love racing with him. He didn't make it easy, but we got it done.
Well, everybody gets a runoff story. This year, yours is a spin to win. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Great job, Hayward, as we'll have a chance to chat with Drew Delmonico and Hugh Stewart. Delmonico inheriting that second spot after Stewart threw it in there in Canada corner on the last lap, trying to make a move on Candelaria, but unfortunately it cost him enough time that Delmonico was able to make that pass, and the rookie will take second place honors in his first runoff start. And let's head down to Hayward with Drew Delmonico.
Drew, you drove the Michelin logo off the tire of this car. Tell me about this race.
Fantastic. Such great competition with Hugh and with James. Absolutely fantastic up front. So close. James and I got into a little bit of it in Canada corner. Was on the inside and just there was no grip, oil on the inside of the track, so the car just went for a bit of a ride. And I think actually I have to apologize to James, but also thank him for helping me stop and actually make the corner. So, but it was fantastic racing, fantastic competition. SCCA, absolutely fantastic program. Want to thank Greg Leafouge, my driver coach. I would not be here without him today. The guy is just the consummate professional. Want to thank the guys from Cameron Racing, in particular my crew chief, Kulana Cummings. Love you, man. Love you. You put this car back together after Sonoma. Amazing, amazing work. And then last but not least, San Francisco BMW, Vincent Varela. Thank you so much for getting all those parts from Germany for us. And my wife and daughter, Vanessa and Sophie. The support is just incredible. Would not be here without that system.
Well, congratulations to you on the silver. Hugh, you're coming up with a bronze. You had the best seat in the house for some of this race. You had the best view in the house. You were all over the place. How does it feel to come home in bronze?
Not what I wanted, obviously. I led for a little while, and then I realized I couldn't hold off James because he just had too much in the straights, but I figured I could make another run at him in the last couple of turns. And while I was in second, I just tried to sail it into Canada corner and a bunch of other spots because I was quicker and I was going to try and make a pass in the last turn, and it just didn't work out. I looped it at Canada. Don't know really what happened, but awesome race. Fun to race with these guys. SCCA, as always, puts on an amazing show. I have to thank Hoosier. The tires were awesome. MCS shocks. They got me some 4-way adjustable shocks. Those things are amazing. High Speed Motorsports puts the car together. Do a great job. Koenig, our wheel sponsor. Awesome wheels. They went over the curbs, no bends. You know, anyone that I missed, thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, you left it all on the field, so to speak. Congratulations.
Second place, I didn't care. Second, third, if it wasn't a win, I don't care where I finished.
Congratulations to you for salvaging that third place finish. As here's your finishing order: Candelaria taking the win, Delmonico second, Stewart at third, Ronald Lombardo despite his crash, and then unfortunately Michael Pettiford, the veteran, unable to make the finish of the race, but he'll take fifth place honors nonetheless. And so once again, let's thank you for being with us for our first double race of the weekend. There are more. GT1 and T1 in the record books is the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Thanks to Mazda for presenting our streaming broadcast of the Hagerty Race Days. I'm John Phippen for Larry McLeod and Hayward Wagner. We'll see you down the road.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome to the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Thanks to Mazda for presenting our broadcast of the live stream of these Hagerty Race Days. My name's John Phippen alongside Lefty McLeod as we've got our biggest field of the runoffs. 43 cars lined up down on the grid. And to introduce us to those grids, let's head down to Hayward Wagner.
John, there are 43 cars, and there are 43 identical cars. We've got a lot of classes here at the runoffs that have the word spec in it. B-Spec, where you've got Hondas and Mazdas and Chevys, and you've got Spec Miata, where you have first gen, second gen, and Spec MX-5. This is the one where they are truly identical, every single one. And some people may be driving them because they're beautiful race cars, but most of these guys are driving them because they produce the best racing here at the runoffs. I want to take a look at the front of the car right here, the number 5 car, and give you an idea of what is all about. Those are tire scuffs on the nose of the car. If you look at how these cars are cut, the nose of the car is cut in exactly the contour of the tail of the car, which means that you can get these cars up under the nose of the car in front of you and push down these long straightaways. This race is going to come down to drafting. This is about partnerships. This is about pairing up to get to that last couple of laps when the gloves come off and we get real racing.
Perfectly said, Hayward, as these cars, as we look at the qualifying order, the top 12 within a second of each other in qualifying time. So get ready for pack racing all up and down this 43 car field as these guys will close down And let's talk about the racetrack. And thanks to Mazda for presenting the track map to us. Lefty, take us around this 4-mile circuit.
Yeah, this place with Spec Ford is going to be amazing. There'll be 3 wide going into turn 1, the long Road America straight. In these cars, they'll probably still be 3 wide coming out of turn 1 as they'll head down towards turn 3. Key critical corner there for speed. If you're in by yourself, if you're in a pack, you just keep rolling with the pack. They'll go up the hill at 3, under the Sargento Bridge, and they'll head down towards our second sector, which starts with turn 5, the heaviest braking zone on the track, the tightest corner on the track, and that gets you uphill. They're going to see a Corvette Bridge. They'll be coming up that hill on that Corvette Bridge at turn 6, down the hurry downs between 7 and 8, and then the other tight corner, turn 8, where they'll get to start the carousel. The carousel speed ends as they go through the kink flat out in these cars, and then you get to the final sector, which all the way down to Canada at 12. Great passing zone opportunities there. Last lap's going to be crazy. Keep your eyes on that. And then they'll go around the Bill Mitchell and into the turn 14, where again, passing opportunities even all the way to the checker.
And I think you can almost count on a 2, 3, 4 wide finish of this one, as we frequently see in these classes. As you get some, go ahead.
You see those small bits there hanging off the back of the lower frame. Those are actually just small pieces of like radiator hose or something, little cushions for the cars to push against, so you're not actually hitting hard rubber on the very front where they've got the air inlets on these cars. So yeah, they get to push a little bit of something there, at least somewhat softens the blow.
Zero clearance drafting, they call that one, actually, as you can see the 1-minute warning being given to the field. The whistles down on the grid indicate these drivers. As we are getting ready to send these cars out on their formation lap behind the safety car, and then the 2x2 rolling start at the top of the hill. Let's take just a quick break while we're waiting for the cars to roll away to thank the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I'll wake up.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome back to our biggest field for the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Let's do the starting grid for you. On the pole, Bobby Sack, 2-time champion out of Detroit. Next to him, one of the two 15-year-olds in the field, Caleb Ruffle in the 22 car out of Milwaukee. In row 2, the 8 of Simon Gamble out of Chicago, and then the 61 of Brian Schofield, a 2-time champion out of Central Florida. In row 3, the 99 of Caleb Schrader from the Oregon region, and the 105 of Tyler Stevens from the Lone Star. In row 4, the 52 of Peyton Long from the Arkansas region, and 2-time champion Robeson Clay Russell out of the Central Carolinas region in the 31 car. Row 5, the 119 of Todd Vanacore out of Central Florida. He's the 2023 P1 champion. The 02 of Morgan Burkhardt out of the Washington, D.C. region. Another rookie in the field is the number 95 of Zach Della out of the Milwaukee region, next to the 17 of the veteran John Black, 4-time champion out of the San Francisco region. Row 7, car 7, James Clockerty out of Detroit, and the 68 of James Goffrey Jr., a 2-time champion out of the Florida region. Another rookie starts inside of row 8, the 59 of Jackson Deal from the Tennessee Valley region, next to Cliff White in the 58, a 3-time champion out of the Tennessee Valley region. In row 9, car 171, Ben Jacobs from Milwaukee, and another 15-year-old making his first runoff start, the 44 of Liam Kerper out of the Watkins Glen region. Row 10, the 13 of Stephen Ray Kemper out of Chicago, and the 45 of Tom Burt from the Northwest region. In row 11, the 48 of Chris Jenner-John, the 2020 Formula V champion out of the Indianapolis region, and a rookie, John McClintock, car 23 out of the Oregon region. Row 12, the 4 of John Jansen out of Land O'Lakes, he's a rookie, next to the 33 of Rob Peelsticker out of the Colorado region. 2 rookies in row 13, the 27 of E.J. Abed, a late entry from San Francisco, and the 5 of Grant Henning. We saw his car on the grid from the Northeast Oklahoma region. In row 14, the 55 of Sam Schechter out of Washington, D.C., and the 00 of Scott Monroe from the Houston region. Row 15 has the 42 of Craig Chase from New England, and the 71 of Mark Greb from the Iowa region. Row 16, the 77 of Andre Pena from the Oregon region, and the 64 of Matt Gray from the Land O'Lakes region. In row 17, the 195 of Mark Hutchins from Nebraska region, the 79 of Stephen Greenhill from Chicago. Next is the 49 of Scott Barr from the Milwaukee region, and the 6 of Peter Jankowski from the Chicago region. In row 14, the 12 of Russell King from Land O'Lakes region, and a rookie, Richard Herman from the Washington, D.C. region. The oldest driver in the field in row 20, that's the 65 of Dwight Ryder from the Colorado region, and a rookie, Nick Henning from the Northeast Oklahoma region. And in the final 2 rows, the 05 of Douglas Cox, a rookie out of Colorado, Thomas Kirchman in the 62 from the New England region, and Andrea King, shotgun on the field in the 08 from Land O'Lakes as they climb the hill to the green flag, and I'll catch my breath.
Aggressive tire warming, Bobby Zach, your pole sitter, a few others as well, trying to make sure they have grip going through turn 1, and I'm already seeing leaves from the pole sitter in that air inlet, and these cars do not like to overheat. They'll lose a lot of power if we get too hot, and we're green.
There's the green flag. Let the fun begin, ladies and gentlemen. 3 wide, about 3 rows deep, as Bobby Sack and Caleb Rothel going side by side. Rothel on the outside in that 22 car. Bobby Sack in the silver and black, number 19.
They are teammates. They qualified together. They've been working together. They are definitely coordinating with what we're doing here on this opening lap. But look at this 3 wide right behind them.
Sack sweeps into the lead as Rothel drops right back behind him. And, a car goes wide right at the exit of 3. Ooh, you don't want to get sideways there with this field bearing down on you, but everybody's able to get it gathered up. Under the Sargento Bridge, down the hill into turn 5. As Bobby Sack looking for an advantage. Side by side behind him, the 61 of Brian Schofield going side by side with Simon Gamble. Looks like Schofield got that pass done up into 3rd position.
Behind them, Tyler Stevens and Caleb Schrader trying to get things sorted out as well, and they haven't yet. They may have just touched going up the hill towards Corvette.
Yeah, a little side by side drafting there as they make their way out of turn 6. You can see the dust kicked up. It's been very dry in this part of the country, so anytime a car drops a wheel off, it's going to kick up a cloud of dust. As the top 4 beginning to break away, we've got a spinner already, the 0 of Richard Herman, as he has looped it at the top of the hill at turn 6, but he's able to continue. So that's good news. Bobby Sack, the pole sitter, with maybe a little breathing room over the 22 of Caleb Rothel. And this 3rd place battle, right behind them, Gamble and Schofield.
Yeah, any break like this is a huge advantage because 2 cars together are amazingly fast. In fact, the 3rd one ends up behind the air pocket that can't even get by. And the front 2 being teammates, that is dangerous for the rest of this field. Now, if the second 2, if Gamble and Schofield can kind of pair up, they can maintain that pace all the way through. But the group behind are these feisty youngsters, Stevens and Long, a few other Morgan Burkhardt's in there. All of them are less than 23 years old, and they are all very feisty. If they can get things sorted out as opposed to wanting to win the next corner, maybe they can get the pace. They're going to have to work together because I know the front four are going to really work hard to stay together and push each other along.
Schofield's the man on the move. Started in row 2. He's already up to second, breaking up that
smart.
teammate that you talked about. And he's going for the lead here as Schofield goes side by side with Bobby Sack as they climb the hill.
I'm surprised he's doing this. I would have figured, but look at this. Maybe the three of them. Oh, no, that's contact.
Oh, man, that's tough.
That's a misjudgment for Bobby. He thought he was going to slip in behind Rothel, and he just couldn't quite get there. Oh, that was dangerous.
Yeah, no kidding. But Schofield takes over the lead. Both he and Bobby Sack, two-time winners, two-time champions. So they both know their way around. Schofield goes really wide. Track limits no factor here, as these drivers using up every bit of this racetrack.
Yeah, one of Bobby Sack's wins was here in 2021 when he went back-to-back between here, or 2020, I should say, and then he won again at 21 in Indy. So he's got experience here. He's got experience at the fast tracks on the Super Tour. He's one of the more successful drivers in the last couple of years, and showing that he can run in the mix here. Schofield, another one, is so experienced with victories. But look at this. Rothel's going to try and take it down the inside going into 5.
Rothel going for the lead here. Schofield side by side with the 8 of Simon Gamble. As they go a little wide, and there is Bobby Sack trying to get his way back up into that 4th position after falling back after that contact on the front straightaway. As they work their way out of turn 6 into 7.
And keeping an eye on that other pair of this back to you. Morgan Burkhardt, who was on the pole at VIR a couple of years ago, he's now out running GT4 racing. Well, he's there behind Tyler Stevens, son of Rich Stevens. So you got those two youngers right there, and Caleb Schrader is right in this run. So this top 7 now, just a big train. I think behind them is that Peyton Long maybe that's trying to catch them.
Yeah, he's right behind Burkhardt.
And maybe John Black, the other veteran there also, trying to make sure they don't lose sight of that front 7.
James Goffrey there as well, another veteran in the 68, a second-generation racer in his own right, out of Jupiter, Florida. So Schofield making that move to the front, but then quickly Caleb Rothel taking it away from him. And the 8 of Simon Gamble right behind him.
Yeah, Gamble, good work there to try and get up into that 2nd spot. We'll see now if the others behind with Bobby Sack now, see who he chooses to start to push. But I think we're going to start seeing a Burkhardt-Stevens pair here. They're going to find each other and try to push as well. You can see them already hooking up just past the exit of the corner.
Caleb Rothel trying to get away at the front. He's got to be careful. If he gets out there by himself, these guys will gang up and freight train him. So here comes,
nice push.
Yeah, Schofield giving Schrader a bit of a push. And now they go to the outside, and Rothel's going to find himself in trouble here as they go side by side through turn 1.
That is so tight through there.
Oh, I catch my breath every time they go that wide.
Oh, Peyton Long a little bit wide in the back. Had to check up a little bit. Morgan Burkhardt stuck on the inside of that 3 wide.
And then right behind him, the 105 of Tyler Stevens. As they go side by side, trying to sort each other out. You can see John Black just behind the 44 of Liam Kerper. One of our rookies of the field just set the fast lap of the race from 12th. Here comes Tyler Stevens down to the inside, right behind the pole sitter. Bobby Sack. Sack back up to 3rd now. Stevens just behind him.
Morgan Burkhardt continues in every corner exit to pick up a lot of dirt. He did it there coming through 5. He did it here the last lap through 6. He's a little cleaner this time through 6 than he had been, but he's trying to do everything he can to not lose the pack in front of him. But he keeps getting caught up in these other battles. Now he's got Peyton Long in front of him. Luckily, the front 5 can't seem to figure out what they want to do. With Zach and Rothel now hooked back together, maybe things will start to clear up a little bit, because that's what you look for. The teams, where do the teammates, where can they connect up, and when they can start to dictate the pace of the race.
Bobby Sack looking a little impatient now as he is right on the tail of the 99 of Caleb Schrader, who in turn is, oh, excuse me, that's the 22 of Caleb Rothel, my bad. Oh, and a little wide goes the leader.
Yeah, Schofield a little bit wide, headed check up. This is the opportunity. Both Bobby as well as Rothel are going to be taking the opportunity. Here they are now, under brake and good and clean. Now they can start to work together. The big slide. Oh, no.
And contact. Rothel spins. Bobby Sack got into him, but it doesn't look like significant damage, and that's going to turn the lead over to the 105 of Tyler Stevens.
Wow.
As that shakes things up, Stevens started back.
Oh, and Stevens just hung a tire going into 14. He had to check up there as Rothwell still can't seem to resume.
Another car going off. I think that was the 12 of Russell King.
Yeah, it was.
Here we're getting a replay.
So he just does it on his own, just turned in, maybe trying to be aggressive, knowing he had his teammate behind him, and just ends up looping. And then they, of course, have contact long after the fact, and another car spins.
That's the 05 of Douglas Cox at Canada Corner. So Canada's been a popular spot.
I wonder if there's anything down there at the apex. Now there's something happening on the front straight, just at the break-in zone. Big puff of cloud of smoke was back there. Yeah, that.
Yeah, the 59 car with a problem. Jackson Deal
is concerned there may be some fluid on the track. He easily could be dropping. So you don't see this out of these spec engines. These are sealed motors. These Ford engines, you do not see them happening like this. He may want to try and find his way off the track to avoid dropping any fluids.
Yeah, get into the grass, my friend.
Yeah, we've had enough of that this weekend with oil dry cleanups. We'll see what the crew decides to do here.
Yeah, one of the directions from Steve Pence, the race director, was that if you have a significant blow up, get off into the grass. Don't put the oil down on the racetrack. So we'll see what the race direction elects to do, but we're still racing as Tyler Stevens in the lead. Caleb Schrader now in second, right behind him the 02 of Morgan Burkhardt, and then the 61 of Brian Schofield. That's your top four.
One thing I've seen here is it's unusual for somebody to get out in front and not get caught by the pack, because the two cars behind easily can start to push each other, and their top speeds in a place like Road America is certainly faster than what one car can do by themselves. I say that, but in 2020, Bobby Sack led from 14 all the way to the checker because he had a big enough lead, and then you go back to 21. That track, yes, there's a straightaway. He was actually able to hold a lead for quite a while to win that championship there. I don't see that happening here already. Stevens under pressure now from, I think that's Burkhardt in the second spot. Of course, take that back. That's Schrader.
Yeah, of course, Sports Car picked Tyler Stevens to win this one, so he's yeah. See if that was prescient. We'll
Another
see.
second-gen racer. In fact, his dad's, I'm sure, down here on the pit wall, probably on radio with, if I had to guess. But Rich down there, probably working on this strategy. But look at these three young kids, all the way at the front here.
Stevens out in front, Caleb Schrader in that second spot as they pair up. And then behind them, the 02 of Morgan Burkhardt.
You got Caleb Schrader in 99. He's 21 years old. You got Tyler Stevens, who's 18. You got Morgan Burkhardt, who's 19. Then you got Brian Schofield, who's a few years their senior, mixing it up with this. And that's the way this class is. You got a lot of youth, a lot of speed, and then a lot of veterans that know what they're doing, too.
Schofield's been able to get himself back up into a bronze medal position now. But we haven't talked much about the 68 of James Goffrey.
Yeah, what a run he's on.
Yeah,
right now.
He is way up there. Goffrey started about mid-pack, if memory serves.
14th, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And he's up in the thick of it here.
I also see a number 19 not that far back. That's your pole sitter, Bobby Sack. That recovery came pretty quick for him.
Yeah, after that contact that he had with the 22 car of Caleb Rothwell there at Canada Corner.
And the leader's doing this. That's a clean swap of position there between Stevens and Schrader. They can keep that up. They can find that. Oh, that's somebody off big. The exit of 6.
Big cloud of dust. But a new leader now, Caleb Schrader, taking the top spot for the first time. As the 105 of Stevens drops a wheel off.
You weren't kidding about this being a dry climate the last few weeks around here. There is just dirt every apex, and these guys are finding it all. And the wind not as strong today as it had been. It's a little bit, but the flags are blown, but not like it was. And so the dirt just hangs in the air a little longer.
Kind of a two-car breakaway at the front as Stevens and Schrader continue their drafting duel. Stevens now going back for the lead. Schrader's going to tuck right in behind him. But Schofield back up to third now. And he's got a drafting partner with Morgan Burkhardt.
Yeah, and I suspect the two of them are going to be hooked up just past the exit here of 14 very well. And if they can do it right, they can definitely make ground on the straightaway. And what I've heard about these, and talked to these guys over the years, the best way to do it is literally hook up at the apex. Sometimes even the lead car will lift at the apex, wait for that little push, and then they go together rather than hooking up later, because you actually get a better run the earlier you can do it. The front two have got this nailed down right now with Stevens and Schrader. They look like one car.
And look who's up to third and looking for second now, as Schofield and Burkhardt weaving back and forth. As now it's a 4-car draft at the front. And then just a little gap back to the 8 of Simon Gamble. And Bobby Sack right there, Peyton Long in that second group.
Oh, that's contact.
Contact.
You've got the 5 off to the right, but I think there's a car somewhere off track left as well. And the 5 is stopped momentarily.
That's Grant Heinig in the 5 car. After making that contact, as we get a replay here, that was a pass attempt as he goes late on the brakes. I don't think the 23 car saw him.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's John McClintock in the 23.
Yeah, I think he wasn't aware that he was there. It just turned into him.
And there was at least a piece of debris somewhere track left, but right now it does look like Heinig is just parked there on the inside of one. That's kind of a dangerous spot to be. It's not the best place to be parked. But if that car is disabled, that's just where it's going to be for now.
So far, we've been able to stay green. The same 4 cars at the front.
Schofield, though, is able to break up the Schrader and Stevens front two. So working its way, Burkhardt right there with them. I just see Bobby Sack just probably about 3 cars back there with he and Gamble. This is tightening up.
Yeah, we're not even halfway distance here. So we're still at working race lap number 6 of the 13. So there's plenty of racing left to go. As you can see, these races will change on a dime with these evenly paced cars. Schofield looking a little impatient as he's thinking about making a move to get back to the front.
Knows how these races are. You have to play either the push or the swap game at certain points, and usually from the kink to Canada, maybe one of them, but definitely the front straight, definitely back straight. Otherwise, you're just going to get rushed by the cars behind you anyway. And right now, it looks like Burkhardt and Stevens may be the next ones to link up and try to push back the front two. Meanwhile, Bobby Sack's going to try and get a push on Gamble and do the same thing for 5th and 6th.
You see Tyler Stevens motioning to the cars behind to line up because he's afraid of just this.
Another group packing up.
Another pack a little deeper. That's the 79 of Steve Greenhill leading that group. Right behind them, that's Rothel in recovery mode after his spin at Canada Corner.
Yeah, see Tom Burt in there, one of the veterans of the field.
This is back for 26th, 27th.
Yeah.
But Rothel doing a good job of drafting as he's trying to work his way back forward. He's got a long way to go. But he dives down to the inside of the 79 of Greenhill. That's the battle for 24th.
We'll see if Greenhill can help push him along. It'd be great to push them, and then you get to the twisty parts, because obviously Rothel's going to have great pace through that as long as the car's not bent at all.
E.J. Abed in the number 27 leading this group from 18th position. Abed, one of our rookies, started in 25th, so he's had a good run up into the top 20. But back to the front we go with Tyler Stevens back on the point. Schofield right behind him.
It's a 6-car train now as Bobby's done a great job of working there with Gamble and Goffrey to try and bring this all together. And Bobby's still aggressive on the inside of Burkhardt around the carousel.
Side by side through the carousel turn. And he makes it stick.
Bobby's aggressive today.
He is going back after it. He makes a 3-car breakaway here at the front, but it won't last long.
I'm really surprised actually Bobby took that opportunity, because typically carousel, you go single file. The whole pack was already single file anyway. May as well wait and sort it out later. But look at this now, Schofield to the inside of Stevens.
Right behind him, Caleb Schrader to pick up the pieces. And then right behind them, guess who? Bobby Sack up to 4th. Started this race on the pole. And now in recovery mode as the cars trying to sort it out. Who's going to go where as they come into the final turn? Oh, and off goes.
Is that Schrader?
I think that was Schrader.
But it's Stevens. That's Stevens actually in the 105 that had gone
yeah.
wide there and did not get a run at all onto the front straight.
He's going to get freight trained by this group.
Yeah, he's maybe trying to slip in behind Burkhart, but even then, he's still not fast enough to hold off Gamble.
So Schofield back to the point now. Schrader right behind him, and there's Bobby Sack in the bronze medal position. There's Burkhart right behind him, the aide of Simon Gamble.
All this action, we're just barely past halfway.
Just what you would expect for this Spec Racer Ford field.
It's funny. It looks exciting. It's a chess match, but we all know it's still going to come down to the last lap. But you just have to stay in the mix, and I'm wondering if that's why Bobby's being aggressive. He wants to stay in that front 3 as long as he can, because if you're back in 5th and 6th and something in front happens to you, suddenly you're out of it. So you do have to stay up in the front group if you want to have a chance to win this thing. And right now that front group is 5 with 2 more not far down the order.
A little deeper in the pack, the 45 of Tom Burt, 70-year-old out of the Northwest region.
He's here in a couple of classes this weekend. Mixing it up in a pretty fun group there. Is that whole pack now coming into 5 together? Burt's going to be on the outside. Greenhill on the inside. Schechter's going to make a move down the inside of Burt. These guys are having a great fight. They're going to do it again going up the hill to the Corvette Bridge.
Them the 45 of Tom Burt, as we mentioned. Rothell's pulling off. Looks like he's got his day maybe done here. As Caleb Rothell working his way back after that spin.
If he did pick something up, maybe when he and Bobby went side by side. So now I worry about Bobby's cars or anything with it, as he did kind of sideswipe Rothell there when they had that contact after the spin.
Yeah.
The way Bobby's being aggressive at his pace, I think that car, maybe it's better than it was. I don't know. He's all over it.
This battle back for 26th position. With the 42 of Craig Chase out of the New England region. And here's the lead battle once again. Schofield with Caleb Schrader tucked right under his rear wing. Then Bobby Sack, Morgan Burkhart, Tyler Stevens. Stevens going for it side by side with Burkhart. Hold your breath.
Boy, good. And the debris is still out there.
Yeah.
And they've seen it now for a couple of laps. They know it's there, so you do have to watch how wide you exit. They're going to keep it going through 3.
Side by side through 3 as well.
Morgan backed out just a little bit to get the better run.
Yeah. So he's going to do a little push and then maybe make a move down at turn 5. 5 laps to go here as we're working race lap 9.
Well, we had seen last year was the teammates that in that race got out in front. So it was Denny Stripling and Russ Turner. And then soon, if you do it right, you can hold off any charge from anybody else. You've got to be just exceptional at all the corner exits and matching up. Right now, with Schofield and Schrader having to do that, they possibly, if they do it right, could hold off Sack, Burkhart, and Stevens, but they're going to have to execute perfectly. But I don't know if any of them in their current order are as clean as maybe the seasoned veteran teammates that would have done in the past.
This battle we've been watching, the 64 car of Matt Gray, that's 19th position. And he's battling with EJ Abed, Mark Hutchins, Andre Parra, as they've got a dandy little battle of their own. So it just goes to show that, even though these guys are not in contention for a medal, they're still racing. And the 49 goes a little vertical. Scott Barr
big slide there. He's able to save it, though.
Yeah, yeah. Got airborne there as he hit the curb, heading into turn 7. Under the Motul Bridge and into the carousel. This clutch of cars goes. As we go back to the front here, Schofield hanging on to the lead, with Schrader right behind him, Sack in third. It's been a little shuffling behind. As Tyler Stevens now up behind Bobby Sack. Morgan Burkhardt behind him. Simon Gamble, James Goffrey still part of this. Peyton Long at the tail end of this group.
Yeah, look at this. Great job here for Schrader, just pushing Schofield perfectly down the straightaway. And this is where you see Bobby, not even with the draft, not able to do anything because the front two are just like one car. Oh, a little squirrely under braking though. Maybe Caleb didn't back out as early as Brian would have liked him to.
Yeah, if Brian breaks a little earlier,
yeah,
then Caleb's going to, give him a good shot. As they exit turn 3 and under the Sargento Bridge. The Moraine Sweep, they call this. The downhill run down into turn number 5. Best passing opportunity on the racetrack. As we're working race lap 10 of the scheduled 13. This is where the chess match gets really, really big in the driver's mind. Everybody's deciding where they're going to make their move.
Yeah. Well, if the push of the draft wasn't so strong, you would think, okay, I want to maybe be third. Starting the last lap, I can get the second of the back straight. Maybe I can get the win going into Canada. But as soon as the front two push, that just goes out the window. So I actually would love to be part of the front two pushing, and then you can dictate your own pace as long as you can keep that up. The wild card here seems to be Bobby, the pole sitter, had the issue there earlier, went off, able to continue on, and now he's right back in this mix. So aggressive, such pace, just watching him, and I wonder if he's going to be able to use that aggression to his favor. The other one to watch would be Morgan Burkhardt, sitting back there patient right now. You just see him just hanging back, waiting for the front group to sort of do their thing, but he may be a guy to watch here at the end.
Tyler Stevens is looking impressive too, right behind the pole sitter. He's been in the mix all race long.
Yeah. We talked about the leaves and the getting into the air inlets and overheating through the radiators and all of that here. Not seeing a lot of the leaves collecting now. We had seen some earlier. Seems better than it had been. Maybe the bit of the arrow as they're kind of pushing each other along. But these cars also just generally running hot this week. And the way the radiator spec is on this thing, it doesn't really help when you're this warm. If you're the trailing car without getting any cooling across your radiator, that can hurt you for a long period of time. So you see Stevens now backing off from Bobby. That part of that could be just to cool that car for a lap.
3 to go.
Stevens, a little bit of loose body work on that left front.
Yeah, I can see that flapping. That's certainly going to hurt his arrow a little bit.
Yeah. Big slide for Schrader.
As Stevens shows a nose to Bobby Sack for third, but stays single file as we're counting down the final 3 laps here, 2.5 to go.
It's feeling like the calm before the storm.
Yeah,
everyone's just sort of
does.
Cooling tires, maybe a little bit, cooling their engines a little bit, just sort of taking a breath and just waiting for these last 2 laps. With the leaves blowing though.
Bobby Sack showing the nose to Caleb Schrader.
Just enough to make Caleb think about it.
Yep. Kicks up a little dust as he exits turn 5.
Don't count out Peyton Long and Goffrey that are back there. They are, Goffrey's come all the way from 14th here into this top 6 or 7, and he's not far out of this. If the front start to get a little bit squirrely with each other and get a little bit aggressive, there could be an opportunity for those guys even in 5th and 6th.
Goffrey's right at the tail end of that shot.
Yeah.
Right there. Into the carousel turn, this endless right-hander. Probably flat for these guys. They've got enough aero that they don't have to feather the throttle through that section of the racetrack. This is the turn that gets everybody's attention. Oh, and there's a spin.
Tom Burt.
Yeah, Tom Burt goes around. But he's able to get back underway.
He was mixing it up in that battle a little bit earlier.
Yeah, down the order. 27th. Yeah. As he's back on the right, looks like he's been able to stay out in front of the 13 of Stephen Raykemper.
Look how well Schrader now is getting up underneath the back of Schofield. All 5 of these now are basically within a half of a second of each other. Look at that.
2 to go.
Those front 2 are now hooked up. Bobby doesn't have yet the push from Tyler behind him, so he's not going to be able to make ground. It's going to stay this way, probably at least till we get to the back straight, unless Tyler, as they come out of 3, maybe can get underneath the deck lid of Bobby Sack for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, he closes right up as they get to the turn in for turn 1. Tyler's car a little squirrely as the tail end trying to step out on him, as these 4 look like they're going to sort it out betwixt them, make that 5. With Morgan Burkhart right at the tail end of it.
I gotta figure Burkhart's gonna probably think about soon making a move. Maybe he's recognizing that in front of him, Stevens is not able to catch to Bobby. Maybe Morgan's thinking he can. And now with a lap and a half to go, it's go time.
We talked about Schofield winning the gold medal in this race, but it's been a while. 2013 was his last championship, and that was in Spec Racer Ford. It was before the Gen 2 or Gen 3 cars came out. We have to get the water trucks out here during the lunch break to wet down some of the runoff areas at the exit of these turns, as these guys are kicking up so much dust.
Brian Burkhart, that 02 car, he's starting to close up any gap that there may have been to Tyler Stevens in front of him. We're maybe thinking it's time to somewhere get that pass and then become the pusher on Bobby Sack starting the final lap.
Burkhart, the 2023 Jim Fitzgerald Rookie of the Year, and showing for good reason. This is only his 3rd runoff start.
Can't believe we've gone a couple laps now with no changes in these top 5. Everyone is being so patient, which I think is about to be thrown out the window as we see the white flag.
When they see the white flag, the patience goes away. Yeah, it's every man for himself at this point.
But really good job here for Schrader, being patient in that position that he's in, pushing Schofield along. That is the best way these cars handle the straightaways, and he knows it, which means he's in the capper seat, as they say. He's going with the best shot. We'll see how early does he. If you're Caleb Schrader, you got to be thinking, I can wait all the way until I'm coming into Canada, and then it's time to go. But behind him, there goes Burkhart and Stevens trying to go around Bobby Sack.
They hook up and get that pass done. So Sack looking for a drafting partner right now.
Won't be surprised if Bobby pushes Morgan past Tyler on this back straight. Unless Morgan gets all the way into the back of the 105.
Meanwhile, Brian Schofield and Caleb Schrader continue their battle at the front. But as they all hook up, they're going to come together down into turn 5. This will be the first opportunity for somebody to make the move, and there goes Morgan Burkhart down to the inside of Tyler Stevens and makes that pass stick. Can he hang on to it, or does the over-under come into play? He drops the wheel off at the exit.
Got a little defensive for a second, and that's a big spin in the background there coming out of turn 1, and there's contact as well.
3 cars involved into the tire barrier. Among them, the 27 car, BJ Abed, one of the rookies. As we'll get a replay here, there's Abed going side by side with Matt Gray in the 64 car.
And Mark Hutchins, I think, is in the 195.
Yeah, and Hutchins got the worst of it as he spun and stayed on the racetrack. But a pretty good impact into the tire barrier, knocking the bodywork loose on that 77 car of Andre Pera, was the car that lost the bodywork.
Well, with this group, Stevens was able to get back around Burkhart, so Burkhart was not able to hold that. Now we're going for the last time. When does Caleb Schrader make the move? Is it now?
This is usually the last passing opportunity. Schofield going defensive down to the inside. Schofield looking for his 3rd national championship. It's been a while.
The 3 of them. Look at Tyler Stevens thinking his opportunity.
Exactly. Stevens, the 18-year-old out of Texas. Okay, here we go. Of course, Schofield's going to try to break the draft, and the other guys are going to try to pop out at the last minute. Here comes the run to the line, side by side, what we normally see, and I think it's Caleb Schrader. By a whisker. By a whisker. 12 1/1000ths of a second at the line.
Unbelievable.
Perfectly judged. Perfectly judged for Caleb Schrader. And you can see he's happy about it.
Masterful run for Schrader to stay in second and to be able to make that last second pass. Great stuff.
Side-by-side racing a little deeper in the pack as the 95 car of Zach Della comes by. The 23-year-old making his first runoff start. Here's the 42 car of Craig Chase out of the New England region, battling with the 79 of Stephen Greenhill out of the Chicago region.
They might have their own little photo finish for this. As the 79 goes to the inside to try to make the last second pass. I think he's going to make it.
Yeah, by a car length. You can see the 42 throwing his hands up in disgust. Craig Chase didn't play that one just the way he wanted. So the racing goes on all the way through this 43 car field as the run to the checkers. But Caleb Schrader judging it perfectly. A spin there at the tail end of the race.
That's Andrea King.
Yeah, Andrea started at the back. And Andrea picked up several spots. She's up to 32nd position prior to that spin. So picked up almost 10 spots, a little more.
Her husband Russ both running here in Spec Ford in this race.
Yep. But there is your winner, the 99 of Caleb Schrader.
Masterful race for Caleb Schrader. You see here, this was the moment he took the lead, all of about 4 inches of lead. But masterful for him to be patient and sit behind Schofield, push Schofield along, knowing that 2 cars are faster than 1, and to wait and wait and wait. Couldn't make the move going into Canada, had to wait until the final straightaway. You put all your eggs in that basket, and it works out for him.
Caleb Schrader taking the win. Brian Schofield in second spot. Bobby Sack in third, so he'll get a medal. Tyler Stevens fourth. Morgan Burkhart in fifth. Oh, stand by. Let me get my timing and scoring updated here. Tyler Stevens in third, behind Schofield. Then Morgan Burkhart. Bobby Sack in fifth. Jim Goffrey in sixth. A good drive for Jim, starting back in 14th as the veteran comes up for a 6th place finish. 12 1/1000ths of a second. That's a pretty good one.
The racing
pretty close.
Spec Ford is always the best races.
You bet.
It's hard racing. These guys push each other lap after lap after lap, but it still comes down to the last corner, to the last flag.
Good stuff.
And all the way through the field, the battles we saw again, maybe battling for 25th in the race, it doesn't matter. It's super exciting all the way through the field.
Right. This is the highlight of these drivers' careers. They work all season long to just qualify to be in this race. And then, to have an opportunity to race for a medal, that's great. But hey, if your car is a 20th place car, you'll find somebody to battle.
And Monday, you got to go back to work. Got to go do whatever your daily job is. This is your moment. This is your chance to go race. Whether you're racing for the front or 20th or 40th, it matters, but not really.
Exactly.
You're still enjoying the weekend. This is what you race for.
Exactly right. So our winner, Caleb Schrader, being ushered into victory circle.
Why don't you pull that helmet off so we can chat a little bit?
21-year-old out of the Oregon region. This is his 9th runoff start.
You're rolling.
His best finish was a third at VIR in FE2. You can see there's a happy camper. Hayward, what do you think?
12 1,000ths of a second, the margin of victory for your first national championship. How does this feel?
This is one of the best days of my life. I couldn't thank Brian Schofield a lot. He's the main reason I won. I just wanted to get away from everyone else and us two battle for the win, and it worked out perfectly. I can't thank my dad, all my mom back home, my girlfriend Eli back home, Kazana Self-Care, especially Flat Out Racing for an amazing car, and to finally get him a national championship.
Last lap of the race, coming down into Canada corner, sitting in second. Did you know that you had it on the straight? What was your mindset?
Oh, I knew it was just going to be a run to the line because I just wanted to push him everywhere else just because I didn't want to fall back worse than second. So I just waited until the last straight, got an amazing run, and it worked out perfectly.
It was an incredible race, your first national championship. You get to do one more lap here at Road America, a victory lap. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Great job for Caleb Schrader, taking that championship and paying dues to Brian Schofield, the guy that he drafted with throughout most of the race. But let's do a quick rundown of your top 10 at least. Caleb Schrader taking the win by 12 thousandths of a second over Brian Schofield. Tyler Stevens in third, Morgan Burkhardt in fourth, Bobby Sack, the pole sitter, finishes fifth. Jim Goffrey, great recovery drive from 14th. Peyton Long, Simon Gamble, Liam Kerper, and Cliff White. Names we talked about pretty much all race long as your top 10. But we've got two more medalists to talk to, as Brian Schofield, by a whisker, comes up a little short, and he is with Hayward Wagner.
Tyler, they just said come up short by a whisker. It was 12 thousandths of a second, first to second. Your second runoffs, your second podium, 18 years old, a youngster in the class. How does it feel to be just one step closer this year?
Man, I felt great. It was one of the toughest weekends I've ever had. I can't say thank you to my mechanics and my whole team. They really worked their butt off this weekend. I can't say thank you enough to them, my parents, my mom, my dad, my sister, everybody just helped out this week. I can't say thank you enough. It was a rough one.
Coming to the finish, coming up the hill, are you pushing on the steering wheel or are you scooting your butt forward in the seat? What are you trying to do to hold on to that?
I was trying to get as low as I can to not get any wind on my head, but it was enough, but I can't say thank you enough to everybody that helped this weekend.
Well, congratulations, team. We're going to get Brian to come up next. Brian, our bronze podium finisher, the elder statesman of the podium, shall we say. Those kids seemed to let you lead for a little bit, but when the gloves came off, they really started fighting hard, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Caleb and I have been running all week together, and he showed poise and just pushed me. I was quicker in the front. We knew that was going to happen, and then I just knew it was going to be a barn burner on the last lap. I was thinking, what do I do? And that's all I could do. He took a line. I've done that 100 times to people here during the June sprint. So
I know you love this class. What does it mean to you to see 43 cars here run green flags start to finish at the runoffs?
It's unbelievable. The numbers are a little bit down, but 43 spec racers. Man, the field's close. There's a lot of young kids out here, and I'm just glad I can still do it and run competitive with them.
Well, congratulations on another podium.
Thank you.
Great job for Brian Schofield, coming home second by just the slimmest of margins. But he's had his share of success. Like I say, a two-time winner, most recently back in 2013. So we got some highlights, and there are plenty of them. As we've got our K9 companions here, as the field lined up on the grid. As we get the start, Bobby Sachs side by side with the 22 of Caleb Rothel. Caleb right in the thick of it in the early going here. Oh, and then a little contact right at start finish, which caused Lefty and I to catch our breath, and then Caleb overcooks it. There's our pole sitter, Bobby Sack, getting into him, but then the battle begins between Burkhardt and the 99 of Caleb Schrader. Then another incident down into turn one. The 23 car did not see Heinig in the 5. And another incident down at turn number 1, side-to-side contact. Unfortunately, the 27 did not get the best of it, but here comes the run to the line, and there's the margin of victory, just about a foot. Thanks so much for joining us for the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. For John Phippen, Lefty McLeod and Haywood Wagner. See you down the road.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
It's lunchtime at the runoffs. Inside the SCCA is next. It's lunchtime at the runoffs, and this is Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. I'm Brian Belansky. Just got done with 4 great races this morning. We have 5 more races coming up this afternoon before we do it all over again tomorrow. So check all of that out. And but we're going to talk about this afternoon's races here. We've got some interviews with some pole sitters. We also have some other interviews with people who we've talked to throughout the week here. Ton of good stuff coming up here on Inside the SCCA. Lunchtime at the runoffs. Let's get right to it. Spec Miata pole sitter Chuck Matunis, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes, it was good. It was a good session there.
So we got a couple things to talk about.
Yep.
First, talk about the fast lap. Which session did you get it in?
It was the first qualifying day.
Okay. How was the lap?
It was not as good as it could have been, but it was a low 43, so it wasn't awful. It wasn't awful.
Is that a partner-induced lap?
Yes, Bobby and I were drafting that whole time.
Yeah. This has become a class that you can't run a fast lap in without a partner these days, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's been like that for a number of years, at least. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And then today you went out in qualifying, and you're not dressed in a driver's suit because when I tried to get you, you were being towed back in. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, on the first flying lap for us, going up 5, there was a bunch of white smoke, and I turned in for 6, and it went full lock, sideways. So I didn't realize. I thought the suspension broke at first.
Okay.
But it was actually, water from the engine, and then it blew up.
Yeah.
So that was not a good qualifying session. It's gonna be a late night for Mike Rossini and the team, really.
Yeah. But even with all of that, a better year than last year.
Oh yes.
You had a tough wreck last year. You were part of the Danny Stain, Jim Drago rep. You have a very interesting rear tail trunk lid.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, that's my tribute to the best teammate I could really ask for. Danny Stein, he's a legend of Spec Miata for at least a decade, and I learned a lot running with him. And to see that crash last year was, it was horrific. So I wanted to really remind the field of the legends of Spec Miata, and that was the best way I could think of it. And at the Southeast Divisional meeting, I proposed that idea to him, and he was all about it. And
cool.
A number of people have come up to me and like remembering Danny that way. And
Sure,
you know,
sure.
And he's back here in the paddock. And
Oh, is he here this weekend?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, great, fantastic! I'll have to go find him.
Yep.
So, but the story about you've had that trunk lid for a while. Tell us that
Yeah,
story.
Yeah. Well, I helped OPM and Tom Fowler move shop. Must have been 2 years ago now, and I've had that sitting in my room for.
That's awesome.
I was gonna make a table out of it, but then the crash happened, and that was my tribute to him.
It's a better use doing
Yes,
what you're doing. It can become a table next year.
Yeah.
There you go.
When he's back.
Absolutely. He's Chuck Matudis. He is the pole sitter in Spec Miata for the 2025 runoffs. You're starting on up in Spec Miata. In first is going to be Charles Matudis on the pole. Next to him, Frankie Barroso in second. Then you've got Max Stallone and Matt Stretch on the second row, followed by Nick Bruni and Ryan Maloney. Nick Leveroni is in seventh with Bobby Gossett in eighth, Tyler Quantz in ninth. Elvin Goulart is going to start in 10th. Tyler Brown in 11th. Kyle Greenhill in 12th. Sean Varwig will start 13th. Sean Noonan in 14th. Tom Brown in 15th. Shane Sullivan in 16th. Your 17th starter will be William Wallace. Next to him will be Samantha Silver. Andrew Devoto, and then rounding out the top 20 in this 32-car field is going to be Center Smith. Joining me now is multiple national champion. I say multiple when I lose track of the numbers. Jesse Prather is here. How are you?
I'm good. Doing great. I'm at the runoffs, which means everything is perfect.
How many years have you been here?
Coming to the runoffs as a driver, this is, and I missed one or two, but about 23 or 4.
And before that with Dad?
So started going to the racetrack when I was less than 1.
Wow.
His first runoffs was in 84.
Okay.
So 84.
84.
So 41 years coming to the runoffs.
Winning national champions is awesome. Being here even when you don't win, it's usually pretty awesome. What keeps you coming back?
Customers.
Customers. Now it's business.
So, I mean, it's not just business, but my customers are also my friends.
Yeah.
And I like to come to the runoffs and be able to help them and talk to them. And we talk about, it's not just the engines, right? So we talk about shock settings, we talk alignments and setups and gearing and tuning and everything under the sun. And when you have as many customers as I do, we are like a hive mind.
Right.
And so everybody likes to tap into that. And it's one of the ways we've been so successful over the years.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Do you get as much satisfaction when you see a customer win as you do when you win?
Much more satisfaction.
Yeah.
When a customer wins than when I win. No question.
Yeah.
I mean, all of their cars, I've built a lot of their cars, but mainly I just do the engines. But to have that and have that much success with a customer is really the true reward. I'm here to advertise my company,
right?
Which means I'm trying to win as well.
Sure.
Which is always good for the company, but it's very satisfying to see them do well and win and podium and just help them out as much as I can.
There's so much to being a successful engine builder. It's one thing to be able to win races at just your local events, but when you come to the runoffs, the race winners come and get their motors torn down.
True.
And that means you get tested every time a car wins. What do you attribute the success over the years in being able to win the races, survive the tech shed, and then people want to come back and do it again?
So there's a lot to it, but a lot of it has to do with attention to detail.
Right.
So there is no tossing a race engine together. You have to measure everything. You have to clearance everything. Everything has to be perfect. And even then you can have problems. As far as the tech shed goes, first of all, I can't afford to be building non-compliant engines.
Right.
Because it's my reputation.
Right.
So a lot of what we've been able to do over the years with the multitude of different customers that I have is development. And so a great example is, for years and years, Eric Prill ran his F-Production Miata out of my shop. And he was my test mule. And he knew it. And he was in with it because he got the first opportunity, to run some of this stuff that we've developed over the years. But that is really the key to success. It's organization, it's attention to detail, and also making sure that you're not doing anything at the last minute.
Right. And you have a huge staff at the shop, right?
I do. So my wife comes out about 2 hours a week to help me with the books.
Right.
And other than that, it's just me.
Yeah. It's pretty
I do
remarkable.
everything myself.
Yeah, it is pretty remarkable what you accomplish with doing it yourself. Is that because you are a control freak and you don't want anyone else touching the motors?
I don't think there's any question about that. Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be an issue, I would prefer that it be my issue.
Right.
And it also enables me to control every aspect of the engine build.
Right.
And that is very important to me. Now, that being said, I have an amazing machine shop.
Okay.
I am not a machine shop, but I have an amazing machine shop that I work with locally in Topeka. Siebert Performance, those guys are amazing. And I work with them for my machining, and they're very professional. And beyond that, it's measuring everything and making sure that everything is perfect. And then after all of that, you take this heart and you put it into your car, and it needs to be fed with all the right things too. Not just a tune, but also oil lines and cooling. And of course, the tune is probably one of the most important things. But man, it's everything, and it comes together in one.
Right.
It's kind of hard to explain, but it basically boils down to attention to detail.
Do you have to turn people away because you just don't have the time to do it?
I turn more people away these days than I accept new customers. I've gotten to the point where I'm really specializing.
Okay.
So I have people ask me all the time, would you do this, would you do that on this engine or that engine? And generally I say no.
Yeah.
I specialize in Miata engines, as everybody knows. I did retire from building rotary engines just a few years ago. Because my Honda business and my BMW business has boomed so much. Really trying to see if I can get some more people interested in Mazda 2s and H production. Still working on a little bit of development in that car, but it's come along very well. But I specialize in everything that I do.
Yeah.
And that has enabled me to focus and be even more successful.
Right. How many customers are here this weekend?
30 this weekend, 30
Okay.
engine customers.
That keeps you busy.
Yes, so I've been here since Sunday, and people ask me, have you tested yet? No, I'm not testing. I'm busy. So I get around and I see every customer. We talk about their program. We talk about their engine. We talk about anything that they want to talk about. Sometimes I have to even be a life coach, which is part of it, because racing, and I'll tell guys this a lot, it's not about just having a great car, but there's so much mental, toughness that you have to have when it comes to being successful in a race car, and it's not an easy task to be a successful race car driver.
Let's talk about that for 1 second. It's my last question. How do you then go from being customer service representative to then put the helmet on and get in the race car? Is it just when the helmet goes on you're able to make that switch, or are you all still thinking about the customers?
I think maybe once I get rolling, and I've done this for so long now, it just doesn't bother me.
Right.
I can make the switch easily.
Yeah.
And so we actually have our first qualifying session coming up here in about an hour, and I'm having a nice interview with you. And you know what? It doesn't bother me. And I'll have a customer come by 15 minutes before I get in the car. And that's just part of being a professional race shop and a professional race shop owner.
Yeah.
And I think I've just gotten used to it.
Right.
But yeah, I don't have any trouble flipping the switch.
If you are fortunate enough to win another national champion this year, what number will that be?
8.
8.
Yeah, so
that's getting
I
to be
count
in
them as they
rarefied
come.
air.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, I'm up to 7 now, and I've had 1 in each of the production classes that are still existing. Of course,
Right.
G production is no longer, but I'm really enjoying this H production class. Great group of competitors in the class. There's some really good drivers out there, and they're very serious, and I like that. I like a good race, just like I had last year.
Yeah. Multiple national champion, 7-time national champion Jesse Prather here. We're at the Runoffs Road America 2025. Let's check out our starting lineup for our first race of the afternoon. It is Formula V. On the front row, Andrew Abbott and Chris Jennerjohn. Then we've got Alex Scaler and Andrew Whitston in 2. Row 3, the other Whitston brothers, Zachary and Steve in row number 3. Row number 4 is Brian Farnham and Rick Shields. Row number 5, Graham Loghead and Andrew Carmody. Then you've got Donnie Isley and Brandon Abbott, Colin Satterley and Ron Whitston, the dad, in 14th position. David Scaler and Mark Richardson, 15th and 16th. John Adams, Gavin Sweeney, 17th and 18th. 19th and 20th, Connor Loghead and Quinn Posner in 18th and 19th and 20th. That's the top 20 here in Formula V, the first race after lunch. All right, we're here at the runoffs again, of course, with David Strittmatter. He is our F Production pole sitter. Tell us a little bit about the run to the pole here.
Oh, it's hot out there. The car's running perfect. The Goodyear tires are awesome. And we just had to go out and do it a second time just to prove it wasn't a fluke the first time. So very happy.
Fast lap today or fast lap yesterday?
Both days.
Okay.
Both days. So we're rocking.
But the pole lap was yesterday, right?
Actually, a little bit faster today.
Really?
In the heat. Yep.
That's not happening very often. Is that bode well for the race for you?
Yeah, I think it does. I think that shows the tires are going to go the distance real nice.
Sure.
So, yeah, very happy with that.
F Production is not for the faint of heart. There are some really good cars and some really good drivers.
Yeah, the front of the field's real tough. It's going to be a barn burner.
But what's your biggest key to stay out front at the start of this race and then be there at the end?
I think just get a jump on them.
Right.
I mean, I'm a little faster in the straights and a little slower in the corners, so it's a lot easier to pass in the straights. Once I get there, it's kind of hard for them to get by.
And this is a track that really is good for cars that are fast in the straights, is it not?
Yep. And I've been up here every chance I got this year to get some practice in, so
yep.
We're happy.
F Production pole sitter David Strittmatter here at the runoffs. The starting lineup for F Production: David Strittmatter on the pole, Chris Bovis next to him. Then you've got Kevin Ruck in third, Ken Kennard in fourth, Mason Workman will start fifth, Stephen Simons will start in sixth. Seventh place, Stephen Powers. Eighth place, David Bednars. In ninth place, Michael Lewis. And starting in 10th in this 21-car field is going to be Gerald Lamb. Our coverage from the runoffs on Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Can't thank those folks enough. Goodyear Racing Tires has been our sponsor for the last 4 years here. This is our 4th year at the runoffs. They've been with us the entire way. Of course, Goodyear Racing Tires, they support a bunch of different programs across the SCCA, not only in road racing, but they're also the spec tire for the Club Spec Mustang in our autocross and time trials. Lots of support up and down the line from the good people at Goodyear Racing Tires. And of course, they've supported Inside the SCCA right from the beginning, and I can't thank them enough for that. So also want to take a quick second here to thank all of our other partners. You'll see their logos on the screen as well. It's Ray Esports. We've also got William R. Penterick and Associates, and we have Porterfield Brakes, and of course Babyface Fabrication, and then finally Solo Performance Specialties. So check all those folks out. They're supporters of Inside the SCCA all year round, and we appreciate all that they do. We're here at the runoffs. It is race day, and I've got the man of the hour, the boss, the guy who's in charge of everything, who does all of... No, you don't actually, do you?
No, I don't do everything. Thank goodness.
Welcome to Inside the SCCA. We do this every year at the runoffs. Our 4th year now doing the show.
Absolutely.
And it's great to have you here. Mike Cobb, he is the president, CEO of the Sports Car Club of America. It's beautiful weather.
Welcome to the National Park of Speed, brother. It's 8:20 on Saturday morning. 62nd National Championship SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Yep. And we're racing.
Absolutely.
And we're going for it. B-Spec's already out there, and safe, fast, fun racing.
Absolutely. It's been a heck of a year here for the club. What are you excited about as we get ready to go green? I think we actually just went green,
yeah.
On our first race of the weekend.
Oh, I mean, we've got, 9 races today and tomorrow, 18 total, 23 new champions crowned. A lot of really fast times set earlier this week in many of the classes, personal best and fastest times. So I think we got beautiful... what do they call it? Chamber of Commerce weather.
Absolutely.
Here, a little warmer than usual in October, but Chamber of Commerce weather up here. So, man, I'm just hoping and praying for good, fast, clean racing, and I know that the drivers are ready to do it. Worked FNC with my flag and communication team on Thursday. They're ready to rock. We got probably one of the largest group of volunteers here supporting the event that we've ever had, so we're ready to go.
At the risk of sounding complainy, and you hate to complain about really perfect weather, but
right.
I grew up in this area.
Yep.
I don't live here anymore. This is my one chance every year to see fall colors.
To cool off a little bit, too, right?
It's too darn warm for fall colors, but it's been sunny every day, a little warm, not a drop of moisture, shouldn't be any precipitation for the rest of the weekend.
Yep.
Everybody seems to be having a good time. What's your favorite part about this particular event?
Well, I think my favorite part actually took place last night because we get to celebrate the workers.
Right.
And presented by Mazda. And, being in the RA Center with hundreds of folks that are really the fuel to support this event, the drivers, the volunteers, a lot of the Road America staff folks were there. To me, that's the fuel that feeds the engine, right?
Yeah.
That's our Sunoco 260 right there. So that's my probably one of the highest points. We had George Silverman, our Grand Marshal, there last night, got to say a few words. So I just, it takes a tribe to do this and to do this well. And the SCCA family has showed up strong again this year. So that's my high point.
Yeah, George Silverman, by the way, next guest up on the show right after we talk to Mike here. We've got a wonderful interview that I did with him yesterday.
Right.
So knowledgeable about this club and the motorsports universe. So don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. You get to have some fun this week too, though, by the way. Because I wanted to talk to you 2 days ago, and you were wearing a whole white suit thing.
I was throwing fabric, man.
Yeah, tell me about that a little bit.
No, it's so fun. I don't work calm because I don't have the skills to make the right calls consistently, because I get to do it maybe once or twice a year.
Right.
The team that's out here does it, I don't want to say every weekend out of the year, but quite frequently, not only for the SCCA, but for the Pro Series and everything else. So I get to be around pros who really know what they're doing. And this week I got to work 13 during quali, and so I got to throw green and checker, which I've never been able to do. For some reason, they don't want me on the start stand. I'm not that qualified yet, but I got to do that and worked with the Proventus family, who's legendary around here. And that's just, you can't serve the tribe, the family, unless you know what they do, right? So my theology has always been, something like, if you're too big to serve, you're too small to lead.
Right.
So I try to get out there, learn what I can about the business, learn. I know it's a club, hold on.
Yes.
But it's also learning from the ground up what we do and how we do it, and that's important. And it's also, selfishly, it's fun.
Right.
I'm not championship level as a driver, you know well, but I can work in Apex on the flagging side.
Very cool.
And I got to see the tech folks this week in scrutineering. Man, they're lights out. Every volunteer group that we have, every discipline we have here, I can't give them enough praise. They're just awesome.
Right. This is our Super Bowl. We end our season here with the national championships, whether it be at Road America or somewhere else. It's also a time to kind of maybe look ahead.
Yep.
What are you excited about for 2026?
Well, we'll be back here for championships in National Park of Speed next year, so I'm excited about that. We've got one of the best relationships in motorsports, not to pick favorites from any track, but the team here is fabulous to work with, always great support, so we're excited to come back here. And I'm excited about a lot of the classing and a lot of the racing we're going to have going into 26. We haven't announced our HST schedule yet, but that'll be shortly forthcoming. Just as soon as the team gets home, gets to wash clothes, get back in the office, that's next up in the queue. So, my desire, and I'm working with the board, I'm working with the CRB, I'm working with staff, our real focus for next year is going to be growing participation.
Got it.
If we're really honest, we've had a little bit of a softer year in terms of participation. So whatever we can do to open that aperture, to get more people out here having more #FunWithCars, that's what we need to do, Brian, and that's what we're going to be focused on.
We're in a time of change within the club, and sometimes that rankles people.
Yeah.
And I think that may have something to do with participation numbers as we've seen them this year, but with change comes, maybe an ebb and a flow.
Right.
And people need to readapt their brains, maybe even readapt their cars to do that.
Yeah.
So having a successful runoffs here is part of that process, kind of the first stepping stone.
Great catalyst for that.
And it's been, the on-track action has been fantastic. I spent all the day over in Impound yesterday, a camaraderie, the high fives, even the dejected guys and gals had someone to come over and talk to them, put a hand on their shoulder and everything. It's just a great atmosphere at all of our national championship events. This one in particular, though, at my home track, has got a little special feeling for me.
Absolutely. I mean, we should be focused maniacally on experience. Right. Everything's important, but I got to tell you, the E word is the key word.
Yep.
Right. From start to finish, from registration to when you load up and head home.
Right.
Anything and everything that we can do as a team, staff, volunteers, event leadership, et cetera, to help support that and make the experience as good as possible. That's the key to Catalyst growing in 26 right there, right? So that's what we're working on.
There are people who basically focus on road racing in our club. There's many other programs. You're in the middle of a championship slog right now. There's still 2 more, right, after us?
Yep.
Tell us what's still coming ahead for those real quick.
We got Rallycross Nationals in Holly Tree, Alabama, and then we've got the Road Rally Championship. I believe it's in multiple destinations, but centered in Ohio.
Yes.
And so excited for both of those. And again, the team will get home, shower, those that need to shave, wash clothes, and get back on the road to finish up strong. And in the midst of all that, sometime we'll whip up a 26 budget and strat plan for the board to consider and approve. When I first got here 8 years ago, I foolishly asked our team, okay, every business has an off season. When is ours? And I think they all looked at each other and said, we've hired a moron, right?
Exactly.
And so, but here's the good news. The good news I've learned, there's never an off season in what we do. So the sprint continues. It just changes cadence a little bit as we get past championship season and into budget and planning. But, I mean, we're racing in January.
Yeah.
Right? So
That's
there you go.
one of the things I've learned since I started the podcast. As I've peeled back the layers of the onion of the club.
Right.
It goes from racing season to budget season to racing season.
Right.
That's the non-off-season part.
Right, and oftentimes they overlap, right?
Absolutely.
Our CFO is back in Topeka right now. He's already published our 26 budget planning timeline, and the team here is going, do you want me to run a national championship or do you want me to do budget? And I say, yes, and they go, that won't work.
Exactly.
So, no, we're focused on championship right now.
Exactly. He is Mike Cobb. He is the president and CEO of the Sports Club of America. Thank you for being gracious with your time.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, sir.
At
We
the
appreciate
events, whenever I call you, and 250 is coming up here in about a month.
Let's do it.
So we're gonna dive deep here on a 250 episode.
That's great, Brian. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Your starting lineup in Touring 3 on the pole, Nick Heyman. In the 41 car, next to him will be Marshall Mast. In the second row, Juan Carlos LaRue Gonzalez and Scotty B. White. Starting 5th will be Chris Hart, and 6th will be James Lefthauser. Then we have in 7th, we have Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez will be in 7th with William Bolton 8th. John Laguitas is going to be 9th, and then your 10th place starter will be Jeff Ryan. 11th is Michael Pettiford. 12th is Roger Eagleton, and 13th Andrea King. That's how they're going to start the top 13 of our 19 class field here, starting in T3. We're here at the runoffs with our Grand Marshal, George Silberman, the president of ACUS.
That is correct.
So, for those who might know, let's start with the basics. What is ACUS?
Well, ACUS is an acronym for the Automobile Competition Committee for the United States. And among other things, it is the sole FIA ASN for the United States. For people who may not be familiar with how the FIA works, it's a global sanctioning body.
Right.
And they sanction global events like Formula One, you may have heard of. But really, they are made up of all the member countries. Think of the UN. It's very similar. So when all the countries with motorsports get together, that's what officially creates the FIA. Yes, they have a full-time staff, they have the series, but that's what does it, which is a lot different than sanctioning bodies we think of here.
Right.
Anyway, there's only one ASN in each country, and that's a French acronym for National Sporting Authority.
Got it.
The reality is it works a little differently in the United States than in other parts of the world. In other parts of the world, there are generally only one sanctioning body in a country. In some cases, it's the government, believe it or not. All right, so that
like
is
the Ministry of Sport or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. But in this country, there is so much motorsports that it didn't seem right that just one club was the FIA,
right?
National Sporting Authority. So it was back in the 1950s that the powers to be at that time got together and said, let's create ACUS.
Right.
You flash forward to today, my board of directors is made up of the leaders of the 6 biggest clubs. And so SCCA is one of them.
Okay.
IndyCar, NASCAR, IMSA, USAC. And so it's not that I represent the FIA to the United States. It's more like I represent the United States to the FIA.
So, you know, we look at ourselves as amateur motorsports. But when you, well, which in most cases we are, there is a pro version of SCCA. But the names of the people that are in that top 6 along, or the groups that are in that top 6 along with the SCCA, are the elite motorsports organizations in this country. It says a lot for the work that the people in the club does that we're part of that group, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. And when I tell people I'm going to attend an SCCA event, whether it's the runoffs or the solo nationals or what have you, and they think of amateur, they think of grassroots.
Right.
Amateur just technically means you're not running for prize money.
Exactly.
But that's, that's like saying Olympic athletes are amateurs.
Yeah.
The quality of racing that occurs, the quality of officiating, the quality of training, the quality of events with the SCCA is very high. And of course they have a seat at the table. That's not an accident,
right,
or anything like that. And the SCCA plays a very, very important role in the entire industry of U.S. motorsports. If you think about it, many road racing events, just as one example, the people working the corners, the people working in the grid, what have you, generally speaking, are SCCA members.
Right.
So a lot of the other clubs, some with maybe a higher profile, depend very heavily on the SCCA. So you could almost say the SCCA is kind of the glue that holds it all together here in this country.
Yeah. And you have a long history with the SCCA before becoming president of ACAS. Tell us a little bit about your background.
All right, so I did not come from a racing background or a racing family. I'll give you the short form version, but if I get too long-winded, cut me off.
We have all the time in the world.
My freshman year in college, I met a guy. He dragged me off to a race. His brother was working with IMSA at that time, and he volunteered us, and I went to University of Florida. He dragged me off to Daytona for the IMSA finale in 1974. And after a little bit of training, I got put at pit exit with a flag, and I worked pit exit as a volunteer. That was
That's
my
your first ever event.
First ever event.
That's fantastic.
And it would be an understatement to say that I got hooked. I got hooked. Throughout college, being based in Florida, it was relatively easy to make it to a number of IMSA events in the Southeast. There was Daytona, there was Sebring, Road Atlanta. There was even road course racing for IMSA at Talladega at that time. So it was easy to get in a car and go off. And even after college, I went in a different direction. I was in construction management. I was with a big corporation. I was being groomed. And motorsports for me was always my escape from reality.
Sure.
When time permitted, I would be able to drive. In some cases, if it wasn't too far, fly and volunteer my services. And the founder of IMSA, John Bishop, actually started to cover some of my expenses and really wanted me to come and work for him. But I had this great career path going on. And this is no exaggeration. I literally woke up one morning and said, what I'm doing for a hobby is so much more enjoyable than what I'm doing for a career, that I took John up on his offer, and that was my leap of faith.
Right.
Now, I didn't have any magic insight, but what was very fortunate for me is when I took that leap of faith, it was at kind of a turning point for the motorsports industry, not only in this country, but globally.
Right.
This is when we were first seeing Fortune 500 companies coming in. Live television, sometimes network television, the advent of a lot of cable television, OEMs getting more heavily involved. And again, I said I had no insight into this, but really was when our entire sport was making the transition very quickly from being kind of an outlaw sport to being a very legitimate, high-level sport on the national scene. So that was then, this is now. I worked at IMSA for 18 years in a variety of roles. In the early days, I did a lot of the specialties that I see happening here, everything from grid to being a starter to be a scrutineer. There were several ownership changes. I ended up being the president of IMSA. But then there was another ownership change. The new owner and I really didn't see eye to eye, so we parted ways. And a gentleman named Bill France Jr. called and said, hey, come on over to Daytona, let's talk.
Yeah.
Long story short, I ended up at NASCAR as an executive for 18 and a half years, something like that. And then my predecessor as the president of ACUS, who was the former president of the SCCA,
Yes,
Nick Craw, announced he was retiring. And I went to the France family and the leadership at NASCAR and said, I've been here a long time. I've really enjoyed it. I hope I've contributed. But I think I might be the right guy for this job. With my background in IMSA, my international stuff, and even when I was at NASCAR, I oversaw, well, if you work at NASCAR, you wear a lot of hats.
Sure.
It doesn't matter where you are on the pecking order. And one of the many departments I oversaw was the international department. So there's a NASCAR series in Canada and Europe and Mexico that most people may not be familiar with. Anyway, the France family agreed. In fact, they nominated me for the position. So the story I tell now, looking back, is during my career, I worked for 2 different major sanctioning bodies, and now I work for 6.
Yes, very cool.
But what's also nice is, I've had a long relationship with SCCA, but when I became the president of ACUS, I immediately became a member
of all those organizations.
Of all the organizations. I thought that was the right thing to do. It's not like it was part of the job description. And so I am formally a member of the SCCA as well, and very proudly so.
Well, we're happy to have you here. One last question before we let you go, because you've got a lot of duties here as the Grand Marshal this weekend. We are hyper-focused on what we do. And we look at car counts, we look at the economy, we look at now, used to be SCCA was the only game in town for the grassroots. Now we have a whole bunch of other organizations, and I don't think we compete with them, I think we coexist with them. Most of them don't do exactly what we do, but it does affect who goes where, and there's choices now for people to make. And we kind of sometimes get oh my gosh, the world's coming to an end, our car counts are down. You are lucky because you could fly at 30,000 feet and look at the world of motorsports. When you look at the world of motorsports, what is the health of motorsports in North America right now?
Generally speaking, the health of motorsports is very good right now. Now, with any industry, whether it's motorsports or anything else, if you look at individual clubs, it varies. I mean, there are racing organizations that were here 15 years ago that no longer exist. There are new ones coming on the horizon. But generally speaking, just to give you an example, when the world came out of the pandemic, motorsports, first place anywhere it restarted was in the United States. We led the world out, the motorsports world out of the pandemic. But all the leaders were very concerned. Everyone expected, well, we're going to see a spike in attendance, and because hell, people have been locked away in their cabins for however many months or what have you. But the big question then was, okay, was that going to plateau and then maybe drop off? And that hasn't happened. And that's across the board. Now, the kind of challenges and the questions that SCCA is asking today are being asked by the other clubs as well. And those questions come up from time to time, regardless of how healthy things are. All clubs are affected by the economy and other factors and competition. The nice thing about the SCCA is not only do you have good ideas and good people, but you have a proven track record. You have a great history, that backs up and says this is the real McCoy. That doesn't make it easier in the competitive marketplace, but I think it just reflects where the SCCA is at today. I think what's important too is you are asking those questions and will for the foreseeable future. I would be more concerned if those questions weren't being asked.
Right. When you found out you were going to be coming and agreed to come to be our Grand Marshal, what were you looking forward to, or what are you looking forward to see while you're here this weekend?
Well, now, so here's what's interesting. I don't know how other Grand Marshals, how it all happens. And I've never been the Grand Marshal of anything, so I'm honored to have been asked for this. One of the things I have tried to do since becoming the president of ACUS is attend at least 2 major events for each of my clubs every year. And somehow, despite my schedule, international and domestic, I've been able to achieve that other than during the pandemic year. And so routinely I will try to get, the last time I was to the to the runoffs, they were in VIR.
Okay.
I've been to the solo nationals in Nebraska. I've been to regional events. I've been to the June sprints here in the past, just as part of, what I do. And that's to stay current, to be able to answer questions from people about the bigger picture. But I had already planned to come to this.
Nice.
And I think when the leaders found out, that's when they asked me to be the Grand Marshal.
Fantastic.
So, I went and I looked up what's the history of the term marshal, where did that come from? And I don't think most people know.
Right.
But it's a term from like the Middle Ages, and it was the person who was in charge of the horses.
Ah.
But it became a very important role because this was, warfare at that time was dependent on cavalry, and so the title marshal grew to include being the person that decided matters of chivalry and keeping order in the court, which was of course in the castle. And so I got back to the leaders, Mike Cobb, Eric Brill, and said, based on that, I hear you're bringing together a lot of horsepower in Road America. So I guess I can't help but be there. As long as Grand Marshal doesn't mean that's wide in girth.
Exactly.
So anyway, so I was planning to come anyway. So really, I'm kind of doing what I normally do, which is getting around, seeing everything, talking to people. Sometimes I give interviews. This is my first Grand Marshal interview.
Well, there you go.
But no, it's, I started as a volunteer official. I've never lost, I've never forgotten where I've come from. I love it. The workers in particular they are the backbone of our sport. I say that frequently, but I mean it from my heart. So I just get around, see what's going on, visit with people, attend events, and actually have a pretty full schedule.
Brad, that's great. Thanks for being here. We really appreciate you joining us here for our national championships.
Okay, well, thank you as well.
There we go. He's George Silberman, the president of ACUS here at the runoffs. We have Lee Alexander here. Is it prototype?
Yep.
Let's start over.
Yep.
I'm so tired. It's been a long day.
I hear you.
All right, we're here at the runoffs with our prototype pole sitter, Lee Alexander. Tell us a little bit about was your pole time yesterday or today?
Yesterday. It was yesterday. Yeah.
Okay. So how was your lap yesterday?
It was good. Typically at these events when we have mixed classes, it's very hard to find a clear couple of laps. But we did. We waited, and it really gave me at least a good 3 or 4 laps to get going, and that's about when I could do my best lap.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. I mean, we were struggling on the first test day. Had to do a motor swap. Found the chassis was cracked. It's just been like typical runoffs, things that never happen always seem to happen here. So we got all that sorted, and now the car just feels really good.
Motor stop, chassis cracked, pole. How's that happen?
I don't know. It's just the runoffs, I don't know. It feels good because, this is like really my home track now. My wife is from Elkhart Lake. We moved back up here from Tennessee last year. I've spent a lot of time here. I won my first championship here in 2013. So it's just, it's nice to have the car hooked up again and feel like I can drive it.
So mixed classes, new to the runoffs.
Yes.
A lot of times there's a lot of mixed classes, but this is just 2 classes. It's Formula Atlantic and prototypes.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on how that's going to play out when we get to 13 laps if it goes green the whole way?
Yeah, I think this particular mix is better than what we've had in the past throughout the Super Tour races and the majors races. The prototypes are mixed in with FE cars, and just where we make our speed is so different that a lot of times we've had a lot of accidents between P cars and FE cars. And like the FAs, I don't know, we just had I thought it's been no red flags, no black flags, it's just been really good.
Yeah.
I think the trouble is going to be Jason Miller, because this guy's got a lot of power.
Yeah.
And he's going to be able to get through the traffic quicker than because he can pass them between 5 and 6.
That's right.
But we can't do that necessarily.
Right.
So that's going to be the challenge, I think. We'll see how it goes. I mean, the slowest FA cars are not that slow, so it'll be interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's Lee Alexander. He is your pole sitter and prototypes for this year's runoffs. Our last race of the day, Formula Atlantic and Prototypes. Your provisional pole sitter in Prototypes, Lee Alexander. Next to him, Lawrence Loshak. Then you've got Jason Miller and Bart Wolf, third and fourth. Todd Vanacore in fifth. Perry Richardson will start sixth. Tyler Thielman will start in seventh. And then John Godin will start in eighth. Mike Rupert in ninth. Your 10th place starter will be Todd Parks. That's your top 10 starting order for Prototypes out of a 15-car field. And now we wrap it up with Formula Atlantics. Hans Peter will start first. Tony Ave will start second for your Formula Atlantic race. Then you're going to have Dudley Fleck and James French in row number 2. Row number 3, Shane Kennett with John McAleer is going to start in 6th. 7th and 8th, Riley Harris and J.R. Smart. In 9th place, Jeremy Hill. 10th, John Norton. 11th, David Burkett. And in 12th will be Bill Johnson. That's going to do it here for lunchtime at the runoffs here. We'll be back tomorrow morning bright and early with breakfast at the runoffs before our Sunday coverage. So stay with us right now. Formula V is next. 5 races this afternoon. The schedule's been up with us all afternoon, so check it out now. That's what's coming up next here at the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. This is Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. I'm Brian Belansky. Have yourself a great weekend, a great day, and go play with cars.
This weekend, the Sports Car Club of America returns to America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Across 2 grueling days of competition, 23 champions will be crowned in an event unique in motorsports. For over 400 drivers, a season's toil culminates in this single event, with the chance to earn a coveted gold medal and the title of National Champion in the 62nd edition of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Gorgeous Road America, resplendent in its autumnal colors, is the site of this year's SCCA National Championship Runoffs. And now it is time for one of the iconic SCCA classes, Formula V. Hello, my name is Ryan Marine. Welcome into our coverage presented by Mazda. Larry McLeod is alongside, and Gresham Wagner is down. Hayward Wagner, is down on the grid. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Apologies for that, Hayward. Anyway, we'll be getting to Hayward in just a moment, but look at this great field of 34 Formula V cars getting ready to go here today. One of the great classes in SCCA history, always puts on a good show.
Oh, this race is always amazing every single year. These things are just such a chess match. Fast tracks mean even more of the draft racing, and we're going to see 13 laps of 4 miles of it. Every single quarter, there'll be somebody new popping out in front.
Hayward Wagner down on the grid. Let's get those late developing stories from you now.
Guys, I love this class so much. These cars are so cool. The drivers are awesome. It's really fun to be down here. We've got a club member named Tom Shaver who every year walks up to me on the Formula V grid and says, "Do you need anything?" He showed us the cutaway of the Volkswagen transmission years ago. He's always got the best tidbits. He walked up to me and handed me this piece of paper here. These are the families that are represented on this grid. Dads, sons, grandsons of past national champions. There's about 14 people of this field that are somehow related to one another. And Tom just walked away, but he's walking around in one of the old school road racing classic Road Atlanta Runoffs t-shirts. It's family, it's history. This is really what the Runoffs are all about.
It's so true. Thank you very much. And yeah, this class in particular, I think, really embodies that. And with that in mind, Larry, the Formula V family is racing with heavy hearts here this weekend with the recent loss of one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, Jonathan Whiteside passing away in an incident on the track earlier this year, and everyone here definitely feeling for that loss, and they'll all be thinking about him for sure.
No doubt about it. Hall of Famer inducted 1 year ago. We wish him and his family peace and happiness in his memory. Here is our Mazda track map of Road America. What a place this is. 14 turns, 4 miles, and 3 really distinct sectors. You've got a lot of power needed, as much as you can find in a Formula V car, in sectors 1 and 3, but the middle, super tight, super technical.
Yeah, that opening sector is just a long drag race, which in these cars means 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 in a line drafting, but they'll do that on the front straight and the back straight. Then we get to the twistier parts, and things get a little more strategic here. You got the uphill between 5 and 6, you got the hurry downs, and then you get the long carousel where these cars will be flat out and head into the kink, where they continue flat out all the way down to Canada Corner, where at the end of the race is going to just be an absolute mayhem, we hope, because it'll be fun to watch through 12 at Canada, and then they'll come up around the Bill Mitchell Bend, and one more drag race probably to the actual final line. We won't know who wins, maybe even by a photo finish. Who knows?
Certainly not out of the realm of possibility if history is any indication. Look, this place opened in 1955, and it's been challenging the best of the best ever since. It's a great place to crown a national champion, and that's why the Runoffs keep coming back here time after time. Yes, it moves around, and there are a lot of places that could probably claim the spiritual home title, but Road America certainly is in that conversation. And it's a real challenge, no matter the class, but especially so in these low horsepower classes, because this is effectively pack racing road course style when you come to a place like Road America.
Yes, in other tracks there's a lot of great racing with these cars, but you come here and it is draft city, so even a train of 4 cars can't get away from the 5th through 12th car. And we saw it last year, probably one of the best races at the runoff. I suspect that's going to continue, and the depth of talent we've got at the front of this field makes it even more interesting, because really it is a wide open race among 10 plus drivers.
Yeah, depends who you ask. I've heard as many as 9, 10, 12 drivers that the competitors themselves think are in contention for this national title. Who will come away with it? Well, we'll find out in just a few short moments. We'll step aside and be right back with the Formula V National Championship race.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
34 Formula V's out on track for their formation lap as we get ready for the start of this race. Well, not everybody's out on the formation lap. It's a big field. It takes a little while to get them all out there, but they will be here shortly. You know, you talk about this class, and yes, they're all Formula V's, but there is a great disparity in the chassis constructors. And even within that, Larry, you talk to the different drivers, and they love to tell you about the little nuances specific to their own car.
Yeah, and you look at each of them and you just see the way that the driver sits. So the bodywork that wraps the driver, how far up around the neckline is it go. You see Alex Scaler's blue car very shrouded around him. Some of the other ones a lot more exposed. You'll see different bits and pieces on them. It is fascinating how they built these different chassis, and they continue to evolve.
Let's take a look at how this field will line up for this 13-lap or 40-minute race, whichever should come first. On the tire rack pole position is Andrew Abbott. It's his first career runoffs pole. He's finished third in the last 5 runoffs. Second will be Chris Jennerjohn. Then it's Alex Scaler and Andrew Winston. Zachary Winston and Steve Winston sharing row number 3. Brian Farnham and Rick Shields back in 7th and 8th. Then it's Graham Loghead and Raymond Carmody. It's Donnie Isley and Brandon Abbott starting 11th and 12th. Colin Satterley will start in 13th next to Ron Winston, part of that brood of Winstons taking part in the race here today. Scaler and Mark Richardson lining up in positions 15 and 16. John S. Adams from Whitmore Lake, Michigan starts next to Gavin Sweetie in positions 17 and 18. 19th belongs to Connor Loghead from Columbus, Ohio, and Quinn Posner from Camus, Washington starts in 20th. Then Jeffrey Vallejo and Chase Johnson sharing the 11th row of the grid. Anthony Henderson and Michael Nitz start 23rd and 24th. Stuart Delaney and Brian Stasinski starting 25th and 26th. Then you have Ethan Satterley. Apparently the grid has changed slightly, so we'll address that in a moment. But Mace Gurman and Simon Stallings. Marjorie Lundberg back in 29th. Donald Manthe in 30th. Then to 31st, where you find Rich Richardson next to the Hall of Famer himself, Ronnie Chuck, who's also responsible for a number of chassis and engines in this race. Cameron Satterley and Donnie Isley out back. So, should be a fantastic race, should be a frenetic race. Good luck picking a favorite in this one.
Yeah, it really is going to be tough. Likely somebody with a sibling or some relative in the field, as Hayward had mentioned. There's a lot of them in this group that know each other very well. And the ones that aren't related still know each other because they'll go out, they'll do cookouts and exchange beers, and they'll help each other throw parts at each other because these are a family through and through, top to bottom here in Formula V. So, but I can tell you, they'll be friendly to each other for about 12 and a half laps. That last lap, I don't know if they'll be so friendly. It's going to be all drivers for themselves when that white flag is in the air.
Abbott on pole position, first time in his runoffs career. Next to him, Chris Jennerjohn, who's already been on track today.
Yeah, he was out there in the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race just before the lunch break. We're the first one after the lunch break, so hopefully he had a chance to maybe put down a little bit of food, otherwise right back in the race car.
Yeah, some don't like to put the food in right before a race,
Yeah.
so maybe he's waiting for his chance, but at any event, he'll have recent track knowledge at his disposal. That's the white machine that lines up on the outside of the front row. Row number 2, Alex Scaler and Andrew Whitston. Then it's Zachary and Steve Whitston in row 3. Brian Farnham and Rick Shields make up position 7th and 8th. And then Graham Loghead and Raymond Carmody, the top 10 as the field makes its way towards this hill. The outside row not exactly in perfect alignment, but now starting to build up the speed and get alongside the pole sitter Abbott. He has the word on when this race begins. As soon as he enters the acceleration zone, he can go, and he does. There's the green flag. Jennerjohn immediately slots in line behind, side by side for 3rd and 4th, and look at that further back, fanning out 3, even 4 abreast in this long run down to turn number 1.
We'll see who's got enough heat in the tires to go through turn 1 with confidence, but look at already. That's Andrew Whitson on the outside, dipping a tire in the grass, gets it back on, and around turn 1 he goes, no problem. But boy, that looks sketchy for a second.
I'd say Andrew had plenty of confidence, and it looks like he might be willing to go on the attack here. It seemed like he was sizing up Abbott for the lead, but settled back in line. It's clean and green through the first couple of corners. That's the good news. Top 7 or 8 single file, but behind them it's a hornet's nest in the mid-pack of Formula V.
Yeah, one of those in that pack right there is going to be Brandon Abbott, of course, brother of Andrew Abbott, your pole sitter. They've got that identical lightning bolt livery, and you'll see him about 9th or 10th. See if he can move his way up and catch up to his brother right now, who's sitting in the 2nd spot behind Andrew Whitston, who just took the lead.
Here comes the field down to turn 5 for the first time at speed. Whitston from 3rd on the grid has jumped up to the front of the class. If you see the smoke, somebody with a spin. That's hard wall contact at the inside of turn 5. Somebody else in strife further back, dodging to the inside, but continues on.
Could not catch the number on that car. We'll see if it's able to move. These are relatively durable cars. They could take a little bounce to get going, but that was a good little side swipe into that wall.
Hey, you're right. They don't look it to the naked eye, but if you've seen Formula V races, you know they will sustain some contact. Also, if you're new to Formula V and you see some of the smoke puffing out from time to time, intermittent smoke out of a Formula V car is nothing to be concerned about.
Here's a replay of that spin. You can see just kind of self-induced here on the cold tire opening lap. Slammed into the wall pretty good. I don't know how well the car is going to survive that one. We'll see if the car is able to move under its own power. No, it does not look like it.
The safety crew is on site. No sign of a full course yellow just yet. So for now at least, we remain under green flag conditions. The top group starting to separate itself from the middle of the pack. And here they come. This is Canada Corner, another great passing opportunity. And it's still Andrew Whitston with the field in tow as we go full course yellow. At least according to timing and scoring. That said, I don't see the flags out my window just yet. We'll see if that changes here shortly, but it does sound like it is imminent. We're waiting for the official word. Whitston, though.
I think they have, drivers look at the back down.
So an unfortunate way to get the race started, unless you're Andrew Whitston. What a great start from the 2nd row to jump up and run there in contention. Safety car out on track, and there are the double yellows from start finish. Gives us a chance to catch our breath and let timing and scoring sort itself out.
Yeah, I'd like to say Andrew Whitston's start was aggressive, but I think the better word might just be confidence.
Yeah.
He got out to the outside and had a run with the draft of the front row in front of him and said, I've got to run. I can get out here. Somebody left him just enough room to stay out there. And when I say just enough, he had a tire in the dirt as he was under braking, but he's able to hold that line and then take that position. So good start for him. Good start, of course, Andrew Abbott, your pole sitter, still right there in that mix. And Alex Scaler as well to stay up in that front 3. Look at the powerhouses, though. You got Brian Farnham, who's won this race in the past, behind him. Steve Whitson, of course, defending champ. Chris Jennerjohn, who's won. You got all lined up, just one after another after another.
Yeah, no shortage of talent or experience in the Formula V class. This tends to be one of those classes that gets in your blood. You don't see, or it's not uncommon to see people with decades of experience racing Formula Vs.
Yeah, no, you look at the number of starts. I think this field, I could do a quick little math on the number of starts across the field, 200 or something like that. If you add up everybody's in here, it's a really incredibly high number because they often will stick with it. You get in this class and you're kind of in it for life, and that goes back to the family aspect that Hayward had mentioned at the opening, that it's entire families. I've mentioned already Brandon and Andrew Abbott. Of course, their late father, Terry, so integral to the Formula V family. The Whitstons, 4 of them in the field here. We have the 2 Loghead brothers in the field. And now, of course, we've got the exact relationships on a piece of paper that Hayward handed us to it, so appreciate that.
Yeah.
The Stasinskis, of course, Brian's the only one in the race, but his brother and his father have been here this weekend. I got a chance to talk to them. So it's all about those families, and they stay in this for forever, it seems.
Cleanup continues down in turn 5 as we're behind the safety car for the first time. We'll take a quick timeout when we come back. More from the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco.
My name is Danny Richardson.
Eileen Blondo.
I'm Ryan Chi.
I'm Connor Zilish. I'm from the San Francisco region.
Part of the Central Carolina region of SCCA.
It just fosters the best, not only in me, but in the cars that I could bring.
I grew up around this amazing community that created me for who I am today.
I belong to the SCCA.
I belong to the SCCA.
I belong to the SCCA.
I belong to the SCCA because every time I come to an event, I feel like I'm at home.
It is the 62nd edition of the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs, and one of the classic classes, Formula V on track. In the pit lane at the moment is Cameron Satterley. That car has not made it out on track yet, and driver is out of the car. So whatever went wrong, it's apparently terminal, and that's a frustrating way for your runoffs to go. So much work goes into this one event.
You spend the whole year, all your weekends focused on getting to the runoffs, and something happens and prevents you from getting on track for that race, the one important race that you really had everything on. And yeah, I feel bad right now for that driver.
Michigander, so not a terribly long tow, but nevertheless still heartbreaking.
Be a long drive home.
Nah, no question about it. But this is the memory that is ingrained. So it gives us a moment to take an accounting of the way the race has started. Whitston leads from Abbott. Scaler up to 3rd. Farnham, Whitston, that's Steve Whitston in the 5th spot. Chris Jennerjohn from the outside of the front row really did not have a great opening lap. Dropped all the way down to 6th.
Yeah, it's tough. You get rushed, especially on the front straight. If you don't get positioned well when you get to the back straight, you continue to fall a little bit. But really, at this point, now, especially being under full course yellow, everyone's all bunched again. We're back to the situation where anyone in the top 10 could still win this thing.
Got a glimpse, though, of just how chaotic these Formula V races can be, especially here at Road America. When you're in such a big pack, the draft plays a really big factor in these races. And it's something where if you've not raced one of these cars at a track like this before, it can take a little time to adapt to the style that's required.
Yeah, I think it really does. Not only from the chess match of the placement, but just the fact that every corner around here is insanely fast in one of these cars. There's, you know, you're just tapping the brakes and turning in at 1. It's not exactly GT1 at straightaway speed, so the delta from your straightaway to your apex at 1 isn't actually that far. They just are, there's such momentum vehicles, but really it comes down to positioning on the corner entry, through the corner exit, so you can get the right draft to make that pass before you get to the next braking zone.
I hinted at it earlier, but now it's evident on display the variety that you get in the different chassis, the constructions, and again, each driver will tweak the car here and there to their liking. Someone was showing me where they had cut one chassis and welded it to another to create something totally of their own design.
And you look at the ride height differences. You can see Brian Farnham in the orange number 15 right on the ground, like it's nearly bottoming out. And then 2-3 cars behind him, all of a sudden they look like they're 6-8 inches in the air with all kinds of daylight. everybody likes a slightly different setup. And then you see the chassis, the body work is a little bit different, how the driver sits, where the tail of the car is. You can see the Adams Aero car there. Almost, for John Adams, almost the most unique thing in the field. Looks almost the shape of like a Formula F. It looks more taller and upright, but it's just another V with a very unique shape.
But at the end of the day, a fun car to drive. Not a lot of power, not a lot of tire, but it puts a lot of responsibility in the driver's hands. It comes down to keeping the momentum up and working the traffic, right, to have success.
Yeah, these skinny little Hoosiers, they just do what they do, and you can just continue to run them and run them hard, which just means the racing comes down to that strategy and that execution and the trust. And that's the thing about being in a family with your competitors are really also your family, that you have to trust them going into a corner, that they're going to give you the space and you're going to give them the space. And you get a lot of that in this group here because they race against each other just all the time. So they're very familiar with what the tendencies are of each other and how they communicate. It comes out as this race goes back to green here shortly. You'll see that. They'll go into the corner side by side. They'll leave each other just enough room because they've probably done that 30 times this month.
Right. Yeah, it's when you talk to the people involved in the class, they refer to the runoffs frequently as a reunion. This might be the chance to see folks from the other side of the country that they get to race against at most a couple of times a year, maybe just at the runoffs each and every year. And it has that vibe to it when you walk through the paddock, especially if it's a cluster of Formula V drivers, that there's a collegial aspect to it. There's the family aspect to it, where you're all kind of coming together. It's almost a combination of a race day and Thanksgiving.
It really is, and they'll be sitting out having cookouts each night. All the competitors in that class, the V team definitely does that every year. I've kind of walked through and got a chance to chat with them, and they help each other. If someone's having engine issues, somebody else will find an engine, they'll put one together for them, and they'll do all that work together. It's really is great camaraderie among them.
Yeah, actually got a story exactly like that from Marjorie Lundberg, who's down in 28th, shown in 28th at the moment, and she was saying she popped an engine early in the weekend. She had a spare, but she said there were about a half dozen people that came up and offered me one just to make sure that I could put something in the car and still be able to compete.
Yeah, I love that. That's going back to, this is just the pinnacle of amateur racing, not the fact that just because it's our championship event, winner take all, because we are what amateur racing should be. Exactly those kind of stories. If you know what, even if I go out there and win, if I don't have all my competitors against me, it doesn't feel the same. So everyone's got to get to the grid so we can have good quality racing.
34 cars set times in qualifying, 29 still on the track, with the Hall of Famer Ronnie Chuck currently in 29th. Raymond Carmody, Cameron Satterley, Ethan Satterley, Rich Richardson, and Donnie Isley, all with issues that either befell them on the opening lap or they did not take the start. As we come back up the hill one more time, the safety car is pulled off, and it's time to resume the action here at America's National Park of Speed. At the front of the field once again, Andrew Winston, who sees the lead on that opening lap, leads the restart. It's 3 abreast further back in the pack. Now it's 3 abreast at the front as well.
Well, that's Alex Gaylor in that bright blue, popping to the front, and then right with him, that's Brian Farnham. I believe he won this race back in, whatever it was, 22 or 23, one of the VIR years. He got the championship there. So the two of them had great runs the opening lap, and there you go. The one that was leading when the pace car pulled off, well, that was Andrew Winston. He's already back to 4th.
Side by side here, deeper in the top 10. Giving plenty of racing room, though, Larry, as you indicated they likely would. These cars not super big, so you can get through these corners side by side, but they're open wheel cars, so you have to treat it with respect.
Yeah, you definitely do. You don't want to go tangling wheels, and that's really where the trust comes in, that you're going to be able to leave them just enough room that you can both make it through the corners. Speaking of both in the corners, Gaylor and Farnham doing it here.
It's the 15 of Farnham, the orange machine, to the inside, trying to take the lead away. Can't get it done through turn 5, maybe up the hill to turn 6, and under the Corvette bridge is the opportunity, but not easily done. Still side by side, and finally the blue car comes out in front.
That's Alex Gaylor. He is definitely a little bit aggressive, but they've all run against each other so many times. They all know how to do this, and those kind of corners is pretty typical for V's between Scaler and Farnham.
Near miss for Scaler back in 2023. Ran at the front of the V Championship race that year from Asbury, New Jersey. Right now in control of this field.
I don't know how long he'll stay in control, as Brian Farnham now is happy to sit in second, but he's going to have a run post-kink. I think is it Steve Winston that I think that might be following them through the kink in the other bright yellow machine with his brother Andrew right behind him. The two of them, of course, 4 championships between them, Andrew and Steve.
In some of the tin top categories that are low horsepower, you'll see drivers actively working together. That's something you can do here in Formula V as well?
Yeah, a little bit. And so they've started to now add small little spots for the nose of the car to bump into the tail of the car. And a few of them, in the past, you wouldn't be able to. They would damage the cars. Well, some of them have gotten smart enough to say, hey, I'd like to be able to push. Let me do a little reinforcement front and rear so we can start to bump draft like some of our tin tops do.
Spectacular lap for Scaler to get to the front and actually build a little bit of a margin coming up the hill. Side by side for the second position. And at the line, how close do you like it? Andrew Winston has dropped to 4th. Brian Farnham, Steve Winston side by side. Scaler watching all of this happen in those tiny mirrors, but now it pops up alongside as well. Andrew Winston, with a head full of steam, gets alongside into turn 1.
Yeah, 5 cars occupying about the space of 1 GT1 car as they go through. And look at this pack. As Zach Winston's joined the party up there, so you got 3 Winstons in the top 6.
How about it? Somehow, Scaler still comes back out in front of this
no idea how.
raging pack. Me neither. He looked dead in the water on the run down to turn 1, but was able to keep it out in front.
Well, the New Jersey native, this looks like 22 on a Thursday afternoon driving home. This is a crazy pack right now.
The lead's changed hands, though, in the run down to turn 5. He's had to settle back in line. Oh, that was awfully tight. Andrew Abbott sweeping across the bow with his closest pursuer, able to consolidate his position. Single file the run now. Through turn 6, the right-hander of 7 into the hurry downs. Great passing opportunity at the foot of this hill here. But top 2 seem content to run in this position. It's Andrew Winston showing the way. Scaler sits in second place.
Andrew Abbott showing the patience there as well. He's dropped back to 5th or 6th or so. Now he's got himself back in this 3rd position. That's just the way the ebbs and flows are of V racing. As long as you can stay in the pack, you will move around. The goal is to move around just right to be at the front on the last lap, but you got to stay in this group for the entire race, and that's always a challenge.
If you're interested in these kind of things, this could be a good year for Andrew Winston. He's a 3-time national champion, and it's all come in odd-numbered years.
Yes, it has.
19, 21, and 23.
So if you believe in numbers.
Shake it out his way here at the moment, although we got a little wide. That opens the door here.
Speaking of wide, oh, that's a big wide.
Yes, it is, and into the concrete wall.
That's Chris Jennerjohn in the 46.
Wow. Outside pole sitter off on the side of the track, and that car didn't look like it had steering when it veered off.
And that's Simon Stallings there in the 07. They've almost followed him to there. I wonder if there's anything on the ground there that maybe they're starting to slip on.
That's a good question.
He's got a lot of toe in on that left front.
Yep. So Jennerjohn will try and limp it back around, but the good news is that car still is mobile, and hopefully that means we can keep it under green as Scaler sweeps back to the lead, which is a position he's been in quite a bit here in the early stages. That's Jennerjohn making his way back into the paddock. Another look at it here.
Just didn't stick, and it looks like he hit some of that curbing, and it took a bounce, and when it did, the car just sort of stepped left, and then you're just aimed at the grass, and all you can do is try and stay as straight as you can, and unfortunately, he did get to the wall, but luckily he's able to get it back there to the paddock already.
The FV drivers that I spoke to over the last few days, I asked them about the curbs because they are quite rough in places. Really, they were put in large part to dissuade some of the NASCAR guys from abusing the track limits here and damping on these Formula V cars, not at the same level as you'd expect as a big stock car, but I was basically told, do it, use them at your own peril. There's a time and a place where you might need to, but there could also be consequences.
Well, when you're side by side as often as they are, you're going to end up having to use them at some point.
Scaler's dropped back now to second place. Swapping positions back and forth with Andrew Whitston. Andrew Abbott sits in the third position.
His brother Brandon, the other red with the yellow lightning bolts, is also part of this pack now, all the way up into, I think it's the 8th spot. So he's staying around, and that was one of the things that Andrew, I talked to him the other day, he said it was, obviously he's really happy to be on pole, but would have liked to see Brandon a little bit closer so they could maybe connect up during the race. And Brandon doing a great job of staying with this. You just might see those two cars side by side at some point here shortly.
Has been a good charge from Brandon, up 5 spots at least from his starting position of 12. Last time by, he was shown in 7th. Getting a look at Graham Loghead, just outside of Indianapolis.
Scaler, I think, making a move again as they head down towards Canada. Yep.
These two showing how hard it is to stay out front in this class, especially here at this racetrack. Again, somebody off wide. It's one of the Abbotts, is it not?
I think that was Brandon. Yeah, a little bit wide at the exit of Canada.
Dropping back, picking up the action deep in the pack, and that is one of the great things about a class like this. No matter where you look, there's a battle to watch.
Oh yeah, every single time. That might be Ron Whitston, the fourth, the dad Whitston there at the front of this pack. Somewhere in there might also be a David Scaler, who's the father of Alex Scaler, all in this group down the order. So
it's a multi-generational confrontation here, and Ron Whitston's currently shown in 13th. He's at the head of this train. This is happening about 10 seconds behind the overall lead of the race. 19 is David Scaler, right on there, Larry. Sweeps around, grabs the position.
Yeah, a great little battle between those guys. See what the rest of this group might be, but it's quite a train now, sort of forming here in this sort of second pack.
Yeah, the top 7 are effectively nose to tail, if not side by side. Then Quinn Posner sort of by himself with Gavin Sweeney, I suppose, in 8th and 9th. And a problem here for the 14. Mark, apparently it's John Adams, actually. Yeah, that is in the pits. Yes, in the 14 car. That unique chassis design that you talked about earlier, but making the hard right turn back to the paddock.
That's unfortunate. Car's not going to make it to the finish there for him. Practically my neighbor. I think he lives about 2 minutes from me up there in Michigan. And again, going back to the long drive home, and you can't make it all the way to the checker.
Back to the front of the field now, and it's Andrew Whitston showing the way. A couple of tear-offs going off of the visors of the trailing drivers. And with the puffs of smoke that you do see out of these cars, there can be some moisture associated with that too. So the tear-offs may be no more important in any class than they are in Formula V.
Yeah, they tend to shed oil throughout a race. You've seen a lot of the smoke coming out, absolutely. I'm sure some of the flaggers are calling in. That's just what V's do, these Volkswagen quote-unquote air-cooled engines. They're oil-cooled. But, yeah, they do tend to spew a little bit, so the tear-offs becomes really critical to be able to see what you're doing, because you don't want to go into a corner and have a big oil smear with some dirt on it. You can't see around.
Scaler and Whitston, yes, they've been swapping the lead back and forth, but it almost seems like it's been done in a sense of cooperation. Yeah. The two of them actually have been able to pull a bit of a gap now.
Yeah, it's very much a dance. It's a co-opetition, sometimes I call it, where you know you have to make the pass, and if you're in the lead, you know you have to give it up, and you just want to be efficient, so you don't give up any position to the third and fourth place runners.
Look at this gaggle, making the run down to Canada corner, turn 12.
I think that's still the battle there. David Scaler sort of out in front. I think you can see Connor Loghead in there.
Some gesticulating out of the purple machine. It might be an issue with that car. Looked like he was pointing people by. It's car 21.
It's Brian Stasinski, part of the Stasinski family. The only one representing in the race today, but I'm sure his dad and brother are down on pit lane watching. Hopefully the car is still in good shape.
Yeah, hopefully I just misread the hand signal, but it did look like he was gesturing for cars to go past, but now immediately on the attack once again, coming up the front straightaway.
So yeah, I talked to him a little bit. So it sounds like his dad, Bill, and his brother back in the 80s, started the Stasinski Cup. Whoever finished higher at the runoffs would get to keep this cup, and I think the family record is, I think, something like 14th place. So Brian's goal this week is to finish 14th. Where is he right now? 15th.
So
he's
close.
awfully close.
Yeah. He might have just passed, though, to get 14th back, I think, in the run down to turn 1. Still a long way to go, however, but well positioned at the moment. Interesting, we've got 2 different pairs here that are linked up, first and second, as well as third and fourth. Here's Zachary Winston. We've been talking about the family. Zachary now pulls out a line, looking to grab third position.
I think Zach may have slipped a little bit there past the apex at 5, and it didn't quite stick as well. Maybe held up a little bit, Steve, behind him. So the two of them losing ground, though, now to the other brother, Andrew, and Alex Scaler out in front. So those two, the second pair of Winstons there, have to continue their pace. And you can just tell you're watching Brian Farnham then in the third of this pack, thinking maybe he needs to get in there and lead them up to the front two.
And Abbott slipped back, finds himself in 6th place, along with Farnham. But interesting how the pack is broken up into these duos. And it seems like until some squabbling breaks out amongst them, that this is how they're content to run here, at least at this stage. Look at how that's allowed the top 2 to build this gap now.
The one that we've lost is an Andrew Abbott. We didn't quite catch when that happened, but we do not see him in the list.
That's a good point.
Our pole sitter. Yeah. He's been out for a couple laps. Looks like, unfortunately, Andrew Abbott, the pole sitter, is not going to make it to the finish.
Wow.
So Brandon's going to carry the flag for Abbott's at this point, running up there in the top 6.
Looks like it happened in the 3rd sector of the 5th lap. It's the extent of the information we've got available to us, but that is a frustrating way for his runoffs to come to an end after such a promising performance, tire rack pole award and everything.
Yeah. We'll see if this second train can coordinate themselves. You would think with the two brothers there, with Steve and Zach, that they'd be able to try and draft well to be able to catch the front two. But speaking of drafting well, and there they are right there. That's Brandon Abbott. I think that might be that Graham Loghead, or is that, yeah, I think that is Graham pushing Brandon there. I don't know if they're physically touching, or at least it's more like a push draft, where you just get close enough to cut the drag off the back of the lead car.
It's been effective. It's allowed them to catch up to the next group in front, which suddenly becomes a 5-car train. And if somehow they can coordinate it and all stay in a line, maybe that would give them a chance to run down the top 2, but that would seriously take some cooperation.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to work together to do it, because the front 2 are doing a very good job of that. Meanwhile, this pack continues. And again, this is the battle of about 12th through 16th or so here.
It's Ron Winston getting shuffled back a couple of spots. He had been shown in 18th. I think that will drop him to 20th. So Anthony Henderson and Stuart Delaney, I think, have just made the pass. Ron's lost their draft too.
Oh, and that, it looks like an issue there.
Yeah, that is more smoke than you'd like to see, even in this class.
Yeah, that's the 72.
Jeffrey Vallejo.
Yeah. I believe that's the old Roger Siebenthaler car, but that is definitely more smoke than you'd normally see from a V. And I wonder if he's realizing it yet. It looks like it could be spraying even a little bit too, the way that smoke's coming out. It looks heavy.
Someone was just off track in front of Jeff. Could that have been Gavin Sweeney, maybe? Or
is it Anthony Henderson? He's been in that area.
Colin Satterley.
Okay.
Is the car we're looking at there. So I think that's the one that was just off track a moment ago.
Yeah, it is the number 3.
Sharp looking car, kind of reminiscent of the Juan Pablo Montoya era Chip Ganassi Racing Target cars, right?
He is definitely crab walking down the hill here, so he must have either had an issue at a curb or maybe even got out there a little bit. Unfortunately, that's going to be tough to handle. That's got to be a handful going through the kink.
Not pleasant, to say the least. Getting down to the wire here, though.
Yeah.
Just 4 laps to go the next time they cross the line. Andrew Winston and Alex Scaler working together.
Yeah.
have built a 2-second lead. That was the last time by. I wonder what it is now. It looks like it might have grown even further. This is the chasing pair that aren't content to run nose to tail.
These brothers, I just watched them swap positions going around Bill Mitchell Bend, where Steve jumped in front of Zach. Now Zach back in front of Steve on the front straight as they're doing everything they can to catch the other Winston, Andrew and Alex Kaler out in front, who are doing such a fantastic job of maintaining. Their pace is amazing. They're turning 46.8s, basically identical lap times.
Yeah,
to the thousands.
Wow, it is identical to the 1,000. That's incredible. And it's faster than anybody else is running right now. That lead has grown nearly a full second. As it runs, it's a battle between the top two. Then it becomes a chess match. When do you make the move?
Yeah, and Alex Taylor's been in this position before, and I'm sure he's run through 1,000 scenarios in his mind as the car currently behind. We know that Andrew Whitson's been in this position before, obviously having won 3 championships, and he's been fighting it out. He fought it out right up until the final straightaway last year with his own brother. So he's been there. Alex has been there. It's which scenario, as they go through the Rolodex of ideas, which is the one you execute? When, how, where, and then what's your backup plan to your backup plan?
And you better believe they're already thinking 3 laps ahead.
Of course.
Trying to plan that move as best as you can.
Sure, you got to set it up. You got to fake the move now to maybe go for that move later. That's all coming in.
Scaler, a couple of medal appearances at the runoffs in 10 previous starts, but looking for that first championship. It's very much in the mix, chasing Andrew Winston right now. Those top two with a nearly 3-second advantage. Here they are again through the carousel this time. And just look how long you have to wait until you get to 3rd and 4th. Unbelievable.
They're doing such a great job of staying in line, not losing momentum for either of the 2 lead cars. Because they know it doesn't matter who's leading right now. What matters is your pace to stay away from the other 2, especially if you're Alex Kaler. The last thing you want is to have 3 Winstons surrounding you.
That's a good point.
It's good. It's hard enough to deal with one. You certainly don't want the defending champ and the 3rd brother getting in it.
Yeah. One thing to keep in the back of your mind, though, is you get late in the going. You don't want to make the move too soon, but on the other hand, a late full course yellow and that early move could make you look like a genius.
Yeah, so now with them right about that 3 to 4 second margin, there's an opportunity for Scaler to try some things without necessarily giving up that position. So on maybe the final 2 laps, you try one here, try one there. Maybe you try and make the drag race up the Road America straight one time and see if you're at the stripe even or where you're at. He may try some things with this buffer now of about 4 seconds between himself and the other 2 Winstons.
Andrew Winston looking for a 4th national title, trying to keep that streak of championships in odd-numbered years alive. Scaler seeking his first, and as it runs, it figures to be between the 2 of them, but still so much can change, and plenty can change here in this group further back in the pack. What do all these hand signals mean?
Oh, there's a lot of it. So let's stay in line. I've got this. I'm going the other way. It's, somebody get the grill started. We got brats to cook. I mean, it could be all sorts of things right now.
This is a great scrap here. Looking at, I think Stuart Delaney back in 18th is in this group. Anthony Henderson, Stasinski, Chase Johnson, Michael Nitz, Connor Loghead, all battling it out.
I think Mark Richardson and Michael Nitz are the front 2, maybe David Scaler, the other one that's sort of leading this group. Yeah, you got the black 19 of Scaler and then Nitz in that black with the green 94 on it, right in that mix as well.
And this is 10th, basically, almost back to 20th.
I talked to Michael Nitz. This is the first year he's had that car. Had some issues actually in a race here just a couple of weeks back. Had to kind of put the car back together. Has had all 4 corners apart in the last few weeks, and it's a ton of work, but it looks like it's all paid off in this battle that he's in now, fighting it out for this 10th place battle. That's lap traffic now in front of our leaders. That may have to hold them up just a little bit. Whoever that is giving him a good point by.
I'm afraid it will take a whole lot more than that to bring the rest of the field into this battle. It's nearly a 4-second lead now from that top 2 back to Steve Winston and Zachary Winston. It effectively is 4 seconds from first back to 3rd.
Yeah. That's what I say. I think that's where Scaler is sort of the potential for the aggressor. Can do this and look at this again, trying to get around the lap traffic. as Steve Whitston and Zach Whitston trying not to disrupt each other and just use that draft. That got a little tight.
It did. Zach had the universal, what was that, hand signal? But they're able to make it through and continue on in pursuit of the top two.
And was that Graham Loghead that's caught up to them? I think as
so.
well. So now it's a three-way battle for the third step of the podium. And we had mentioned how Andrew Abbott had fallen out of the race. I think I saw Brandon Abbott do the same thing, go up pit lane. So now both Abbotts out of the race, as that is the 07 just going off track and back on Simon Stallings.
Now for Graham Loghead, currently 5th, but like you said, I think he has caught the Whitstons. He's looking for his first ever medal at the runoffs, so that is ample motivation to try and get the move made.
Yeah, you look at the delta now between the Andrew Whitston, Alex Scaler, and their deal going on up front to the rest of them. Now it's more about 5 seconds between them, actually 7 seconds to Zach, Steve, and Graham. And that just tells me the front two can start to battle, and these next three will battle because you have a chance to be on a podium.
Right. Yeah, Loghead's not waiting around. He can see that podium position just ahead. He's in the primarily pink car that's taking a peek to the inside. Color scheme vaguely reminiscent of a tube of toothpaste in my eye. Sharp-looking car, though. And he's drawing a bead on 3rd and 4th place. But those are two brothers that you have to believe are going to try and support the other.
One's a defending champion there, and Steve Whitston, the plain yellow one there. So you know who you're fighting with. Obviously, everybody knows those cars, very recognizable. And Grant Logan, I'm sure, has raced against them many, many times.
Down to turn 5, Loghead looking to make a move. He gets to the inside of the 27, and he's able to keep it to the flank.
Yeah, Steve Whitston did a good job of getting in front of that before the two behind him, but now Zach and Graham going side by side. Zach ends up still holding the position as they go under Corvette Bridge.
3rd, 4th, and 5th on the screen. Might have a little traffic to contend with before it's all said and done. Steve Whitston in that final medal spot, 3rd place. Bright yellow car, carousel. Brother just behind, and Graham Loghead chasing the two of them down. It's amazing. This part of the track depends what class you're in. In some cases, this is a couple different corners, but for these cars, this is all effectively one long full throttle section. Might as well be a straightaway.
You can see Steve Whitston, the lead in that train, coming down the chute from the carousel to Canada, or to the kink, and he's peeking at those mirrors. Now, of course, everyone's out of his mirrors because they've moved ahead of him already.
Loghead trying to make it 2 for 1, but can't quite complete it. But now he does split the two brothers. Oh, car off track.
And out of the car.
Yeah, it is turn 1, and we're hearing this could result in a full course caution. We'll see. Interesting. Scaler has built a gap.
This could be very good for Alex if he's gone by before any. I see a white flag in the air.
1 lap to go. Alex Scaler has taken the lead from Andrew Whitston, sees the white flag, and also sees a gap now of 1.7 seconds over his closest pursuer. What happened on that lap?
Pick that up. I'm not quite sure where. We might be catching replay in a minute. They're going to see if we can pull that one up. But Alex Scaler now, huge opportunity, especially had they gone yellow. They obviously haven't. This is where the yellow is here in turn 1. So now it's green flag to the finish for Scaler and for Whitston. But Whitston, he's got to be 2 seconds back.
Yeah, it was close to it at the stripe, and it appears to only have grown from there in a class where photo finishes are relatively commonplace. To have a lead of nearly 2 seconds is practically unheard of.
Yeah, and Alex has been working so hard on this car. He came here 1 year, I believe it was 2020, running the Roger Siebeneller car. He's got this car. They've torn this thing down, rebuilt it from scratch. In fact, this is the Scaler Mark I is actually what he's been calling this thing. And I'm sure right now he's thinking every nut and bolt that's gone into building this thing, well, how has it come together? How do we finish this next 2 miles? But he's not done yet because Andrew Whitston is closing the gap.
Yeah, it is closing and closing quickly. Andrew Winston in the first sector took away nearly a second of that deficit, and he's back easily within the tow. So this is on here in the final dash to the checkered flag to settle the national championship in Formula V.
Alex is just trying to not look at the mirrors, but you know he can't help it. He's going to be looking back and seeing, why does that three-time national champ, how is he getting closer?
Alex let it run wide up and over the curve there. Back in turn 7. Now approaching the kink with Winston as close as he's been here on this final lap to settle the national title. Scaler in the blue machine, Andrew Winston in the red, white, and blue car. He has run him down from a nearly 2-second deficit. It's less than a car length.
Oh, this is unbelievable. And you know Andrew is so calm. He's been in this position at the championship. Scaler wants this first championship more than anything else. And oh no!
He goes in deep into Canada corner. That opens the door to the inside. Andrew Winston pulls alongside, but can't complete the pass. The two side by side through Billy Mitchell Bend. Now Scaler settles back in line.
That was strange. I don't know if he missed a downshift. I don't know what it was, but certainly that loss of momentum now may actually become a gift. He's now in the draft position on the final straightaway.
It's going to come down to this final dash to the checkered flag through turn 14 for the final time. Andrew Winston looking for his 4th title. Alex Scaler looking for his 1st. Scaler in the slipstream as they head up the hill for the checkered flag. Side by side at the line, waiting for the checkered to the stripe for the Formula V National Championship. And in his 11th start, Alex Scaler is a national champion by 42 thousandths of a second.
Wow, that was a heart-stopping moment at Canada for Scaler and for everybody else, but he's able to come through as we've got some action in the back. It's Brian Stasinski.
Yep, Stasinski with an issue, able to continue on. Zachary Winston did come through to put 2 Winstons on the podium. Steve finished a hard-fought 4th, side-by-side run to the checkered flag. A little bit further down the order.
Might have been Ron Winston, actually.
I think you're right. Yeah, fighting there in 11th, 12th, 13th, that vicinity. And a few more photo finishes to be decided for the lower places. There's the checkered flag. Formula V putting on a show. David Scaler took 9th there at the stripe.
Yeah.
That was by 8 thousandths of a second over Colin Satterley.
That's what I want to see when we get to see Alex in the victory lane there. I want to see David, his dad, as well as with a great finish here in 9th.
Well, another look at this. This is down to Canada corner, Larry.
Yeah, he goes in, and I don't see him checking the mirror, but I do wonder if perhaps there was some strategery with that to not give a run to Winston and to not be leading going up this way.
Yeah, neither of them seem to want to be in the lead in that situation. Finally, Winston said, all right, if you won't do it, I will. And it nearly was enough.
I mean, it's not an unsafe, but it certainly is a bit of a chess move there. A little bit unpredictable, but somewhat predictable. But it gave Alex a great run and just at the line by the 42 thousandths.
What a way to win your first national championship.
Yeah.
That's one he'll be recounting for many, many years to come, and why not? Well-deserved. Fantastic drive. He led the bulk of the laps in this race. Yeah. That said, I think Andrew was content to run right there with him, but when it came down to it, he put the move on, coming to the line to take home his first SCCA Runoffs championship.
Their cooldown lap through Canada and through Bill Mitchell's faster than the final lap was.
Read my mind. I was thinking the same thing. Well, this will be a special celebration. It ends that remarkable streak of championships in odd-numbered years for Andrew Winston, but so close to keeping that going.
And then Zach Winston picking up his 3rd podium.
Right.
A great run in the battle there with Steve and Graham for that last podium spot. It's a good run for him.
It was indeed. No one seemed to have anything for these top 2, though. The way that they separated themselves from the field in a class where it is incredibly difficult to do so. That, I think, speaks to just how well these two drove and also how well they had their cars prepared for this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Immaculate preparation to go into this, and then the execution to get it done, and in the moment to realize, okay, this is my friend for the next X number of laps until the final lap, and for have that to work out, it's very rewarding if you're Alex.
Well, there he is, the man of the hour, taking a moment to soak it all in. He's been in the fight before, but today was the day. He got it done. Can't wait to hear from him after that dramatic finish to the 2025 Formula V National Championship race.
He's never disappointed.
No. And here we thought, hey, it's a 2-second lead on the final lap. Surely it's all over. Not so. Let's hear from him now with Hayward.
Well, guys, we're getting Alex all the decorations, the gold medal, the Hoosier neck going on. Bruce Foss, legendary Hoosier SCCA guy, doing the neckerchief. We've got the hat. Alex, the question I got to start with, and buddy, no matter what you say, nobody's going to believe you. Going into Canada corner, was that a chess move? Was that a mistake? Were you trying to get a car around you? We don't see a lot of people miss the braking zone to the wide side. What happened?
No, it was just getting so oily out there. Andrew messed up a couple laps before, and my left front tire locked, and or at least started to lock and pulled me to the left. And last thing I wanted to do was take him out. That being said, after we got through Canada, we basically both came to a standstill. That definitely wasn't a mistake. It's just a bummer. I feel bad for Andrew. I mean, either one of us could have won this race. It was really just messing around. It felt like we were racing during the normal season. So it was good to be able to break away. I figured me and him would be able to if we got together. But no, it was not a mistake. Or it was a mistake. It was not on purpose.
So what I'm hearing is yes to both.
No and yes.
You, sir, have been chasing this for quite some time. You are now an SCCA Runoffs national champion. How do those words feel?
It definitely doesn't hit you when you're sitting here. I mean, there's no question I wouldn't be able to even be trying this as long as I have without the help from people like Bruce Foss and Carbotech, Hoosier. So, it's been a long time coming. We got Amanda, Carl, Roger, everybody back home, my dad. This is our 11th runoffs. We've had some bad luck, but feels good to finally make it happen more so than for everyone else than myself.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy your victory lap.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Congratulations indeed to Alex Scaler. And interesting, you heard him mention that Andrew had a similar issue in Canada corner on a couple of previous laps. I wonder if that's how that gap developed in the first place. We never did get a look, but I wonder if that might have been it.
It may have been.
A look at the unofficial results for Formula V. Alex Scaler, look at that margin of victory, 42 thousandths of a second over Andrew Whitston. Zachary Whitston completes the podium in third, ahead of Steve Whitston. Graham Bloghead in fifth, Gavin Sweeney, Quinn Posner, Jeffrey Vallejo, David Scaler, and Colin Satterley, the top 10, with Ron Whitston 11th, Chase Johnson, Mark Richardson, Stuart Delaney, and Anthony Henderson completing the top 5. Photo finishes galore on that final lap, but none more thrilling than the one for the lead. Let's head back down to Hayward.
Andrew, I don't know how many times you've driven out of Canada corner at this racetrack. Pace laps, cool down laps, full course cautions. Have you ever done it slower than on the last lap of that race?
Yeah, I think in 2020 we did it about the same pace. So it's just nobody wants to lead going on to the final stretch. So games start getting played and things happen. But we got through it cleanly this year in 2020, so that was good. Alex was racing hard, and he was a big reason why we got away. He just was pushing, running clean with me, and we were just putting in laps and creating a gap. And I knew it was going to end up being that last lap, and just who's going to get there, So.
Well, bridesmaid is always a tough position, but congratulations on the silver.
All right, thanks a lot.
And we got one more to talk to, Zachary, if you can come on over. Wandering around with your bronze medal on, congratulations for a podium.
Appreciate it.
How was that race for you?
Tough. It was a lot of work. I was fighting everyone out there. These two, Andy and Alex, got away. They had a ton of pace. And from then, it was just me and Steve trying to get everyone away from us. We fought till the end, and I came out ahead.
Well, congratulations on the podium.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well earned in a family affair, as Hayward mentioned right off the top. That's a storyline that played out all throughout this race. Let's look back on it, and it was a memorable one. Just about 35 minutes ago, everyone waiting for the chance, waiting for Bedlam, and it broke out as the green flag came out. Tough day for our pole sitter, dropping back quite quite a bit and ultimately didn't see the checkered flag. This was on the opening lap, big spin to the inside, and that ultimately did necessitate a stoppage of the race. Full course yellow came out, and we reshuffled the deck. On the restart, the order started to fall into place. The front runners that ended up there at the end starting to storm to the fore, and Alex Scaler around the outside got to the point for the first time, but not for the last. Good battles all through the field. Chris Jennerjohn had a very curious issue here, ended up in the wall, was able to limp back to the pit lane, but out of contention. Alex Scaler, Andrew Winston separated themselves from the pack. They led by about 4 seconds over the rest of the field, but Scaler went wide into Canada corner, that opened up the door for Winston, but neither wanted to be the one to lead onto the front straightaway, and this is why Scaler in the slipstream around the outside and by 42 thousandths wins his first national championship. A thrilling conclusion to Formula V. Thanks so much for joining us. For Hayward and Larry, I'm Ryan. Thanks so much. We'll see you at the next one.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The venue is Road America. The event, the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Live coverage presented by Mazda. Hi, everybody. Ryan Marine, Tom O'Gorman with you. It's Hayward Wagner down in the pit lane. And buckle up, because we're about ready for controlled chaos called Spec Miata. One of the most popular classes in all of SCCA, and for good reason. Close competition, thrilling battles. We're about to see all of that unfold with a national championship on the line. Tom, your excitement level as we get ready to go.
Well, who can't help but lean forward when Spec Miata hits the grid? I think this is when the fences fill up just a little bit more, if not the most of any race at the runoffs, and I'm sure the live stream also just picked up a couple hundred viewers, because you just can't help but watch one of the best spec racing classes that we have. And the reason is it's always so unpredictable. The racing is always so tight, and it's just one of those classes that even when it's calm, it's still chaotic. As you mentioned, controlled chaos in Spec Miata.
Just a couple of years ago, we had co-champions because it ended in a dead heat. Will it happen again? Well, seems unlikely, but you never know. It is Spec Miata, and down on the grid, it's our own Hayward Wagner. Let's let us know what the details are. What are you chasing down in the Spec Miata grid?
Well, guys, I can't tell you how happy I am to tell you that this is a happy, fun, excited grid. Last year we were down here. We'd had a major incident in qualifying involving Jim Drago, Danny Stain, and it just really had a hard feeling here in grid. We're back a year later, and Danny's here with us. Jim's on site this weekend. Danny, how does it feel to be back at the runoffs?
It's actually quite overwhelming, Hayward. The support and the family and the feel from all of my friends who are here on the grid, but in all of the classes, all of the SCCA officials, really overwhelming. On the other hand, within a moment, I got involved in the Spec Miata man drama, so I really feel at home. And to see so many of my friends near the front is really a very special feeling.
Well, it's very good to have you back home here at the runoffs. It's great to see you here. I know it's been a tough road to recovery. I know you want to be in this race so bad, but what are you looking forward to seeing in this race?
First thing, I'd love to see a race that stays green for the entire race, and there's hard, fair, clean racing for the duration. We know what these drivers are capable of. They're all talented people, and if they can just stay on the track, stay together, it's going to be an exceptional race. It's going to be separated by thousandth of a second.
Well, I want to take a look at the back of our pole sitter's car. This is Chuck Batutis on pole. He is carrying the deck lid from Danny's car that was in the incident last year. That's probably the only part of the car that was straight. Chuck took it off that car, put it on his car, and has run all year with Danny's deck lid on the back of the car, putting it on the pole here at the runoffs. This is going to be a special one, folks.
Yeah, that's a really cool gesture, and great to see Danny and Jim here this weekend. That was super scary stuff last year, and they're two of the best that have done this at the Spec Miata level. Wish them both a speedy recovery. Hope to see them back in a race car again soon. Tom, you heard Danny mentioned the Spec Miata man drama, and we've had plenty of it over the course of this. I mean, we didn't even have a grid an hour ago. There were still things being sorted through. Take us through all of the drama behind the scenes.
Exactly. I'll try to set the stage as quickly as I can, but this abbreviated qualifying format for the runoffs, only 2 days. Day one was about 10 to 15 degrees ambient temp cooler than day two. So day one was very, very important to get a lap time in the books. And on day two, there was a little bit of a scuffle on the track because a bunch of our contenders waited to go out until about halfway through the warm-up lap. They went out slow enough that half the cars that are also in contention ran across them on their first flying lap. The stewards weren't really appreciative of what they watched, and they decided to dock all of those cars that caused the holdup a couple of laps of their qualifying times, which shuffled the grid wildly for about the last 24 hours or so. But that was appealed by 7 of the 8 drivers, and the stewards relooked at everything, and they decided maybe that shouldn't stand. So that is now back to what the grid was originally intended to be based on all those lap times. That's the short version, and all that means, even though the provisional grid up to about 35 minutes ago said Nick Bruni would be starting on pole, Charles Batutis, Chuck, is back on the pole position provisionally, officially, let's say, here in Spec Miata. Other cars that would have been affected, Frankie Barroso, Max Stallone, Matt Stretch, all those cars were supposed to start well down the order until literally minutes ago. They're back in the top 4. Nick Bruni, who was published as the provisional pole sitter up until recently, is now going to be starting 5th. But I think we can all kind of fast forward off of that topic to the fact that Spec Miata always has big shuffles. This is a class where track position matters more than many because, yes, the drafting is important, but there's always 5 or 6 other people going for your track position. So we're going to see position changes in every braking zone likely. We're going to see a lot of people trying to work their way forward. There's also some teams that were further up on the grid until recently that are now further down, closer to the bottom of the top 10 or further out. As we take a look at those cars here on the grid, we've walked outside the top 10 now, and they're still contenders. So as we say, anything can happen in Spec Miata, but there's already been plenty of that.
Well, it's always unpredictable, but especially so when you come to Road America. 14 turns, 4 miles around, 3 really long full throttle sections. You can't really call all of them straights, as you can see here on the map. The run from 3 to 5, certainly out of the kink and down to 12, and then what truly is a straightaway 14 to 1. High speed where the draft really comes into play in a big way.
Lots of drafting in Sector 1. This is also where we'll see some choreography to keep airflow through the engines of these Miatas as they're drafting so closely. You have to keep the engine temps down, but a great passing opportunity at turns 1 and 3. Also going to be really intense at the green flag. Then we get the big drafting zone into the braking zone for turn 5, just clearing 110 miles an hour in these first and second generation Miatas. Into the handling section, up the hill at turn 5, through turn 6, flat out through turn 7, another passing opportunity at 8, nearly flat through the carousel, maybe flat in fact in these cars, then flat through the kink for sure into the braking zone of turn 12. This is potentially the last passing opportunity, but usually it's decided after turn 14 up the hill at the checkered flag.
So much to play for with a national championship on the line, and the venue is a picture-perfect one, America's National Park of Speed. Cars are rolling for the formation lap. We're just a few moments away from the green flag at the Spec Miata National Championship race. We'll have the green for you when we come back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
32 Spec Miatas on track, ready to go. This is how they'll line up for the 2025 National Championship. On the tire rack pole position, Charles McTutis with Francisco Barroso alongside. Max Stallone, the impressive youngster, starts third next to Matt Stretch. Those four all reinstated to those qualifying positions after a appeal to a qualifying penalty. Starting fifth, Nick Bruni was supposed to be on pole until those penalties were appealed. Ryan Maloney starts sixth, Nick Leveroni in seventh, and Bobby Gossett lines up eighth. Into row 9, Tyler Quantz and Elevan Goulart, former champion in the class. Tyler Brown and Kyle Greenhill starting 11th and 12th. Sean Farwig and Sean Noonan make up an all-Sean row number 7. And it's Tom Brown and Shane Sullivan starting in positions 15 and 16. William Wallace from Paso Robles, California starts next to Samantha Silver in positions 17 and 18. Andrew Devoto and Center Smith will start in 19th and 20th today. Jackson Wolde and Domenico Liucci will start in 21st and 22nd. Then it's Jonathan Davis, the veteran out of Ohio, next to David Moreno. Back in 25th, Brett Kowalski was supposed to start there. Will Dodd as well. Zachariah Rosenberg and Ellie Gossett, 28th and 29th. Keegan Bosch and Dan Harding with Brad Williams set to start at the back. And as you see, there have been a few changes even since the grid that I was given has been given out. And so some additional changes to it, with Kowalski to start back in 32nd. He had a big incident earlier in the week, and if he is running, it's in a backup car because he ended up on his lid in a really strange situation a couple of days back.
Yeah, had a wheel failure on one of these heavy curbs at Road America, ended up kind of launching himself over the tire that fell off the car. He's in a borrowed flat-out motorsports car that looks just like Nick Leveroni's, who starts there on your left side of the screen with the orange headlights, but starts at the back. He was picked by SCCA.com to win this class. Now gets to go for the hard charger. Maybe can get up towards the top 10. Who knows? Green flag coming.
Take a deep breath. Get your refreshment of choice. And how about this? Even before this starts, is that the pole sitter with
McTunis.
An issue? Wow, carrying the Danny Stain rear deck lid, but he will not see the green flag. Unbelievable. That changes this up significantly, Max Stallone takes his spot on the inside of the front row, and suddenly he has the field in tow into the acceleration zone. Francisco Barroso gets a great jump on the outside there, gets a good push from behind as well. Here comes the field for the first time on lap 1 of 13. The Spec Miata National Championship is underway.
Huge move from Tom Brown, the 27, black and blue, or blue and silver in the background, but they're going to stream through turn 1 way outside track limits. They just have to let each other back on, and they're clean and free through turn 1, 3 wide down into turn 3. In the middle of the pack, that 07 also with a fantastic start, but from third, Max Stallone inherited the front row, and he leads the way.
Not the position he expected to be in when this day began. You go through all the scenarios in your head before the race, and I'm not sure he could have envisioned this one, but he's taken full advantage, leading this field of Spec Miatas now down the hill. This is turn 4, which is a little kink, then down the hill to turn 5. Great passing opportunity in a really strenuous braking zone.
Pretty nice and tidy. Nick Bruni looking to the inside of the orange and blue at the apex of turn 5. Then the big scrum, little bit of brake lockup from the 0-2 in the background. Sean Farwig holding up the inside lane. They're going to get a better run around the outside. Elevan Goulart now trying to hold the position. They're the first cars side by side. Bruni still struggling just a little bit to get in line with Bobby Gossett. Man, this is intense stuff. Everybody dropping dirt in the dry grass here at Road America.
A big sideways moment mid-pack. Everyone able to gather it back up. Here now through the hurry downs for the first time at speed, and it's Stallone in the 103 still showing the way. Battle starting to break out a little further back in the pack, side by side. Elevan Goulart, father of the reigning national champion, involved in that tussle in the mid-pack. Of course, his son Ethan not here to defend his title, the only defending national champion not back to defend the crown this year.
And in fact, no one from last year's podium is in the grid this year, so we're going to have a totally fresh podium this year's runoffs. Things finally getting single file as we come through the carousel and into the kink for the first time. The 55 pops out for a little bit of view. That's Center Smith with the Sneaky Moose Motorsports crew. Those cars running, I think, 8 deep this weekend from that team. Ooh.
Someone was off the pace, exiting the kink, and immediately ducked to the inside, and the field started to stream on by. In the meantime, 3 wide momentarily in the run down to Canada Corner, and someone's off. That's Goulart, former national champion.
Well off. It almost looked like something left front was unhappy about that car. We'll try to get a view on it in the next couple corners if we can, but a big heartbreak. That's going to be a long way to come back if he can get resumed on pace. It's another car that had some drama in qualifying.
Here he is.
Yeah, it looks like Goulart's not satisfied with something in the left front of that car. It looks like it's maybe some active camber issues, and he's going to pull. No, he's going to pull in line and keep going.
4-time national champion, including a 2011 Spec Miata title that he won right here at Road America, but a difficult start to his pursuit of a second Spec Miata crown. Lost a ton of track position and might have some damage to that race car. Field comes through, and it's Stallone, Barroso, Stretch, Maloney, and Gossett, the top 5, with Leveroni, Bruni, Greenhill, Farwig, and Brown, the top 10. Someone's made a trip to the pit lane and is rejoining the fray, but much delayed. You can hear that in the background. Looks like a few drivers did not take the start, including Will Dodd, Tom Sager, and Brett Kowalski. I was wondering about Brett. I had heard that he may elect not to partake in that backup car, and it appears that was the case.
Yeah, after those worst conditions on day 2, he was qualified way down in 25th position. Can't totally fault him for not racing a borrowed car from the back of the pack in Spec Miata. 7-car breakaway, all the drivers using every bit of track and more, with one car going for a ride. I think it's the 0-2.
Yeah, that's Varwig, and he was pointing cars by. He is stayed studiously off track, lets the field come through, so that's another car in strife here in the early stages. Wow.
Looking down, trying to maybe get power again, but that's not a great spot to be. He's only a couple of feet away from a great pull-off, but he just couldn't quite make it up that hill. Another one of those Sneaky Moose Motorsports cars, any of them with the kind of top one color and the side a different color, you can take a guess it's that, but the one that does not count to that description is that number 5, Ryan Maloney. This car has been really fast this weekend, has a lot of fans watching on the live stream. I know he's got a lot of experience running the showroom Spec Miata class over in the Mars series in Washington, D.C. area. I don't know that I've seen him in Spec Miata too often, but is showing his strength this year.
Full course yellow is out. Maloney, one of 66 runoffs rookies here this year, but Varwig with what appeared to be terminal issues. That car is dead stick side of the road and will need to be retrieved. Well, we told you to expect some chaos, and we got it even before the start of the race with the pole sitter pulling out of line, coming to the green flag.
Yeah, that was wild. And the car that you heard accelerating out of the pit lane under our voices was, in fact, the pole sitter, Chuck Matudis, trying to get the car cycled and refired, took back to the track. And Hayward Wagner from the pit lane reporting that as soon as he went full throttle into turn one, it fell over again. So that car not running right. Here's the view of Tashawn Varway pulling off the course, very, very aware to stay out of the way and point to the drivers to let them know, I'm not even going to try to come back on. Go around, go around. But didn't have power to get up the hill. And you can see the orange cutout just in front. That's going to be a really quick tow. Maybe not even two full pace laps here under yellow.
Yeah, hopefully we only lose the one lap behind the safety car. The intervention vehicle there quickly. They already have the tow strap attached, and Varwig, in his fourth runoffs appearance, is going to be towed to safety. So, under the safety car here for the first time in our Spec Miata National Championship race. Back with more from Road America after these messages.
My name is Danny Richardson.
Eileen Blondo.
I'm Ryan Chi.
I'm Connor Zilish.
I'm from the San Francisco region.
Part of the Central Carolina region of SCCA.
It just fosters the best, not only in me, but in the cars that I could bring.
I grew up around this amazing community that created me for who I am today.
I belong to the SCCA.
I belong to the SCCA.
I belong to the SCCA.
I belong to the SCCA because every time I come to an event, I feel like I'm at home.
So many ways to get involved with the Sports Car Club of America, whether that's behind the wheel in competition or track days, rallying, of course, as well as time trials, but also behind the scenes. And we'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all of the volunteers that make the SCCA run, whether that's in an event throughout the course of the year or here at the runoffs. Could not do it without you. Thank you so much for giving us the gift of your time. It allows us to put on a show like this one. It's been a frantic start, Tom O'Gorman here in Spec Miata, but Max Stallone, who qualified third, but then didn't, and then got reinstated, then ended up starting on pole position when the pole sitter had issues on the pace lap. Despite all of the chaos in that story, he's actually been relatively in control.
Very much so, and he's followed closely by Francisco Borosco, Ryan Maloney, and Bobby Gossett. They had a little bit of a 4-car breakaway, but it was really more of a 7-car breakaway, I'd call it, with Nick Leveroni in the hunt, Nick Bruni, and Kyle Greenhill, who's been the big mover and shaker so far. That car up from 12th on the grid. That's the number 42, kind of copper orange on top, silver on the sides. That car sits in the 7th spot. The big loser, I hate to say, is Matt Stretch, who was going to start 4th, did basically start 3rd, and he's fallen all the way back to 8th as we take a look to the stranded. Once again, Chuck McTudis pulled off at 4 under the Sargento Bridge, driver's left. Heartbreaking.
It is. Heart goes out to him after all the effort that goes into this, and you qualify on the tire rack pole position only to have your race come undone effectively before the green flag. But it opens up opportunities for others. And Max Stallone, keep an eye on this young man, not just in this race, but he's from Austin, Texas. He won the PT Autosport Aspiring Driver Shootout Scholarship. Actually, he was second runner-up in that. I can take that back a couple of years ago, but he's been brought under their wing. They've had him running in Toyota GR Cup throughout the course of this season. He was here in the June sprints in preparation for this. This is a driver that a lot of folks think has a very bright future ahead of him. And he showed that at the start, taking control right now, weaving back and forth, and indeed it does appear to be a quick cleanup, so we should be going back to green this time by. With the lights off on the pace car, it's already pulled away, and now Max Stallone with the field under his control.
Hearing quickly from the team behind Matt Stretch that he may be having some fueling issues with the car shutting on and off. That's the purple car, 8th in line. See if that car continues to drop. There may be more mechanical issues defining this 2025 championship.
My goodness. Unbelievable the way this one has begun. There'll be 10 laps to go, and the green flag waves once again, and there it is. Stallone out in front with Barroso giving a push from behind. Maloney, Gossett, Leveroni all fanning out. Right now the fight, though, is on as Maloney pulls to the outside in a bid to take at least the second spot, if not more.
And he's going to sweep the outside confidently. Barroso's going to slot back in line. I think Bobby Gossett might have helped that facilitate that just a little bit, but it's way more difficult to hold the outside of turn 3 than it is the outside of turn 1. Now Maloney's got to try to make it happen, and that's bottlenecked up. Leveroni and Bruni just behind. Bruni has gotten past Leveroni now. Bruni with the blue and orange, Leveroni with the black and orange, and they're going to go 2 by 2 by 2 down through turn 4 into the braking zone for 5 on this third, officially 4th working lap.
And it is not surprising to see the bumpers locked together, bump drafting a big part of this class. There is real cooperation that's required to extracting the ultimate lap time at a place like Road America in a low horsepower class like Spec Miata. It's still Stallone out in front, but look at that battle, trading a little paint at the apex of turn 5.
Little door donut now for Maloney. They're still 2 by 2 by 2. That's for 2nd back to 7th, and Barroso is not letting this thing go. Maloney around the outside fights tooth and nail. He gets the inside for turn 7, finally gets the inside for a corner, and he's going to take over the point. Bruni's going to try to go with him to the outside for turn 8.
Oh, here he comes now, putting on a strong run, getting to the outside, but will not have the ideal line through turn 8. Still side by side here in the fight for 3rd and 4th. Now the track comes back to him, though, here through the carousel.
And Bobby Gossett's going to go with him in the silver with red headlights. Also keep an eye in the background. The next car, the orange and silver, is the Kyle Greenhill machine that we mentioned, the 42. He's worked his way up now to 6th, I believe, as Nick Leveroni loses a couple of positions in all that scrapping.
All of this is happening well behind Max Stallone, who has scampered off into the distance. The rest of the top 5, they need to start to get settled in line here if they're going to run him back down. And it looks like they've gotten the message. Everybody nose to tail in a freight train that's roaring down towards Canada Corner. And just like that, with that little bit of cooperation, the gap is completely erased.
That took no time at all, with about 4 Spec Miatas worth of air being pushed out of the way. And you're right, the Wheels America racing car had a little bit of a breakaway started, and now it's just completely evaporated. They're glued together once again. We've evolved past bump drafting in Spec Miata. We just go straight to pushing at about the apex, because that's when they're fastest. Taking a look at Leveroni having dropped back just a little bit in front of Tom Brown, who had that fantastic start and has actually passed, I believe, son Tyler Brown has moved up a couple of positions now. Stretch, oh, he's getting freight trained. Maloney goes to the point.
How about that? Stallone left out to dry as everyone jumped to the outside and formed a line. Now he'll have to try and regain some of that momentum. It's a 4-car breakaway now, leaving the erstwhile race leader behind. To the front, Ryan Maloney showing the way. Battle on for 2nd and 3rd, though, around the outside. Bobby Gossett hanging in tough. Not done yet. Gossett and Bruni. And now also Barroso creeping into the mix. Barroso slots back into 3rd place in the red machine.
Huge move from Matt Stretch down the inside there in the purple car. Now having more shutoff issues. You see the hand flying. Get out from behind me. You don't want to bump into me. As he's continuing, we mentioned having some mechanical issues with that car. Seems to be intermittently shutting on and off. And that was a bold move up the inside, but he couldn't do it. The car didn't have it in it. At the front, Barroso's looking up the inside, and somewhere in that scrum, we missed it, but Gossett went to the top. Bruni slotted back in line at turn 3, but now he's going for it up the inside. They're going to go 2 by 2 and a 6 yet again.
Piling through all the dust that gets kicked up every time someone drops a wheel at apex or at exit of one of these corners, but you can't afford to lift. Momentum crucial in a class like Spec Miata. Here comes the field now, down through hurry downs. Top 2 in pretty good alignment, but everybody else fanning out close to 3 wide momentarily.
Well, Bruni had to pop out. I think got a little bit deep on the brakes. Didn't want to get into Ryan Maloney, and that caught out Kyle Greenhill. That was a nasty stack up, and that cloud of dust is exactly where we saw an incident in qualifying catch some drivers out. They're going to be a little bit wary of driving into these big clouds of dust for this remainder of the race. But what do? Do you lift and give up the position potentially, or do you drive in and hope that nothing's in there?
Veroni in the middle of this pack here. He's caught out wide in the carousel. That's the black, orange, and blue machine right in the middle of this second pack of cars, but was able to get back inside the train. There's too much ground. How about this run getting put together, though, by Barroso. Started on the outside of the front row, has been in the mix. Been shuffled up and down the order, but that's just Spec Miata racing for you.
And Spec Miata racing, track position is super important. You can be patient, but only to a point, because we mentioned you have drivers trying to take the spot from you all the time. You see that in the top 5 right now, and every time you go side by side, you lose that little bit of opportunity for momentum, and that's how we get these big breakaways. Now Ryan Maloney getting chosen by Bruni and Stallone. They don't have the biggest run this time. It's going to take them all the way down the front straight to get alongside Barroso.
You quickly find out who your friends are when you pull out a line. Either they come with you or they hang you out to dry. In this case, Ryan Maloney had a couple of friends who were willing to go to the party with him, and that shoved him back through into the lead, with Bruni now just behind. Everyone going way wide up and over those curbs there at the exit of turn number 1, but that's kosher here at Road America.
Huge slide for Bruni on entry, really flicked the car into turn 1, lost the momentum down into 3, and that's going to let Barroso get back by. So far, the car that I see that's being the most strategic, though, is Bruni. He's doing a good job to avoid side-by-side action as much as he can, barring that one exchange we just pointed out, and it's still about a 11-car breakaway, all the way down through, I think, William Wallace running in this top group.
Yeah, that's down to 11th. I believe, while it was shown in 11th at least when they crossed the line the last time, but a whole lot could have changed from then to now as Barroso looks to the inside of Maloney. He's able to get to the flank and kind of leans on the silver and blue machine, but it's not enough to get by Maloney. Feisty, not willing to give up the top spot.
Gossett goes for a position as well on the 103 of Stallone. He's going to pick up the 4th position for at least a moment. Kyle Greenhill now taking a peek on Stallone. They're going to slot back in single file. Barroso looks for a little bit of a sight line, not going for the pass yet. And it's actually all the way down to 13th, Ryan, the 131 of Jackson Wolney. Also, that includes Sean Noonan and Wolney. 13-car breakaway at the front of Spec Miata. That's half the field.
Yeah, exactly right. Great parity, as you'd expect in a Spec class, although both the NA and NB variants of the Mazda Miata are eligible. That said, everyone's pretty much gravitated to the NB at this stage.
Spec Miata by name, but not 1,000% spec. There are about 4 different power and weight ratio engine packages you can choose to run. Big move around the outside for the teal car. That is a masterfully brave move around the outside of the King through the new grasscrete. Going to try to make it stick.
Yeah, that's a great point. That was not there a year ago, but they've added some extra buffer at the exit of the King for moments like that one. And if you've watched racing here over the course of the 2025 season, there have been a few crashes that did not happen that probably would have been if not for that safety innovation on the part of the folks here at Road America. And that was used to full effect there by Wallace. Let that teal car drift out wide and use that extra bit of pavement, if you could even call it pavement. It's like a mesh almost, and it has grass that grows up through it.
Thought I heard a little bit of lockup underneath our audio there going into turn 1, and it seems that Barroso tried to get a run, maybe Maloney with a small mistake. They're all fanned out going down to turn 1. We're still watching this battle for about 11th, but yes, indeed, Maloney. Wow, it looks like Barroso got freight train Bruni going for the lead now into turn 1.
How about that? Takes a peek. That's the orange and blue machine looking to the inside of Maloney, who lets it run wide, opens those hands up to keep his momentum up, and it's enough to hang tough and keep that position locked down at the front of this field. Stallone battling back, early leader of this race, got shuffled down the order, but he's back up to 3rd now.
I think that was Andrew Devoto in the yellow and silver, dropping a couple tires off turn 3. Nice soft ride coming back onto the track, though. And the other mover we missed is Max Stallone. He's shifted from 5th last lap at this point on the track to 3rd. Barroso now trying to come back on Kyle Greenhill. They fan out nearly 3 wide in the braking zone, down from 116 miles an hour to about 50 or so. Huge braking zone with no anti-lock brakes in these Miatas. You have to be so precise.
Especially so when that approach is downhill, maybe a little bit of a camber change involved in that braking zone too. It's a real challenge without ABS to lean on and try and bail you out sometimes. So much dust amazing that they can keep their foot down, even going through that big dust cloud. But the moment you lift off, you lose all your momentum and it's game over. Maloney's been super impressive, though, Tom. He's fended off a number of challenges up at the front and just seems to be comfortable in a position that you don't always want to be in a Spec Miata race, out leading the pack here before the halfway mark.
I agree. He's been in nice control of this one out of the Maryland area, running with the Mars Series for this year and controlling this race over a former champion very, very nicely. A bunch of contenders that are always in the conversation with Spec Miata, keeping him honest, but he looks calm so far. The frantic one is the red car in the background, Barroso, going for sight lines all the time, trying to pick his spots, work his way back a little bit further forward. Ran second last lap, dropped as far as, I think seventh on this lap as Bobby Gossett goes for a real rough ride coming back on at Canada Corner.
You mentioned cooling at the start of this. When you're running in a big pack like this, ordinarily in October up in Wisconsin, you don't have to worry too much about heat, but actually it's been an unseasonably warm weekend. So how much will they be keeping an eye on the temperatures?
You really have to be careful, and you kind of calculate your risks. You know, if it's the last lap and the temperature gauge is starting to peg, maybe not a big deal, but you're right. It's at 85 degrees ambient temperature right now, as for the first time, Ryan Maloney is not going to control this race. It's his turn to get freight trained. Nick Bruni goes to the top. We see Stallone worked back into the second position. Gossett and Barroso also going to go through. They're going to slot back in single file just before the breaking point for turn one. The axle gets loaded and they flick it in.
Amazing how far and how fast you can fall down the order if they get lined up against you. And Ryan Maloney, a runoffs rookie, one of 60 or so in the field across all the classes this year at Road America, just got to learn that at the hands of a veteran. Nick Bruni got that car back to the front of the pack. Two-time national champion Nick Bruni, using all of that wherewithal to plot a course back to the front of the field.
Down in the braking zone for turn 5. Keep an eye on this 7th and 8th place cars. They're the very back of this one for a moment, though. Side by side, Matt Stretch is going to take over the top spot. Gossett's going to go with him. Bruni gets shoved out, way out onto the grass. And you have to come on cleanly, but everybody anticipates what's going to happen. Barroso's going to pick up a position as well. Bruni going to try to slap back into 4th, but I want to mention Tom Brown in the 27 and Tyler Brown, those inverse livery cars, I believe father and son, they've come from 11th and 15th on the grid to race into these positions right now. They're going to be fun to watch also if they can stay glued onto the back 3 teammates in the back of this battle.
Special to get to race with and against your dad, but in a race like this where cooperation is so important, father and son very much working together, and it's allowed them to catch the front of this pack. Let's keep an eye on them coming from the back of this leading train. Helps that they're local as well from the Milwaukee region, so know the track well. Sneaky Moose Motorsports is the team name, and they have been appropriately sneaky up to this point. Haven't talked about them a ton, but they're in the conversation with under 6 laps to go.
Saw a little bit of hand motion out of the window, I think, of the Greenhill car. A bit of team communication, perhaps, as they all stay single file on the brakes, this time into Canada Corner. Working lap 8 of 13. We still have 16 and a half minutes on the clock. We'll go full distance okay on this one. Barroso, big ride outside Canada Corner, but finds his way back on the track, no problem. Bruni still going to be looking to pick up a couple positions to be towards the front as this thing winds down. Stallone controlling this race now.
Who's another runoffs rookie. Amazing how many runoffs rookies have run at the front so far in the race, but of course the money lap isn't for 5 laps yet, and the veterans will know that well. We'll see if youthful enthusiasm or veteran know-how reigns supreme here today. Stallone to the inside, but will lose the top spot. Barroso getting shoved by Bruni alongside and ultimately by. So the red car of Barroso to the point. Bruni follows him through. Stallone is dropped to at least the 3rd spot. He'll drop to 4th because Maloney has been able to get by as well. Not done yet, though. Stallone with a good head of steam and a pusher, trying to fight back to the inside, down to turn 3. Maloney fends him off, sawing hard on the wheel.
Just got the headlight overlapping the brake light. Stallone on Maloney, but Maloney was smart to go for a little bit of self-preservation, leave the inside lane open, carries the outside, and he's going to have a little bit of an advantage down into the hurry downs at turn 5. They all slot back in a single file for a moment at least. Tom Brown is the only one to pop this lap. He shows the nose on Gossett. They're going to go side by side into 5 for 5th.
Good battles there as Stallone gets shuffled back. Whoa.
Oh.
Hope everyone came out on the other side. I think they did. That was a strange moment there. At the foot of the hill, down exiting turn 5. Francisco Barroso, in his 6th runoffs appearance, has only finished inside the top 5 on one previous occasion, but has a chance to make some history here today. Goes wide there, kicks up some more dust for the rest of the field to drive through.
It's a war zone on every corner exit as far as the dust in the air is concerned. Things fanning out just a little bit in this top 7 breakaway as the top 8 breakaway, is the top 2. In fact, Barroso and Bruni have made a bit of a break for it. A really fast sector 2 for those two drivers this time. They've built up about a 3 or 4 car length lead flat out to the kink. And this is starting to get into the insurmountable territory. It's going to be a little bit tough without teamwork for sure. If Maloney, Greenhill, and now Tyler Brown, I think maybe up to 5th, they have a bit of a gap to cover.
They do. Will these top 2 stay in lockstep, and if so, for how much longer? That becomes the question. And then, can that group, if they do work together, can that group of 5 erase the deficit? We'll find out soon, coming around to get to 4 laps to go to determine the Spec Miata National Champion for 2025. Again, Barroso dips the left sides off the track at quarter exit. But for now, Bruni's content to sit single file right behind, and they do break out in a squabble further back as Maloney again gets shuffled to the back.
And that was Tom Brown that had made his way up to 5th. Kyle Greenhill knew he had a teammate in his mirrors, immediately popped to driver's right and gets a nice bump draft all the way past Maloney. And Maloney's unfortunately going to lose about 4 spots as far as his race is concerned, but that's great news for Greenhill, Brown, Gossett, and now Stallone works his way back through. Whoa, big drift as the cars stack up at the apex. I think Greenhill didn't carry quite as much speed as they were expecting, and it was a big sideways moment for Stallone, a couple cars back.
Best position we've seen Greenhill run in this race, looking for his first runoffs medal. Best previous result was a 4th back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway a handful of years ago. But he's been at the front of these races late in the going in the past. Comes from the Twin Cities, St. Paul, Minnesota. Right now, he is the first in that second group that's trying to keep pace with Barroso and Bruni. Easier said than done, especially as those two seem content for now to cooperate with one another.
Elevon Goulart with a big move down the inside of Center Smith, I think, in the 88 car. Samantha Silver in the 88, another one of those Sneaky Moose Motorsports cars, but Goulart on the recovery drive after that mistake or potential issue down in Canada Corner. The car seems okay, and he's worked his way back towards maybe the top 15 or so, just outside the top 15. Nick Leveroni's also dropped back into that area as they're racing Jonathan Davis and a few others. It's not going to be his favorite runoffs, I don't think, but sometimes it is a lot of fun to be racing your way through the field, picking off as many cars as you can.
No, but Elevon came in here with high hopes of winning another title, defending the family name. His son Ethan won the championship last year. A little bit of a gap at the front that time. Barroso over Bruni. That had opened up to 4 or 5 car lengths. That's really not what those two needed. They needed to stay locked together if at all possible. Let's let the rest of this group close in.
The sector times tell the story that Bruni made a mistake somewhere. He was a half second slower than basically every other car in this top pack, and that's brought everybody back into the conversation. A top 8 run yet again. Frankie Barroso, meanwhile, put in the fastest sector 2 of the entire race that lap, so that's where that gap comes from. Now Kyle Greenhill, Tom Brown. Will they do the teamwork again? Greenhill has the opportunity to pop back to the inside and have his teammate take him even further up this race.
Teamwork has been a big part of the story so far. If you're just joining us, the pole sitter Chuck McTudas had an issue even before the green flag came out, and that set the tone for what has been a wild race up to this point, and it's not done yet. Nick Bruni has erased that gap, and now he's got a freight train lined up behind him as he goes to the outside of the erstwhile leader, Francisco Barroso, and takes the lead once again. The question is, how many will follow him through? It looks like 3 will, so Barroso shuffled back to 4th place.
It's about the average number of cars we've seen be able to make that pass. It's about 3 cars to 1. Every car that gets freight train loses 3 positions. Barroso now falls into the 4th spot. Greenhill, tons of pressure on the back of Bruni, who finds himself at the top just a little bit early, I'd think. But you don't really get to pick at certain points. You just got to take your opportunities. We still have Bruni, Greenhill, Brown, Gossett, Stallone, and Maloney in the conversation with Tyler Brown, bringing up the rear of that top 8 breakaway. A little bit of body damage on our top NA Miata a little bit further back.
I believe it's the only NA Miata that's in the field, actually. There were 2 entered, but only 1 took the start. How about this situation? In this top 8, only 1 has won a gold medal at the runoffs before. That's the leader, Nick Bruni. Everyone else desperate to get that gold for the first time. But the difference is Bruni knows how to do it. He's proven that time and time again.
Big argument whether the first one's harder or the next one's harder. And at this point, Bruni going after as many as he can get. You only get 1 chance a year to win the runoffs. Whoa, big bump draft at the apex, pushes Bruni wide and actually gets into the back of Barroso wide, gets into the back of Tom Brown as well. That's going to stack him up and let the top 2 break away yet again in Sector 2.
Yeah, we've seen the top 2 get away before, but as long as the rest of the group stays single file, they can run them back down. However, as we get deeper into this race, it's more and more difficult to stay patient when you're back in that train.
That was very mature, I think, of all the cars that went off. Nobody really tried to take advantage of that other than to just save their own race. And in doing so, they worked together really nicely to not get into each other any more than they already had. Now it's a move for Barroso up the outside. Going to try to get by on Tom Brown down in the Canada corner.
Here he comes, red car to the outside, looking for the 3rd spot. Leader is Bruni, Greenhill is 2nd, side by side for the final step of the podium. Here, 3rd place up for grabs. Barroso still trying to get that spot through Billy Mitchell Bend, and it looks like he will edge ahead ever so slightly and get back single file. 2 laps to go at the line. Greenhill a little bit wide, but so too are several of the chasing cars. More dust thrown into the air. Just 8 miles left, 28 turns to settle the national championship in Spec Miata here in 2025. Tom Brown working with Francisco Barroso, 4th and 3rd place respectively. And that push is enough to get Barroso back to the back bumper of Greenhill.
Oh, Greenhill with a huge slide into turn 1, though he's going to hold the rest of the field up. Bruni slings it all the way to the grass at the front, and Tyler Brown in the background goes for a big ride as well. Barroso and the rest not able to do anything with that big moment from Greenhill, but we're working the very last moments of this race. These Hoosiers are going to be hot and upset with the 85-degree weather, all the dust on the track. Everybody's sidewalls covered in dirt at this point. Things are getting hairy.
I posed the question, not able or not willing, because again, they might have realized it was in their best interest actually to wait and pick your poison, take your shot at a better opportunity.
That is very true. In the silver lining, you get a little bit of a gap, and now Greenhill has the opportunity to go around the outside of Bruni. They're axle to axle, absolutely overlapped. They're both going to run wide. Barroso gets into the back of him.
Wow, that was a big nudge at apex. You said that is not out of the ordinary in Spec Miata, but you saw the smoke come up, so that was a pretty hefty hit. Tire rub, tire to fender there, but everyone's able to come through on the other side, and at the end of it, it looks like Bruni still hangs on to the lead by the skin of his teeth and a spin at the back. That's the 27. Tom Brown's around.
Didn't see if he got any help with that, but he was really sideways by the time he went off the track, and that's a flat-out corner in these cars. Have to imagine perhaps Maloney involved as he drops back a couple of positions, but Tom Brown has made this one drop from an 8-car battle to a 7-car train, and heartbreaking for a driver that charged from 15th. Will drop well back outside of the top 20 with that mistake.
And it leaves Tyler Brown without his wingman at this stage as well. Just a lap and a half left. Through the fearsome kink one more time. It's Bruni, then Barroso, who's been up and down like a yo-yo throughout the course of this race. He's back on the upswing. He's on the right trajectory, and he's sizing up Bruni in the run to Canada corner. Not willing or not able, the debate is open, to jump out of line. sits right behind Bruni with the white flag looming the next time they go by start-finish.
I think Barroso is the scrappy one in the field. He's certainly been the one willing to pull the pin first, and we've seen that work really well in years past at other tracks. Like Connor Zilic comes to mind at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 2021. But Road America, it's so much longer with so many more passing opportunities. You got to be careful with making that move too early. They're going to single file up the front straightaway towards the white flag. 14 corners and 4 miles yet to determine this championship.
And it comes down to effectively a 5-car fight at the top of the field. A couple of duos, nose to tail, with Max Stallone trying to keep pace. Nick Bruni looking for another national title. Everyone else in the frame looking for their first. It's Bruni that will lead the field through turn 1 with the 48 of Barroso tucked in behind him, hot on his heels. Then you get to Greenhill and Gossett. They're working together 3rd and 4th. Stallone starting to lose ground to the front runners. Through turn 3 now. Bruni with Barroso using every inch of racetrack and then some. But keeps his foot buried in the loud pedal and doesn't lose any ground. Will they poke out a line yet? Is turn 5 too soon?
No bickering in the top 4 yet. That's dropped the other 3 out of the conversation so far. So far, I say. But Barroso takes another peek to the inside, just getting a sight line. Big bump draft at the apex, pushes Bruni wide. They touched here last lap, and now this time it's a full-on bump. They're going to get a drag race, and I think Barroso is trying to make sure that he doesn't take the position away. I say that, but they're still side by side at turn 6.
It looked like he was trying to send some kind of signal. You saw the hand flashing in the windshield. It's anybody's guess what exactly he meant by it, but he does take his spot back second in the train. The engine is Bruni. The caboose is Stallone. Once again, Barroso peeking outside, peeking inside, but not ready to commit to the move.
Bruni so defensive on the way into the carousel, cuts all the distance, making sure no one can get up the inside, runs a little bit wide just past the entry. To square the thing off, you get a bunch of camber right here past the exit, just clearing about 100 miles an hour, flat out through the carousel, and there's still 5 cars that could win this race.
One more time through the kink. Greenhill sits in 3rd. He's been getting some help from Gossett. Stallone has been able to hang tough, led some laps early. He's still in the picture, waiting to pick up the pieces if it should all go amiss for the front runners. Last time to Canada corner, and again, Nick Bruni unchallenged as Barroso content to settle in second place with just a couple corners left.
Patience, but high risk at this point. Does he have enough up the hill to make anything happen? Here we go, Ryan.
Billy Mitchell-Benn, Bruni still leads in the blue and orange number 6. Barroso, who started on the outside of the front row, looking for his first national championship. It comes down to this, a drag race to the checkered flag for the 2025 Spec Miata National Championship. Nick Bruni out in front, Barroso tucked in behind. He'll pop out of line and come to the line, but it's too little, too late. Nick Bruni, for the 3rd time, is a national champion in the SCCA. 300ths of a second was the gap at the line. His timing and scoring updates. Greenhill, a further 0.3 of a second back, completes the podium in 3rd ahead of Stallone and Gossett. Meanwhile, more positions still up for grabs. Here's another drag race to the line, and it looked to me that the 46 of Liucci just barely edged out the challenge there in what's been another thrilling Spec Miata battle to the checkered flag.
8,000ths between those two for a little bit further back in the pack, but how perfectly managed from Bruni. He threw the thing into turn 14, tried to go for the perfect exit, and he got it. Frankie Barroso needed somebody to push him. If that was going to work, nobody was close enough. Greenhill, Stallone, and Gossett dropped just further enough back for Bruni to hold on to that one. What a great race. All these cars with a little bit of battle wounds, but exceptionally clean, I'd say, as well. Everybody very respectful, especially Barroso, with that gentlemanly move to make sure he didn't capitalize on what was otherwise going to be a pretty big punt. Will still come home with silver medal, and I would say a little bit more dignity than otherwise if he had taken that spot.
Tell you what, Tom, for a moment I thought I called it too soon, because at the last moment, Barroso seemed to have an extra mile an hour I didn't see coming, and he came close, 0.03 of a second at the line. Unbelievable. I say unbelievable, but it's Spec Miata.
Yeah.
That's what you come here to see. Well, I think the veterans' experience paid off in this one. Bruni, surrounded by others that were looking for their first championship, capitalized on having been there before, never panicked, and by the skin of his teeth takes the crown. Frankie Barroso, a hard-fought second. Kyle Greenhill in third. Stallone, impressive in his runoffs debut, just off the podium in fourth ahead of Bobby Gossett. Tyler Brown does come home sixth. Good charge from Tyler. Ryan Maloney seventh. Sean Noonan, Tyler Quantz, and Nick Leveroni down in 10th. Jonathan Davis, that's been a great charge. He did not qualify well, but just outside of the top 10 with the result of 11th. Jackson Wolney, Samantha Silver, Andrew Devoto, and Center Smith, the top 15.
Davis from 23rd on the grid, Wolney from 21st, barely getting outside the top 10. That's a fantastic charge forward for those drivers as well, keeping things clean. You see the evidence of a little bit of argy-bargy on the left rear of your national champion's car, but he's not going to mind. Maybe he'll keep it for good luck in future years. One of the fastest in-laps we've seen, too. These drivers can barely slow it down enough to chill and celebrate, huh?
Nick's ready to celebrate. He's ready to talk to Hayward, and he'll get to in just a moment. You're right, though. Such good respect. Contact is a part of Spec Miata racing, no doubt about it. But no one ever crossed the line, even with so much at stake. It's what you want to see. Sharp-looking race car parked where everyone wants to be when you come to the runoffs, and Nick's done this a time or two before. Get that helmet off, and we'll hear from him shortly. But another national championship, and a hard-earned one, as they always are in Spec Miata, and especially so at Road America. Let's hear from our 2025 national champion.
Nick Bruni, there's nothing I want to do right now more than tell you they reviewed the tape and it was a tie, but I'm not going to do that to you. How does it feel to have one all by yourself?
Oh my God, so much emotion. You interviewed me back in 2022, and that was an emotional year. My daughter had 2 open heart surgeries. She's had a 3rd this year, so this one means just as much as that first one. So much emotion, so many people to thank. I can't believe we just pulled that off all by ourselves. I would have loved to have Preston and Jim out there. There might be an asterisk on this one without them on it, but you know what? We brought it home. That was amazing.
We watched Spec Racer Ford. Leader comes through the last turn, gets nipped to the finish. We watched Formula V. Leader comes out of the last turn, gets nipped to the finish. You come out of the last turn. What are you thinking driving up that hill?
I was just thinking, I hope Frankie really likes me. That's all I was thinking. I owe that guy a huge hug back there. He stuck with me, and he made a go of it at the end. He almost got it at the end. I was shocked, and I got a lot to thank for him. He'll never know how much this one means. I just about passed out on that cool-down lap from screaming and crying so much. So, wow, what a finish.
Well, congratulations to you, sir. You get one more lap at this racetrack with a checkered flag.
Thank you so much. I'm excited. Preston took it from me 23, so I get it this time.
No asterisk, Nick. This one's yours, well earned, and you heard the reference to 2023. That race was decided as a dead heat. It went to a photo finish. No one could tell anything between Nick Bruni and Preston Pardis, so they were co-champions that year. Nick also a champion in 2022. No asterisk, no question marks, no one to share the checkered flag lap with here on this one. Congratulations to Nick Bruni. Let's hear from the rest of the podium now.
Frankie, it's pretty common for the silver to be the most disappointed person on the podium. How does this feel?
It's kind of a sliver of emotions, I really wanted that win so bad. I mean, my 6 runoffs and my best finish, so I'm really happy, but at the same time I'm so disappointed for a second, But, got to thank all the Rare Spec boys, IAG Aero Group, American Insurance, and everybody that just, helps me get back to the racetrack, It's been a long week, tiring week, and I can't wait to do it again next year, hopefully.
Well, congratulations on the podium. A very, very big deal for you. Congratulations. And we've got our 3rd place finisher back here. I think you've hugged everybody here. Walked over and there were about 6 people in a group hug, jumping up and down. How does it feel to stand on a runoffs podium?
It feels amazing. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Thank you for fucking Sneaky Moose. They did an awesome job with these cars. I want to thank my mom and dad, my girlfriend, everybody that supports me. I mean, this is just awesome. I was on 4th place a couple years ago, but I mean, I always wanted to do better, right?
Congratulations to you on the podium.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that fourth place.
We're on third place on the podium.
Congratulations.
That fourth place came at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway a few years ago. Did one better and gets to take home a medal from the SCCA Runoffs. A special accomplishment indeed. Well, well, well. How about that race? Spec Miata putting on a show, as you're used to seeing. Max Stallone ultimately inherited the pole of this race. That was not part of the plan going in, but Chuck McTunis with an issue coming to the green flag, pulled that car off to the right, tried to get it going, it never could, in a disappointing way for his runoffs to end. Barroso got a great shove though when the green flag did come out, went to the lead of the race early. Varwig though with an issue, that led to a full course yellow, the only one of the race. When the race resumed, it was Stallone at the point, but the battle was fierce behind him. He did lead the charge into turn number 1. Ryan Maloney really aggressive in the early stages, got shuffled back, ultimately finished in 7th. That does not tell the full story of his runoffs. Nick Bruni got to the lead with a little shove from Barroso. Maybe a bit too much of a shove, but they continued on. It's not the last time the two would make nose-to-tail contact. Late in the going, the 27 goes for a spin, and Tom Brown dropped down to 16th. But at the line, it was close. It was a nail-biter, but by 0.03 of a second, Nick Bruni claimed his 3rd SCCA Runoffs National Championship, and the tears say it all. A thrilling result in Spec Miata, and so much more still to come at America's National Park of Speed. Our live coverage of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, coverage presented by Mazda. Stick with us, more to come across Hagerty Race Days here at Road America.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
It is a beautiful fall day here at America's National Park of Speed, and that, of course, is Elkhart Lake's Road America, as we're here for the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm John Pippin. I'm alongside Tom McGorman as we are getting ready to kick off F Production National Championship. We're looking forward to this with 21 cars on the starting grid, and they're getting ready to go racing as we have got these cars ready to go. And down on pit side, the third member of our broadcast team is Hayward Wagner. Hey, Hayward.
John, you keep talking about this beautiful fall day in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and where I'm standing, it's still summer. It is warm here on the pit lane. and we are ready for a hot one for sure. This is going to be F Production, and this is a little bit different class than we've seen it before, as GT Lights has been blended into the class, and we're taking a look right now at our second qualifier. And this is a car that last year was a GT Light car. Of course, this one is driven by Chris Bovis, and Chris has been very successful with this car in GT Light. It is now a part of F Production, and it's a little bit down on torque compared to the traditional production cars. That means that he is going to really need to manage corner speed, get good oils off the corner, and hope that he gets good toes down the straightaway. Now, what's the wrinkle in all of this? The front two cars on the grid are on Goodyears. Everybody behind them are on Hoosiers. And the big question is going to be, with the heat, is it going to be the venerable, proven, tested, known Hoosier that lasts to the end of the race? Or is there some pace in these Goodyears that came from qualifying and can run all the way to the end?
Exactly right. Getting a good shot of Kevin Ruck, who came within 2 turns of winning this race a year ago. And I got a chance to talk to Kevin afterwards, and that engine let go in a pretty comprehensive way, Tomo.
And there's something about F Production that drama follows, and it's always kind of in a good way, maybe not for each individual, but for us to watch. It's just a fantastic class. There's no particular reason for it. It just always ends up with being such a fantastic race. This year, though, adding extra fuel to the fire with including those formerly GT Light classified cars, which means they're allowed tube frame pieces. They're allowed a little bit of a different build model, but all that to say, they come out to about the same lap time pace. The other big difference, I'm not sure Hayward mentioned, is how much lighter that second place car is because of its GT Light heritage rather than the production cars. But I will say in general, everyone going, where did David Strip Matter come from? We're going to talk about that soon.
Exactly. But let's take a lap around this 4-mile circuit presented by Mazda.
So down the front straight into turn 1, a great braking zone, going to be side by side for sure at the green flag, and then turn 3, of course, in that first sector. This is where cars, specifically the front wheel drive Hondas from F Production heritage, and currently still here in F Production, will be the quickest. Then we get to the handling sector, probably Chris Bovis's favorite part of the track, starting at turn 5, up the hill at turn 6. Flat out through turn 7, although hairy flat out, not a lot of aero on these cars. Then a deep braking zone downhill, the hurry downs into turn 8, through the carousel where the cars are going to start to clear just about 100 miles an hour at the exit of turn 10, a really, really sketchy section of track when you don't have any wings or things to hold you down. Then a flat out run through the kink if you're brave enough before the braking zone at turn 12, uphill through Bill Mitchell Bend at turn 13, and then 14, the dig up to the front straightaway. This may not be a class where we see side-by-side, door-to-door finishes every single year, but as you mentioned, you can't count out anybody until the checkered flag actually flies at start-finish.
Exactly right. And the addition of the GT Light cars, as you said, really does create a whole new area of competition for these drivers, and the equalization of the GT Light cars with the F Production cars. We'll see how that all shakes out. As let's go to a quick break before we do the rundown, as the cars are out on their formation lap. Thanks to all the folks and the sponsors that make this broadcast possible.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce.
You might ask, well, you bought them. Now, how are you going to put them on? No problem.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome back to Road America as we're kicking off F Production National Championship as we've got 18 former champions in the field. Let's run them down for you. Starting on the pole, David Strittmatter, number 28, Acura Integra out of the Ohio region. Next to him, the 178 of Chris Bovis, the first of the GT Light cars out of the Chicago region in a Honda CRX. Then we've got Kevin Ruck, who came so close. He's a two-time champion in his own regard in that number 73 Integra out of the Ohio Valley region. Right alongside him is the 51 of Ken Kennard, another former champion in 2023 out of the Atlanta region. Then we've got Mason Workman, the defending champion in the number 52 car out of the Ohio Valley region in his Miata, and Steven Simons in the 63 out of the Houston region. In row 4, the 145 of Stephen Powers from the Arizona region and the 47 of David Bednars from the Detroit region. They're both in Miatas. Then we've got the 11-time national champion Michael Lewis in the number 32 out of the Cal Club in his Mazda RX-7. Gerald Lamb next to him in the number 42 out of the Milwaukee region in another Miata. The youngest driver in the field is the 118 of Thomas Gatos out of the Ohio region in his Honda CRX. Thanks for the cookies, by the way. And Bill Verdian in the number 6 out of the Milwaukee region in a Miata. In row 7, the 70 of Mark Webber. This is his 71st start in the runoffs. Mark Webber, the veteran, out of St. Louis in his Miata. Next to him, the 04 of Jonathan Goodale out of the Colorado region in another Miata. Michael Froh starts in row 8 in the number 72 out of Milwaukee, and another Milwaukee driver, a rookie, the only rookie in the field, the 16 of Jeffrey Winterfield in his Mazda Protege 5. In row 9, the 188 of Paul Jensen out of the Continental Divide region in a Miata, and Mike Nat in the number 74 out of the Milwaukee region in an MG Midget. Chris Copley is in car number 10. He's out of the New England region in a Toyota Paseo, and the 95 of Tim Linderud out of the San Francisco region in a Volkswagen Rabbit. Unfortunately, the oldest driver in the field, Weber Manning, unable to take the start in the number 49 Mazda Miata. As we are coming out of turn 14 as the safety car pulls into the pit lane, turning the field over to David Strittmatter and Chris Bovis. Tombo, I just want to give a quick shout out to our good friend Rusty Bell, who we lost way too early over the fall after a brief illness. Rusty, a longtime GT Light competitor, known to a lot of folks in the pit lane. Rusty, we're thinking about you, and I know he's looking down and going to enjoy this race. And there's the green flag, and Strittmatter gets a good jump as Bovis will slot in alongside Kevin Ruck, going side by side with the 4th place runner Ken Kennard as they head down toward turn number 1. Some 3 and 4 wide shuffling in the back as the Miata's looking for position down to the inside, and the 52 gets around as that is Mason Workman, the defending champion, as he tries to take that position away from Kevin Ruck, but Ruck holding strong there in the 4th spot. Workman going for 2nd as he goes side by side with Bovis. Workman on a mission here.
Wasting no time at all. You're right, it was a great breakaway for Strittmatter, and that's the difference in torque we saw between the top 2 cars. The question I have is what's happening to Ken Kennard? He's all the way back in the left side of your screen, that orange Integra back to nearly 10th. Potentially some mechanical issues already rearing their head here in F production, but right now at the top it's Strittmatter, then Kennard, then Bovis, with Kevin Ruck slotting into 4th. Ruck getting the run around the outside of turn 3, it looks like, down the inside of turn 4 and 5, and will take the spot from Chris Bovis, who's probably looking to go the long distance in this race more so than right out of the gate speed.
Looks like a little dump out of the middle of Bovis's car. We'll keep a close eye on that, as right behind him is the 47 of David Bednars in that open top Miata as they make their way through turn 7. Usual suspects at the front, but we talked about David Strittmatter. David has been a long-time competitor. Let's see, this is how many runoffs has he been in? Just check real quick, but carrying on. Strittmatter still hanging on to the lead, but here comes Mason Workman trying to make it 2 in a row as he goes to the inside, drops a wheel off, kicks up a little dust. Mason Workman getting to the front already.
Man, Workman means business. Yeah, you're right. This is the 13th start for Strittmatter, and he's always been perennially just outside the window. If there's 4 cars battling for the lead, he's 5th. If there's 10 cars battling for the lead, he's 11th. And this year he's put in the work. He's found so much pace in qualifying. Everybody going, wow, where is this coming from? But good for you, man. And he's now dropped to 2nd place. Kevin Ruck looking racy as well. But man, Workman has just completely come with the fuse lit to this 2025 race.
Yeah, Ruck had a big lead last year until right here when the engine let go in that Acura, and Workman inherited the win. He certainly deserved it as he was well back, but you know, he's going to waste no time to get to the front and see if he can build up a big lead here as Kevin Ruck looking for a way around Strittmatter as those two Acuras go after it. Workman right out to the edge of the track as he comes to the flag to complete race lap number 1.
The Acuras tend to be a little bit better on the long straights. They're going to be a little bit easier to race, as you see Strittmatter already starting to close the gap. Workman not even going to come close to letting him think about the inside. Glues himself to the wall, and there's the difference in straight line speed. I think the motor in that number 28 car is partially where he got some of this speed for the 2025 race. He makes it look easy around the outside. That's some Cliff Ira levels of straight line speed. Unfortunately, Ira not with us this year in this race, but that Del Sol always so fast. Strittmatter maybe got some advice from him.
You can see Kevin Ruck, a little flashing of the brake lights as he's checking to make sure the brakes are up to temperature as he is trying to take advantage of the horsepower he's got under the hood of that machine, as he demonstrated a year ago. And Chris Bovis hanging right in there in fourth with David Bednar's right behind him, Stephen Powers, Stephen Simons, Michael Lewis, the 11-time champion Bill Verdian, and Thomas Gatos, your top 10 after the first lap.
It's a nice start for Lewis as he picked up a couple of positions. That's the blue RX-7 in the background, the second currently running overall GT Light, formerly GT Light car. And one of the big changes, I think, both visually but also from the way the cars drive from GT Light, no auxiliary aero, no big wings anymore. They're all a little bit looser and a little bit floatier than they're used to being, but it's not slowing down Chris Bovis. He shows a nose up the inside for turn 6. Can't quite get it done. Not enough torque in that GT Light tube frame CRX, and now he's got a lot of pressure from Bednar's in the silver MX-5.
Yeah, and Workman, after driving to the front, is now in danger of losing third spot as Bovis goes down to the inside at the bottom of Hurry Downs and does just that. So Bovis up into the third spot. So Workman, after that big charge early on, now dropping back as maybe the pace going away from him just a little bit, and he's got Bednar's right on his tail. Just behind Bednar's the 145 of Stephen Powers in that blue Miata. But now the two Acuras beginning to stretch it out in front.
This is the story we thought qualifying might end up telling, as the two Hondas at the front row. Workman to the inside of Bovis goes for the pop. We'll get to that thought in a second as they're now side by side. Bednar's is going to try to look at it as well, but the Civic seems okay on the brakes. No, this time it's the Miata that gets through on third. Bovis with the over-under beautifully executed and will now motor up through Bill Mitchell Bend and take over the third spot again.
Yeah, that Honda is really good maneuverability-wise, for want of a better term. It's probably a little bit lighter than the Miata behind, so that'll give Bovis just a little bit of an advantage as they work their way out of turn 14 and begin to climb up the hill once again. The two Acuras at the front, then Bovis, then Workman, then Bednar's. Pretty much status quo behind. Michael Lewis in that RX-7, the other GT Light machine, in the top 5, right there in the hunt.
To finish the thought, these two Miatas were about 3 seconds slower than the top 3 cars in qualifying, so it's not a surprise, although they were so racy at the start, to maybe see their raw pace just not quite there in this year's Runoffs race. 13 laps, working lap 3 of those 13. We've got 40 minutes on the clock to get them done, and so far it's been really exciting with Stephen Simons trying to cling onto the back of Michael Lewis. Simons with some updates on the livery of that car at the back of this pack that we're watching. Looks really, really cool, but can't quite find a way around Lewis yet.
Simons, one of the two drivers who are in the hunt for a super sweep. Ken Kennard is one of them. If he wins, if Kennard can find his way to the front, if he wins, he'll take the first super sweep of the runoff. Stephen Simons could as well, but he needs some help if he's able to get it done. Here comes Michael Lewis down to the inside of Stephen Powers. Powers hanging tough on the outside, so Lewis not able to complete that pass. And then right behind Lewis, Stephen Simons clinging to the back of this. Lewis with the inside line at turn 6. Simons goes wide, kicking up a big cloud of dust.
Lewis doing a nice job to leave Powers some space, and Powers is going to use every inch of it, including some of the dirt, going full Spec Miata style, as now it's a drag race between these two Miatas at the back. That's Powers and Simons with the white on the front of the car. We're going to go side by side and lose touch with Lewis just a little bit at the front. The top two Acuras have pulled away slightly, but it's still Strittmatter with the fast lap, about 0.6 of a second up last time at the line, but only 0.2 faster on the track. just ever so slightly easing away from Kevin Ruck, at least in this first couple of laps.
Stephen Powers and Steven Simons going after it for that 7th and 8th position as they're chasing the 11-time champ Michael Lewis in his RX-7. You can see the flames coming out of the exhaust pipe of that RX-7. The rotaries always do that on trailing throttle. Nothing to be concerned about. It's normal stuff. Simon's looking racy here as he goes side by side with Lewis. Takes him a little bit wide. Lewis comes right back at him as they're still side by side through Thunder Valley and the Bill Mitchell Bend.
Good stuff, and you see how nervous the RX-7 is on the brakes, doing the big shimmy down the braking zone into Canada Corner. Perhaps some brake bias not quite dialed in on that car, or just absolutely exerting everything he can from the brakes. Almost touches again, a little slide to keep it off the door of Simons. Very courteous and well raced, but is going to lose the position. Simons picks up 2 on this lap.
Stephen Powers going to try to go with the 11-time champion as Chris Bovis has just set the fast lap of the race. So don't count him out just yet. Maybe takes a little longer to get that GT Light machine up to speed, and Kevin Ruck spins. It looked like a rear lockup perhaps when he got on the brakes. Let's see if he's able to continue.
That was strange. I almost wonder if he missed the downshift, perhaps got second instead of fourth. I'm not sure, but the thing locked up so fast. Watch here on the brakes. As soon as he locks the rear axle, yeah, that was odd. I have to wonder if I don't think it was simply a driver error. There was something mechanically upset with that car on entry. And once again, Kevin Ruck's race not going his way. The conversation now cuts down to 2 cars, Strittmatter versus Bovis, with Bovis showing a lot of pace right now.
Exactly right. Strittmatter with a little breathing room. And again, the Acura with probably a little more motor than Bovis has got in that CRX as they climb the hill pretty much by themselves now. At the line, it was just about 0.7 of a second, but it's a little more than that now as they had to take a little bit of an evasive action for that very unusual spin by the 2-time champion Kevin Ruck. Strittmatter finding it working his way, taking the tire rack pole, his first tire rack pole, after this being his 13th runoff start. His best finish in his runoffs career so far has been a 5th. And that was an F production at Road America back in 2012. So this is unknown territory for David Strittmatter, but he's certainly doing a great job out front. But Bovis lurking right there behind him. Bovis, a 3-time champion, most recently in 2017 in GT Light. He's also the winner of the 2007 Kimberly Cup, for the driver who has shown the greatest improvement in the past year. This two-way battle at the front now. They are all by themselves with Strittmatter and Bovis. Mason Workman and David Bednarz locked together in the battle of the 2 lead Miatas for the final step on the podium.
And keeping them honest, they're only about 3.5 seconds at bay from Bovis and Strittmatter. And to tell the story of sectors, Strittmatter was about a 0.5 second faster in sector 1, and then Bovis about a 0.5 second faster in sector 2. So that's the difference in the weight, the power, the torque, and the prep levels of those 2 cars. It's going to ebb and flow for this entire race as we start lap number 5 of 13. I think Bovis is going to be a little bit better over the longer run with the weight lacking in that car. I think it's at least 200 to 300 pounds lighter, if not more, depending on the engine package he's gone with. Strittmatter, though, looks very comfortable at the top of this race. Not a lot of drama, not a lot of effort exerted on that car that's not necessary at this point in the race.
That CRX was the car to have in GT Light for a number of years. It definitely showed its heels to a lot of the cars in the field in that class. So it is a potent one indeed. But like you said, they had to strip the rear wing off of it. So Bovis is dealing with a much looser race car than he's probably used to. But maybe taking him a little while to get comfortable with it. But as he stays as close as he does to David Strittmatter, it makes me wonder that he's just biding his time, seeing what he's got. And then we'll see what happens in the later stages of this, as this battle for third is a dandy. Mason Workman, the defending champion, David Bednarz looking for his first championship. Bednarz out of the Detroit region, has yet to get a medal at the runoff, so this will be his first medal if he's able to make that happen.
Nice battle. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mason Workman in his 20th runoff start. Taking this win a year ago. Now has a son who is racing in club racing as well. So looking to be a second generation father of a racing son. Not here at the runoffs this year, but we might well see him down the road. Both Kevin Ruck and Mason Workman from my home region, the Ohio Valley region, and Tom Mose as well.
Nice battle between these two, and I think I saw Kevin Ruck still in the background. The battle between Lewis Power Simons. Just got an Acura Integra joining behind. A little further back, Jonathan Goodale up from 14th to 9th. There's that battle I just mentioned. Is Ruck still there? No, he was there for a moment, and now he's missing. Perhaps that Integra having to call it quits. Now with Powers getting a look to the right side, left side, right side, pops to the left for one final time on Simons, but Simons better on the brakes in the black and yellow car, both still stuck behind the RX-7 of Michael Lewis, continuing to do a nice job in that car.
Yeah, Lewis able to get away from them just a bit. Probably a little more torque off the corner, perhaps, from that rotary. Hard to tell. As they bend it down into turn 14. A little lock up there from Michael Lewis on the right rear as he got on the brakes for turn 14. But they begin the climb up the hill now in this battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
This is still the closest battle on the track, but last time across the line, Chris Bovis retook the fast lap of the race, even though David Strittmatter set a personal best. Bovis was 0.15, excuse me, 1.5 tenths faster than Strittmatter. So that top battle, while it's not necessarily door-to-door yet, I think it's inevitable at some point that those two are going to battle this out for the top spot. And then Mason Workman and David Bednar's also having their good race.
Lewis's car looks to be a little stronger in a straight line. As you would expect, the GT Light cars should have a little more top end than the F production-based cars. But these Miatas are very handy. And it looks like Steven Simons is going to close right up on the back. Then we turn our attention back to this third place battle, Workman and Bednar's, and then there it is. As Lewis going right down the middle of the racetrack. And again, another bit of a lockup there as it belches the flames out of the exhaust.
Sometimes hard to tell the difference between the smoke and the fire and a brake lockup on that car, but he's still continuing to drive just slightly defensive, but very productively so. No one can find a way by yet. Both of them have tried. And this time by, for the first time, Kevin Ruck does drop off the timing and scoring sheets for us. So that's heartbreaking for the number 73s.
Yeah,
pulled off to the left side of turn 5.
Yeah, it's just at the exit of turn 5, yeah. Oh, man, that's a tough break for Kevin. I feel bad for him. Michael Lewis into the carousel turn, leading this 3-car battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Oh,
Strittmatter's off the pace. Trouble for our leader. It does not sound healthy as it comes by our microphone.
Yeah, I think I saw the left front down. Yes, he's got a flat tire. The Goodyear has a tire failure on the left front.
Oh, man.
And now that makes me nervous because we know the Goodyears are also on Chris Bovis's car. But so many different ways to have an issue like this. Maybe just hitting the curb just wrong, running the pressure too low, too high. Strittmatter was in the catbird seat for this race and now finds the perfect place to hide. Man, heartbreak for both of our top running Integras. He comes out of the carousel.
Yeah, up over the curb just a little bit. Was that all it took for that tire to go down? Yeah, it's already flat. You can see it right there. And man, approaching the kink with a flat tire, yikes. But a good job. He got out of the throttle just enough to make it happen. So Strittmatter in a pretty good spot.
Oh. That's going to give Bovis a pretty healthy lead. I think close to 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Yes, as he navigates turn 1 for the first time. The next battle on the track then becomes for 2nd and 3rd. The question is, they would have seen for sure that Strittmatter was wounded coming through that back straight section, so Workman and Bednar's are going to be clued into the fact that they're both racing for a podium instead of just one of them at this point, with Strittmatter hopping out of the car, rightfully dejected looking, and so heartbreaking to watch. And this is what follows F production. It's always interesting for some reason or another.
So Chris Bovis now with a comfortable lead. Can he make it to the end is the question, because like I said, both he and Strittmatter on the Goodyear tires, the rest of the field on Hoosiers. So is that an issue? Hard to tell. Time will tell, as we're about halfway through this one, working race lap number 7. So Bovis can afford to take it a little easier as his pace, his last lap of 2:36 and some change. Mason Workman and David Bednar's in the mid 2:37s. Michael Lewis in the 2:39s. Powers a little bit quicker in a high 2:38. So that battle for now 4th, 5th, and 6th is probably not done yet. But this is a compelling one now for what will be the silver medal. But hey, Mason Workman was in this position a year ago and ended up with the gold. So no guarantee that Chris Bovis can make it to the end.
It's very true. And you mentioned backing the pace down a little bit for Chris Bovis. That is 100% part of this, especially with these more high-strung race cars. If you don't need, you really want to win by the smallest margin possible. As we have another mechanical issue for Mike Nat in that MG Midget, I believe.
I believe so.
Has been running a little further down the field in 15th when he now drops out. Attrition kicking in halfway through this race, working lap 7 of 13.
Something we're not unaccustomed to in production racing. These cars are usually pretty high strung. We used to joke that the production cars, especially the smaller production cars, had 13-lap hand grenades for motors, and sometimes that 13 comes a little sooner than you expect. So, but Workman and Bednar's battling for the silver medal as they climb the hill, completing race lap number 7, working 8 now. Right up against the wall, trying to get a little side draft off that wall, but and Workman is now motioning to Bednar's to get him to back off, I think, just a little bit.
Yeah, at first I was kind of surprised David Bednar's going for the bump draft down the front straightaway. They're not trying to get away from anybody. Maybe they think they can catch up just slightly on Chris Bovis, but last time through, Bovis was still nearly 2 seconds a lap faster, that lap faster than Workman or Bednar's, and I don't think Workman appreciated the bump draft, or at least wanted it to stop as soon as he approached the braking zone. Bednar's then drops back a couple of car lengths before we have this drama happening. Simons runs a little bit wide at turn 3.
Yeah, and that now side by side with Simons is Powers going side by side with Michael Lewis, but Lewis able to get a little more power down coming out of turn 3 and get back into the lead as this battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Lewis now up into that 4th spot. He's only 1 position away from yet another medal.
I think if we were doing time attack right now, both of these Miatas would be a little bit faster on outright pace than the RX-7, but the RX-7's making speed in all the right ways, and Michael Lewis is driving a good race to stay in front of these 3. This is now the battle for 5th, so a top 5 on the line for these 3 drivers. In fact, at the line, Stephen Powers had 5th position. Steven Simons had 4th, excuse me, so this is the battle for 4th, my mistake. Lewis had been as far back as 6th, now finds himself back in the 4th position yet again.
Exactly right. His 49th runoff start. He had a start earlier today in GT1, and he's had 24 podium finishes over that start. Mark Webber up to 9th in his 71st start. So Mark Webber looking for another top 10. Driver out of the St. Louis region, leads all drivers in number of starts at the runoffs. His 700th race and his 70th start earlier today. This is number 71.
Oh, here
I hear
an incident underneath.
It looks like the 6 has gone around. That's Bill Verdian out of the Milwaukee region.
And Jonathan Goodale was involved as well. There's 2 cars sound like they came together maybe at the apex of turn 8. I think Goodale was following, so perhaps making a pass. It's tough to speculate, but Bill Verdeen is indicating no drive in that car.
Yeah, it looked like there's some damage there, and you can see Goodale's car flapping on the left or right rear corner. So that's going to promote Mark Webber up into 7th place.
Exit of turn 8 is not an ideal place for a car to be sitting. He's pretty early on the runoff, but I don't expect they're going to let him just sit there if he can't get it started. We won't speculate too much further on that either, but Goodale with bodywork flapping, perhaps going to be reporting to pit lane. This battle continues for 4th, and now it's got a time limit on it, perhaps, with Lewis still leading the way over Powers and Simons.
5 laps to go as when they work their way down the hill into turn 3. Stephen Powers right behind him, then Steven Simons and that pair of Miatas. So it's a Mazda festival for that 4th place battle. Yeah, the 6 car is still sitting there, Verdine, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. And here comes Simon's going to try to make that move around the outside of Michael Lewis. Lewis doing a good job of staying defensive. And able to make it happen. He gets a good run out of that corner. That car gets a good dig. And we are going full course yellow.
Yeah, just as that pass attempt failed for Stephen Powers, we're going to go full course yellow to recover that car. So much pedigree and history with Eric Prill having won championships in that car, passing hands to Bill Verdine, and unfortunately took a clunk somewhere along the way. We suspect Jonathan Goodale also involved with that.
That's the car we talked about earlier, the 74 MG of Michael Natt, also off course. So this is not what Chris Bovis wanted to see after building up an 11-second lead. That's going to evaporate as the safety car comes into play, and the pace car will pick up our leader.
At the same time, every lap you do under yellow in a built car like this is a lap not under stress.
Yep.
So we do see failures under full course yellow, but they are far less common than under green flag racing. So I imagine Chris Bovis is pretty comfortable with the pace he has still in that car. I think he knows he didn't have a lot of pressure, and now he gets to just take the pressure off the car itself. Mason Workman was continuing to run in the second position after inheriting some positions from the retirements of David Strittmatter there in the yellow Integra on your right, and also the orange Integra of Kevin Ruck sitting to driver's left at turn 5. Both of those cars dropping out of the top 3 medal positions, inheriting the second and third spot there on camera. Workman in the 52 and Bednar's in the 47. And then that next battle is going to pop up behind with the blue RX-7 Michael Lewis leading Powers and Simons. They've all had great races. The question is, with 5 laps to go, we're starting to work lap 10 this time across the line. We know for a fact that they will only do a green-white checker, so we need 2 laps worth of time to play with to go back to green flag. 16 minutes on the clock should be no issue, though, right, John?
I would think they would have plenty of time, yeah. Laps behind the safety car, about 5 minutes-ish, depending on how quick they are. So we'll just see how it all sorts out as the field packing up behind the Mazda safety car. Talking again about Mark Webber, the driver in his 71st runoff start. His best finish ever in those 70 starts was a 4th in F production right here at Road America back in 2020. So with the attrition that we've seen so far, he may be not out of the hunt yet, but he's definitely going to be part of the lead draft here, as the top 6 are in your camera shot.
Maybe not the bragging rights the field would want to have, but everybody who's had the mechanical failures has done a 10 out of 10 job getting out of the way into a place where we can continue to run. We're under yellow for an incident involving 2 cars, one that couldn't refire, but both just light damage on the 2 cars. And I think this should be a case study for future drivers' meetings. This is how you get off the track otherwise if something's going wrong.
Yeah, exactly right. Verdine just unable to continue as it looked like there was some damage just in front of the left rear wheel, so probably broke a half shaft or something and make it tough for him to continue. Yep, his car's now out of the way. So this should be a pretty quick recovery. All things being equal, we should be able to go green next time by. We talked about a couple of the awards that these guys have won. We talked about Chris Bovis, a 2007 Kimberly Cup winner. Kevin Ruck was the 2009 Jim Fitzgerald Rookie of the Year. Ken Kennard, the 2023 Mark Donahue Award winner. Jonathan Goodale, who's also one of the drivers involved in that incident, also winning the 2003 Kimberly Cup. I want to congratulate Bill Verdine for winning the Sunoco 260 Thursday. He got 15 gallons of free Sunoco fuel for his qualifying performance. We also talked about Ken Kennard in a position for a super sweep. It looks like that's not going to happen for him, as his race ended early. Kevin Ruck won the Hawk Breakthrough Performance for making up the most positions between first and second day qualifying. So congratulations to him for that. Free set of brake pads.
This will be an interesting restart because I just got my memory jogged. It wasn't all that long ago, but Mason Workman, remember how racy he was at the drop of this flag? We're not going to have that much time left, and we know the CRX of Chris Bovis leading this race does have the raw pace to get away, but Workman was just so quick. If he can make another jump at this thing, it should be a little bit of an oomfier motor under the hood of that Miata versus the GT Light Heritage CRX that leads the way. I can't say that Bovis is certainly going to win this thing in any way. You would never say that with F production, but Workman could keep this thing very interesting down into turn 1 if he gets a good restart.
Absolutely right. Mark Webber, as we mentioned, up to 7th. Gerald Lamb currently 8th in his red Miata. Thomas Gatos in the 118 CRX in 9th, and Michael Froh rounding out the top 10 in the number 73 Miata. Michael from right here in Elkhart Lake.
Here's our Mazda Protege 5. Some fans of that at the track. Every time someone knows, been around multiple people who have noticed it in the paddock and go, wait a second, that's a race car. That's cool. So some fan favorites, unexpected and expected at the runoffs.
Jeffrey Winterfield in that car. The only rookie in this field. And right at the tail end, Chris Copley in the number 10. Toyota Paseo. The only one in the field in 13th position. Lights are out on the safety car, so it looks like we should be good to go for a restart here as we'll be completing race lap 10, so 3 to go. Watch that black number 52 in second. He was a monster on the initial start. And let's see if he can work that magic once again as Chris Bovis brings the field around through the final turn. He controls the pace of the field. He is required to maintain safety car pace until he reaches the acceleration zone. And then he may accelerate at any point after he passes that first marker. Right there, just off to your right. And he's taking his time. And there he goes, and here goes Mason Workman, just as you said. Bovis a little sleepy on the throttle. He's going to lose a whole bunch of spots as Michael Lewis is going to move up into a podium position. Bovis in danger of being passed for 5th here.
Oh my, what a restart for Bovis, and not in a good way. Right behind him, Tom Gatos gets a great run in the orange CRX around the outside of both of those red Miatas. That's Weber and I think Gerald Lamb. So now another battle there. Bovis looks at speed again, but somehow he let himself either in the wrong gear or missed a shift right when the green flag came out. Bednarz and Workman were ready to go up on the wheel. They made it happen. Lewis went with them. We're still battling 2 and 3 wide in the background of this restart.
Yeah, now the 2 GT Light cars side by side with Bovis and Michael Lewis as they go side by side down the hill. There goes Lewis already trying to make the move on Bednarz as he's going to try to go around the outside. Lewis is really good here in turn 5.
Stephen Powers gets the move now on Bovis. Bovis is on his heels and cannot get the momentum built back up in that CRX. Simons is going to go through as well. That's just side pipe exhaust smoke from Michael Lewis, but it sounds like someone side by side. Oh, Bednarz. I think Bednarz started to lose the car, or did Michael Lewis perhaps get into the side of him? There was definitely contact between the two, but I'm not sure if it was before or after the incident had started. They both resume.
And now the 145 of Stephen Powers up into second with the 63 right behind him, Stephen Simons. Then the early leader, Chris Bovis, back to 4th.
This is a topsy-turvy restart. The good news for Bovis is there's now 2 fewer cars in front of him. Once he gets the rock spinning back on the string, the momentum back up. The top spot still being held by your defending champion. It's Workman. Then, now all of a sudden, Stephen Powers finds himself in 2nd spot. Stephen Simons finds himself 3rd. Familiar territory for him where he found himself last year out of nowhere. But those top 3 Miatas come to try to break away, running for their lives as Chris Bovis tries to get the momentum back up. Powers for the lead down the inside for Canada Corner.
And he takes it. Powers takes over the position as Workman drops back into 2nd spot. Simons right behind him. So Stephen Powers takes over the top spot for the first time in this race. As it's a Miata battle for all 3 of the podium positions right now.
Mason Workman's car doesn't appear to be happy. Now Bovis gets a huge run through the final corner. He's going to pop to the inside of Workman, but Steven Simons was able to get a position from Workman as well, who continues to drop back just slightly. At the start-finish line with 2 laps to go, it's going to be Powers, Simons, and Bovis. That was completely unexpected a lap ago.
And now here goes Simons making the move on Powers as they go side by side. And Bovis is going to make it 3 wide down into turn 1. Bovis late on the brakes as Simons goes around the outside, but Bovis, after looking like he was nowhere, all of a sudden comes right back to the front.
Simons tried not to let it happen, but he kind of had to let it go as Bovis was really, really deep on the brakes down the inside. Workman continuing to pick up a little bit more pace, but it looks like that car is struggling off the corner exits. It doesn't have nearly the oomph that we thought it might. Bednarz is still in this one as Michael Lewis reports to pit lane.
Got a door donut there. As the 16 goes off, Jeffrey Winterfield in his first runoff start as he goes a little wide at turn 3. And there goes Powers around Mason Workman, so Workman drops back to 4th, and now he's got David Bednarz all over him. The battle at the front is still a good one, though, as Bovis not getting away from Steven Simons as they work their way through turn 7, down Hurry Downs toward turn number 8. Bednarz with some damage to the front of that car, as you can see. And he's trying to make the move on Mason Workman.
After that great restart, Tom Skatos dropping back behind Weber and Lamb. Topsy-turvy yet again. That CRX doesn't sound super healthy, I have to say, underneath our audio there, but still working his way towards the white flag this lap.
Mark Webber up to 6th position in this race, with Gerald Lamb just behind him and those 2 red Miatas. As the 71st start for Mark Webber in runoffs competition, way in front of anybody else. And we've got a replay, just give us some indication of what happened.
Yeah, this is the incident between Lewis and Bednarz,
yeah.
and the previous camera shot, it looked like Lewis had actually gotten through on turn 5, with Bednarz getting a run on the exit of turn 5, went for the late move, and the two came together with Bednarz slightly behind, so it was Bednarz into the driver door of Lewis. Unfortunately, Lewis calling it quits. Bednarz continuing to run with some damage on the front of that car, but that confirms our suspicion of whether or not contact happened before or after.
We got another shot from a different camera that'll give us a slightly different angle of that incident. Here we go. They're side by side. That's Bednarz on the inside, Lewis on the outside.
Both cars with pretty good right to racing room in that moment, and it looks like just maybe a little bit of miscommunication on the space needed for both of those cars. Lewis turning into Bednarz. Bednarz keeping his nose there longer than Lewis expected. Who knows? Probably depends on who you ask, but at the front now, Bovis continues to lead the race after a terrible restart, recovers very nicely. 1 lap spent floundering and then found his footing. Once again, Simons and Powers will be your 2nd and 3rd place driver, at least at this point, but Powers has a lot of pressure from Bednarz now. You see the little scuffs on the front of that Miata. This race is not done yet for the 3rd place bronze medal.
As we are working lap 13. Three Miatas line astern. Again, Workman's car seems to go off the boil a little bit. He's great on the restarts, but then it just doesn't seem happy once everybody gets up to speed. As Workman goes a little wide there at the exit of turn 7. Chris Bovis pedaling hard to try to keep Steven Simons behind him as they make their way through the carousel turn, heading for the kink for the final time at speed.
Tell you what, Steven Simons is flying right now. This is the smallest the gap has been, and I would say Simons has actually closed it down ever so slightly. Coming through the kink in the carousel, finds extra bravery, everything he's got out to the dirt, trying to straighten out the run through, and he's got the run. Is he going to take a peek on the inside of Canada corner? Yes, he shows the nose, side by side on the final lap.
Into Canada he goes. Bovis might be able to do the over-under, but Simons takes the pass. Bovis does not seem to have an answer. as if the car just does not accelerate off of that corner. Steven Simons looking to be on his way to a national championship. Who would have guessed it? Fantastic drive for Steven Simons.
Oh, and it's not done yet. Bovis has another one of those runs through the final corner. We're coming to the we're coming to the checker flag, John. What is going to happen?
Bovis has got the run. He's going to duck to the inside. Here they come. Look at this. Chris Bovis recovers and takes the win. Holy moly.
Unbelievable F-production race. We cannot believe that. Last year we thought 2 corners was an unbelievable finish to not be able to predict. That came to the last second. Chris Bovis fist pumping out the window. This battle is still happening at the start-finish line.
That's Mark Webber and Lamb. Webber taking 5th place. Look at that.
All the way up to 5th on his 71st runoff start, over 700 races with the SCCA, and he comes home with, is that his best finish ever? Bednar's has a stuff in the wall.
Yeah, right out of Canada.
Too many things happening to keep up with. As another car has an issue. I think this was a self-induced spin down in the exit of entry of turn 5.
Yeah, Linnerud in the Volkswagen. Rabbit with a problem. So we've got some cleanup to do here. As what a fantastic finish. Chris Bovis recovering after what looked to be a disastrous run through Canada corner. As Steven Simon stuffed it down to the inside, it looked like Bovis was cooked, but he had what it takes to make the pass going up the hill to the line. Margin of victory just over 1/10 of a second, 0.132 between those two. Stephen Powers brought it home in 3rd spot. Mason Workman has to settle for 4th. Mark Webber, the ageless wonder, in 5th. Gerald Lamb 6th. Paul Jensen 7th. Michael Froh 8th. Jeffrey Winterfield in 9th. And Chris Copley rounding out the top 10 in the unofficial results. So now, of course, with one of the GT Light cars taking the win, there will be all sorts of consternation, I'm sure,
well,
about equalization.
The question I have, maybe Hayward can ask, is if there was maybe a gear missing out of that CRX. He had higher speeds, no problem, but all of a sudden he just had nothing for a couple of corners there on the second to last and last lap. Number 178 there, Chris Bovis taking the win, but it looked like it wasn't going to happen. We were leaning in forward in our seats further and further. Cannot believe the way that played out. As well, Steven Simons picks up another medal, one better than last year. Stephen Powers finishes 3rd. His best finish ever was 7th. Barely won one top 10 back at Laguna Seca, in fact, in 2014. So this is just a really, really cool podium, I think. What a cool collection of drivers, and what a job they did.
Yeah, Bovis taking his 4th gold medal. Just over 1/10 of a second over Steven Simons. Stephen Powers coming home in the bronze position. Mason Workman, last year's champion, in 4th. Mark Webber in his 71st start comes home with a top 5. Gerald Lamb in 6th. Paul Jensen 7th. Michael Froh 8th. Jeffrey Winterfield on debut finishes in 9th in his first runoff start. Chris Copley rounding out the top 10. Gatos, the last car on the lead lap in the number 11 car, in the 11th position, should we say, in the number 118. As the safety crew has a little work to do to recover some of these cars before we can get our next race underway, but we've got a little time. It's still about 15 minutes before the scheduled start of the Touring 3 race next on the agenda.
Yeah, nearly as many cars to recover as did finish this race. So, you know, our hearts go out to Bednar's, of course, on that last lap with the incident, as well as Linnerud, but also Lewis, Goodale, Verdeen, Nat, Strittmatter, Ruck, Kennard, all those drivers suffering mechanical failures at some point in this race. Manning not even making the green flag. So of the 21 cars, we're going to have 11 finishers.
Yeah.
Not a great ratio, but what an exciting race it made for, I have to say. Mason Workman will be the first one to enter the pit lane, although 4th on the grid, on the results sheet.
Yeah, exactly right. So an eventful race for sure, one of the most eventful so far. But Chris Bovis taking his 4th gold medal since 2017, the last time he won, and that was in the GT Light class. I'm trying to get him. There he goes. He wants to get to the front of the line, as well he should.
Put in gear. Put in gear.
Hayward Wagner down there alongside, getting ready to have a chat with our 4-time champion. Chris Bovis out of the Washington, D.C. area. Carrollton, Virginia, the town he calls home. He was picked as one of the podium finishers by Sports Car. And let's head down to Hayward.
Guys, you know that it's a pro effort when there's not one, not two, but 3 people here to take the rear window out of the car, so there's room for everybody on this victory lap. You guys really do know what you're doing, don't you?
It didn't feel like it at times, but yeah, actually, honestly, we do this because of all the people that you see around here. We had a really rough week, did a lot of work leading up to this, and I'm just so happy honestly, for them to get the payoff.
We were speculating on the restart. You and I spoke before the race. You said, I'm down on torque. Slow is bad for me. Very slow roll to the flag. Were you missing a gear? Was it a strategy? What happened?
Second gear picked a really bad time to leave, and I didn't have second gear for that entire, whatever the 3 laps or whatever it was. And I don't think I have first, so I'm not sure how we're going to do the victory lap, but we'll find a way.
That last lap, the commentators were starting to give you congratulations coming into turn 5. This race is over. You lost the lead and got it back. Did you think it was gone for good in Canada?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, for sure. I mean, so he got inside me. I was too slow for third. I tried second again. It still wasn't there. And then he just took off, and I'm like, well, this is it. So, but, you know.
Turns out. Congratulations. A gold medal here at the runoff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
What a great performance by Chris Bovis, driving around a transmission problem in that car, perhaps losing first and second gear. So he's going to need a little help with that car full of crew members to head out on his victory lap. But it looks like Hayward is gathering up our bronze and silver medal finishers. Let's head back down to Hayward.
We talked to a lot of silver medal finishers that are just so bummed because they were so close. You look like you had the time of your life.
I did, yeah. This, I think I just said this hurts so good, and that pretty much sums it up. Yeah, nothing I could do. No, so it is what it is. It was a hell of a race. Had a ton of fun. Everybody raced clean around me for the most part, it looks like.
You had one of the cleanest passes for the lead in Canada we have ever seen. That was a tremendous pass and just not quite enough legs there to the end, but congratulations on the bronze.
Oh, thank you very much.
And we got our third place finisher right here. You had the best seat in the house.
Yes,
you got to see all the action, and you came back with a bronze. How's it feel?
That's great. I kept it clean. I'm happy. Nothing got tied up and stayed out of that melee up at the top 6. Feeling happy and feeling tired and feeling great to be on the podium. So
that beer's going to taste good, isn't it?
Oh, God, you know it. I'll have a few. That's my thing.
Congratulations to our medal finishers. What a great job for them in a race of attrition for sure. And it looks like Bovis was able to get that car away from victory circle. Looks like he's going to have to do it again because they're holding him because they've got a tow truck in the way. But here's the highlights as the cars take the start. David Strittmatter just took off at the front. Bovis tried to slot in behind him, but again, perhaps transmission issues. Mason Workman, just a man on a mission at the start of this race, goes right to the front. And then the 2 Acuras, and then this problem for Kevin Ruck. Something went wrong. And that car spinning into turn number 1. He was not able to continue. And then Strittmatter coming into the kink, and that car just noses over. And that's because of a flat left front tire. And that little bit of run over the curb, or perhaps picking up some debris somewhere else. And then this incident, which brought out the yellow flag, the number 6 of Bill Verdine with the incident with Bednar's. And then on the restart, once again, Workman looking really, really strong, bringing the 47 of Bednar's along with him. Michael Lewis up into third, but then here comes Bovis on the next lap, just diving down into turn 1. Just like you said, once you got that rock spinning at the end of the string, he was really able to make it happen. And then this pass for what we thought was the win. Down to the inside, Steven Simons at Canada corner. And Bovis just couldn't get it spooled back up until the last possible moment, and he takes the win. Congratulations to our winner, Chris Bovis. in F production in the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Elkhart Lake's Road America, the home for the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Our broadcast of this Hagerty race day, presented by Mazda. Thanks so much for them. My name's John Phippen, and alongside Tom O'Gorman, as we're ready to bring you the action for this Touring 3 National Championship for 2025. The third member of our broadcast team is Hayward Wagner down on the pit lane. Hayward.
Guys, T3 is a cool class, and sometimes it gets forgotten. T1's the super fast cars, and T4 is the super approachable cars, but T3 has some really cool cars in this field. On pole, we have a Nissan 370Z. We've got a Mustang right behind it, a GR86 right behind that. So a lot of diversity, a lot of excitement on this grid. There's also a little bit of sadness on this grid this year. A mainstay in this class, Alpine Motorsports owner, Dan Spyrick, passed just a few weeks ago. His family able to be here. Jim Lighthouser was his longtime mechanic, and Jim is qualified, I think, 7 or 8 in this field, very much carrying the torch, carrying the flame, keeping Alpine Motorsports alive in Dan's memory.
Thanks so much, Hayward, for that memory. We appreciate it as we are getting ready to send these cars out on their formation lap. But before we do that, we've got to take you around a lap of this 4-mile circuit as the Mazda track map coming up next, and Tom O'Gorman will take us around.
And these are pretty quick cars here at Road America, getting around under 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which is proper here in the 4-mile Road America circuit. Starting off with Sector 1, the fastest of the 3, top speed-wise anyway. Down into turn 1 for the green flag. We can easily go side by side, inside, outside, anything works. Then into turn 3 before the long run down to the speed traps at turn 5. Now we get into the handling section of the course, as I like to call it, in turns 5, 6. Not quite flat out in turn 7 as the tires get hot, but certainly on the first laps you'll be able to do it. And then a big braking zone at turn 8 that comes up quick in these 300 or so horsepower cars. The run through the carousel then leads us into Sector 3, another great passing opportunity at turn 12. A nearly flat-out run through turn 13. You flick it up over a blind crest, and then you get it on the brakes for a bent braking zone. Really tricky to place, especially in these much more production-based, softer, and heavier GT-style or street-style touring cars.
So that's a lap around the circuit, all 14 turns of it, as we are getting ready to release these cars out behind the safety car for their formation lap, as we've got 2 former champions in the field. Marshall Mast starting in second spot, a 5-time and defending champion of the class, and James Lighthouser, we talked about him, the 2004 Showroom Stock B national champion. He's in the BMW Z4. So before we get underway here, let's take a quick moment to thank some of the partners that make this broadcast possible.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Cars coming out of the pit lane for this T3 National Championship run here in the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'd also like to thank Mazda for presenting the live stream for these Hagerty race days. Down to 2 race days this weekend as we've got 18 races to contest. We got some doubles coming up, but this one is all T3. With Nick Hammond on the pole in the number 41. Driver from right here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, although he races out of the Kansas City region in his Nissan 350Z Nismo. Right behind the Mazda safety car. And then the 5-time champion Marshall Mast right behind him in the number 31. Out of the Philadelphia region, that Phoenix Performance Mustang will be one to watch for sure. The highest placed rookie in the field is also the youngest driver in the field. 16-year-old Juan Carlos Leroy Gonzalez out of the Florida region in his Toyota 86, so that'll be fun. Scotty B. White, another veteran campaigner in his 45th runoff start, still looking for his first gold medal. He's been on the podium 4 times in his career, but still looking for his first gold. Could this be the year, as he's in another of the Ford Mustang V6s? Chris Hart inside of row 3 in the number 5 out of the Northwest region in his Nissan Nismo. Next to him, James Lighthouser, Jim in the number 06 out of the Colorado region. The 2004 Showroom Stock B champion. He's in a BMW Z4. Gama Aguilar Gomez out of the Northwest region is in the 109 car. That's another Nismo. Next to him, another rookie, the 15 of William Bolt out of the Atlanta region in a Nissan 350Z. In row 5, the 73 of John Logodis out of the Milwaukee region. And another Ford Mustang. And another rookie next to him, the 117 of Jeff Ryan out of the Colorado region in a BMW Spec E46. The ageless Michael Pettiford in his 51st runoff start in the number 4 car inside of row 6. That's a Pontiac Solstice GXP. Next to him, the number 11 of Roger Eagleton out of the San Francisco region in another Mustang. He's the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award, picking up 2 positions between Thursday and Friday qualifying. Andrea King back in the field in the number 08. She starts inside of row 7 out of the Land O'Lakes region in her BMW 330 Ci. And next to her, one of the 2 oldest drivers in the field, Daniel Moen in the number 3 out of the New England region in his Ford Mustang V6. And next to him, or excuse me, just behind him is the 33 of Randy Johnson. They're both 71 years of age out of the Northwest region in a Ford Mustang EcoBoost. Philip DePippo alongside him in row 8 in the 94 out of the New York region in another Mustang. And then in row 9, the 121 of Robert Damler out of the Indianapolis region in a Mustang GT. David Muramoto in the number 7 out of the Colorado region in another Nismo. And then alone in row 10 is the 39 of Edward Karabek out of the New England region in a BMW Spec E46. As the field making its way out of the Thunder Valley into turn 14, getting ready for the start. The Nismo of Nick Hammond, Marshall Mast, the 5-time and defending champion. Anytime you see one of those Phoenix Mustangs, you think that's going to be a tough car to beat.
The 2 on the front row here are truly both stars of this paddock. They qualified less than a 10th apart, and the 2 almost a second and a half up on the rest of the field. This is going to be a knockdown drag out as we come to the green flag.
And that rookie, Juan Carlos Leroy Gonzalez in the Toyota 86. He's going to be an X factor. We'll see how that shakes out. There's the green. Hammond with a bit of a jump, but the torque of Marshall Mast's car is going to give him a little more grunt heading down toward turn number 1. Hammond holding steady on the inside, though. We'll see if Mast can sweep around as they both get on the brakes. Hammond's going to hang on to it, and then slotting into third spot is Scotty B. White in the 0.
Yeah, it's a great start for Scotty B. White, now trying to defend the inside as he gets deep on the brakes. Marshall Mast going to have to keep his eyes up in the mirrors for a moment as Nick Hammond gets a little bit of a breakaway. And then Gonzalez in the GR86 with a good run up the inside on the exit of turn 3. Just not enough guts in that 2.4-liter GR86. The lightest car in the field, but also the lowest power output. The field clean and clear through turns 1 and 3, down into the braking zone for the first time. Looks like the Mustang a little bit faster down the straightaways. We're coming into the handling section, though, and this will be a big tell. Lastly, Chris Hart with a poor start, and Gomez with a fantastic start. A touch in the mid-pack. It's going to be a spin for the 73.
That's John Logodis out of the Milwaukee region as he gets around, and one of the Nismos into him, but they're both able to continue. That's the good news. Didn't get the number on the Nismo in the back there, but we'll get a replay on this.
I think this is the 15 of William Bolt. Just a little bit of a touch, and in fairness, really squeezed down on the apex. A little bit of a toss-up between those two, although Bolt really deep on the brakes down into that corner after a little bit of a struggle at turn 3. Mast has really responded in this middle sector as well. Both of these cars less than 100 pounds apart as well. Very similar wheel and tire sizes. This is a pretty good heads-up battle between those two, and now Gonzalez with another look. Oh, Hart with a big off in the background. He gathers it up, but the number 5 is struggling.
Just a bit as he works his way through the kink.
Gomez also with an off at the kink, loses a little bit of underbody, now flapping underneath that neon liveried car. Really cool wrap on it. Michael Pettiford picks up a couple positions in the yellow Solstice as we stream down through Thunder Valley, and Scotty B. White running wide, running defense on Gonzalez. The GR86 picks up 3rd spot yet again after starting there. Dropped back for a couple of corners, less than 4 miles did he sit in 4th position, now sits 3rd again.
Lighthouser in that 06, the yellow BMW, just behind this group. Scotty B now having given up that position to Gonzalez, the rookie, in the Toyota 86. But Hammond and Mast at the front. Hammond setting fast lap of the race on the first lap. And Gonzalez up into the middle position. Scotty B just behind him. And again, the Mustang's probably going to have a little better top end speed as Scotty comes down toward turn number 1. You can see Michael Pettiford in the Solstice, that yellow Solstice, making his 51st runoff start. Right behind him, the 117 of Jeff Ryan and the 08 of Andrea King into the top 10.
Pettiford from 11th to 8th, mostly on the grace of that contact between the other two cars, both able to continue, but he'll take the positions no matter how. And then a couple of these Spec E46 BMWs on the background. As I mentioned, his name, Moto commentator's curse.
Oh no, Pettiford with a problem as he's off the pace here. Coming out of turn 3, that car is not up to speed.
Gomez shows the nose down the inside. The 370Z goes through on Jim Lighthouser in the M Coupe. That M Coupe always so fast in straight lines, but it is a much heavier car than you'd think. It appears small, but they keep the minimum weight pretty high for Touring 3 here. That's going to let Chris Hart get back to this battle just a little bit closer. This is for 5th.
Right, Gomez up into that 5th position now as Lighthouser now in the sandwich. But you can see that bodywork shaking on Gomez's car.
Doesn't look like much on camera, but I'll tell you in the cockpit of the car, it sounds like an earthquake. It is not fun to have your bumper vibrating like that, and that's due to dropping some wheels last time through the kink. It's also not going to be super effective for the aero. Luckily, these cars not highly reliant on that, but it's not going to be as happy as it would be otherwise. Chris Hart on a little bit of a recovery drive, trying to get back into this top 5 battle. Hammond led the way at 7/10 deficit to Marshall Mast last time through. And again, a very heads-up battle between these two.
You can see Gomez's car, see that under tray vibrating as that splitter is not happy. He's going to shake the front end right off of that car as Hart gets the move done on Lighthouser. So Lighthouser goes from 5th back to 7th on this course of this lap as they work their way through Thunder Valley and head down toward turn number 14. Gomez and Hart in that pair of Nismos. The Nismo and the Mustang, definitely the preferred mount for this class, as we see most of the field, either one or the other, but the few outliers. But Gomez's car continuing to shake, rattle, and roll on the front. He won't have any trouble gathering leaves up in his radiator with that.
That's for sure.
That vibration will make that happen. As Hart is looking racy here, trying to make the move to take over that 5th position.
That time by at the start-finish line, excuse me, John, it was the fastest lap for Marshall Mast, but less than a tenth faster than Nick Hammond. So they are exchanging blows, essentially running qualifying pace. And something to keep an eye on, these cars are not particularly light. They're about 3,300 pounds, and they have to run, or they get to run, a DOT racing tire. So it's rated at 60 tread wear, I believe, but it is still a technically street bull tire, but they are not super durable when it comes to pushing them for 13 laps on a big heavy car like this. So it's going to partially come down to tire degradation. Hart up the inside.
Hart to the inside of Gomez, and he's going to try to allow Lighthouser to get through there as well. I'm sure Gomez is a little shaken up by that that vibration at the front of his car as they work their way through turn 7. Now that Hart's gotten by, looks like he might have a little momentum to work his way forward. Can he close down on Scotty B. White? He's about 5 seconds behind him right now. So we'll see now that Hart's in clear air if he's got anything as we turn our attention back to the battle at the lead. The pole sitter, Nick Hammond, and Marshall Mast in the Phoenix Mustang.
That Z looked perfect coming out of the carousel. The Mustang also looking very nice. And I paid really close attention to qualifying for Touring 3. I wanted to see what the approach was from both of these drivers. And Hammond essentially did 1 lap, 2 cooldowns, and 1 lap, and wasn't able to go faster. That very first lap was his fastest. Marshall Mast did a lap, 1 cooldown, and then he did 2 more, and they were all essentially the same time. The best I can tell from qualifying, the Mustang has a little bit more durability in its pace, but that's just from one data point of watching qualifying at 1 runoffs. We really don't know for sure. The only other difference besides the Mustang being a little bit heavier, the Mustang also gets slightly wider tires, but they're on the same width rim, so they're going to perform the best. They're going to perform very similarly. However, a little bit less tire, a little bit more heat sensitivity. I think Hammond probably has a little bit more management to do with the Z at the front of this race.
But at the moment, he's got a pretty comfortable lead. As they cross the line, it's just over half a second. So Hammond, at least for the duration of the lap, looks to be stretching his advantage. But here comes Mast again with a little better top end speed, but he's again not quite as good on the brakes, as again that heavier car probably doesn't stop as well as the Nismo in front of him. Little flash of the brake lights on Mast's cars. He makes sure he's got the pads well seated. Now here comes Lighthouser back on Gama as Lighthouser retakes that 6th position at the end of the front straightaway. So Aguilar Gomez back to 7th position as Jim Lighthouser in the BMW takes over that position. Chris Hart has disappeared from this battle. He's already 2.5 seconds up the road. There you can see the red number 5 disappearing over the hill as they head under the Sargento Bridge.
It's about 5 seconds up the road to Scotty White in that blue Mustang, but the lead battle is heating up ever so slightly. Once again, Marshall Mast was a 10th quicker at the start-finish line, but I'd say he was significantly faster through the first and the beginning half of this second sector. We're working their way down the hurry downs now. The Mustang is ever so much bigger in the mirrors of Nick Hammond. He's your 2014 GT Academy winner. Those of us of PlayStation days, way back in the day, a winner of that program, and raced a car almost identically looking to this in pro racing back in the day. Liked it enough to get one of his own, but now does all the work on it himself. And again, both of these 2 drivers just absolute stars of our paddock, even though they may not be in some of the classes like Spec Miata that always pull you to the fences. They are up there with the best of them.
Marshall Mast in only 9 runoff starts with 5 victories. So that's a pretty good hit rate for Marshall, for sure, as they come down into Canada Corner. Both those cars look so planted, man. I mean, there is no wiggle anywhere as they are on rails, working their way out of Thunder Valley. Definitely these 2, the class of the field. They've got almost a 6.5 second lead over Juan Carlos LaRue Gonzalez, the rookie in the Toyota 86. That's Roger Eagleton, Jeff Ryan doing battle, the 11 car of Eagleton with Ryan in the 117. And then right behind him, Andrea King in the 08. Andrea in that BMW 330 CI. We've seen her a couple times already today. As Marshall Mast thought about making a move on Hammond down into turn number 1, but then fell back in single file as they work their way downhill into turn 3. Gap to Gonzalez up to almost 9 seconds now as they continue to stretch away. Their lap times. Mast in the low, his last lap was in a high 29, Hammond in a low 30. And there's a pass, the 73 around Jeff Ryan.
John Logoudis on his recovery drive got the tag from the number 15, William Bolt, who's just in the background there, the 350Z. But Logoudis, relatively local out of Wisconsin, on a recovery drive, just picked up that position from the 117. You mentioned Jeff Ryan, now gets to focus on the back of Roger Eagleton on the slightly older, both still stick axle Mustangs. The newest Mustang in the field, Scotty White, that's the only one with the independent rear suspension. So the other drivers dealing with the older chassis, still absolutely capable of good performance on its own. You'll see Marshall Mast in particular squaring up the exits, trying to get to forward acceleration just a little bit sooner than the Z in front of him, carrying more radius, carrying more speed through the apexes rather than trying to get off the corner quite so quickly. But Logoudis, I think, is going to make relatively quick work here of Roger Eagleton if he can get the nose just down inside. I almost thought he was going to go for it at turn 5.
Logoudis, of course, starting in the top 10. I think he was 9th, and then dropped back to 15th after that incident down to the bottom of the hill at turn 5. And there is the pass, or the attempt for the pass.
That was a big lunge at turn 8, but he's not quite able to realize it. Gets stuck around the outside of the carousel. These big, heavy cars, you got to be either brave or smarter enough to not do it. And that's going to hold up Jeff Ryan just a little bit, the much lighter but lower powered car. And in the background, another big off, but back on for the 15. William Bolt pushing for everything he's got. Eagleton sweeps nicely through the kink, drops a little bit of time, and a couple of car lengths now back to Logoudis.
Bolt was the other car involved.
Scotty B. White.
Scotty B. White off at Canada. That's your 4th place car. He is about 5 seconds in front, and he's off the pace.
That's a left front tire failure for Scotty White. An issue on that car, now with a flat tire working his way back up towards, and it's another car with a Goodyear logo with the fender, and a tire failure for that car. Unfortunate, heartbreaking. So he's now going to get past for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, just now going by 11th. And these short races, they feel long, but they're certainly not long enough to take a pit stop and throw a new tire on it. That's just tough.
Yeah, pit stops are not part of sprint racing competition in the SCCA. So tough break for Scotty B. White.
Looks like he was actually closing up nicely on the back of Gonzalez in the GR86, but the tire let go somewhere between the exit of the carousel and the kink. He made it all the way to the braking zone of Canada Corner, went to the brakes, realized it wasn't going to stop, did the smart thing to square it up and just run it off the edge of the track. Luckily, only a tire to replace, no body work.
There's the 33 of Randy Johnson going around to Pippo, I believe. Philip DePippo in the 12th position, gives up that position. So Randy Johnson in the 33 up into 12th spot.
And I misspoke earlier. Scotty B. White running the V6 S550 Mustang, that newer chassis, but that's Phil DePippo's car is the EcoBoost, the Turbo 4. So a couple of different options, a couple different minimum weights, but all very similar Mustangs when you get it down to it. They're going to try to at least throw it up, put a tire on it, and let Scotty go back out. And at least salvage. I'm going to guess they have the chance to maybe not go a lap down. Depends on how much faster Hammond and Marshall are. By the way, Mast and Hammond continuing to duke it out. 4/10 at the line last time by. But for the first time, I think, Hammond was quicker.
This battle between the two Mustangs of Randy Johnson and Philip DePippo as we go back to the front now as Nick Hammond has begun to eke out a little bit of an advantage. It's up to about half a second for the Nismo, number 41 for Hammond, the pole sitter.
We're into the window where that tire degradation is going to start to pick up. The tires working their way over 200 degrees at this point. They're going to start to protest, and you have to drive the car ever so smoother to not make mistakes. That's the biggest thing you're trying to minimize in these races. These two drivers essentially turning qualifying laps back to back to back. It's 85 degrees out here in Wisconsin. Yes, in October in Wisconsin. That's a toasty temperature for these 3,300 and some pound cars to be lapping 13 laps of Road America.
And we're just coming up to halfway as we're working race lap number 7 of this 13-lap or 40-minute race. Marshall Mast using up all the track and then some at the exit of turn 1. These two having it all their own way. 11 seconds in front of the Toyota 86 of LaRue Gomez, who's pretty much by himself, as he's another 12 seconds in front of Chris Hart, who took over the 4th place spot from Jim Lighthouser.
Oh, Marshall Mast got really close that time through an exit from turn 3. That was fantastic. Almost gave him the opportunity to look up the inside of Hammond down into turn 5. And there's a good look at that GR86. Really cool cars, and glad to see that they're finding a home in SCCA Touring somewhere, that they can be competitive on his way to a bronze medal if he can keep it here. And it's certainly the outlier in the class, only 2,700 pounds to make up for the lack of oomph under the hood.
Yeah, the youngest driver in the field and making his first runoff start. So that's a great way to start his career for young Master Gonzalez out of Miami, Florida. As our leaders working their way through the carousel. Slip angle on the Nismo, maybe a little greater than the Mustang. The Mustang looks a little more planted, but the Nismo looses fast, as the old saying goes. Looks like he's able to maintain that advantage despite a little more slip angle as they head into the kink.
Mast running the V6 version of that that early 2010s Mustang. Really threw it into the kink that time through, looking very confident with that car. But Hammond has yet to slip up. It's masterfully executed race from both of these drivers.
I can't see that paint job and not think of Andrew Aquilante, who has dominated this class for so many years. And
missing this runoffs weekend to make a run at the Mustang Challenge race down at Charlotte. We wish him luck.
Yeah,
I think they had a race today and a race tomorrow, but it's the Marshall Mast show right now for Phoenix Performance. Gets a little bit of a poorer run than Hammond out of that final corner. I noticed the last time through, the rear camber on that car is absolutely stood up to get the power down in that stick axle Mustang. Phoenix guys obviously know what they need for those cars to work.
And once again, Mast really gets a good run on the front straightaway, as he's able to close right up on the back of the Nismo by the time they get to the braking zone for turn 1. And then this 3-car battle deeper in the pack. Roger Eagleton, Jeff Ryan, William Bolt. Actually, Bolt just behind Eagleton now, as Ryan in the BMW at the tail end of this group.
Sound of that Nissan just singing underneath our voices here on the broadcast. That's William Bolt trying to make up the position. We saw John Lagudis pick up a couple moments ago. Roger Eagleton probably tired of these cars showing up in his mirrors as they make up their positions. Underbody also flapping on the 73, that Mustang in the foreground, but I think Bolt is going to easily cover. Eagleton slots back into now 8th position, or sorry, 9th actually.
So I'm not sure Logudis is looking forward to having Bolt in his rearview mirrors once again, as those two came together down to turn 5. Logudis in the 73 Mustang V6, similar to Marshall Mast's car, as they head down the hill. This battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th, and 10th if you count Jeff Ryan in the BMW at the tail end of the shot.
Ooh, another big braking issue for the 350Z. Bolt's going to run a little bit wide. These Nissan 350, 370s are not particularly known for their braking performance. Oh, and he gets another little touch. Oh, wow, Jeff Ryan squeezes him nearly off the track. Didn't want to let him back on. Technically, you don't have to. That's the only track limit rule we have here, but that was tight stuff under the bridge at Corvette.
Yeah, it is the car who goes off. It is their responsibility to rejoin safely. The field is not obliged to open the door for them to get back on track. As we get a replay of this down into turn 5, and yeah, you can see that car got squirrely just as soon as he stomped on the brakes. And then he takes the rough ride over the gator's teeth, and then here comes Ryan right alongside.
Just a little kiss there on the back bumper.
Just a little hip check. It's almost hockey season, so they're getting ready for it.
At the start-finish line, just keeping a tabs before they pull the pin on the battle, but it's now down to 2/10 between these two. Hammond continues to lead the 370 over the Mustang V6, but for the last 2 laps, Mast has been 2/10 quicker than the Z in front of him. At this point, I can't imagine there's much management happening other than mistakes. We don't want to see any big mistakes, but I don't think you can really back down too much. Try to keep the car cool, try to keep the tires cool. None of that's really on these drivers' minds as we're working lap number 9 of 13. About 4.5 laps to go.
These guys are well out in front of the third place runner, almost 15 second, make it almost 16. Here comes Mass down to the inside. First real attempt at a pass, but not quite close enough.
I think that was one of those, is he going to give it to me? Is he going to give it to me? Hammond saw it coming and decided to go for it either way. Didn't take the bait. Mast lost a little bit of momentum from it. It's going to be slower this lap. Looks like maybe 7 or 8 tenths now between the two, I guess. But it's still on. Marshall Mast had to work so hard to get there, though. He's just learned his lesson that maybe he's got to pick his spots a little bit more carefully.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what's going on in his mindset right now. He's looking for the spot, whereas we get into the closing laps of this one, we've still got 5 laps to go. He's looking for where he's strong enough that he can maybe make that move on the last lap, because they have virtually identical pace, within 2 tenths of each other on that last lap.
Tell you, I feel like I'm back in 2010, a racing fan watching this kind of stuff. These two era cars battling it out once again with these classic liveries. This is so cool at the runoffs in 2025. Marshall Mast still trying everything he can to try to get back to the back bumper of Nick Hammond, who's run a perfect race so far. Absolutely. Down at the Canada corner for the 9th time.
Absolutely. Working race lap number 9 of the scheduled 13. As this field really spread out now. Almost 30 seconds back to the 5th place runner, Jim Lighthouser. As these two will settle it amongst them if they can make it to the end, as they've caught up with some traffic. And now Ryan all over the back of Roger Eagleton. Eagleton in that number 11, running in 8th spot. Bolt is missing from the picture, whether he has gotten out in front of this group or has dropped off behind.
I think he's about to pop up right about there.
Yep.
Yes, he is.
There he is.
About 500 pounds difference, the advantage to the BMW, only about 2,700 and some pounds. So the long run's going to go to the advantage of that car, the white and red. But Eagleton holding him off still.
Ryan just showing him a fender, letting him know that he's there as they work their way through Canada. The Mustang with the rear wing optional, of course. That's part of the equalization formulas for these. As the Bimmer of Jeff Ryan out of the Colorado region. One of our 3 rookies in the field, so having a pretty good run for his first start.
Oh.
Back to the front as we're going by a lapped car. That's the 3 slowing of Daniel Moen.
But even before that, that's the first chink in the armor I've seen from Nick Hammond. He was completely sideways through the apex of turn 6. Maybe a little bit of tire deg showing up for the first time. Nick Hammond with a little bit of a slip up. Not enough to give Marshall Mast the opportunity to make a move, but now he's absolutely glued to the back bumper of the Z into the carousel. With only 2.5 laps to go, if my math's correct. Marshall Mast appears to be the stronger car, but Hammond still has the advantage.
Working race lap number 10, so across the line there'll be 3 to go. And Mast looking a little more impatient at this point. He's beginning to, rather than just staying line astern behind Hammond, he's been showing him a nose at just about every turn. Let's see what he does coming down into Canada corner this time. Hammond getting a good run through the valley there as they come into Canada. So not close enough to pull the trigger. But yeah, Hammond's car looking a little tail happy, and then trouble for the 42 of Juan Carlos LaRue Gonzalez in the GR86. That's your 3rd place runner. That's going to promote Chris Hart up to a potential medal position.
Really unfortunate mechanical failure there. Looks like it just pulled off on the left side of the carousel, and oh dear, we're going to a full course caution. Stewart's not enjoying where that car ended up, and with 3 laps to go, 14 minutes on the clock, if this isn't a quick extraction, Nick Hammond's going to inherit a much easier last couple of laps than we expected. Come on, hurry up, guys. This is getting down to it for us to keep our entertainment, huh?
Exactly right. They're having a quick chat with the driver to see if it's flat towable as the field reduces their pace, and the safety car will pick up our leader, Nick Hammond. So just a quick recap. Nick Hammond, your leader from the jump. Marshall Mast in second spot. The new third place runner will be Chris Hart in the number 5. Jim Lighthouser will be fourth. Fifth goes to Gama Aguilar Gomez in the 109. John Lagutis in the number 73 Mustang in sixth. Seventh goes to Roger Eagleton. Eighth to Jeff Ryan in the Bimmer. Ninth to William Bolt in the number 15 Nissan. And Andrea King into the top 10 in the 08 BMW 330, as they'll all pack up behind this group. The third car in your shot is the lapped car of Daniel Moen, the number 3. He is the only car running to have been lapped by the field. And with this yellow, we'll just take a quick break to allow some of our partners to get their word in, and we'll be back with you, hopefully, for the thrilling finish of T3.
My name is Danny Richardson.
Eileen Blondo.
I'm Ryan Sheik,
I'm Connor Zilish.
I'm from the San Francisco region.
part of the Central Carolina region of SCCA.
It just fosters the best, not only in me, but in the cars that I could bring.
I grew up around this amazing community that created me for who I am today.
I belong to the SCCA.
I belong to the SCCA.
I belong to the SCCA.
I belong to the SCCA because every time I come to an event, I feel like I'm at home.
We're back behind the safety car. The lights are still on, but they won't click out for a bit. Usually as they approach Canada Corner is when the lights will go out on the safety car to indicate we're going to get a restart. We are working race lap number 11. So if that's the case, we should have a 2-lap dash to the end. And getting word that we may well see the checker this time by. I hate that when we have to finish behind the safety car, but again, safety is the determining factor that the stewards will make. And if they deem that the disabled car of Juan Carlos LaRuz Gonzalez is in an unsafe position, they will neutralize the field to allow the safety workers to get out and attend to it. And the lights are still on the safety car. So this is not a good sign, because the story was basically that we will not do a green checker. He has to have at least 2 laps left to go, so they can show the green and white simultaneously. And then that would be a 2-lap dash to the finish, but it looks like that is not going to be the case here.
It would have been a great opportunity for these drivers to cool the tires down and get a restart. But either way, for a 9-lap race or a 13-lap race, both of those drivers at the front put on both a heck of a show and a heck of a performance. Nick Hammond slipped up maybe once. We saw one little slip from that car. Otherwise, a perfectly driven race. Marshall Mast took every possible opportunity that he could. But indeed, it will be a 10-lap race essentially under green. Checkered this thing a little bit early. The reality is we're butt up against a cold stop time here at Road America with one more race to do, so you can't hate on it too much, even though we hate to see it. With the Nissan 370Z for the local driver from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, coming to the checkered flag under us just now, Nick Hammond.
Nick Hammond taking the win. Marshall Mast denied his 6th national championship, but Hammond takes his 1st. And then heartbreak for the rookie, Juan Carlos LaRuz Gonzalez, who retired from 3rd. But take nothing away from the 5 of Chris Hart as he takes the Nismo up into 3rd spot. So Chris Hart will take the bronze medal. And then Jim Lighthouser in the 06 black and yellow BMW in the 4th spot.
I have to say, sorry, John, but I have to say in the camera shot there, Scotty White ends up in the blue. He didn't finish 3rd, but he would have if that tire didn't get cut somehow on the front of that Mustang. So that's a really a really heartbreaking moment, but otherwise, I think that would have been a really strong performance. He'll end up one lap down. But how about that? First championship for Nick Hammond. After so many attempts, he's been at the front, this is, I believe, his third attempt, but he's always knocking on the door. You have to feel like it's inevitable at some point, and it finally comes true for him at his home track, no less.
His best finish was a year ago in this class, right here at Road America, where he finished second. So one step better in his third start. So good on him. We talked about Mast in this being his 10th runoff start with 5 victories out of 10 starts. That's a great hit rate. 8 medal finishes, so he's only finished off the podium once in his 9, now 10 runoff starts. So that's one to watch as the number 31 for the Phoenix team, of course. The Aqualante family out of the Philadelphia area, producing race-winning cars for many, many years in SCCA competition. So the unofficial results show Nick Hammond as your winner. Marshall Mast taking the silver medal. Chris Hart, the bronze. Jim Lighthouser finishing in the 4th spot. Gama Aguilar Gomez in the 5th spot. John Locadis in the 7th. Roger Eagleton, Jeff Ryan, William Bolt, and Andrea King rounding out the top 10 in the unofficial results. As T3 goes into the history books. And a nice slow lap behind the safety car as they head down Hurry Downs. There's a good shot of Andrea King in the 08 BMW 330 CI. There at the tail end, the 94 of Philip DePippo. DePippo in that green EcoBoost Mustang out of Mattatuck, New York. That's your top 3 finishers. The blue Mustang, again a lap down after that cut tire, so he's not in the finishing order. Jim Lighthouser just off the podium in that yellow BMW Z4. Behind him, Gama Aguilar Gomez in the 109, brightly colored Nismo. John Lugudis in the number 73 V6 Mustang. Roger Eagleton in the 11, Jeff Ryan in the 117 BMW. And William Bolt in another of the Nissans, the 350Z. And Andrea King rounding out the top 10. Randy Johnson finishing on the lead lap in the number 33 EcoBoost Mustang. Just in front of Philip DePippo that we saw in the earlier shot. David Muramoto in the number 7 350Z Nismo. Robert Damler in the 121 red Mustang GT. Edward Karabak, the last car on the lead lap, finishing 15th in the number 39 BMW Spec E46. So it's not the way we like to see them finish, but a finish it is. And the National Championship has no asterisk next to it.
Of course not.
Nick Hammond takes his first gold medal, and he well deserves it.
Obviously a personal best for the winner there, but also a personal best for Gama Aguilar Gomez in the brightly wrapped Z, a couple cars back. Love to see PBs and improvements, as well as wins and podiums, of course, here at the runoffs.
Absolutely right. As our top 3 making their way into Parc Fermé and into the view of our own Hayward Wagner. We will have a chance to chat with these top 3. Be curious to hear from Marshall Mast if he was just biding his time, thought he might have something for Hammond. But that's one of those that we'll never know. Hayward first on the scene. Nick has a good cheering section, apparently. As you can hear the cheers from his crew. Unhook the Hans device, get the helmet unbuckled, glasses off. Hayward, we're ready if you are. We'll send it down to you once we get the medal on the winner.
There you go. Quick interview, then we'll get you on your way.
Hoosier neck warmer. It's not really warm today, so the Hoosier guys are handing out some neck thermals. How was your afternoon, sir?
It was pretty incredible. Just amazing. I mean, I obviously didn't want to end under yellow, but just a testament to my dad, Dick Clifton, Babyface Fabrication. The Hoosier tires were great the whole race, right? And my Carbotech brakes. Big shout out to Mike Puskar Sr. You know what I mean? I know he's not at the track this weekend, but he got with me in 2019, and I've been a customer since. Just amazing products.
So you just said that you wish it had finished under green, which is obviously what we all wanted. But it looked to the guys in the booth like you were starting to lose the rear of the car just a little bit. How much relief was there when you saw that yellow?
When I saw the yellow, it was a little relief. You know what I mean? Marshall's an incredible driver. You know what I mean? To be the best, you got to beat the best, and he is. You know what I mean? That's why he's how many multiple-time champion. So just incredible. You know what I mean? I just can't thank, you know what I mean, my family. Paragon Brakes has been with me too, performance parts for the whole season and last season as well. It's just an incredible weekend.
You should probably thank your passenger.
Yeah, definitely. My wife, you know what I mean? It's not easy marrying and building a car in the first year of marriage and this second year, right? So just an amazing weekend. Thanks to my wife, thanks to my dad, my whole family. And Clifton Shane came all the way to Ohio to keep the car looking clean. Hopefully it looked good on camera. And just an incredible weekend.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy your victory lap.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Nick Hammond, his first national champion. You can tell he is a happy camper for sure. And Tomo, I think we were right. I think it was going away from him, and he knew he had his hands full if it had stayed green all the way to the end. But we've got two other medal finishers here. Let's head back down to Hayward with our second and third place finishers.
I am guessing that you were starting to salivate a little bit watching that Z car slide around. How did you feel when you saw that yellow?
Pretty disappointed. You know, how can you be super mad about how that race? I mean, we just rode the wheels off those things for 11 laps. You know, I really would have loved to get that 13 in because, yeah, when the caution flew, I had my best run on him coming out of 14 of the whole race at that point. So, yeah, bummed, but, I mean, hopefully you put a good show on for the fans.
Heck of a race. Congratulations to you on the silver.
Thank you.
We're going to bring Chris up with the bronze. 2 Nissans on the podium. How's it feel to be a runoffs podium finisher?
Oh, just like he said, it's a little disappointing. My car's just been off all week. We struggled. I mean, happy that we ended up where we did, but, you know, we need to thank Nissan, G-Lock Brakes, my buddy Eric who comes along with me, and, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it wasn't a very exciting race for me. It was pretty boring.
Well, you got a hardware at the end, so that counts for something. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hayward. Congratulations to our medal finishers. As this one sadly ending behind the safety car, but a championship is a championship, and Nick Hammond takes it. Let's look at some highlights of this race, as there was plenty of action in this one. It's a good shot of young Juan Carlos LaRue Gonzalez getting buckled into his car for his first start. At the start, Hammond getting a pretty good run, but Marshall Mast using the torque of that Mustang. And then we had this incident between Bolt and the 73. Of John Logadis early in the race. They both did a nice recovery drive. There's Aguilar Gomez in that car rattling. There goes Hart by him with Lighthouser battling just behind as those three put on a dandy battle. And then this is what brought out the yellow flag as LaRue Gonzalez came to a stop, and that was what made it happen. So with that, we've crowned the top 3 finishers of the T3 for 2025. I'm John Phippen along with Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner. Thanks for being with us at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
As the sun starts to set over the horizon, the two fastest classes in the SCCA are ready to square off with national championships up for grabs at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Hello and welcome to the 62nd Annual SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Live coverage coming your way courtesy of Mazda. My name is Ryan Marine. Larry McLeod is alongside, and Hayward Wagner is down on the grid. And what a grid it is. For the first time, these two classes combined into a single race, but it's two distinct races, Larry, that will be happening simultaneously. Two national champions will be crowned in the next 30, 40 minutes.
Two of the fastest champions we're going to see all week long with the Atlantics and the prototypes. It's all about speed here for the next 40 minutes or less, a lot less.
For the late-breaking stories on the grid, let's get to our own Hayward Wagner.
Guys, we're staying at the front of the prototype grid, our pole-sitting car right here for prototypes. These are such cool little race cars. Lots of carbon bits, lots of aero bits, low slung, high revving, low displacement, lightweight cars. There's about, I would say, a dozen or so of these cars here. You can see the second car in grid, a very different philosophy with the exposed suspension components going up into the nose of the car, a lot more aero there on the side of it. What's going to be interesting about this race is that this is going to be the second class to run. They'll be the second class to pace. They will be following the Atlantics. Now, the way that things work when we have two classes is whichever class qualifies the fastest goes at the front. The slower class, in theory, goes behind them. Well, it turns out the only Atlantic that's faster than the prototype field is the one on pole. So you've got a prototype race that's faster than the Atlantics that's behind. So we're going to see traffic management for these cars very quickly.
That's a really interesting point. Hey, we're really fascinating to look at that. Hans Peter, by the way, who qualified on pole in Formula Atlantic, that is the one Atlantic car that was quicker than the pace setters in the prototypes, and he was flirting with that magical 2-minute threshold. Didn't get under it, but came within a second, which is pretty remarkable. It's been a fast weekend here despite the heat.
Yeah, it has been, but it's been getting hotter all week. They were really fast on Thursday. Of course, Friday they had to qualify in even warmer conditions, so that lap set there by Peter, that sub 201 in those better conditions. I don't know that we're going to see anywhere near that 159 lap record from years past in this race today, but it's going to be fast. It's going to get hot for the drivers and the cars. You're going to have to manage that heat.
Well, we talked about it being a new dynamic when you're combining these two classes in the national championships for the first time. Another new dynamic is this consolidated prototype field. Gone are the distinctions, P1, P2. It's all now boiled down into one class, which has meant some major adjustments for several of these prototypes that might look the same as they've run in the past on the outside, but they're very much altered on the inside.
Yeah, they are. As a lot of so you're going to see some drivers running the traditional P2s. They won't necessarily be at the front. The front seems to be these D2 and P1s that are out there, but everybody's bought new cars, and we'll get to all that in a bit.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say plenty of time, but we do have time to get through it. But this race, if it goes green, should be really fast with these two classes right around the 2-minute mark, around a bad fast racetrack. 14 turns, 4 miles, and some really interesting corner combinations as well.
Yeah, and in these cars, it's high speed, apex speed in these things. They're going to roar into turn 1. They'll be coming off at 3, down the back straight, absolute speed. There is some draft as they got some aero on these things, and each one we'll talk about how the aero works out, but getting close can be difficult, disrupts the aero. Then you get to the slower corners, 5 and 6 around that Corvette bridge, around the hurry downs into turn 8. Could be even a passing zone for some of them if they can get a run through there. The carousel speeds are going to be amazing. We get through the kink, we get to the last sector, more speed. We get into the best passing zone down into Canada Corner at 12. Then you'll see them sweep around 13 with all the grip in the world. And then they'll get to 14. It's a little bit of a strange camber and a loss to that corner. You're going to see some sliding, probably using a little bit of curb, and then the roar down the front straight one more time.
There's Gumby down on the grid. And what do we say about the prototype classes?
Well, you know, rules are flexible, like Gumby.
There he is, right there, Johnny on the spot. How about that? Well, you know, you look at these two classes, and there is some chassis disparity in Formula Atlantic, not too much, and even within the Swift category, you'll see a couple different options. Prototype, it's wide open. We'll talk all about that as we get through this show, but let's take a quick time out, and when we come back, the green flag for the championship race for Formula Atlantic and Prototype.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, Forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The cars are starting to roll out on the formation laps here at Road America, and on a drama-filled day, the drama continues to erupt, especially in the Formula Atlantic class, Larry.
Yeah, we now are seeing that Tony Ave, obviously one of the names, one of the favorites, all of a sudden had a mechanical issue down to the grid. Sounds like a paddle shifting problem. They were late to get out. They're not going to be able to start with the rest of the Atlantics, and I believe up front. You saw him as we were looking at the prototypes, where the second group out, he may end up starting behind them. That could be interesting.
That car was rolling in the background down the pit lane, but you're right, it does not look like Tony will be able to take his scheduled outside front row qualifying position. Really impressive performance from the veteran Ave, who does not have extensive single-seater experience, but he's already been on track quite a bit here this weekend in various classes, and of course a multi-time champion in his own right. But difficult way for his final race of the day to get underway. Here's how we'll line up in Formula Atlantic. Hans Peter is the Tire Rack Pole Award winner. Tony Ave was set to start alongside. Then it's Dudley Fleck and IMSA champion James French. Shane Kennett and John McAleer, they make up row number 3. To the 4th row, that's where you'll find Riley Harris and J.R. Smart, starting 7th and 8th, respectively. Canadian Jeremy Hill starts alongside John Norton in the 5th row of the Formula Atlantic grid, and then David T. Burkett and Bill Johnson starting 11th and 12th. That's how the Atlantic cars have qualified, but again, that's been shaken up by the issues on the grid for Tony Ave, and we hope he can at least get into the race because that car has shown great pace, and I think we saw him in the background, but he might have taken the cutoff in turn 5, so we'll keep an eye on that story. Meanwhile, in the prototype class, Lee Alexander on pole next to hometown hero Lawrence Loshak, Jason Miller and Bart Wolf. Some more Milwaukee natives making up row number 2, make that Wisconsin natives. Vanacore and Richardson starting 5th and 6th. Then it's Tyler Thielman and John Godin. Mike Rupert starts out in 9th next to Todd Parks. Brian Lindstrand from Bristol, Wisconsin starts next to Richard Colburn in the 6th row of the grid. Michael Bolton, William B. Niemeyer Jr., and Greg Case is how they will line up for this consolidated prototype field, which has such a wonderful disparity in equipment, different sights, different sounds, very different philosophies as well about how to generate pace in those prototype cars.
Yeah, because you can do so many things with aero and even with the different combinations of engines, so now you're seeking out the best combination for this track in these conditions, whether you're running the prototypes at 2.3 and 2.0 and 2.5 or 1000. There's all kinds of motors. Even in the Atlantics, there's the Swift 14s, the 16s. There's a Formula 1000 in this group. There's a Pro Formula Mazda that's going to be in this group. Yes, there's a lot of ways to solve the riddle in this one.
Shaping up to be a good one. Final race of day one of Hagerty Race Days here at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. We thank you so much for joining us all day long and sticking with us for this final race. 2 champions will be crowned at the end of 13 laps. We'll see who comes out on top. Hans Peter from Olathe, Kansas, who got down under the 2:01 threshold in qualifying, has the field in tow, coming up the hill, looking for that acceleration zone. It's the pole sitter's decision when to go when the field gets to that acceleration zone, which they're approaching now, and immediately he steps on it, starts to pull away. In the 66, the red machine grabs that lead from the get-go, and they fan out further back. It's too wide in places, but the top 2, well, they were single file, but then poking the nose out is that beautiful number 74 car, Dudley Fleck from Iowa, challenging for the lead, but has to settle back in.
Yeah, a lot of single file now as they try to get a little bit of heat in the tires and get that run off of turn 3 as the little bit of overcast. You can see the shadows now forming on that back straight a little bit as the sun's starting to come down a little bit. But so maybe the track temps have cooled a hair, but it still takes a little bit to get some heat in them, and as our prototypes get ready to take green.
Here we go. Prototype field now entering the acceleration zone themselves. And Lee Alexander from Springfield, Tennessee, wasting no time, jumping out to the lead. Qualified on pole by 0.7 of a second over Lawrence Loshak, a multi-time SCCA Runoffs champion, but new to the prototype class.
Yeah, great to see Lawrence back here in the prototypes. That is wonderful. But that start was impressive to me because Alexander's actually in one of the 1,000cc engine cars in this, I think it's a Kawasaki, where he's got these, actual 4-cylinder engines, piston motors behind him, and they've got torque. Well, he managed to manage that very well, stayed in the right gear, and was able to hold through turn 1 and 3 on this opening lap, which may bode well for him because he's about to get to the part of the track where he needs to be light, and he is the lightest thing at the front of this field.
Yeah, that car should excel as they enter Sector 2, which they do right now. Battle further back as the 19 machine, Todd Vandekor, embroiled in a battle, able to sort that out at the bottom of the hill in turn 5. Under the Corvette bridge to a blind turn 6, that's the left-hander. Turn 7, right-hander, leads to hurry downs and a good passing opportunity at turn 8. To the front of the field, though, and from pole, it's still Hans Peter showing the way, and looks like those tires are starting to get up to temperature as he puts the car through its paces.
Pretty well matched there for Fleck, though, trying to maintain the pace here on this opening lap. These guys last year had an amazing finish to the race between Hans Peter and Dudley Fleck. Peter lost out by just, the margin was I think less than 1/10 of a second. Unbelievable stuff.
91 hundredths of a second,
yes,
if you want to be precise, and I know you do, Larry. Yeah, it was super, super close a year ago, but here this week at least, Hans Peter has had the measure of the Atlantic field with a dominating run to the Tire Rack Pole Award, his 5th career Runoffs pole, and it was a qualifying track record in the Atlantic class as well. Battle further back, and actually, that's Fleck falling back now. He's back to 4th place. It's James French that was able to sneak by. No, Shane Kennett, excuse me. French had already made the pass and now runs in 2nd spot. There he comes in the 46. James French, who made an Indy Lights start, as it was then known here at Road America back in 2017. IMSA champion, class wins at the 24 Hours of Daytona, 12 Hours of Sebring, and Petit Le Mans.
Whatever that was for Fleck, he seems to have recovered a little bit there.
Gotta love the classic Miller Lite livery on that car as well. It's
looks
sharp.
great.
Evokes a lot of memories. As he's back on the attack here, so you're right. Seems to have settled back in nicely. A little lock up there.
Yeah.
Kennett goes wide. Does that open the door? I think it might.
It might. Fleck may have backed off for a second just to kind of see which way Kennett was going to go, but he's got the position now. I just wonder if perhaps in the back straight if he had his own braking issue or maybe missed a shift or something that didn't quite work and caused him to lose those positions. Seems to be okay now, though, because they're back on the front straight. He's now got to go and try and chase up to James French, who seems to be doing well here on that second lap.
Got Not a surprise. He knows the track extremely well. Tested a Formula One car here in his youth. I remember a story that his dad took him out of school to get a chance to drive. I think it was an ex-Benetton Formula One car, maybe a Michael Schumacher era, if memory serves. And
Father of the Year for that. Take him out of school to drive an F1 car on Road America? Yes, please.
No kidding. Putting that track knowledge to use. Running a strong second right now. About 0.8 of a second off of Hans Peter's pace-setting speed. Let's drop back, shall we, to the prototype class. That's where Alexander had a 1.3 second lead the last time across the line. Let's check this time.
And it looks like it may have grown. I think he's starting to get warmed up. And look at the much larger but packed up cars behind him. They're all still battling right there.
Yeah.
I think that's Bart Wolf.
It is, exactly right. Bart jumps up a spot. Loshak's now dropped 2 positions in one fell swoop. Jason Miller also able to come on by. And look at Loshak trying to fight back.
These three, I got to use it once. These 3 cheeseheads here having a heck of a battle here with Wolf and Loshak and Jason Miller. Obviously, they know each other very, very well. Something about Bart Wolf and Jason's wedding. I mean, these guys go way back. And you can see that this fight is going to be a lot of fun to watch. I tell you, walking through the prototype and talking to these guys this week, they're worried about Miller's pace, as Loshak there may have had a bit of an issue into braking.
Interesting. Sorts it back out and continues on. 19 car is Todd Vanacore, so
that may have been the one that actually had the issue. There was the 19.
Yeah, pressuring Loshak though. And this is the multi-class aspect that is new for 2025, as the front runners in prototype do catch some of those looking for some pace in Formula Atlantic, but heads up driving there to keep that line to the inside open and not hinder the race leaders in the other class.
Yeah, that actually is, that car is a pro Formula Mazda, so it's not the powerful Toyotas or Mazda powered Swifts that are at the front. So yeah, his pace isn't quite there as part of the previous consolidation of some of the Formula classes where the Formula Mazda, the Formula Bs, the Formula A's all got put together.
You look at the speed disparity in qualifying. It's close to 20 seconds from the very front of the field to the very back in the qualifying times. There are always extenuating circumstances though, but race control will be keeping a close eye on that. And if it's deemed that a driver is not keeping the pace within the 115% threshold, you might see them black flagged off. Just saw somebody make their way to the pits, and that was looked like a rear wing that had been knocked off of one of the Atlantic cars. Didn't catch a number, but just saw that in the background. And here it is, the 00.
It is just right here in front of us. In fact,
Jeremy Hill, the veteran Canadian, had a chat with him earlier in the weekend, and he was telling me they just really struggled.
Just looks like wing collapse.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like anything like contact. It just, the fasteners, the rivets, whatever it is, gave out.
Yeah, but Jeremy just hasn't been able to come to grips with this chassis here at the runoffs this year. Has extensive experience, raced Formula Atlantics professionally in the 80s against some pretty big names that made it to IMSA or to the Indy 500. Took a bit of a hiatus, but back at it now. Unfortunate, though, not the way he drew up his runoffs here this weekend.
French now looks like he may be getting it done.
Dudley Fleck, the reigning champ, also picking up the pace. We can check the lap times. Fleck actually has the fastest lap of the race. It was a 2:02.8 the last time by. That was half a second clear of anybody else in the class.
Yeah, another 10th he picks up there on his fastest lap of the race, as he's now right on the back of French. So that battle for second in FA is definitely on. They're only about a second and a half back from Peter, and each of them were faster than Hans in the last lap. So it is closing up. You can see it there as they go under the Sargento Bridge. It's a little bit closer, several car lengths closer than they were.
It does make you wonder what happened to Dudley on that opening lap where he lost all the track position. Whatever it is, it seems to have been rectified now. Looking a bit threatening there, but James French, for the moment, able to keep him in check. J.R. Smart leading this triumvirate. John Norton giving chase, and David Burkett just behind. That was 7th, 8th, and 9th in Atlantics.
Yeah, we take a look at this. That is your, I believe, new leader here in our prototypes. That is Bart Wolf, your P2 champ from 2024. Local boy, literally his shop is on my way to my hotel. It's just practically across the street. I think he may have made the pass on Alexander. He was getting awfully close in the previous lap. He just set fastest lap of the race, did Bart Wolf, at a 2:02.1. So, yeah, he's got that lead now.
Won the class at the June Sprints earlier this year. This is how the move was made, and I'll tell you what, that was no contest. Wow, powerful.
Yeah, wondering if maybe there's something wrong with the Alexander machine. If the power plant just isn't quite able to keep up right now. Again, that's that 1-liter engine there in the Alexander car. Maybe a little bit, little underpowered at this point, as the Wolf machine just blew right on by.
Alexander not letting him get away. Again, this is where we expect the former race leading car, the 48, to be strong through this section of the track. Lightweight, but less powerful than the car that's now come to the front.
Yeah, you talk about how much less weight. The Alexander car is mid-weight spec'd at 1,000 pounds. Bart Wolf's spec weight is 1,500 pounds, 50% heavier than Lee Alexander's car. It's also in Bart Wolf's a 2.5-liter Mazda as opposed to the 1,000cc Kawasaki. So there's some differences in power and certainly in weight. And if Alexander's not keeping up to this tight stuff, as we've got a pass now in Canada, and it looks like
Vandercourt
might
have an issue. Saw some smoke. I thought it might be a lockup, but no, look at the left rear.
Is it down?
It's either down or maybe it's
rubbing.
Oh, it is flat. Yep, there's the telltale sign. And Vandercourt had been running in the 5th position.
Yeah, our 2023 P1 champ from a couple of years ago. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to repeat that magic here today.
Floridian has to limp it back to the pit lane.
Well, whatever was up with Alexander, he seemed to have matched pace now. He's got it back. You never know with these cars. Sometimes you start getting an issue with the shift system where suddenly one lap it kind of goes out and then it comes back in. The issue they're going to run into, I think, is that Jason Miller is starting to close up as well on them.
Keep tabs on that. But now checking in the fight for second place in the Atlantic class. Peter has upped his pace. He saw French and Fleck were closing in, and suddenly he's dropped his pace down to the mid-202s. That was 1.3 seconds clear of second place, James French, on that last lap. So it becomes a battle for second and third, and not too far back. Shane Kennett not out of this conversation either.
Very close battle between them.
And traffic.
Yes. All mixed traffic, in fact. In that group, I think you've got Colbrin and then 97.
Quite right. Peter goes around the outside. Oh, this is really tight for second and third in Atlantic. Nowhere to go, and quite frankly, they caught another battle for position. Oh, and side-by-side contact. That's big. Fleck, the defending champion, in strife. French is in the wall, so second and third eliminated in the multi-class conundrum.
Oh, that is awful. What a great battle that was. There's just so much traffic in there. I don't know if we can do anything else, but probably going to see a full course here to be able to clear those. That's a tough spot for both of them there as they, here we go.
Yeah, got to make sure both drivers are all right as well. Not an insignificant impact for either car, and there's plenty of debris on the racetrack too. Let's look at this again from the other angle.
Oh, wow.
So it started there with Fleck making contact with one of the prototypes.
I want to say that might have been Michael Moton in the 77.
I think so. It was a double numeral. I couldn't tell if it was.
I start to wonder because he had kind of like cars on both sides, and he was focusing on one and not the other, and sort of moved the wrong way. In this case, that's just unfortunate there.
Also unfortunate is poor James French, all on his own, and next thing he knew, he had a car spearing across the track and collecting him. There he is.
Yeah.
Side of the road from nearby Sheboygan. Former runoffs champ in his own right. Mentioned all of his pro racing accolades, but spent a lot of time in SCCA, two-time runoffs champion. Also an Asian Le Mans Series LMP2 champion back in the 1920 Winter Series. But not to be today. This wipes out the advantage for Hans Peter, although it also wipes away his two closest pursuers. Meanwhile, this just brings this fight back together in the prototype class.
Yeah, and with both these classes, the struggle will be to keep the car at the right temperature during this slow period. With the ups, the downs, cars often either take a while to refire or they start to just change how they behave when you go on pace to off pace. This might actually be a good thing for Lee Alexander, maybe, if he was having an issue, to get back underneath on this restart underneath Bart Wolff. That'll be interesting to see those two very different cars.
Well, I'm also curious about Miller sitting in third. You said that's a name that you heard a lot, walking around talking to the protagonists, and all of a sudden now he gets to close back in.
Yeah, everybody's comment about him was that six-cylinder two-stroke gets out of the corners. It's got a lot of oomph. And sometimes I know in watching that car the last number of years get to do this is sometimes that car just needs a couple laps to get up to the proper temp. It's a two-stroke, 6 pipes out the back of this thing. They all got to get to the right temperature. And if they don't, it takes them a bit to warm up. So maybe this is the best thing for him as local boy. He's right here in town. And he knows his track, obviously, and that's part of what everybody's worried about. Track knowledge and a car that's got the oomph to make the pass.
He was a runner-up to Bart Wolff at the June Sprints earlier this year. 5 podiums in 26 previous runoffs appearances dating back to 1996. Sits in the 3rd spot and very much in contention. Behind the safety car for the first time in this combined Formula Atlantic and Prototype National Championship race. We'll step aside for a couple of minutes and be right back here at Road America.
Do you want to get started autocrossing, but you're looking around and thinking, man, I got to buy a new car? Maybe not. Say you want to get into track days, but you're looking around and thinking, I got to spend a fortune on Go Fast parts. Maybe not. Maybe you want to get into time trials, but you're looking around and thinking, man, I got to buy a new truck and trailer for this. Maybe not. With SCCA Club Spec, you just might have the car you need already, and it just might look like one of these two. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Still behind the safety car here. First safety car intervention of this race. Would like to take a moment to say a heartfelt thanks to all of the volunteers and staff around the circuit and all throughout the year that have helped to make this SCCA season possible and to make this 62nd annual National Championship Runoffs run as smoothly as it has. New format, everyone's learning together a little bit, condensed down to just 2 Hagerty race days, and it meant a more condensed qualifying in the build-up to it as well, but by and large it seems to have been well received, and it means we have 2 action-packed days here today and then of course tomorrow.
Yeah, very action-packed. These races are intense, and when you take 2 groups that maybe would have had a little easier races for the workers, the stewards, and everybody else, now they are doing them combined. It's a lot more to track. The emergency services teams are working extra hard for situations like this to have to make these kind of pulls. So we appreciate all the effort they put in, but it definitely is a lot of extra pressure to get that done in such a tight format.
Yeah. Well, we knew there would be some growing pains when you combine these 2 classes for the first time, as we've done here, and the multi-class aspect of it certainly has had a part to play in the proceedings here today. 2 of the leading contenders in Formula Atlantic eliminated in one accident. It appeared that both the prototypes in the vicinity were able to continue on. But the one element of this where the mixed class nature could yet have an even greater impact is how the classes are all mixed up together coming to the restart, and as far as we're aware, that's the way it will remain. No class split or anything to that effect.
Yeah, because I'm seeing already there's a couple of cars that are a lap down. We're going to wait and see if they get the point buy or something. Namely, I think we see the Colburn prototype that's right behind our overall race leader, Hans Peter. We'll see if they're given any kind of a point buy.
Cleanup continues. It looks like we'll have at least one more lap behind the pace car. There's James French's machine. Hate to see that. He was giving it a spirited run.
Yeah, he really did. He was just having a great race in there. They were just starting to pick up that pace. To have it go away that way, it's heartbreaking.
So much effort, of course, goes into these events. This could be potentially problematic as well.
Yeah, it's the two-stroke smoke coming out of the Miller car. You always have the corner workers. They'll call it in and say, hey, the car is smoking a little bit, but it's pretty normal in the zero car there. The win first. Those guys work so hard. And I was talking to Jason yesterday, and he says he does this for his crew, for his team, because they just enjoy getting the car out, working so hard on it. He wants to give them that reward of a podium finish, a strong finish. But he also, even just in a casual conversation, Jason wanted to just tell me that how much he appreciates the workers, the people that come out and put these events on, that really is the heart of these events, and he certainly recognizes that.
Well, we mean it when we say it. It is not possible to go racing, period, without the help of volunteers, but especially not at this scale. And logistically, you think about everything that goes into running an event of this magnitude. Over 400 drivers entered, coming in from all over the country, plus further afield in some instances as well. It is quite a logistical challenge, and then once everybody's here to make sure that tech runs smoothly, the races run smoothly, everything else behind the scenes, it's a monumental effort. But also an opportunity for those that want to get involved in motorsports. So many different ways to do it. It's not just about the driving or turning a wrench. And at the SCCA, if you've got a skill set, chances are they've got a job that you can help step in and fill a void. So I encourage you to check out the club's website for more information on how you can get involved. But for the moment, we can just enjoy the spectacle here late in the afternoon. The sun's starting to set over the horizon. It's a gorgeous place any time of year, but especially here in the autumnal gloaming this time of year.
Yeah, gotta give a shout out to the Road America folks here, how well they keep this place up. It really is a beautiful park. You just come here if you just want to go and have a picnic, in the sunshine. This place is beautiful for that too. And oh yeah, by the way, there's race cars doing 175 miles an hour right around the corner from you. But it is just gorgeous. The facilities are absolutely the best that I've ever seen. It is just wonderful. As they're maybe giving point buys now to some of those lap cars, as Bart Wolf maybe letting them buy, as he would be at least the prototype leader.
Now that is good to see. I wasn't sure that we would get a class split, but it looks like maybe that's what's taking place here. And in some respects, that might help prevent the classes tripping over one another.
At least for a lap or so.
Right, depending on how much of a gap they give each other.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be happening comprehensively. So anyway, we'll have to let that work itself out.
Yeah, there's still one or two in the back of this, but I think now those cars are behind the rest of the prototype group, and it could be that the last two might be laps down, so they're going to stay there. What you'll probably see Bart Wolf do as your prototype leader is he'll back off tremendously before they get here to Canada. If they're going to go green next time, I don't think we've heard that yet, but once they are ready to go green, he'll give a pretty big gap to the FAs in front of him. Lights are out, though.
That's what we wanted to see. There is still some prototype traffic splitting the overall leader, Hans Peter, from Shane Kennett, who runs in second place. Two out-of-class cars in between the top two in Atlantic. Kennett, though, solidly in the medals. Riley Harris, haven't said that name much today, but solidly in third. John McAleer and David T. Burkett right there as well. That's the top five as they run. It will be 4 laps to go when the green flag comes out once again, and it shouldn't be long now as the pace car makes that right-hand turn up the hill into the pit lane.
These two prototypes will likely pull themselves aside, recognizing the situation, let the Atlantics through.
Race leader Hans Peter approaching the acceleration zone. When he goes, everyone else can go. And there he is, pushing down the right pedal and accelerating away, as you predicted, Larry. Lap traffic moving to one side to allow the Formula Atlantic cars to play through. Still, though, and a decided advantage for Peter because he had that buffer, able to pull a gap. Didn't look like Kennett was able to clear the traffic, and he'll set off in pursuit of the race leader now.
It's going to be a little bit dicey. I thought Goldrum would give up a little bit more spots, but he's just being gentle now, letting everyone go. He's got one more over his shoulder here before they get to the back straight. And then, of course, you got the leaders and prototype already there. I'm a bit surprised Wolf didn't back them up a little bit further, but here he is. This is going to be hectic going into 5.
Well, and Bart's got to go. He can't wait around because he's got tons of company in behind him in the form of Lee Alexander and Jason Miller.
In fact, Miller's ahead of him as they go into 5.
How about that? You called the name early, Larry, and you were spot on. Jason Miller, opportunistic, getting to the point. Now this is really tight. Comers and goers, the two classes mixed together, and it is pandemonium here late in the day.
Oh, this is crazy. Miller's got to be looking in his mirror so strong. He's trying to figure out when not to go past. Look at the move here for Wolf. He's going to take a look, at least fill some mirrors.
Blue and black prototype, that's now the leader in the clash. That's Joel Miller from third on the restart to the lead. Bart Wolf, the local, whose team is looking after several cars in this class. Problems behind,
that's
but
Loshak.
It is.
Is he able to move from there? As he just slid through the gravel at the outside of the carousel? We'll have to see if he's able to clear himself.
Lawrence had slipped down to 5th in class coming to the restart. Didn't look like he hit anything, but is he beached?
And here comes Perry Richardson now right up behind Wolf. He's in that pink trimmed car.
They call him the Commodore, and he's on the charge right now. Perry Richardson getting closer now, looking to the inside, making a lunge, and he'll take the spot away down in turn 14. How about that?
Yeah, well, I mentioned how sometimes these cars need to get back on form, back up to temp, and I'm wondering now if Wolf's having trouble getting his car up to that working temp, get the tires to refire and all that, and it's taking him this first lap after the restart to do it. He may now finally have it. He's going to have to start making a charge. He is the biggest car of these 3, and there may just be a lot more to warm up with the little cars just saying, let's go, go, go.
Here comes Perry Richardson. Carbon and pink, but he might have an issue having just got to second. Oh, it's
slow.
full course yellow.
Yep. I wonder if this is for Loshak down at the carousel.
And time is running out. If they can't get that car extricated quickly.
Yeah, there's Loshak. He was not able to get that moved. Oh, that's unfortunate.
It is. So Hans Peter still leads in Atlantic. Kennett and Harris now up into the 3rd spot. Jason Miller leads in the prototype class. Here's another look at what happened to Lawrence Loshak.
Yeah, I start to wonder if it's a mechanical thing and the rear end just locked up right in that mid-corner and then he just got sent into a spin, which might explain why he's not able to move the car as opposed to contact that he might be able to recover from. We'll have to see what happens when they try to drag him out of there.
Indications are not positive, I'm afraid to say. We're expecting the checkered flag next time by. So, barring some kind of surprise, it's Hans Peter set to take home the 2025 title in Formula Atlantic. Meanwhile, how about Jason Miller on that restart, using the traffic perfectly, goes from 3rd to the lead, and with this yellow, earns a national title.
Oh, that'll be unbelievable for Jason. That whole team, oh, that's going to be great. Red local in Plymouth. He grew up here. He's been racing here for years.
For Peter, it will be a 4th national title. Just adding to his illustrious history. And really had the field covered, I think it's safe to say. You look at the qualifying times, and that backs it up.
I think he was a bit nervous considering these restarts, and how he lost out last year by just the smallest amount. A little bit of revenge, a little bit of for that. Look at that.
It's under yellow, but it still counts the same. Hans Peter sees the checkered flag first and takes home a 4th SCCA Runoffs National Championship, and following him through, the leader in the prototype class, Congratulations, Jason Miller, for the first time an SCCA Runoffs national champion.
Yeah, he saw that whole team out there at the wall. Oh, yeah. This means a lot to these guys.
Jason had been second twice. He's had that silver medal. Hayward likes to point out how difficult it often is to finish second in a race of this magnitude. But now he gets the top step of the podium.
Yeah, I can't wait to see his interviews. He's just, again, as he was talking about his team last night and how much this meant to them. Yeah. Now, we may have a replay that would be fun to watch here. We'll see if we can get this queued up.
Might give us some insight on exactly how Jason Miller got to the front of the prototype class and then secured a national title. Let's look back at it here. Keep an eye for the blue car. Right-hand side of the screen.
He gets such a run. He was completely uninterrupted through 3, and then you can see Bart Wolf had to check up for the 2 cars in front of him, and Jason just had the run of runs.
And then eyes on the carbon and pink car of Richardson, too, who must have found a way through at the same place. That's the move around the outside for the lead. Richardson was still behind, so I'm not entirely clear on how he was able to get up to finish where he did.
I think Richardson may have gotten Bart then going into Canada later in the lap as we were waiting for Bart to get that car warmed up, and Jason just all the opportunity. Car was ready, he was ready. Beautiful stuff.
It was perfection. And hard-earned, but you have to try and sort through all that traffic. Probably not something he's terribly used to, but got it done. Well, fantastic results as we come to an end of Hagerty race day number 1 at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Still 9 races to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you'll want to join us either here trackside or on the live coverage presented by Mazda. Still plenty of drama yet to unfold, but for today, we cap off a busy day with a couple of national champions.
Not a sleeper in the mix today. Every single race, just excitement right up to the end. And you know tomorrow's going to be the same way.
No question about it. A shake of the head, and you can almost see the smile through the carbon helmet for Odd Speeder. Crew there to celebrate with him. Swan Motorsports supporting the entry. Hans has that helmet off. Get to hear from him in a short while. Shane Kennett ends up in second place after second and third earlier in the race tangled.
Jason didn't stop for the interviews. He's heading down pit lane. He's just going to go right to the tech shed and say, let's get this teardown started.
You can understand the impulse.
He might be a little bit lost in his emotions right now. And just like end of the race, I just go back, right, guys?
Right. Well, we'll see what they have him do here. Yeah, he's got the hands out. What do I do now?
Now he's stopping, asking for directions. You know, it's not his first day here at Road America, but he knows. He's like, hey, I'm supposed to be back there. They didn't stop me.
Well,
we'll forgive him.
Staff on the grid will get that sorted out. While they do, a chance to hear from our first national champion, Hans Peter, with Hayward.
Hans, they call it the National Park of Speed. That did not look like a walk in the park to me.
No, it was fast in the beginning. I mean, it was really. I mean, I had really good luck all weekend, but I didn't really think it'd take me 17 years to win another one of these. I finished second 3 times in a row. I took several years off to race with my son, and but I can't be proud enough, happy enough. Merle really worked on me this year. He put me in the car a lot more. He coached me. Gave me some new driving techniques, and that was the difference.
Well, it was a great race for you. Is this the second championship?
I think it's my fourth.
Fourth, but a 17-year gap. Quite an achievement, sir. Enjoy your victory lap.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well earned. Didn't realize it had been so long, quite frankly, but did a fantastic job. And when Merle Swan's supporting, you're in good hands.
Yeah, for sure.
Legend in SCCA open wheel racing. Congratulations, though, Hans Peter, on that 4th title. Let's hear from 2nd and 3rd now with Hayward.
Shane, a great finish for you here, the second podium spot. How does it feel to be on the podium here?
Oh, it feels great. This is my first runoffs ever, first full season in the car. Great to avoid all the accident stuff out there and bring home at least P2 for the old girl.
Well, congratulations to you on the silver. We're going to bring the bronze finisher up. Come on up. I was talking to, I believe, your mother in the food line at the block party, and they described your car as the little Atlantic that might. Well, how does it feel to put it on the podium?
It feels awesome. We couldn't have asked for a better day, and I got to thank my family, my crew, my wife for letting us do this, making this all happen. Wouldn't have been without them, wouldn't be here. But it was a fun race, and I had a great time.
Congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you.
Well deserved for Riley Harris. I love that, the little Atlantic that bites. And how about it for Shane Kennett? We talked off the start about how experienced this field is. He was the only runoffs rookie in the field, and he comes home with a medal.
Yeah, unbelievable result for him in his first try.
Here's how they crossed the line, admittedly under reduced speed. But Hans Peter takes the victory over Shane Kennett. Riley Harris is just behind. The positions you see next to the names are their overall finishing results, but this is the correct order for Atlantic. David Burkett, John McAleer, John Norton, J.R. Smart, Bill Johnson, then down to James French and Dudley Fleck, what might have been for the two of them, and Jeremy Hill also misfortune early in the race. Already off on the victory lap. Skipped the chance to talk to Hayward because he wanted to celebrate, which gives us a chance to skip the winner and go straight to 2nd and 3rd.
Guys, we're here with Bart, who's our 3rd place finisher, the bronze. I believe you are a local boy, are you not?
Yes, yeah, from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
How does it feel to take home take a medal for the runoffs home, 5 miles, 10 miles from here?
Maybe closer to 2 miles. Not the result we wanted, but really good. Glad cars are in one piece. SCCA goofed up from the beginning on not putting us first in qualifying, and then should have split the restart. It was really, really ugly and hairy, but glad we're in one piece, glad everyone's safe, and really happy for Jason Miller.
Great, and now on the podium, of course, and we also have Perry, our 2nd place finisher. Perry, you're supposed to do the interview and then hug everybody. That's how it usually works.
Dude, I'm going to Ricky Bobby this. I don't know what to do with my hands. This was a miracle I pulled out of a hat somehow, thanks to Jessica, Steve. They've been helping me through the whole weekend, but boy, up to this point, we just had nothing. We showed up, the car didn't trailer well from California. We just kept working at it and working at it. We finally got something that behaved, but we were just not going to have the pace, and somehow, magically, the race came to us. So couldn't be happier, couldn't be more grateful for the support from Goodyear, Nicole, and Jay. They made my season what it was, even though I've got great help at home from Roger and Brandon Krause. George Dean, thank you, buddy. Thanks for putting up with me. Franz. Just, I don't know what to do with my hands. I just don't.
Well, this may be the interview of the day. You don't know what to do with your hands. The winner doesn't know what to do with his car. He's out on an unauthorized victory lap. If he comes back, we'll talk to him. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see.
World, the whole Kohler world is going to go nuts tonight. Of course, coming in second is one thing, but the fact that Jason Miller finally pulled off his runoff swim at home, that's a decent second. I'll take it. All
right, I'll throw it back to you guys in the booth. If we get the winner back, we'll have a quick chat.
May I kindly suggest a fist pump as maybe one thing you could do with your hands, Perry.
Yep.
Super well done. Came all the way from Los Gatos, California, and told me that his goal was just to control what he could control and let the chips fall where they may. Well, I'd say he did that about perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Yeah, and you know what, Perry's right. The Kohler clan is going to go absolutely crazy this afternoon. It's going to be one big party here in Plymouth.
So here's the way the prototype class saw the checkered flag. Jason Miller, victory lap complete. We'll hear from him shortly ahead of the Commodore, Perry Richardson, and Bart Wolf, who we heard from a moment ago. Lee Alexander dropped down the order early in the going, never could recover. John Godin, Tyler Thielman, Mike Rupert, Todd Parks, Richard Colburn, William B. Niemeyer Jr., Lawrence Loshak ended up in the gravel trap that brought out the final yellow. Todd Vanderkoor had issues early, as did Michael Moulton. Better luck next year to those two, and really to everyone not named Jason Miller, who had the dream performance here on home soil. That's going to be really special. And who can blame him for wanting to go and take that victory lap?
Who doesn't want to drive? As if he needs one more lap around Road America, but that's a good one to take.
No doubt about it. Well deserved. You really can't fault him one little bit, and we're going to hear from him here shortly as soon as he gets that helmet off, and maybe he's had time to collect his thoughts, maybe think about what to do with his hands when he gets to Hayward here. And the helmet is off, so let's find out what he has to say about that unsolicited victory lap, Hayward.
Jason, what better way to tell people you've never done this before than to take the extra lap before you come to talk to us?
Well, I sure do appreciate it. This is my hometown, my home track, with some wonderful competitors and a wonderful team and a wonderful wife and daughter and daughters. It was just a fantastic, racing. I've had it go the opposite way so many times. And I can't thank everyone and God and everyone for this opportunity, and SCCA. Just couldn't be happier.
So you took the extra lap. It was a moment to collect your thoughts, to enjoy the moment. You have tried so many times before. This is so important to you. This is your home track. What are the emotions? What do you feel in this moment of winning your first national championship and doing it in your car, your way, at your track?
It is. I did think about that, and it's such a blessing and an opportunity to showcase a car that so many people have given their blood, sweat, tears. Hoosier Tires have helped out. My crew has been working 16 hours a day since Sunday to provide a car that I could drive and provide to the fans and to the competitors. And I'm so thankful for all of that, for Kohler Company, Millennium. There is just so many people that have made this happen. I'm just the nut behind the wheel.
Well, here's the most important question. What are you going to do tonight?
Well, I can start by kissing all my daughters and my beautiful wife and thanking my wonderful parents for putting up with me and dealing with me. My dad's been feverishly working probably for the last 20, 30 years to give me this opportunity right here, right now, and my wonderful crew. We are just going to enjoy each other's company and savor the flavor.
Little party?
Absolutely.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That is as good as it gets. Congratulations to the hometown kid, done good right here at his home track, Road America. Well, it was a frantic finish to race one of Hagerty Race Days at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, combined Formula Atlantic and prototype classes. Off the start, Hans Peter from the tire rack pole position accelerated away and really never appeared to be threatened. It was a different story altogether, though, in the prototype class. Totally mixed up and down day for several. Lead changed hands on a couple of occasions, including here. We thought this might be the move for Bart Wolf that would see him take the victory, but the race was interrupted by this incident. A couple of cars end up on the side of the road that brought out the safety car and bunched everyone up again, and on the ensuing restart, chaos erupted. It opened up an opportunity for Jason Miller, who went from third up to the lead. He took the lead and held it. Barry Richardson made the pass for second late in the going, and he would hold that spot to the checkered flag. Lawrence Loshak had an issue, which brought out the safety car for the second time, and then the checkered flag, as Hans Peter took home a long-awaited fourth national title, and Jason Miller is crowned national champion for the first time in his illustrious SCCA career, and he does it in front of the hometown fans here at Road America. That wraps up an exhilarating day of activity from America's National Park of Speed, but the good news is we get to do it all over again tomorrow. 9 more races, more national champions to be crowned. We hope you join us for it. For the entire team, including Tom O'Gorman, Larry McLeod, and Hayward Wagner down on the pit lane, also John Phippen, who's been up in the booth. My name is Ryan Marine. Thanks for joining us all day long. We hope you join us again tomorrow for Day 2 from the 62nd Annual SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.